World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 1106 to Chapter 1132. Whether celestial polarity cried or not had nothing to do with Feng Ping. At this moment, Feng Ping and the others returned to the bronze basilica cautiously. The ground was a complete mess. Previously, the final explosion of the Grand Array had engulfed the entire God City. Today, there were countless casualties in the God City. But at this moment, no one cared. Everyone was very excited. The formation was broken, in front of the palace door. The two venerable sovereigns and the 5 true gods all looked at the gate expectantly. At that moment, Taoist Feng Yun suddenly said, "Be careful of the formation. Yunxing, you're the weakest. Even if you touch the formation, your counterattack will be limited. We can resist it. Go and take a look." Feng Ping did not look too good. Was this guy still suspecting something, or did he really want him to test it out? Before Feng Ping could speak, Difei suddenly said, "Sir, isn't this inappropriate? Yunxing has only just advanced, and he hasn't even stabilized his cultivation yet. His control over his strength is still weak, and the slightest mistake could easily cause the grand formation to explode." Difei said a few words and said calmly, "Sir, you are a venerable sovereign. Your control of power is superb. I think it's better for you to take the trouble to investigate." As he spoke, he looked at Di Qi and the others with a determined expression. "Now that you've agreed, us true gods will be at the mercy of others. If there's one, there'll be another. We don't even know if there will be any danger after this. If we're going to test the waters, we'll die sooner or later. We might as well fall out with him now." Ground Chi's expression changed for a while and said slowly, "Sir, there should be no more formation, right? Yunxing's strength is weak, so forget it." If he ignored Yunxing now, Difei would probably fall out with him. If the father and son ran away, would Di Ping and Di Xing still dare to stay? At that time, the alliance would fall apart. He was no match for the two venerable sovereigns. Feng Yun frowned slightly. Thunder Sovereign did not say a word, but he was gloating inwardly. Continue, it would be best to offend these few people to death. He felt that he might not be a match for Feng Yun. Now, he had the intention to rope in these few true gods to prevent Feng Yun from benefiting. Taoist Feng Yun's eyes flickered, and he said faintly, "I don't want anyone to die or take risks, but I think Yunxing's control is strong, and his strength isn't weak either. If he encounters danger, he might be more suitable than the others. Moreover, the cloud-born golden body is powerful, so I have a higher chance of surviving in a crisis." Feng Ping cursed inwardly. Was this guy testing him? This won't do. If this went on, he would really be exposed. Taoist Feng Yun was probably still suspecting something. This guy was too paranoid. "Didn't I throw Heavenly Wood out to be the scapegoat? Why are you still doubting me?" However, he knew that Taoist Feng Yun wasn't sure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easygoing. Now that he said he was Feng Ping, Oddity Ground and the others might think that Taoist Feng Yun was trying to drive a wedge between them. These people might not believe Feng Yun's words, but even if he didn't believe it, that didn't mean he didn't suspect it at all. At this moment, Feng Ping's eyes flickered for a while. He said quickly, "Sir, now that things have come to this, why are you still sending us to our deaths? There aren't many divine court realm experts left. Do you really want to kill all the true gods, my lord?" As Feng Ping spoke, he took a few steps back and said loudly, "Sir, if you don't want us to reap the benefits, then Yunxing will withdraw. Father, this place is dangerous. Why don't we return to Heavenly Cloud Island?" Difei reacted instantly. He gathered with Feng Ping and said coldly, "Then my son and I will leave this place. Please have mercy, sir." Taoist Feng Yun's expression changed slightly and he said coolly, "Yunxing, you're more talkative than before." "I don't mean that. Why do you have to be so sharp-tongued? If you really investigate some things, there might be loopholes." "Sir, what do you mean?" Feng Ping's face was livid. "Sir, are you trying to drive a wedge between us?" After saying that, he gritted his teeth and said, "Is it because we joined forces with Venerable Emperor Thunder? If you're angry because of this." At the side, Thunder's eyes flickered. Could it be true? Was Feng Yun afraid because they joined forces to kill Yanji? Worried, Taoist Feng Yun's expression changed again. He chuckled and said, "What a glib tongue. What a new true god. I've heard that you're better with your mouth than your hands. Now it seems that, it's not a lie. Fang Ping frowned and snorted. Sir, you must be joking. Yunxing doesn't have that capability. Yes, Yunxing doesn't have that capability, Taoist Fengyun smiled and glanced at them again. Seeing that their faces were full of vigilance and anger, he sighed in his heart. If I said that Yunxing was Fang Ping, how would they react? Would they think that I'm trying to frame them? He was even more certain that Yunxing was Fang Ping in disguise. As for the previous Heavenly Wood, he was a little shocked. Maybe Heavenly Wood and Fang Ping were in cahoots. If that was the case, it would be a little scary. This king of man had entered the celestial court and created a massacre in a few words. Now, a saint-level powerhouse, even if he could not come here, but if he was really working with Fang Ping, who knew if he could move his real body, should he expose him, would it benefit him if he did? After thinking for a while, Fengyun closed his eyes. Fang Ping's mind suddenly rang out his voice, let's work together. Some things, only you and I know. I just want to become stronger. I don't care about other things. Even if you and I fight to the death, it won't change the general trend. The ones who really decide the general trend are not you and me, but those in the celestial cemetery. Even if all the powerhouses in the three realms die now, it won't change anything. Since we're already here, it won't help even if we fight again. You and Di Fei, work together with me. Thunder is the main warmonger. I've traveled the three realms all these years, and I've also been to the human world. I know one thing, the ones who decide the general trend are the powerhouses, the top powerhouses. Fang Ping, what do you think? Fang Ping frowned. He was also very vigilant, preparing to retreat. The next moment, Fang Ping suddenly shouted, Sir, why are you threatening me? Father, can you and I fight an emperor today? Di Fei's chi activity surged. Both of them stood together instantly, looking at Fengyun angrily. Di Chi and the others frowned. At this moment, they also moved slowly, walking to Fang Ping and Yunxing's side. Taoist Fengyun gave Fang Ping a deep look and said lightly, Yunxing, I'm not threatening you. I'm just telling you that a venerable emperor is a venerable emperor after all. A true god can't compare to him. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and suddenly looked at Venerable Emperor Thunder. He did not say anything, just looked at him. Venerable Emperor Thunder saw this and smiled slightly, saying, Fengyun, forget it. Why bother with the juniors? Since we've already come this far, why start a dispute again? He was very satisfied. Fengyun and them were at loggerheads. This was the best. Taoist Fengyun glanced at him and chuckled, smiling indifferently. Fang Ping was a little interesting. He was indeed testing him previously, but the test was very effective. Yunxing was Fang Ping. Otherwise, at this moment, Yunxing would be shouting that he was not Fang Ping. But he did not. As for turning hostile now, Fengyun did not care. He believed that Fang Ping would make the right choice. Moreover, he did not plan to kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping's ability to strip Heavenly Emperor Dao was really a gift that came knocking on his door. Now that the Earth King Hall was open, the Heavenly Emperor Golden Body, thinking about it, Taoist Fengyun suddenly felt a little excited. Taoist Fengyun ignored everyone. The treasured mirror above his head shone in all directions. The hall door trembled. At this moment, the treasure realm was also trembling. Taoist Fengyun closed his eyes to sense for a moment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said, the array has been broken. Next, it's up to everyone's ability. I'll make a move first. As soon as he finished speaking, the treasured mirror emitted a strong light. The hall door rumbled. In the next moment, a gap opened. Taoist Fengyun flashed and disappeared in the gap instantly. Venerable Emperor Thunder also rushed over instantly, but it was too late. Kaboom, an extremely violent energy overflowed and hit him in the blink of an eye. Venerable Emperor Thunder roared, smashing the space behind him. But he did not care, shouting angrily, don't even think about it. As soon as he finished speaking, he also exploded with a powerful force. With one blow, the hall door trembled, revealing another gap. At this moment, Venerable Emperor Thunder also quickly entered. As for Ground Oddity and the others, they also roared and attacked the hall door together. This time, Ground Oddity did not hide. His aura was extremely powerful. With one blow, the hall door trembled. The hall door's counterattack was blocked by him alone. Go in. Ground Oddity roared. If he went in alone, the others might not have a chance to enter. But if he went in, could he be a match for two venerable emperors? Everyone did not need him to say anything. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they all entered the gap. Ground Oddity roared, spitting out blood, and instantly entered the gap. With a loud bang, the hall door closed. At this moment, Fong Ping's heart trembled slightly. This door, he might not be able to open it alone. Once he entered, it would really be extremely dangerous. But things had already come to this point. If he did not enter, it would be even more dangerous. The Earth King Hall was opened. At this moment, the Earth King's clone also felt it. 10,000 zhang above. It was also a mess. The chessboard was still there, but at this moment, Sky Wood and the Earth King's clone had entered the chessboard. The chessboard was like a small world, sealing everything. At this moment, one person and one tree were in this chessboard. How dare you? The Earth King's clone snorted. No one knew whether he was talking about those who entered the Earth King Hall or the opposite Sky Wood. At this moment, the opposite Sky Wood still had white hair, but there was a walking stick in his hand. It was a walking stick made of wood, with a golden fruit carved on it. It looked real. Skywood held the walking stick in his hand. He looked old, bent over, and a large number of white chess pieces floated behind him. Opposite him, the Earth King was dressed in a black robe. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his face cold and solemn. Skywood, do you think you can make a comeback just like this? Your Highness, why are you so aggressive? Skywood coughed lightly. Your Highness, the combination of the clone and the main body, even if you can't break through 8 realms, you are close to it. That is also one of the strongest in the 3 realms. Your Highness, why must you fight with me to the end? Humph. The Earth King snorted coldly. 8,000 years, if not for the sake of merging Skywood with his clone, why would he need to wait as long as 8,000 years, close to breaking 8, no, this king is doing it for breaking 9, although breaking 8 was a supreme powerhouse, could he compare to Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor, could he compare to a sovereign? Not only did he, Hong Kuan, want to become strong, he also wanted to become the strongest, Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor's Jade Bones. Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor's Divine Sense, Extreme Tao. Heaven and Earth Vital Energy, Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor's everything, he wanted to become an Extreme Tao sovereign. Sovereigns were also incomparably powerful. But in a single aspect, they were inferior to Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor. Once he fused everything, then he might be able to become the strongest sovereign. This was his ambition, this was the reason why he constantly plotted and endured for these 8,000 years. He felt that he was about to succeed. Skywood almost could not hold on anymore. Fusing with Skywood, his spiritual sense and golden body could both reach a limit. Next was Heavenly Emperor's golden body, Heavenly Emperor's great Tao, Heavenly Emperor's everything. At that time, who could match in the 3 realms, even if he was unable to become a sovereign now, he also possessed the combat strength to break through 9. Once he stepped into the sovereign Tao during the great struggle, he would complete the great cause that the Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor couldn't complete back then. Your Highness, I'm afraid that the Earth King Palace has been opened and the Heavenly Dog's golden body has been seized. Your Highness's great plan has probably gone down the drain. Your Highness, must you continue to tangle with this old man? Tianmu sighed. Your Highness, do you know that Emperor Tsong's companions are among those who entered the Earth King Palace this time? Your Highness, are you still as indifferent as before? King Kuan's expression changed, he then snorted coldly, Yunsheng? Yes. So what? After all, he's not a cat. Your Highness, are you really not worried? Heavenly Wood laughed. It's not that I don't have the strength to continue fighting. If I continue, Your Highness will also be injured, and there is a risk of dying. It would be better to return now, dream on. Skywood sighed and said, it seems that His Highness wants this clone to die. It actually didn't want to fight anymore, so it asked the Kuan King's clone to leave. As for the King of Man, what did the King of Man's death have to do with it? If the Kuan King left, it could merge its mentality with the main body. Even if the main body was too powerful and it couldn't be completely controlled, it could still control it a little. It could leave the heavenly court, enter misery, and find a random place to cultivate. That would be better than staying here. After a few years, when it completely merged with the main body, it might be able to directly enter the Heavenly King realm. The ancient number 1 tree was not just for show. Unfortunately, the Kuan King refused to leave. The Kuan King also didn't think that a rank 9, or rather, a true god, could do anything. Skywood felt that the Kuan King might underestimate this king of man. But even he didn't believe it when he said it. The man and the tree started fighting again. Skywood was helpless. If this went on, he had to think of a way. Otherwise, when would this fight end? The Kuan King's main body had returned. If he was still here, he probably wouldn't be able to leave. Inside the Earth King Palace. The moment Fong Ping entered, he felt that something was wrong. Everyone had disappeared. He came in through the door, and there was no one around him. Damn it! Fong Ping cursed. This was not a good thing. He didn't expect that there was a mystery inside the Kuan King's hall. Now that the true gods were scattered, if he really encountered an emperor level, he would be courting death. Previously, he could still fight. Even if Windcloud saw through his identity, Fong Ping felt that he could still fool the other true gods and kill Windcloud together. But now, why were they separated? There was indeed something mysterious about this hall. At this moment, he was on an empty ancient bronze path. There were walls on both sides. The bronze walls were the same material as the bronze hall. Fong Ping felt that he might not have the ability to break through. Fong Ping was extremely vigilant. At the same time, he also felt that Heavenly Battle Emperor was really poor. This Spring Guardian's palace was actually much more mysterious than his Heavenly Battle Palace. Didn't Old Wang know to plunder some benefits in his past life? What a waste of his identity as an extreme path Heavenly Emperor. Where is Tengu's corpse? I met Tengu, this guy is really alive, forget it, I don't want to meet him anymore. Fong Ping suddenly did not want to meet Tengu's corpse. It was fine if it was dead. If it was alive, who knew what Tengu was thinking? Kill him with a slap? Swallow him in one gulp? Tengu could even swallow a saint in one gulp. Fong Ping did not think that he had a chance to speak. While thinking about this, Fong Ping walked forward. He was careful, not daring to make a single movement. Not only that, Fong Ping even restrained his aura at this time. Although he might be exposed if he suddenly met someone now, it was still better than being a beacon. This place was dim, but his aura could not be concealed. If someone secretly targeted him, with a stronger mentality than him and a wider detection range, he was likely to be regarded as prey. If 2 emperors met him, Thunder would probably want to kill him. Windcloud would probably want to capture him too. Also, was there no other danger in this hall? Fong Ping stuck to the wall, almost bending his back as he walked forward. He did not dare to walk straight, lest he was suddenly cut in half at the waist. Anyway, no one saw him. It was okay to be a little cowardly outside. If he won in the end, he could boast all he wanted when he returned. After walking for a while, Fong Ping seemed to see something in front of him. Fong Ping continued forward. After walking for a while, he saw a few forks. And at the place where the forks converged, there was a simple hut with a simple plaque hanging on the hut. Fong Ping clearly did not recognize the words on the hut, but at this moment, his mentality fluctuated, and he seemed to understand these words. Origin Realm. Fong Ping seemed to understand, a little surprised. What did it mean, Origin Realm? Ancient martial artists called rank 9 the Origin Realm. This hut was called the Origin Realm. Very soon, Fong Ping saw something else. On the left side of the hut, there was a tablet with words on it too. Origin, the beginning of all Daos. Where does Dao go? Where is the door that blocks the road? Where is the end? Does Dao have an end? A series of questions. Origin Realm, the beginning of Dao. Enter the origin, explore all Daos. Can all Daos converge? Fong Ping felt a little dizzy. What did it mean, this hut? What was it, this place, this hall, what was it for? He had never heard of these things in the Kunwang Hall. Origin Realm. Fong Ping murmured in his heart, is this a place that simulates the origin world? This hut is the starting point to enter the Origin Realm? Fong Ping frowned. Someone was evolving Daos here, if it was really like what he guessed, the owner of this hall was too powerful. Was it the Spring Guardian or the Kunwing? This hall did not seem to be built for living, but for something else. Explore the end of Dao, explore the location of the door, find the Real Sanjiao Gate. One must know that the current Sanjiao Gate was all illusory and not real. If it is as I think, this guy is a little too powerful. Maybe he is already close to that realm. Origin realm. Fang Ping looked at the hut in front of him. Should he go in? The hut had no door. It was pitch black inside. He could not see anything, even mentality could not probe. While Fang Ping was hesitating, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly went into a fork and disappeared. After a while, a figure arrived. Ground oddity. Origin realm? Ground oddity also saw the hut, then looked at the forks in all directions, murmuring, Origin realm, this is the place where the sect leader stores Daos? In the dark, Fang Ping's heart moved. Stores Daos? The Kunwing had started many wars. After each war, he would go and reap the harvest. Where there was war, there was Kunwing. The Gate of Reflection was his handiwork. All these years, the age of turmoil, the era of the earthly emperor god dynasty, the era of the sects, including the invasion of the demon emperor 1,000 years ago, there were traces of the divine sect. No one could say for sure how many Daos Kuan had collected. Could it be that the Kunwei was useless and was stored in some place? Did the origin realm exist, like how he let the old cat strip it previously, turned it into a crystal door and stored it here? If that was the case, this was a super treasure land. Fang Ping almost swallowed his saliva in his heart. He did not know how many Daos there were. If he brought them back and let the humans take them, even if their prospects were limited, they might not be able to become emperors or saints in the future. But so what? Creating a batch of paragons would still be of great use. Origin realm. What a great place. Ground oddity was also hesitant at this moment. He had also seen the stone monument. Should he go in or not? It felt a little dangerous. Forget it. I'm already here, how can I return empty-handed? After saying this, his figure moved and disappeared from the hut in an instant. Fang Ping hurriedly probed, but he frowned. He could not sense anything. What the hell was this hut? It did not look big, but a near-emperor powerhouse went in and actually disappeared. He won't be dead, right? Fang Ping was a little worried. He was a little scared. Should he go in? Taking a day off from global martial arts, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Fang Ping was still considering whether to enter when suddenly, another figure flashed past. Earth Xing. Fang Ping's eyes lit up when he saw Earth Xing. Among them, he wanted to kill Earth Xing the most. This guy had a fat baby. Origin realm. Earth Xing seemed to know something too. He frowned and gritted his teeth. Before Fang Ping could react, this guy rushed into the hut. Decisive. Earth Xing was considered decisive among them. Whether it was when he attacked Earthman or when he made a deal with Fang Ping. At this moment, Earth Xing did not hesitate and entered Origin realm directly. Seeing this, Fang Ping gritted his teeth. If Earth Xing dared to enter, there was nothing he would not dare to do. This hut was an inanimate object after all. Could it be more threatening than an emperor level? I'm in. Fang Ping's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot, entering the origin hut. The vicinity of the hut was quiet again. After a while, Taoist Feng Yun walked over from the fork. Seeing the origin hut, Taoist Feng Yun frowned slightly. He stared for a while but did not say anything. After a while, Taoist Thunder also came over vigilantly. Seeing Taoist Feng Yun, his expression changed slightly. His gaze was sharp. Soon, his gaze fell on the hut. After looking for a while, he seemed to recognize something and frowned slightly. Origin realm. Is it open or closed? Taoist Feng Yun stared for a while and said slowly, it might be open. Before the sect leader left, he didn't even close the origin realm? The sect leader didn't prepare to leave for a long time. Taoist Feng Yun was not surprised at all. When King Kuan left, he did not think that he would not return. If that was the case, some things were naturally not arranged. The two talked for a while. Thunder said in a low voice, do you want to go in? Thunder, you're not going in? Taoist Fengyun smiled faintly. I won't fight with you for the opportunity. Thunder said indifferently, the origin realm is a good place. This is the treasure of the myriad Daos left behind by the master of the hall, the guardian of the spring. Fengyun, aren't you tempted? The treasure of the myriad Daos? Fengyun chuckled. It's just a simulation of the myriad Daos. It's not like it's the real myriad Daos. Thunder, it's not like we don't know. Moreover, we haven't reached that level yet. We're not the sect leader. We don't need to observe the entire source world. That's true. Thunder nodded and disappeared from the fork in the blink of an eye. He had heard that the origin realm was a good place. Moreover, some of the great Tao that King Kuan had plotted over the years seemed to be stored within. However, the origin realm was also very dangerous, and it was easy to get lost. He did not want to enter it at this time. The most important thing was the celestial the arch golden body. He wanted to see if he could obtain some great opportunities from the heavenly emperor golden body. After he left, Daoist Fengyun frowned slightly in regret. Daoist Fengyun actually wanted to go in and take a look. The origin realm was a relic left behind by the person who guarded the spring in the past. It was a supreme treasure that was created after countless years of imitating the operation of the 10,000 Daos. Here, you may find yourself further along the path. Here, perhaps, you can remedy the defects in your path. There is no way to continue on the great Tao. Perhaps you can find the one that belongs to you in the simulated myriad Daos. Even though the Spring Guardian was only an imitation, a powerhouse like the Spring Guardian had great foresight and was definitely more knowledgeable than King Kuan. Even King Kuan felt that this was a good place and had spent a lot of effort on it over the years. Even King Kuan could benefit from it, let alone them. However, this place was indeed dangerous. It was very easy to get lost in it. Daoist Fengyun felt that he might not get lost, but Thunder had left. He did not want to stay any longer. Let's look for the celestial the arch golden body first. Daoist Fengyun took a breath and disappeared soon after. The origin realm. As soon as Fang Ping entered, he was a little dazed. At this moment, he appeared in a patch of darkness. It was a very familiar feeling. Soon, Fang Ping shook his head and murmured, This is the point from back then. The point from when he stepped into the origin realm. Opening up the origin realm was originally to open up a small foothold in the darkness. Only then would one open up a path that belonged to oneself. As soon as Fang Ping entered, he felt that he was familiar. Now that he connected it with what he thought before, he quickly understood that this was a man-made origin realm. I think I have some idea of what the origin realm is. Fang Ping said the small house. He roughly knew what the small house was used for. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the darkness. Once you step into the origin realm, you can't regret it. There are thousands of paths in the world. Who dares to say that their path is the strongest? The path ahead is unclear. There are no regrets in martial arts. I am unwilling and unconvinced. Who said that my martial arts are inferior to others? There are regrets in martial arts. Leave the origin realm to prove your Tao. In the void, an old voice came. Fang Ping listened for a while, raised his eyebrows, and ignored it. It was just a remnant of the past, no different from a phonograph. However, he could hear something in general. The owner of this origin realm seemed to have taken the wrong path back then. Or perhaps he was not strong enough and regretted it. However, the origin realm was established. After walking for countless meters, could it be destroyed and restarted? Destroying the Tao often meant death. Out of 100 destroyed Tao, 99 would die, and the remaining one would be crippled. Unless it was replaced by other existing Tao. Wu Quishan, Tian Mu, and the others had actually destroyed Tao before, but they were all replaced by other Tao. Moreover, they were not completely destroyed back then. Wu Quishan was still walking on his own Tao now, just wearing the mysterious Jade True King's Tao as a skin. There are regrets in Tao. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. How could he regret it? At this moment, the surroundings suddenly brightened up, then, a Tao appeared. Like an undersea tunnel, a crystal-like passageway appeared in the darkness. This is your Tao. Walk in and see if there is an end to your Tao. How far can you walk? There are regrets in the origin realm. A vague voice came into his ears. Fang Ping glanced at the Tao in front of him. After a while, he was speechless. Nonsense, this is your Tao, not mine. Who were you looking down on? Was my Tao so wide? Was it tens of meters? My Tao was more than 3,000 meters. Were you looking down on me? Return my Tao. Who were you fooling? In the darkness, the crystal Tao seemed to be waiting for something. Seeing that Fang Ping did not enter after a long time, a force similar to the origin chi swept past Fang Ping. It swept one round, and another round. After a while, a human voice came into his ears again. This is your Tao. When he said this, the crystal Tao rumbled and changed, as if it had expanded slightly. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. He understood a little. Were you scanning my aura? You can't scan it, right? Now you just randomly made a Tao to fool me, and you dare say it's my Tao? Looks like it's not that great. Fang Ping thought it was quite mysterious earlier. The owner who left this behind was quite powerful. Now it seemed ordinary. Fang Ping looked left and right. After a while, he did not see Ground Strange and Ground Xing. He was a little depressed. Where were they? At this moment, the scanning continued. In the void, another wave of energy swept over. It seemed to be slightly stronger than before. The force swept past Fang Ping, as if it was trying to identify something. The crystal path began to change again. One moment, it became tens of meters wide. The next moment, it became hundreds of meters wide. The next moment, it even became thousands of meters wide. Fang Ping suddenly chuckled. The aura on his body changed. In the next moment, Yunxing's aura emerged. At this moment, the space trembled slightly. At this moment, a crystal Tao appeared in front of him. This is your Tao. Walk in. There are regrets in the Tao, the mechanical voice sounded again. Seeing this, Fang Ping rubbed his chin. He thought for a while. Suddenly, his aura changed again. This time, it became Qi Huanyu's aura. Rumble, the crystal Tao changed again. This time, the Tao in front of him changed a little beyond Fang Ping's expectations. A Tao that was hundreds of meters wide appeared. It seemed similar to the one Fang Ping saw when he entered Qi Huanyu's Tao. You can really imitate it? Fang Ping was a little surprised. Was this place so mysterious? After thinking about it, Fang Ping was suddenly interested. He went in to take a look. Was it dangerous? It did not feel dangerous. Fang Ping thought about it and still stepped in. He did not feel too much danger. It should not be too dangerous. This Tao. Was it really Qi Huanyu's Tao? A fake was a fake. Fang Ping did not think that anyone could imitate someone else's Tao completely. As soon as Fang Ping stepped into the crystal Tao, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was too similar to Qi Huanyu's Tao that day. Everyone's Tao was different. Some people's Tao was like sheep's intestines, pitch black. Some people's Tao was like heaven, illuminated by sunlight. Some people's Tao was like a single log bridge, extremely dangerous. There were also people like Qi Huanyu whose Tao was flat. Other than some weak points at the end, there were almost no other flaws. Fang Ping entered and looked around. He did not see those memory fragments. This was normal. After all, he knew that this place was fake. Fang Ping looked for a while and continued to walk forward. 500 meters. 800 meters. 1,000 meters. When he walked to 1,000 meters, there was still a path ahead. It seemed like he could not see the end. Fang Ping was surprised. He frowned slightly and continued to walk forward. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. At this moment, a person appeared in the Tao, performing martial arts. Fang Ping looked at the phantom. Was this not Yunxing? No, was this not how he looked now? In the Tao, Yunxing was extremely domineering. A long spear swept in all directions, breaking the void and shattering heaven and earth. The further he went, the stronger he was. 10,000 meters. Soon, Fang Ping walked to 10,000 meters. At 10,000 meters, in the Tao, the phantom appeared again. It was still Yunxing. At this moment, Yunxing wore an emperor crown on his head, golden boots on his feet, holding a golden long spear in his hand. A spear pierced through fifth heaven. In front of the phantom, chaos appeared. A 5-petal black lotus appeared. Breaking 5. This definitely had the strength of an emperor level, and it was not the weakest kind. A destructive power of more than 2. 4,000,000 cal, this meant that if if Qi Huanyu did not die, walked to 10,000 meters and entered emperor level, he would have the strength to break 5. Fang Ping watched like he was watching a movie as Yunxing swept in all directions in the void, practicing martial arts. He became more and more interested. This place was a little interesting. The great Tao he saw seemed to be real. If Qi Huanyu did not die and continued to build according to the direction of this Tao, would he really be able to enter emperor level smoothly? It's hard to say. Fang Ping shook his head and continued walking forward. The further he went, the stronger the phantom. As he walked, he had almost walked to the point of 20,000 meters. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. In front of him, the Tao seemed to have reached a cliff, broken, yes, a broken section. In front of the broken Tao, there was darkness. The Tao has an end. In the void, a voice came again. Your Tao can't become a saint. The Tao is regrettable. Repent and you will be saved. Fang Ping looked around, walked to the end, and touched the broken section. It was as if it was real. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly raised his head. In the void, Yunxing knelt on the ground, the long spear broken, howling at the sky. With a look of despair, the next moment, blood splattered in the void, his head cut off by an unknown enemy. Fang Ping seemed to be watching a show, without any sense of immersion. Yunxing was beheaded, not me. Yunxing was killed long ago, and I killed him myself. Besides, Yunxing does not use a spear. Interesting. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. It was a little interesting. This place was a little mysterious. Previously, when the space scanned his aura, it gave him Qi Huanyu's Tao. This was because he imitated Qi Huanyu's aura, but what appeared was the appearance of Yunxing, because his current appearance was that of Yunxing. If it were someone else, wouldn't it be their own Tao that they imitated? Their own appearance? Watching helplessly as they become stronger, and then their Tao collapses after becoming stronger, with no path forward, killed by someone. This would make people despair, wouldn't it? And then? Fang Ping let out a sudden laugh. He knew. At this moment, the entire crystal Tao was collapsing, almost in an instant, the Tao he waited for completely shattered. At this moment, Fang Ping returned to the previous starting point again. The Tao is regrettable. Your Tao has an end. Take another Tao and replace it. One day to become a saint, one day to become a king. In the next moment, a Tao appeared in front of Fang Ping again. 1,000 meters wide, the sun shone brightly, and the road ahead had no end. Fang Ping chuckled and stepped into it directly. After a while, Fang Ping walked about 30,000 meters. The Tao collapsed again, and the apparition bled again. It was killed. Soon, Fang Ping returned to the starting point. A voice came from the void again. This Tao is not strong? Then take another Tao. As soon as the words were spoken, Tao was produced in the void again. Fang Ping smiled and continued to step in. This time, the Tao was wider and farther, close to 50,000 meters. When he reached the end, another voice came. The Tao is regrettable, but it can be replaced. With a thought, heaven and earth can be changed in the origin realm. At this moment, in the Tao, Yunxing was extremely strong. He had already reached the level of the 10 great grotto heaven masters. 50,000 meters Tao, the road ahead was not cut off, but it was a little unclear. As for Fang Ping, he suddenly had an urge to fly up to the sky and merge with the apparition Yunxing. Once he merged, he felt that he could directly possess this Tao. At the end of the road, Fang Ping looked at the sky. After a while, he sighed. It's only 50,000 meters. It's a little short. I'm not even a saint. I don't like it. Following these words, the Tao collapsed again. In the void, another voice came. This Tao is not strong? My strength can reach the heavens, but human strength is limited. If it's too strong, the golden body can't bear it. The Tao collapses, the golden body is destroyed. I don't care. Give me something stronger. Fang Ping shouted. In the next moment, the 50,000 meters Tao collapsed. Fang Ping appeared at the starting point again. This time, the front trembled for a while. Then, a huge and wide dao appeared. Fang Ping entered it quickly. As soon as he entered, he felt different. Powerful, valiant, the Yunxing that appeared here had an extremely powerful qi dynamic. Fang Ping walked forward until he walked 50,000 meters, but he still could not see the end. In the void, another voice came. Shatter a Dao and can't appear again. Replace it and become a saint in a day. Give up. Everything is fabricated. The origin realm, the land of miracles. This time, it was the real Dao of a saint. Fang Ping walked all the way to 80,000 meters before he felt that he could not go on anymore. The front was a little hazy, but it was not a broken section. In the void, the Yunxing seemed to come to life. He roared, "Come up, you are me, I am you. Merge into one, replace it and become a saint in a day. You, come down." Fang Ping chuckled. "I am you, you are not me. You are a fake Yunxing, I am also a fake Yunxing. We are in the same group, but you are not me." Fang Ping joked. Then, he looked around, feeling a little speechless. It's as if it's real. If I merge now, will I be unlucky? Why do I feel that this damn place is not a good place? No one will believe in something like a pie falling from the sky, right? He realized that this place was tempting him to merge with the apparition, saying something about replacing it. But it felt too crude and unattractive. Could this place really make him fall for it? That would be underestimating him too much. Alright, the main thing was that the Yunxing had a poor sense of immersion. If it was his real face, Fang Ping might be a little tempted. This place won't do. How do I leave? I should look for Earthxing. Fang Ping was not interested in this. You made a Yunxing for me to merge. Merge what? Who is one with the Yunxing? Just as Fang Ping was thinking about how to get out. In the same space. Ground Qi looked conflicted. At this moment, he was walking on a path that was 30,000 meters long. It was a real great path, at least, Ground Qi felt that this place was too real. It was definitely not an illusion, but a real powerhouse's great path. In the sky, another Ground Qi roared, "What are you hesitating for? Do you want to live under someone else's roof? Do you want to be someone else's subordinate? Do you want to be someone else's dog? Merge. Replace. This is the great path that King Kuan stripped after killing the venerable emperor. Merge, you and I will become emperors today." Ground Qi looked conflicted. Yes, he actually recognized this great path. He had never been to the venerable emperor's great path, but he felt that it was familiar. This was the path of a powerful venerable emperor in the battle of the earthly emperor god dynasty. This was a real great path. Previously, a 10,000-meter great path had appeared in front of him, but he felt that it was a little fake and was not tempted. But at this moment, what he saw was real. Ground Qi believed that it was real. Merge. Emperor, opportunity. Ground Qi looked at the Ground Qi in the sky and struggled. Could he really become an emperor if he merged it? Could he really replace the master of this great path and become a real venerable emperor? He hadn't even walked 10,000 meters of his own great path. It was extremely difficult to become an emperor. 10,000 meters was a threshold. But now, there was a ready-made great path that was 30,000 meters long. Such a venerable emperor was not weak among the emperors. Merge, Ground Qi murmured. He had a feeling that once he merged with the phantom in the sky, he might really become an emperor. Is this what the sect master meant by easily losing oneself? Ground Qi murmured. These years, the Kuan Palace had been too mysterious. He had been here once, but he hadn't seen an origin realm expert. But he had heard from the sect master that King Kuan had almost merged all the great paths of the powerhouses he had stripped off over the years into the origin realm. In the origin realm, there was really a strong great path, and it was the complete kind. In fact, some people had entered it before and obtained opportunities. The sect master didn't explain in detail. He only said that the origin realm had benefits and dangers. The biggest danger was that it was easy to get lost. For example, once you really merged with the fake great path, your own great path might collapse, and the great path that replaced it would be fake. The path would be broken, and the risk of death would be very high. But Ground Chi didn't know whether the real Great Path would be the same. What should I choose? Ground Chi was struggling. Replace it or give it up. If he gave it up, even if this Great Path didn't collapse, it might not appear again. Would he encounter the real Great Path next? There were thousands of Great Paths in the Origin Realm, both real and fake. Among the thousands of Great Paths, to find some real Great Paths that were stronger than the one he had now and could withstand such power. It was not easy. His golden body couldn't even withstand a 30,000-meter Great Path, let alone a longer Great Path. Ground Chi was hesitating. At the same time, Ground Chi was also hesitating. At this moment, he was also on a 10,000-meter Great Path, the Great Path of a venerable emperor. It was also the real Great Path. Ground Chi's face was full of sweat. He had also heard some rumors about the Origin Realm. He had even heard that among the protectors, some had actually walked this Great Path and achieved the position of venerable emperor and became a protector. These Great Paths were the result of King Kuan's many years of hard work. King Kuan wanted to complete the convergence of thousands of Great Paths, so he usually wouldn't give others a chance to enter the Origin Realm. Unless it was a great contribution, but now, he had come in and become emperor in one day. What should he do? At this moment, even if he left, he felt that he had gained a lot, because he saw his own path. He had walked in and even walked to the end, but his end was only 10,000 meters. It was very difficult. Unlike this Great Path, there were still some paths after 10,000 meters. And he might be able to walk further soon. I'm the weakest among these people. Even Yunxing might not be able to defeat me. In this treasure hunt, I might be the first true god to die. But once I become venerable emperor. The Origin Realm is the result of King Kuan's hard work. Ground Chi struggled violently. The road to becoming emperor was right in front of him, he just needed to merge it. He knew that this was like a pie falling from the sky, but wasn't this the nature of opportunities? There might be some troubles, such as the merging not being smooth, or there might not be a path to walk in the future, but the benefits he got were real benefits. Becoming emperor, even if this Great Path wasn't his, so what? The Great Path was for people to walk, and there were experts who walked the Great Path of their predecessors. If I can't become emperor, what can I do even if I have another 200 years? I'll still die of old age, and I might not be able to live for 200 years. The great battle is coming, and I might die soon. Ground Chi gritted his teeth. The next moment, he made up his mind and flew toward the shadow. Another one. At this moment, Fong Ping was having a lot of fun. Changing aura, he discovered that the aura that he had transformed into Qi Huanyu disappeared after his Dao reached Saint level. Yes, it was gone. At most, it would reach Saint level Dao. Then, no new Dao appeared. Was this not looking down on him? Fong Ping tried it. It seemed that a person's corresponding aura could lure out so many Dao. Now, Fong Ping was excited. Soon, he began to change his aura continuously. In front of him, Dao kept appearing. Fortunately, the master was not here. Otherwise, he would vomit blood now because his origin realm was going to be destroyed. How could it be played like this? Space was trembling. Fong Ping did not care about this. He discovered a great benefit. Even if this Dao was fake, it could be used as a reference. For example, the Dao that appeared when he imitated Tian Mu's aura. Fong Ping went to take a look. Maybe it would be helpful to Tian Mu. He imitated Wu Kuxian's aura. He did not know if the Dao that appeared was Wu Kuxian's. However, this origin realm was quite capable. Maybe it was Wu Kuxian's. Even if he did not learn it, it would definitely be helpful. This was indeed a good place. If he was not tempted by the Dao and followed the prescribed order, he might really be able to reach the realm and level shown by the Dao. Continue. Fong Ping roared. His wealth was worth tens of billions. It was enough to change billions for a few minutes. He was just afraid that he did not have that many Dao to show. Rumble, in the void, Dao appeared one after another. Soon, Fong Ping's eyes moved. Looking at the crystal-like Dao in front of him, Fong Ping was a little suspicious. Why does it feel real? He was not very lucky. He had only discovered a real Dao now. For his own purpose, King Kuan had filled in many real great paths here. Dixing and Dicky encountered them very quickly. As for Fong Ping, he had already attracted dozens of great paths. Only now did a real great path appear. Looking at this Tao that was slightly different from before, Fang Ping scratched his head. This felt real. After all, he was a powerhouse. Whether it was real or fake, he could generally sense it. Is this a real Tao? Fang Ping thought about it and stepped in. This time, the Tao was not so long and illusory. This Tao was more than 7,000 meters. It was much shorter than the previous Tao that was tens of thousands of meters. However, this time, Fang Ping truly felt that this was the true Great Tao. Could this be the Kuan King's Great Tao that Di Qi mentioned? Fang Ping was suspicious. King Kuan was quite capable. Was this place special because of the origin realm, or was it the Kuan King's own doing? To be able to display the true nature of the Great Tao, this was not something that ordinary people could do. Fuse! In the void, Yunxing bellowed again, yelling for Fang Ping to integrate. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He was not even 10,000 meters away, yet he was shouting about fusion. Who was he looking down on? Interesting. Fang Ping looked around and sensed a strong Sword Tao aura. This Tao should be the Great Tao of a Sword Tao powerhouse. How do I take it away? Fang Ping was troubled. How was he supposed to take it away? He really didn't understand the Great Tao of stripping. The Great Tao was very unpredictable. Until now, he had only seen the old cat strip the Great Tao. The others, including King Kuan, had actually used the old cat's divine peeking mirror to do so. Fang Ping's eyes lit up at the thought. A Chinese cat, that's right. It's not like I can't contact Ash Cat and ask, if I can take it away, won't I be rich? If I bring it back to the human world, the Great Tao of a paragon is not cabbage. No matter how many paragons King Kuan has killed, the number of Great Tao he has stripped might not be many. Big cat, come out quickly. I brought you an emperor-level tree fruit. Very soon, the old cat appeared. Where is it? Liar, come back quickly. Eat the fruit, eat the fruit. In his mind, the fat cat's figure hopped around everywhere. It could not wait. After living for so many years, it had never eaten an emperor-level tree's fruit. Back then, the cat tree still had hopes of advancing to emperor level, but the cat tree ran away. It was such a pity. Now Celestial would actually bore fruit. There was an emperor fruit to eat. Fang Ping tricked this fellow out and quickly changed the topic. Brother Cat, do you know about the origin realm? Rank 9, you're so stupid. No, I'm talking about a black house, called the origin realm. Inside, Great Tao can be displayed, and even the kind that allows you to integrate, the kind that allows you to become a saint in one day. Black house? Big black face? The old cat was a little embarrassed. They were talking about food, but the liar said something about a black house. How scary. The old cat lost its energy instantly and mumbled, I don't know. Don't. Fang Ping said hurriedly, I found something good here, but I can't take it away now. Brother Cat, there's a true Tao inside, how do I take it back? If I can take it away, I'll immediately get you an emperor level. No, a saint level drink and fruit. Celestial Wood is a saint level powerhouse, which is much stronger than emperor level. Saint level. The old cat was really about to drool. Its fat neck was shaking. That was the action of swallowing saliva. Celestial Wood was actually a saint level powerhouse. This time, he was really going to have a feast. The emperor-level beef was still there, plus that cabbage, some other supplementary ingredients, and then some saint-level drink and fruit. The old cat felt that he could not take it anymore. If he could get some heavenly king-level fish heads now, this cat would sell himself. Should I go to Spirit Emperor Dojo and borrow that big fish's fish head for a while? The old cat fell into a fantasy. Would that big fish borrow the fish head? This fish head, it could still grow back after borrowing it. It was not a big deal. Borrow a heavenly king-level fish head, a saint-level drink, a saint-level fruit, an emperor-level beef. The emperor-level beef did not seem to be up to par anymore. The old cat's tongue was hanging out, delicious, a feast. When Big Dog was still around, he had never eaten such a feast. He could not take it anymore, he really could not take it anymore. Fang Ping looked at the way it was drooling, speechless. Foodie, when this cat talked about food, it was too useless. Big cat, stop fantasizing. Tell me quickly, do you know how to get these Tao away when you're at the origin realm? Origin realm. Origin realm. Let me think about it. In order to eat, the old cat spared no effort. He scratched his head with his claws, racking his brains. After a while, he asked doubtfully, "What's the little dark room like?" "It's a basilica." "Forget it, it's inside the basilica of the Spring Watcher beside the Longevity Spring." "Do you know? Is it the Kuan Kings or the Spring Watchers?" "The Spring Watcher?" The old cat did not seem to remember much about the Origin realm. However, when Fong Ping mentioned the Spring Watcher, the old cat suddenly said, "The Spring Watcher." "The Spring Watcher? You mean that big pervert?" "Huh?" Fong Ping was stunned. "Who?" "It's him." The old cat seemed to remember and mumbled, "I remember now, the one who delivered bathwater to the Spirit Emperor." The big pervert wanted to peep at the Spirit Emperor, but Big Dog reported him. The Spirit Emperor beat him up, but he didn't peep, so the Spirit Emperor punished him to guard the Longevity Spring. Then he reported Big Dog too, and Big Dog was beaten up too. Then Big Dog secretly went to beat him up many times. It was terrible. Fong Ping felt that his worldview was about to collapse. What the hell? Previously, he heard that Taoist Feng Yun had made a mistake and was punished by the Spirit Emperor to guard the spring. Fong Ping felt that he was quite powerful, or else the Spirit Emperor would not have time to deal with him. But now, this so-called mistake was an attempt to peep at the Spirit Emperor, and it was reported by Tengu. In the end, he even reported Tengu. In the heavenly realm, even if Tengu did not break 8, it had the ability to break 7. Someone actually dared to report Tengu. In that case, this Spring Watcher was indeed not weak. After all, with Tengu and the old cat's behavior, ordinary people would not dare to provoke them. The key point was that such a powerhouse also did things like peeping. Fong Ping was speechless. The old cat was still saying excitedly, "I remember this guy. This guy is also a big bad guy. He's not dead yet?" Origin realm. Origin realm. Let me think. Is it the broken house inside his broken house? Is it the one that lets you integrate the Tao once you go in? Fong Ping's eyes lit up. You know? Of course. The old cat was not in a hurry. It also chatted with Fong Ping happily. Chatting with Fong Ping took the initiative to find it. It would consume a lot of origin chi. Origin chi. Fong Ping had a lot. It was not bad to raise some small fish heads for himself. The old cat's fat face smiled brightly. That house. That big bad guy found someone to build it. I think it was built by that old man's disciple. It's quite impressive. The big bad guy was beaten up by the Spirit Emperor, and then by Big Dog a few times. He's not convinced and wants to take revenge on Big Dog. He still wants to continue peeping at the Spirit Emperor. He wants to walk the Tao again. How interesting. Fong Ping nodded. This was not interesting. This was really bold. The old cat thought it was interesting, but Fong Ping only heard that it was impressive. He wanted to take revenge on the heavenly dog, and he also wanted to continue flirting with the Spirit Emperor. Fong Ping suspected that this spring guardian had at least the strength of a heavenly king. Get to the point. What's the use of this house? This house walks the Tao again. The old cat said casually, it's not that he's walking it again. He's just deducing the various Tao and what it will be like at the end. He said that the myriad Tao will definitely converge in the end, and there will be a node in the convergence. He also said that the node might be the origin realm, and the myriad Tao will circle back in the end. That's why he made this house and went around deceiving people to integrate the Tao. But his Tao is so fake, who knows how to integrate the Tao? He also said that one day he'll get some real Tao to fill in. Maybe he'll fill in all the Tao, and then he'll be able to see the convergence point of the myriad Tao. Fong Ping's heart stirred slightly. This guy has some ideas. Did he do it? No, how can there be so many Tao for him to integrate? That's why he deceives people to integrate the Tao. If he integrates one, there will be a Tao in him. Fong Ping asked hurriedly, what will happen if he integrates those fake Tao? I don't know. The old cat was speechless. Only a fool will integrate fake Tao. But if he really integrates, maybe the real Tao will be cheated away by him. The one who integrates the Tao might die. No one will believe him. Fang Ping was speechless. This was hard to say. It did not matter to him, but if a typical rank 9 came and saw so many Dao that could reach the sky, could they really distinguish it? Of course, they might not be interested in a rank 9 Dao. Now that there's a real Dao inside, how do we get it away? There's a real Dao? The old cat scratched his head. He really cheated the real Dao? King Kuan did it. Oh, King Kuan. Hong Kuan must be trying to find the convergence point of the myriad Dao, so what if he found the convergence point? Fang Ping said doubtfully, in my opinion, the starting point of the myriad Dao is the source world. This is also the convergence point. Everyone knows that, but what's the use of this? Idiot. The old cat said scornfully, if you know the starting point and the convergence point, you can fill in the Dao between these 2 points. If you know where a Dao's starting point and ending point are, you won't go astray. You'll always have a goal. If you continue like this, you'll become stronger. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Is the ending point also the source world? If that's the case, I might as well give it a try. Idiot. The old cat said scornfully again, even if the ending point is the source realm, there are thousands of Dao in the source world. How would you know which one corresponds to which one and which point corresponds to which one? That's why you have to find it. Only when you find it can you connect your Dao with the ending point. And oh, if it's connected, you might be able to find the door that's blocking the road. Then you can break the door. Anyway, it's very complicated. How do you know so much? Of course I know. The old cat said indifferently, that big bad guy wanted to cheat me in the past too. He knew that I was very powerful, so he wanted to trick me into doing experiments for him. In the end, he was also very stupid. I accepted his benefits, ate his food, and then ran away. It said it proudly, but Fang Ping was secretly cursing, you shameless cat, the Spring Guardian spent money to hire you as a lab rat for experiments. Why didn't you agree? If you agreed, you did it. In the end, you accepted the benefits and ran away. Do you still have any humanity left? Alright, it had no humanity to begin with. It had lost its feline nature. King Kuan's ambition is not small. Fang Ping also understood. King Kuan had been collecting Dao all these years. On one hand, it might be to comprehend other people's Dao. On the other hand, it might be related to the source realm. He wanted to replace the Spring Guardian and continue this research. To find the ending point of thousands of Dao. If there's a real Dao and it's merged by someone, what will the consequences be? This, the old cat said in a daze, I'm not sure. The fusion of great Daos. If he replaced a great Dao, then his own great Dao might be left behind. That scoundrel definitely wouldn't let anyone take away the great Dao he replaced. Maybe he can summon it back? That means it can really be merged and replaced? I don't know. Why don't you try? Fang Ping almost scolded it to death. I'll try your head, this cat is really unreliable. What if I lose my own Dao if I try? How do I summon it back? I haven't tried it before. The old cat said gloomily, after all, it's an external Dao. He lost his own Dao. Someone else has mastered his own Dao. Maybe. It'll be easy to stab him to death and let the Dao return. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. You mean, their own Dao will stay here? Probably. Won't the Dao collapse here? The source realm is very complicated. It's half illusion and half reality. It's considered a semi-divine artifact. It can be preserved. Then, if I master a person's Dao and he replaces another Dao here, can I control that person? I already said I haven't tried it before. How would I know? The old cat was even more gloomy. I don't know these things every day. I'm not an omnipotent cat. Just try it. If it doesn't work, just shatter his Dao. After all, it's his own. Even if it replaces another Dao and shatters his own Dao, you might still be able to kill him. Even if you can't kill him, he'll still be injured. Fang Ping's eyes flickered again. Then how do I collect the real Dao here? Di Qi and Di Xing came in. Fang Ping did not know if they had encountered the real Dao or if they had been tempted and replaced their Dao. If they were replaced, then he might be able to encounter their Dao. When the time came, Fang Ping was still thinking. The old cat's big eyes also flickered. Liar, are you going to lie? Nonsense. Fang Ping refuted. Am I that kind of person? Yes. Don't talk nonsense. The old cat almost spat at him. You are. Don't even think about denying it. The liar was going to do something bad again. I don't remember how to collect it, saint-level drinks and fruits. You always lie to me, unless you give it to me first. Tell me how to do it first. I haven't gone back yet. How can I give it to you? Then, stop that and that. If you don't hurry up and tell me, I'm going to be unlucky soon. If I die, don't even think about encountering an emperor-level drink, don't even think about encountering one in this lifetime. The old cat was very depressed. What he said made sense. It seemed like this cat was at a disadvantage again. Collecting Tao is very difficult. Tao is half virtual and half real, in between. However, the Tao you encountered here has already been stripped. Stripping is actually the most difficult. This is a little easier. The old cat thought for a while and said, try it. Wrap it with origin chi, then hide it in your origin world and see. You're too weak. Under normal circumstances, there's no way to strip a Tao that's stronger than you. Fang Ping's origin Tao was not even 1,000 meters. He could not actually strip it. However, all the Tao he encountered now had already been stripped. It might not be impossible. The old cat said again, anyway, just try it. As he said that, the old cat was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he said, you're at Hong Kuan's house? Yes. You said Big Dog is at Hong Kuan's house? Yes. And Hong Kuan's house is that bad guy's house? Yes. Fang Ping listened and frowned a little. Was this a problem? The old cat scratched his head and said, Big Dog is dead, right? That guy is dead too, right? Otherwise, they would have fought long ago. It's good that he's dead. Forget it, I'll leave first. Don't. Fang Ping said suddenly, this. If they didn't die, what would be the consequences? What consequences? The old cat rolled his eyes and said, Big Dog beat him. If Big Dog doesn't have the strength now, if that bad guy had the strength, he would definitely beat Big Dog to death. It's the same the other way round. He doesn't have the strength, but Big Dog has the strength. Big Dog will also beat him to death. He used to say bad things about Big Dog. If both of their strengths are about the same, they will definitely fight. You'll be unlucky. If you're there and they fight, won't you be beaten to death? Fang Ping swallowed. Was Big Dog dead? Was the Spring Watcher dead too? As he thought about it, Fang Ping said hurriedly, Big Cat, if Big Dog isn't dead and is still alive, how can I escape if I encounter Big Dog? How about we build a relationship? He's your brother after all. He's also my brother, shameless. The old cat was disdainful. Building a relationship, getting close to him, how shameless. If you meet him. If Big Dog is really not dead, just tell him to give him dog food, the more the better. If you give it to Big Dog, he won't eat you. Dog food? Snacks? That's easy. No. The old cat was speechless. Big Dog isn't me. I eat snacks, but Big Dog doesn't like them. Big Dog likes to eat things with a lot of energy. You have to promise to give him emperor-level corpses, saint corpses, heavenly king corpses. Only then will it work. Fang Ping shuddered a little. This dog did not sound like a good thing. The old cat was slightly better. This cat did not eat humans. It liked to eat fish-type monsters the most. It was not interested in other monsters. But this dog was really a little scary. I understand. Oh right, what if we meet the Spring Watcher? Isn't he already dead, just in case? Fang Ping was also very helpless. Nowadays, all kinds of powerhouses were resurrected. How would he know if the other party had resurrected or not? Then, he just happened to go home. If he met an outsider at home, he would be beaten to death like a thief. If we meet that guy, the old cat was also thinking hard. After a while, it said, why don't you lie to him and say that you're Spirit Emperor's son? No, if he finds out that Spirit Emperor gave birth to little Spirit Emperor, he'll definitely beat you to death. Fang Ping was speechless. This unreliable cat. Then say that Spirit Emperor's relative? Fang Ping asked hurriedly, Spirit Emperor has relatives? The old cat rolled its eyes again. Who didn't have a few relatives? Was a king not a human? They also started cultivating as a human. Maybe. I remember that she has a little niece. Is it a niece? The daughter of Spirit Emperor's younger sister. She came to Spirit Emperor Palace before. Just say that she's her descendant. The old cat said casually, what's that child's name? I think, call her. Zier? That's more or less it. At this point, the old cat did not want to continue. It immediately said, don't call me anymore. If you call me again and there are no saint-level fruits, I'll get angry. Once I get angry, I'll pretend to be you and start a live broadcast. Fang Ping rolled his eyes wildly. This cat was not cute at all now. It actually wanted to pretend to be him and do bad things. How could he be the scapegoat? You're used to letting Tengu be the scapegoat, aren't you? The old cat disappeared, but Fang Ping was instantly interested. Collect Dao. He could actually use origin energy to wrap it up and collect it. If this worked, he would really make a profit this time. He just did not know how many real Dao there were here. In the next moment, Fang Ping began to try to wrap up the Dao that had just appeared with origin energy. As for integration, forget it. He was not interested in Dao that did not have 100,000 to 200,000 meters long. Emperor level, Saint, it was only a matter of time. Origin energy began to cover the Dao densely. Fang Ping quickly realized that the Dao seemed to be struggling, wanting to escape. Fang Ping became more and more excited. It worked, the only problem was that the consumption was a little high. The Dao was too long. Wrapping it up consumed a lot of origin energy. Fortunately, he had enough wealth points. Moreover, he had converted 10 billion points of origin energy previously. It did not matter if the consumption was high. After a while, the void trembled. A Dao was wrapped up by Fang Ping's origin energy, turning into a small dragon that looked like a long snake. Fang Ping's eyes flashed with joy. He hurriedly collected this thing into the source world. It really worked, it was just that the consumption was not small. In order to wrap up this more than 7,000 meters long Dao, he had used up almost 1,000 clouds of origin energy. This was 100 million points of wealth. Of course, such a long Dao was worth it. I'm rich. Fang Ping grinned and chuckled. A somewhat illusory voice came from the void again. This Dao is not strong? Then walk another Dao. Fang Ping nodded and continued walking. I like it, you'd better walk through all the Dao for me. I'll see how many are real and pack them up and bring them home. At the same time Fang Ping collected this Dao. Deep underground. The golden skeleton trembled for a moment. At the same time, in the fake sky grave, King Kuan also trembled for a moment. It felt something was not right. No one died, but he still felt that something not too good had happened. Those people who broke into the Kuan Palace should not have gained much, right? If they broke into the Origin Hall, perhaps they could still gain more when they returned. It should not be a big deal, right? King Kuan comforted himself. Even if Wind Cloud and Thunder went in, they might not be able to do anything. He hesitated slightly. On the other side, Heavenly King Jin scolded, Hong Kuan, you did it on purpose. You want to kill us. You're so shameless. Everyone, let's attack together. He wants to destroy the array on purpose and kill us. Let's kill him together. Everyone's faces darkened. Enough. Was it fun to take advantage of the opportunity to defame King Kuan professionally? I'll do it. Fang Ping was so tired he was panting. There were quite a lot of true great Daos in this origin realm. He had already collected 7 or 8 of them, some were true gods, and there was an emperor level one. That would take a lot of power and a lot of wealth points. However, Fang Ping looked at the little dragons trapped in the source world and was satisfied. A little tiredness was nothing. He had earned it. If he brought these great Daos back, he might be able to create a batch of paragons. This was a good deal. This Dao is not strong, In the void, when Fang Ping collected a great Tao, the voice seemed to tremble. After a pause, he continued, "Then I'll take another Tao." In the next moment, the great Tao appeared again. The origin realm was almost broken by Fang Ping. Back then, the master had actually considered whether someone would break in and steal his great Tao. He was also afraid that if there were too many Tao, it would not be easy to deceive people. Because there were too many Tao, everyone would have more choices, and there would be hesitation. He had to create a sense of tension. There were only so many Tao for one person. But today, there were hundreds of Tao that appeared on Fang Ping's side. Because he was not fighting alone, at this moment, Fang Ping had countless incarnations. Now it was Old Wu. Later, it would be the Catacombs rank 9. After a while, it would be the Overseas Immortal Island rank 9. He knew many rank 9, he could imitate at least 800 rank 9, if not 1,000. Fang Ping, who was not fighting alone, was having a lot of fun at this moment. This was really a good place, a treasure land, at the same time. Underground. In the amber. The golden skeleton trembled violently. The movement was a little big. At this moment, on the skeleton's head, the black hole where the eye was suddenly erupted with a faint golden glow, like a laser. "Who is stealing my Tao?" The skeleton revealed a faint mentality fluctuation. Who was stealing my Tao? Yes, it was his, the origin realm was his. The Tao inside was naturally his too. He wanted to thank the powerhouse who sent countless Tao in. If not for this gift-giving boy, he might have really died long ago. It was also because of that person that he could revive, but now, someone stole his Tao when he was about to revive. Unforgivable. Who was so bold? Not even the person who sent the great Tao. Since it was sent in, it was his. There was no reason to take it away. I've swindled people for countless years and only managed to swindle a few. Now that I've finally gotten so much, I'm about to wake up and earn a fortune. Who would pick the peaches halfway? The golden skeleton trembled violently. He wanted to revive immediately. The origin realm cultivators who stole his great Tao were very fast. In just a short while, they had already stolen quite a few. If it didn't recover, it would be snatched away by others. No, I need to be faster, faster. The golden skeleton could not care less about attracting attention anymore. It increased the speed at which it absorbed the energy around it. In the outside world, the energy that spilled out from the heavenly court soldiers and the few true gods that Fang Ping and the rest had killed earlier had completely disappeared. Not only that, but even the divine city was being guided by a wave of energy. Countless amounts of energy were gathering under the divine palace. At that moment, although the people in the city felt it, there were no true gods around. In addition, there were many incidents happening in the Kuan King Hall, so no one dared to investigate. Who knew what those true gods were up to? This Tao is not strong? In the void, the machine-like voice sounded again. However, at this moment, the voice seemed to have a little more spirituality. It did not say the next sentence for a long time. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Stuck, if he took in too many Tao, the origin realm would collapse. I've only taken in 12 Tao and destroyed 182 fake Tao. I don't even have 200 Tao. Isn't this 10,000 Tao? It's still too early, isn't it? Fang Ping was speechless. What was wrong? Did he ruin the origin realm? After a moment of stuttering, the voice continued. There was no way it could not continue. This was the program, the preset program. When Fang Ping changed his aura again, the program continued. After all, its owner had not really revived yet and could not control it now. Fang Ping heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, a real Tao appeared in front of him. This time, Fang Ping's face was full of surprise. Earth Xing's? Looking at this Tao with a somewhat familiar aura, Fang Ping was really surprised. Earth Xing had already chosen to replace it. This guy was really not afraid of death. This kind of pie falling from the sky was obviously problematic. Sigh, in order to become stronger, these guys are also unscrupulous. Fang Ping actually understood Earth Xing. He was about to die of old age and was still so weak. He was becoming more and more powerless and had no sense of existence. No matter what, he had to fight for it. However, very soon, Fang Ping became vigilant. Earth Xing had changed his Tao. How long had he changed? Where was he now? If he had become an emperor level, if he had not yet mastered his Tao and he suddenly attacked, would he not be in danger? Although there would be a lot of future trouble, if the other party really changed his Tao, he might really have emperor level strength. I'll take his Tao first. Thinking of this, Fang Ping hurriedly entered Earth Xing's Tao. As expected, it was most likely Earth Xing's. It was very short, more than 3,000 meters. For the average person, such a powerhouse was not weak. However, for Fang Ping, a peak 3rd or 4th stage powerhouse was not enough. At this moment, Fang Ping also sensed something different. Perhaps it was because Earth Xing was not dead. When he entered the Tao, there was actually a faint sense of rejection. Fang Ping did not care about this. He would take it first, just as Fang Ping was taking Earth Xing's Tao. It was not far from him. In fact, from the perspective of an outsider at this moment, Fang Ping and the other two were actually very close, less than a few hundred meters away. Of course, in the origin realm, the other party seemed to be overlapped into a different space, unable to sense the other party's existence. At this moment, Earth Xing looked excited. Although his face was pale, Earth Xing was smiling somewhat inexplicably. I seem to have become an emperor, yes. The reason why he said this was because he had just mastered a Tao that he did not understand. It seemed like he could not unleash the strength that he should have. Moreover, his golden body was not strong enough. It was definitely inferior to a real emperor level. But he had really become stronger, Earth Xing could sense it. He sensed an increase in an unfamiliar origin. Daos can actually be replaced. Earth Xing was also amazed by the magic of the origin realm. It could actually change Daos. Earth Xing thought and frowned slightly. He realized that he still had a lot of drawbacks. The strength of his golden body did not change much. Therefore, his basic vitality did not change much at this time. It was about 250,000 calories. In addition to the 10,000 meter Tao and the twofold increase, after the increase, it was about 750,000 calories. In addition to combat techniques, even if it was a twofold increase, it was actually less than 800,000 calories, which was the 1.6 million calories of a rank 9. It was an emperor level increase, yes, but he really did not possess the strength of an emperor level. My golden body is a little weak. My control has also decreased a little. If I unleash it, the golden body might not be able to withstand it. Earth Xing sighed, a little helpless. He was afraid that he needed time. He had to forge his own golden body. His spiritual consciousness was not strong enough either. His control of power was much more superficial. He needed time. Give me some time. I should be able to reach the true emperor level very soon. Now. I might not even be a match for ground qi. Earth Xing made a judgment in his heart. His eyes flickered. But no one knew that he had integrated the Tao here. With the strength of his golden body, it was actually very difficult to see how far the origin had gone. Others looked at the strength of the golden body, the strength of spiritual consciousness, and the aura, not the origin. Maybe this is my chance. Earth Xing thought to himself. The two venerable emperors and ground qi did not know that he had become stronger. At the crucial moment, perhaps he could take advantage of them. I'm afraid you guys didn't expect that I would be so much stronger now. Give me some more time. When I become a true emperor level, the biggest winner here today will be me. Earth Xing was extremely satisfied. Although he felt that there would be future trouble this time, the future trouble had not manifested yet. Had it not, if he really had the strength of an emperor level or even a heavenly king, it might not be impossible to solve the future trouble. The origin is controlled by the sect leader. If the sect leader doesn't return and I control the origin, then maybe the future trouble will no longer be a future trouble. Thinking of this, Earth Xing's eyes lit up. This was a golden opportunity. The sect leader was not here. In the next moment, Earth Xing looked at Fang Ping. He did not see Fang Ping, but he vaguely felt that there seemed to be a gravitational force attracting him. Go and take a look. Earth Xing made a decision. Now was not the time for him to go into closed-door cultivation. He should control the origin as soon as possible. That way, he might be able to directly avoid future trouble. When he reached emperor level and his golden body was strong, he might be able to replace other great Daos and become a saint or even a heavenly king. All these years, had King Kuan not integrated a bit of saint-level and heavenly king great Daos into it, he did not realize it before, perhaps because his strength was low, but it might not be that there was none. Phew! Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally collected Earthxing's great Daos. Not bad. I wonder if Earthxing will die if I shatter the great Daos? Will he turn into a fat baby if he dies? Earthxing, that fellow, won't really become an emperor now, right? If that's the case, it'll be a little scary. Although there were many future troubles in the Origin realm, Fang Ping had to admit that if he was really forced into a corner, he might also do something like changing great Daos. His thinking was similar to Earthxing's. Become stronger first, then snatch the Origin realm directly. The future trouble might not be a future trouble. Of course, Fang Ping would not do it until that point. Just as he was about to continue collecting great Daos, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He instantly released his aura, turning it into Yunxing's aura. His expression was ugly. Earthxing, the aura was a little similar, yet a little different. There seemed to be some additional aura. Perhaps he had not had time to adapt to the converted great Daos. This fellow came here. Fang Ping quickly collected Earthxing's great Daos into the Origin realm. This fellow actually found him. Fang Ping had wanted to look for him before, but he had not found him. Yunxing? Earthxing also sensed Fang Ping's aura at this moment. Both parties seemed to be separated by a layer of thin film. If they were further apart, he could not sense it. At this moment, both parties were very close. In the next moment, Earthxing suddenly flashed out of the void and appeared in front of Fang Ping. He glanced at Fang Ping and sensed for a while. Yunxing's aura was similar to before. He probably did not encounter the real great Daos. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. This was good. He was also afraid that Yunxing had integrated great Daos. That would be troublesome. At this moment, Earthxing was no longer afraid of anything. He glanced at Fang Ping and said lightly, "Yunxing, you're here too?" Fang Ping smiled. "So it's Lord Earthxing. Lord, did you obtain an opportunity?" Earthxing smiled faintly. "What opportunity?" "Since you're here, you should know that the great Daos here will collapse. I was injured by the collapsed great Daos earlier." When he said this, his heart was slightly moved. Yunxing was here, so he should have experienced the scene just now. Would he think that he had integrated the real great Daos? Fang Ping, on the other hand, seemed to know nothing at this moment. He said helplessly, "I thought there was something good in this Origin realm. Who knew that a few fake Daos would appear? But it's good. I have a better understanding of how to walk the future great Daos. Lord Earthxing should have gained something like this too, right?" When Earthxing heard this, he knew that he did not encounter the real great Daos. He thought about it and smiled. "That's right. This place is indeed a treasure land. You're still young. You don't know how torturous it is to walk to the end of the great Daos. Our great Daos are stagnant. Even if this is just a fake Daos, it's still a huge gain if we can use it as a reference." As he said this, he asked, "Did anyone else enter this place?" "I'm not too sure about this. But when I came in earlier, I think I saw Lord Ground Chi come in too." "Ground Chi?" Earthxing frowned. Yunxing did not encounter the real great Daos, but Ground Chi might not. Ground Chi was stronger than him. If the great Daos he encountered were real, perhaps, it would not be top emperor level or saint level, right? He felt a little uneasy. Besides, once Ground Chi saw his situation, he might notice something unusual. Also, if he wanted to control the Origin realm, Ground Chi was also a competitor. Initially, he wanted to attack Yunxing, but now he hesitated. After thinking for a while, he said quickly, "Yunxing, there's only the two of us here. Shouldn't we talk?" "Venerable Overlord Feng Yun wasn't too friendly to you before," Earthxing laughed. "We're only true gods, not the powerful ones. We might not have other gains after entering the Earth King's Hall this time. Even if there are, we might not be able to get it alive. What do you want to say, sir? Just say it." Fang Ping saw that he had no signs of attacking. In the source world, he stopped preparing to blow up Earthxing's great Daos. Cooperation. Earthshing smiled faintly. Cooperation in the truest sense of the word. An alliance of life and death. You, me, and your father, Defei, the alliance of the three of us. Earthshing's eyes burned. You and I still have the secret of the Fountain of Longevity. This is also unknown to others. In the Fountain of Longevity, there might be other ancient springs. This is also a treasure. But some things can't be hidden. Moreover, there's a saint-level powerhouse this time, and heavenly wood is in the pantheon. Speaking of this, Earthshing said in high spirits, I won't say anything false. The three of us will secretly form a life-or-death alliance. You and your father are stronger than me, so you don't have to worry about me. Fang Ping laughed. Then what do you want to do, sir? Kill. Earthshing's voice was faint. Kill Di Ping, Di Qi. Fang Ping frowned. Sir, you must be joking. I'm not joking. I know what you're thinking. If the five of us join forces, we can resist a venerable emperor. Earthshing said faintly, but you also have to understand that if the five of us join forces, the venerable emperor will be wary and will not let down his guard. Maybe they will still join forces against us, but once Di Qi is dead, we will no longer be a threat. The venerable emperor will no longer think that we are people who must be killed. When that time comes, we will have a chance to survive. Who knows, we might even be able to benefit from the fight between the two venerable emperors and become the biggest winner. Fang Ping laughed. Sir, you're too optimistic. When that time comes, you and I can only be at the mercy of others. We won't even be able to resist. Even if the two venerable emperors want to kill each other, they won't let us go. If there are five of us, of course. But what if there are only three of us helping one venerable emperor to fight against the other? Earthshing's eyes were burning. If we join forces to kill one venerable emperor, the remaining one will never think that the three of us will be a threat to them. Naturally, he won't attack us now. Instead, he will ally with us to attack the other one. After that, he will think that it will be easy to deal with us. At that time, our chance will come. Fang Ping still shook his head. At that time, there will only be three of us. How can we be a match for a venerable emperor? Lord Di Qi is the strongest. If he really dies, then we will be in danger. Also, Lord Di Qi is extremely powerful. Even if the three of us join forces, there is still hope to defeat him and kill him. It's okay. Earthshing laughed. He won't guard against us now. Even if he does, he won't go too far. Of course, you and I can't let him know that we have also entered this place. Why? Fang Ping was surprised. So what if we have entered this place? Earthshing sighed. You don't understand. Di Qi wants to control us now and make us his subordinates so that he will have the opportunity and power to resist the emperor level. Once he knows that we have glimpsed an emperor level opportunity here, I'm afraid he will attack us. He won't give us the chance to become emperor level. Fang Ping frowned slightly, but he was speechless. This guy was dreaming. Was he that easy to fool? He actually tricked us into cooperating with him to kill Di Qi and Di Ping. Then, the three paragons would go to one of the venerable emperors and kill the other one. Without Di Qi, the three of them would not be a threat to the venerable emperors. Earthshing had now changed his Tao and had his strength. At the critical moment, he might really succeed if he gave the living venerable emperor a thunderous blow. When that time came, he and Ground Soaring would be the weaklings. They would be at his mercy. What wishful thinking, these people all thought that they could become big winners. Did they not think that they were fated to do so? Did each of them think that they were the destined one? Fang Ping frowned. After a while, he still shook his head and said, It's too dangerous. In the end, we will be killed by the venerable emperors. That might not be the case. The venerable emperors also need subordinates and people to help them do things. The three of us will not pose a threat to them. Why not keep us? Then it's a gamble. It's better for the five of us to join forces now. If that's the case, we will be the biggest threat to the two venerable emperors. They will never let us go. Yunsheng, think about it. We are actually saving ourselves. Earthshing's tone was deep. Saving ourselves. You're a smart person. You should know this. Fang Ping looked like he was in a difficult position. You're making things difficult for me. I didn't even fool you. You actually came to fool me and want me to kill the others. Should I agree to this? After hesitating for a moment, Fang Ping suddenly gritted his teeth and said, since Sir has brought this up, I'm afraid, Sir has some life-saving measures? But my father and I have no life-saving measures. Unless, Sir gives us some immortality ancient spring first. Earthshing's eyes flashed fiercely. This guy was insatiably greedy. At this time, he actually wanted him to give him the ancient spring, but thinking about it, he was about to become an emperor. When he reached the emperor level, his lifespan would continue to increase. 2 drops of ancient spring could increase his lifespan by 200 years. But when he reached the emperor level, the increase was more than that. Earthshing thought about it again and suddenly said, okay. But we have to kill Ground Chi first. You and I will go out of the origin level and find Ground Fei. We will work together to ambush him outside and kill Ground Chi, or enter the origin level and kill him. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. This guy was really ruthless. Just because he had some strength, he became so arrogant. It was all because he was afraid that Ground Chi would know something or simply replace the Great Path. That was why he was nervous. After all, a secret that one person knew was a secret. If 2 people knew, then it was no longer a secret. He did not seem to have encountered the real Great Path, so Earthshing could feel more at ease. But with this guy's mentality, he was probably ready to kill him. Sir, if we really attack Sir Ground Chi, my father may not agree, Earthshing said in a low voice. If Ground Chi doesn't die, the 2 venerable emperors will definitely attack us. Yunsheng, we are only doing this to protect ourselves. Ground Chi wants us to resist the venerable emperors with him, but if a battle breaks out, we will be the ones dying. But, hesitation is a big taboo. Earthshing shouted, if you hesitate, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Aren't you afraid that your father will encounter the venerable emperors outside and be killed by them? Fang Ping gritted his teeth and nodded quickly. Okay. But sir, you have to give me some ancient spring first. I already gave you half last time, only 2 drops left, Earthshing cursed in his heart. Just you wait, when everyone is almost done fighting, see how I will deal with you. After thinking about it, he took out a fat baby and threw it to Fang Ping. As for the remaining drop, I will give it to you after killing Ground Oddity. Thank you, sir. Fang Ping thanked him, but he was judging in his heart. How was this guy's strength? Fine, it was not bad to be a fighter. Of course, he was being a fighter for Earthshing now, but in reality, he was treating Earthshing as a fighter. In the end, it would be best if his plan succeeded, and it would be good for him to take advantage of it. Now, other than that unlucky Earth Ping, he and Earth Fei were the weakest. These powerhouses wanted to rope in the weak first and get rid of the powerhouses. This was an opportunity. Not bad, I like you guys like this. That Feng Yun guy might not believe me. It's okay, this guy still wants to capture me to strip the Dao for him. If I cooperate with Feng Yun, my life will be guaranteed until the last moment, Fang Ping calculated in his heart. These guys all had their own plans, and they were all ruthless people. After King Kuan left, these guys' instincts erupted. However, it could be seen that King Kuan's ability was not small, and his strength was also terrifyingly powerful. Otherwise, he might not have been able to suppress these people all these years. True God, venerable emperor, saint, who did not have some pride, was it that good to be someone's subordinate? It was not easy for King Kuan to be able to gather these people. It's a pity that once you leave, the people's hearts are scattered. There's no one who can hold the fort. I hope you won't cry when you come back. Fang Ping consoled him without any sympathy. Soon, he asked about how to leave this place. Di Xing really knew. It was easy to leave. He just had to fly all the way into the sky. When he flew to the end, he would automatically go out. Fang Ping did not say much and was about to leave with him. In his heart, however, he planned to kill these guys and then come back to collect the Dao. He would definitely confiscate all the Dao in this place. No. It's too troublesome to collect them one by one. How about I pack them up and take them away, take the origin? No. Fang Ping suddenly had an idea. This entire basilica. Could he pack it up and take it away? It seemed like the basilica was one with the God City, but it might not be impossible, right? How about, he pack it up and take the God City with him? Fang Ping shook his head. The area needed was too big. His storage space was too small. Although he had 2 million cubic meters now, it was not enough for a city. I don't know when my storage space will be big enough to store a city. Fang Ping felt regretful. He had long forgotten that he only wanted to store a rank 9 tree. Kill, the more chaotic, the better. After this, the evil sect will not be a threat anymore. The premise is that I can survive. Fang Ping murmured in his heart. He was still very dangerous. Daoist Feng Yun guessed that he was Fang Ping. This was the biggest danger. Fortune is found in danger. When the evil sect is weakened, humans can really stand in the 3 realms and become the strongest force in the 3 realms. Fang Ping's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Do it. At this point, what was there to be afraid of? If it really did not work, he was not without a backup plan, for example, a certain cat. That cat was very fast, let it come and help him. No, help him with the saint-level fruits and drinks, it should not be that difficult, right? Achoo. Magic City. The cat suddenly sneezed, looking at the sky with some pessimism. The intention of harming me was too obvious, I'm actually sneezing. I am an incomparably powerful absolute vengeance cat. Who is this? They actually know how to disturb me. The cat was depressed. There was no need to guess. Those who would disturb me like this were either liars or fake human emperors. None of them were good people. When he wanted to say bad things about it, he would hypnotize himself. If the cat was not involved, it would not be able to sense it clearly. A bunch of bad people. The cat scolded. No, he had to find a backer. Why was the cat protecting captain not awake yet? He lacked a big backer who could fight everywhere. Outside the origin realm. Fang Ping and Dixing stepped out of the house at the same time. Turning back to look at the hut again, Di Xing and Fang Ping's eyes twinkled. This was a good place. Fang Ping felt that he had not looted everything. It was necessary to take down this place. As for Di Xing, he was also thinking about how to take the hut. Neither of them spoke. After waiting for a while, Dixing looked at Fang Ping and said, "Why don't I keep watch here? You go look for Di Fei and Dipping." Fang Ping pondered for a moment, nodded, and said nothing more. If Di Xing wanted to take the origin realm, that would depend on whether he had the ability to do so. The origin realm had been here for so many years. It would not be taken away so easily. Fang Ping left the origin realm. At this moment, if one were to look down at the entire hall, one would notice that they were only wandering around the periphery. The main hall also had the ability to contain sumaru and a mustard seed. The entire Kuan King Hall was huge. It was like an encirclement. The reciprocity realm and the other treasures were all on the outskirts. He wanted to enter the inner area, but he was blocked by the bronze walls. In the inner area, there was only a single hall. It occupied a large area and appeared extremely spacious. Deep within the great hall, in a palace. The palace was tightly sealed. The interior of the palace was extremely simple and crude. There was only a statue that seemed to be made of gold. It was a dog. No, at first glance, no one would think that this was a dog. This was an emperor, an overlord, looking down on the world. A huge statue that looked like it was made of gold stood in the middle of the hall. He was standing, his head was facing the sky, his lantern-like large eyes were wide open, the huge mouth opened and closed slightly, revealing snow-white teeth that flickered with a cold light, inspiring fear. Fang Ping did not see it. If he had, he would have found it familiar. He had seen what the heavenly hound looked like, but he had never seen the heavenly hound's true appearance. It was similar to the jiao, but it didn't have the leopard-like spots on the jiao. There was no jiao's horn either. It was a furred demonic beast, but its fur also seemed to be cast from gold. Every single strand of golden fur gleamed with a cold light that would strike fear into anyone who saw it. Tengu, no, apart from a few powerful beings, no one dared to call it a heavenly hound, but a celestial arch. The heavenly cat heavenly dog was the darling of heaven and earth. Many people were wary of the ash cat, but not fearful of it. As for the heavenly hound, he was definitely more afraid of it than anything else. They were afraid of its strength and its ruthlessness. Tiango was extremely domineering, and his martial prowess was also one of the strongest in the three realms. At Tiango's level, other than the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, no one else could suppress him. This statue had stood here for nearly 3,000 years, he had maintained this posture for 3,000 years. From the time his fleshly body was destroyed until now, his fleshly body had recovered to its original state. Over the past 3,000 years, apart from this, there had been no other changes. 3,000 years ago, the heavenly dog warring sky had fallen in the tomb of heaven. 3,000 years ago, the 3 great sect protectors risked their lives to snatch its remains and send it back to the divine court. For the past 3,000 years, this golden body had not been touched. Ever since the fall of the heavenly hound, the great war between the 3 realms had never stopped. The earthly emperor god dynasty had been destroyed, the era of sects had declined, the demon emperor had reappeared, and the humans had fought against the catacombs. In the outside world, everything changed. As for the heavenly hound, it was still the same as it was 3,000 years ago. It raised its head and looked at the sky arrogantly, never lowering its head. Outside the palace, the 2 venerable sovereigns and a few true gods were also attacking the bronze walls. Vague noises could be heard. The basilica was still extremely quiet. Until, at a certain moment, a faint aura that even the heavenly kings could not detect came from underground. The huge statue seemed to have sensed something. Crack, the statue did not move, but the void below its head was torn apart. The statue seemed to want to look down. At this moment. Underground. In the amber. On the golden skeleton, traces of flesh and blood grew. At this moment, in the amber, the skeleton's hollow eyes suddenly burst with divine light. Crack, crack. The neck bone moved slightly, as if it wanted to raise its head. They were only 10,000 meters apart, but a person's chi was sealed by the amber, and a dog's chi was blocked by the basilica. At this moment, they could vaguely sense each other, but they could not find each other. Somewhere else. Fang Ping did not find Di Fei, but he found Di Ping first. At this moment, Di Ping's face was pale. Seeing Fang Ping, he seemed to be relieved and said hurriedly, "Let's go. Quickly meet up with the others. We encountered the Thunder Guardian just now and were almost killed by him." Fang Ping frowned. "Is he that impatient?" Di Ping shook his head and did not say much. Snatching the opportunity from an emperor level. If he met you alone and did not kill you, that was because he felt that you were not as important as the opportunity. Not having enough strength was the original sin. He was not a near-emperor level powerhouse. Naturally, Thunder would not be afraid of him. Both of them encountered a treasure land of opportunity at the same time. Being able to survive was considered lucky. However, Di Ping was still a little regretful. The place we went to just now was the temple's pill pavilion. Maybe there are some ancient pills left. What a pity. Pills, ever since he had reached the middle ranks, Fang Ping rarely cared about pills and whatnot. However, he also knew that some pills had extremely strong effects. The ancient powerhouses had actually been taking pills all the time. Some good treasures were refined into pills by them, such as the Xianming divine pill that Fang Ping obtained from Dark Heaven Island previously, and the immortal seeking pill that Immortal Seeking Island had. It was Li Wuji who told Fang Ping about the immortal seeking pill. After taking it, it could create a glorious sun in the source world. Fang Ping was quite interested, but he did not have the chance to mention this. Over at Yu Wuhua's side, Fang Ping said that he would help, but he had not taken action yet. Moreover, there were fewer battles in the Forbidden Sea now. Immortal Seeking Island might not need support. It would not be easy to take the other party's immortal seeking pill. King Kuan was the son of an ancient emperor and one of the 8 kings. The original owner of this hall was also a powerhouse. There might be some extremely powerful pills left behind. Fang Ping listened and was a little tempted. However, since Venerable Emperor Thunder had the upper hand, Fang Ping of course would not look for trouble. "Uncle, let's meet up with my father and Sir Diqi first. Only then will we have a chance to compete with Venerable Emperor." Di Ping nodded. Of course, he knew this. He was so happy to meet Fang Ping just now because he was no longer alone. Fang Ping continued to look for people with him while saying, "Uncle, do you know where the Celestial Emperor's golden body is stored in this hall?" "The inner hall." Di Ping knew this and said quickly, however, the inner hall and the outer hall are separated by walls made of skyfall immortal gold. If we can't find the right way to enter, I'm afraid we can't enter. The skyfall immortal gold he mentioned was the surrounding bronze walls. Fang Ping did not know much about this. Neo-martial artists did not know much about these things. At this moment, Fang Ping tried to attack the wall. Although he did not use his full strength, when he attacked, the destructive power was also extremely strong. It could even tear a rank 9 divine weapon into pieces. However, at this time, the wall did not move at all. Di Ping saw this and laughed. The skyfall immortal gold was the main material used to forge divine weapons back then. It's hard to leave a mark on this thing unless you're a saint. Divine weapon, true divine weapon, emperor weapon, divine weapon. At Heavenly King level, many people were either thinking of ways to forge divine weapons or forging demigod weapons. Divine weapons were very rare. Ordinary powerhouses could not come into contact with them, including Heavenly Kings. However, Heavenly King powerhouses who nurtured a divine weapon for many years might be able to nurture a demigod weapon in the end. The Heavenly King seal was considered a demigod weapon. A full-fledged demigod weapon was definitely stronger than some broken divine weapons. When Fang Ping heard this, he was a little jealous. The main material used to forge a divine weapon? Actually, he also wanted to forge a weapon that belonged to him. No matter how good the god-slaying saber was, it still belonged to someone else. Right now, Fang Ping's enhancement was not bad. However, in the later stages, when his strength increased, this broken divine weapon might not be of much help to him. Forging his own divine weapon was the best choice. Old Wang and the others all had one. Only Fang Ping did not have a divine weapon that truly belonged to him until now. This basilica is really good stuff. Fang Ping was extremely tempted, but he did not probe further. Both of them exuded their auras. Extremely fast, they wandered in all directions. Not long after, Di Ping's eyes lit up. Di Fei is in front. Both of them sped up. Soon, they arrived at the place where Di Fei was. At this moment, Di Fei also encountered an opportunity. When Fang Ping and Di Ping arrived, Di Fei was in an outer hall, breaking a seal. Seeing that Yunxing and Di Ping arrived together, Di Fei felt a little more at ease. With his son around, the two of them working together, he was not afraid that Di Ping would have any ill intentions. He did not greet them. At this time, he was about to break the seal. Di Ping did not step forward to disturb them. Instead, he looked enviously at the trembling light shroud. The basilica was not considered big. At this moment, at the forefront, there was a small platform that looked like a display cabinet. The periphery was protected by a seal, and there was something inside. Fang Ping glanced at it. It looked like a seal. Di Ping was not prepared to fight for it. Seeing that Fang Ping was staring at the seal, he said enviously, "Brother Di Fei, you're lucky. This should be a saint token." Back then, the divine sect had a fourth guardian, but he died in battle early on. The sect leader once said that whoever could become a new saint and become the fourth guardian would hand this token to the fourth guardian. Unfortunately, all these years, Guardian Jean, who was the most promising to become a saint, died in battle. After that, the other guardians did not have the chance to become a saint. I didn't expect this saint token to be placed here. Saint token, Fang Ping knew a little about this, but he did not understand much. It was only when the cat mentioned the 9 Emperor's seal that he asked a few questions. 9 Emperor's seal, 8 King's seal, saint token. This was actually a set of assembled divine weapons. There were more saint tokens, a total of 36. Once the set of divine weapons was assembled successfully, it would be known as the strongest divine weapon in the 3 realms. Of course, whether it was true or not, no one knew. This set of divine weapons was more of a symbol of authority. The 3 realms' authority. Back then, those who held these seals and tokens were all important ministers of the heavenly court. However, regardless of whether it was a combination of divine weapons or not, just the saint token alone was already a holy weapon. Fang Ping did not expect that Di Fei would be so lucky to actually encounter a holy weapon. Here. There was a rumble, the outer restriction was broken. Di Fei was overjoyed and roared, "Xing attack!" Fang Ping was stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly. He quickly unleashed his qi and slapped the saint token that was about to fly away on its own. Difei also unleashed his full strength. With a roar, he punched the void with both fists. Both of them attacked one after another, and the void kept shattering. The seal that was about to fly away was trapped in the middle. Fang Ping was surprised. This thing could fly away on its own. Difei had already expected this. He was overjoyed. A complete holy weapon. It has some spirituality that belongs to itself. I'm lucky this time. Holy weapon. That was something he did not even dare to think about. But today, he got a great bargain. Difei trapped the saint token, then glanced at Di Ping. Seeing his envious face, he said quickly, refine the saint token. When your grandmaster returns, offer this to your grandmaster. He was also afraid that he could not keep this thing, or that Di Ping would covet it and set up an ambush in advance. The father and son did not want this thing. They were going to wait for the heavenly Cloud Island Lord to return and give it to him. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. He glanced at Difei from the corner of his eye, but did not say anything. Those who walked different paths could not make plans together. If he was Zhen Yunxing, then of course, this was a strong father-son relationship. Who did not want a holy weapon, but he was not only was he was also Difei's enemy who killed his son. Once his identity was exposed, the first person to kill him would be Difei. Fang Ping did not speak. Energy surged out, quietly refining the saint token. At this moment, this crystal-like seal stopped trembling very quickly. Not only that, the crystal-like seal even exuded a faint golden aura. Difei glanced at it, a little surprised. Not far away, Di Ping was also surprised. This is... Yunxing is really someone with great luck. As expected of a powerhouse who proved his Dao in battle. Brother Difei, congratulations. Difei was also full of smiles. Seeing that Fang Ping did not seem to understand, he laughed and said, this is an ancient saint token. The ancient 36 saints were all overlord powerhouses who controlled the armies of the heavenly court. With the protection of the emperors, they enjoy the three realms' destiny. The saint token has the emperor's aura. It was said that not every powerhouse who obtained the saint token would let the saint token reveal the emperor's aura, but just now, there seemed to be the emperor's aura circulating. It seems like you are very compatible with the saint token. Di Ping also congratulated him. Of course, the more compatible with divine weapons and holy weapons, the better. The more compatible, the more the weapon could be used. The strength of a weapon lay in some special functions. For example, divine weapons could cut through the Tao, as well as some power enhancements. However, foreign weapons were not one's own after all. Some weapons were not compatible with you. Even if it was a divine weapon, you might not be able to enhance it much. At most, the material would be slightly stronger than other weapons. Yunxing was only at true god level. The saint token was a holy weapon. Logically speaking, it was very difficult to control. Even if it was controlled, the enhancement would be limited. But now, the saint token and Yunxing seemed to be quite compatible. Perhaps it would erupt with more powerful combat strength. Difei was delighted. Fang Ping was also a little surprised. At this moment, when he was refining the saint token, some of the origin qi in his body actually surged out, giving Fang Ping a shock. He did not dare to expose it completely. If he did, even with the system's concealment, it would be easy to see through some things. The moment a golden substance flowed through the seal, Fang Ping immediately kept the saint token into the source world. As soon as it was kept, the shadows in Fang Ping's source world suddenly surged out. The saint token was suspended in the air. A gush of origin qi emerged from these shadows, helping Fang Ping to refine this item. Emperor weapon. This thought suddenly appeared in Fang Ping's mind. This saint token was actually a part of the Emperor divine weapon. It seemed to be different from other divine weapons. Although it was just a composite item, there was still Emperor qi circulating around it. As for Fang Ping, he felt that he should have embarked on the Emperor's path. At this moment, he also felt that he was quite compatible with this saint token. Not only that, the saint token was suspended in his source world. Gradually, it turned from a crystal color to a golden color. Then, this seal suddenly enlarged a lot and began to grow against the wind in the source world. When it expanded to the size of the source world, in the midst of Fang Ping's curses, this seal suddenly descended. It was actually going to attack Fang Ping's source world. Fang Ping wanted to curse. Just as he was about to stop it, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. At this moment, the shadows below did not dodge or evade, allowing the big seal to fall. There was a rumble, a deafening sound reverberated throughout the source world. The big seal landed. At this moment, the entire source world turned golden. Fang Ping suddenly felt something strange. A gush of golden aura circulated in the source world. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his source world seemed to have stabilized a lot. Not only that, those figures were also bathed in the golden light, as if they were more solidified than before. At this moment, Fang Ping also quickly looked at his source world. The source world was not quite the same as before. He had integrated Sun City and MCMAU. This city and this school had both turned into mini-cities in his source world. In the past, Fang Ping did not integrate everything. It was just a little illusory. At this moment, these two mini-cities seemed to have become a little clearer. The huge seal stamped down, as if it was helping Fang Ping suppress this side of the world. Below the big seal, there were two ancient words. Fang Ping did not recognize these two words, but at this moment, he seemed to understand them. Skycry. Among the 36 heavenly spirits, Skycry ranked 35th. Of course, the saint token was more or less the same. It was considered a standard weapon. This was a holy weapon, however, at this moment, Fang Ping was very surprised. This saint token actually had the effect of strengthening his source world. It was too surprising. Yes, strengthening the source world did not seem to be of much help to Fang Ping. At least in terms of strength, there was no sudden expansion of the source world to a radius of 1,000 meters, directly making him an emperor. However, the consolidation of the source world was a solid foundation. Especially Fang Ping's source world, which expanded too quickly and integrated the small cities. In fact, it was still a little superficial. If it really collided with a powerhouse's source world, it might not be advantageous. But now, Fang Ping suddenly felt that his source world might not be worse than some emperor level. At least he had seen the Life King's source world. The saint token can actually strengthen the source world. Fang Ping was pleasantly surprised. Only when the foundation was stable could he expand. He did not lack origin chi. However, these days, the source world did not expand much. It was like building a building. If your foundation was not stable, how could you build it up? In the end, it would all collapse. He dared not expand it. Fang Ping was also afraid that if he expanded it too much, the source world would collapse by itself in the end. Unlike Song Mao, this cat had spent who knew how many years to strengthen its source world. That sturdiness made Fang Ping suspect that if they fought in the source world, this cat could definitely smash an emperor level or even a saint's source world into pieces. Song Mao was actually considered a mentality cultivator. Of course, Fang Ping did not know if this cat's golden body was powerful or not. Its amplification of the source world might not even reach the level of a saint. It might not even reach the double amplification of an emperor level. However, if it fought in the source world, Song Mao definitely had the strength of an emperor level. Saint token, damn it. Fang Ping suddenly cursed in his heart. I regret it. Big Cat had thrown away the 9 emperor seals. If he had known that Big Cat had the 9 emperor seal, which was much stronger than the saint's token, wouldn't it mean that if he obtained the 9 emperor seal, the 9 emperor seal would stamp on him, and his source world would be so stable that no one could surpass it? I don't know if I can retrieve it. Fang Ping's heart was full of regrets. Looking at the source world that was still emitting a golden glow, his heart trembled slightly. Saint token. 36. Heavenly King seal. 8. In addition to the 9 emperor seals. If I collect all of them and stamp them on me, then wouldn't that be, if the source world was stable, he could expand the source world. If he expanded the source world, more origin chi would be born, those apparitions would be stronger, and the path would be opened up faster. Moreover, Fang Ping had some doubts. If the source world reached a radius of 100 meters, would it increase his origin Dao again? at the same time that Fang Ping obtained the saint token and refined it. In the fake sky grave. Outside the array. Saint Tian Kuei, the first among the 36 saints, a saint who now had the strength of a heavenly king, suddenly had a burst of divine light in his eyes. The heavenly weeping star has lit up. The heavenly weeping star has returned? At this moment, in his source world, on a huge planet, Tian Kuei's apparition gazed into the distance. There were some planets around the world he was in, but they were all very far away. Some were already dim, some were already broken. Some were emitting a faint, ghostly glow. Some were extremely bright, such as Tianli Star, Tianbai Star, and Tianhui Star. These were the evil sect's 3 great protectors. They were also the 3 great saints back then. Today, a previously broken planet suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. One could only see the light, not the planet. However, Tian Kuei knew that it seemed to be the place where the heavenly weeping saint's source world was. The heavenly weeping star had revived. Didn't the heavenly weeping star die a long time ago, and it died tragically in the hands of the celestial emperor? Tian Kuei frowned slightly, glancing at King Kuan in the distance. The heavenly weeping saint had also submitted to King Kuan back then. Could it be that King Kuan had a hidden hand, secretly helping the heavenly weeping saint to revive? At this moment, his abnormality was also sensed by others. The heavenly king subduing was really too sharp. He quickly smiled and said, Tian Kuei, you've been plotted against by Hong Kuan? This guy is so shameless, let's join forces and kill him. Everyone was speechless. Tian Kuei thought for a while, but said lightly, he wouldn't go so far as to plot against me, but the outside world, maybe he's been plotted against. The heavenly weeping saint seems to be reviving. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at King Kuan. This time, his gaze was really sharp. The heavenly weeping saint was reviving. Wasn't the heavenly weeping completely dead, killed by the celestial emperor? King Kuan almost cursed. The heavenly weeping token had been refined by someone. Damn it, who refined it? Tian Kuei felt that the heavenly weeping saint was reviving, but he knew that that person could not be more dead. How could he revive? This meant that the heavenly weeping token he placed in the King Kuan palace had been refined by someone. Not only that, the person who refined it was probably very compatible with this saint token, which was why Tian Kuei made such a judgment. Who? Who would be so compatible with the heavenly weeping token? King Kuan was about to explode in anger. Why are all of you looking at me? Where is the heavenly weeping token going to revive? Do you really think that I left a saint in the 3 realms? King Kuan felt wronged. There was no use in feeling wronged. Heavenly King Zhen was trying to take advantage of him whenever he had the chance. It was fortunate that the true gods and sect protectors had left. Otherwise, Heavenly King Zhen would have attacked again. King Kuan didn't want to bother with Heavenly King Zhen. He said with a dark expression, everyone, this array formation has been broken for a few days. It's not good for either of us if this drags on. It's time for everyone to do their best to break the array formation. Then, King Kuan looked at Li Zhu and said coldly, Palm Seal Envoy, it's time for you to do your best. Tian Kuei, Unquestionable Jian, Tian Ji, Tian Ming. Isn't it time for all of you to do your best? They were all heavenly kings. Even the 2 heavenly kings could fight a heavenly king if they joined forces. These 2 were only one step away from the heavenly king realm. However, these people didn't use their full strength. They were all hiding it. Especially Li Zhu and Demon Monarch, they didn't move at all. At this moment, King Kuan didn't want to talk about himself anymore. It was time to turn his attention to these people. Li Zhu sighed. I already said that I'm not the Palm Seal Envoy. Everyone pretended not to hear him. Just like how Heavenly King Zhen denied that he wasn't King Zhen's brother, they just listened. On the other side, King Zhen also said calmly, if you don't do your best, then leave first. It's not that easy to stay here and reap the benefits. These people didn't do their best but didn't leave either. This was very annoying. Seeing that the array formation was almost broken and it was time to see the results, these people weren't stupid. They wouldn't agree to let them take advantage of the array formation. The people who were mentioned looked at each other, smiled, and stepped into the air. Unquestionable Jian said calmly, after so many days, if the array formation is broken and there's nothing inside, it'll be a waste of energy. Hearing this, Heavenly King Xian laughed. Let's try. It's fine if there's nothing inside. I'm just afraid that Spirit Emperor will come out himself. That's scary. Other than Moon Spirit, everyone else will be in trouble. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned ugly. Jinx, how could Spirit Emperor come out? If Spirit Emperor really came out, everyone would be scared to death. Men are so dangerous. It was one thing for them to run all the way to Sovereign Qianling's Bottomanda, but to enter Sovereign Qianling's sleeping quarters, break her formation, and even dig out her bathtub. If Emperor Ling really didn't die, just wait and see. Those who were lucky managed to escape with their injuries. Those who were unlucky could only wait for death. As soon as these words came out, even the celestial pole shivered. Spiritual emperors were very domineering. His father had been reluctant to come to Emperor Ling's palace. As for himself, he had visited a few times with his father when he was young. Now that he had grown up, his father didn't want to bring him along anymore, and he didn't want to go either. Every time he heard a rumor, a certain powerhouse would pass by the spiritual emperor's Bottomanda, and the spiritual emperor would go up and beat him up without any hesitation. He would beat him until half of his body was paralyzed. The area around the Spirit Emperor's Bottomanda was so scared that there were almost no demon beasts left. After scaring them for a while, Heavenly King Zhenwang smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Hong Kuan is strong. He might be able to break through 8 or even 9. If we really meet him, let Hong Kuan go up and fight with Spirit Emperor, and we'll go our own way." Li Xianxia. King Kuan's tone was cold. "That's enough. Do you really think that I don't dare to do anything to you?" Heavenly King Zhenwang smiled and said, "What's wrong? It's okay. Spirit Emperor is actually not bad. Under normal circumstances, he won't kill anyone. At most, he will beat you until you are paralyzed. Back then, that guy even peeped on you. It wasn't a big deal. Wasn't he punished to guard the longevity spring?" Humph. King Kuan snorted. Of course, he knew who Heavenly King Zhenwang was talking about. He was living in their hall now. These people had not seen each other for many years. It was rare to meet old acquaintances. Although they were enemies, they were still emotional when they talked. Especially when they talked about these old acquaintances, everyone sighed. King Qian continued and sighed, "That guy should be dead, right? He was unlucky. The longevity spring was too close to the heavenly court. Back then, the area near the heavenly court suffered the most serious damage. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked." He had some improper thoughts about Spirit Emperor. In my opinion, even if he didn't die, he would have to participate in the battle. All these years, there has been no news at all. I'm afraid he is really dead. That's hard to say. Heavenly King Zhenwang smiled faintly. Ask Hong Kuan. He knows. I killed one of their venerable sovereigns a few years ago and actually obtained a few drops of the longevity spring. The longevity spring might be in his territory. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Hong Kuan. Everyone had been hiding until now and more or less had their own territories. Most of them were fragments of the heavenly realm. No one was surprised that King Kuan had intercepted a fragment of the heavenly realm. However, if he had intercepted the territory near the longevity spring, it was worth paying attention to. King Kuan snorted and did not say much. He said faintly, "He should be long dead. When I entered that place, there was no aura of him. He probably left. Dead." King Qian said sadly. "It's a pity. Back then, Heavenly Hound caused trouble in the heavenly realm. Everyone was angry but dared not say anything. Only this guy dared to provoke him. Heavenly Hound fought with him for more than 300 years. We were also at ease for more than 300 years. It can be considered a favor." Cough, cough, cough. Someone coughed. Why did this guy sound like he was gloating? Did he deliberately provoke Heavenly Hound? Heavenly Hound just wanted to find trouble with him. As he said this, King Qian asked curiously, "How strong was this guy back then?" "I only know that he broke through the limit of a heavenly king. But he was still alive and kicking after being beaten up by Heavenly Hound for more than 300 years. Don't tell me he also broke through 7? It's not that easy." King Sun said faintly, Heavenly Hound did not kill him, so he should still be at 6. However, I'm afraid he does have the strength of a peak 6. Without this strength, he would not dare to covet Spirit Sovereign. On the other side, someone laughed and said, Don't you know about this, Heavenly King Zhen? The one who spoke was Li Zhu. Isn't the cat with you? It has been in the Spirit Sovereign Palace for so many years. It should know, right? The cat? Heavenly King Zhen laughed and said, You can ask the cat. I have no interest in dealing with this cat. By the way, you hit its cat tree. I think it will find trouble with you sooner or later. If you don't find it now, it will also find trouble with you when it returns. Li Zhu laughed and said, What does this have to do with me? You can't blame me for the cat tree's disappearance, right? Keep pretending. Heavenly King Zhen said lazily, I know better than you. I also know where the cat tree is hiding. Don't tell me you don't know. I can't go to the catacombs. Of course, only you can hide the cat tree. What an unexpected disaster. Li Zhu felt even more helpless. He sighed and said, Where the cat tree is hiding has nothing to do with me. If you don't come to the Earth Realm, it has nothing to do with me. Then, Li Zhu suddenly said, Heavenly King Zhen, are there still old fellows sleeping in the Earth Realm? I don't know. You don't know? Li Zhu said with a faint smile, Then don't tell me that you have been afraid of Tianji and Tianming all these years? Beside him, the two kings of Tianji and Tianji did not look too good. Li Zhu's tone displeased them. As they chatted, the demon emperor suddenly said, There should still be old fellows hiding in the catacombs. 1,000 years ago, I felt something was wrong, but it didn't feel like a living person. Heavenly King Zhen, the clone of the earthly sovereign is still here, right? Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed again. The clone of the earthly sovereign was still here. More than 2,000 years ago, countless experts started a war and defeated the earthly emperor god dynasty. In that war, the clone of the earthly sovereign was also killed. After all, it was the clone of an emperor. Even if it wasn't a real emperor, it was still extremely powerful. In that war, there were more experts than those on the surface. Among the people present, King Kuan, King Zhen, and another heavenly king participated in that war. That war wasn't what it seemed on the surface. Only some experts from the heavens beyond heavens and the overseas immortal islands died. The heavenly king who supported the heavens beyond heavens was killed by the clone of the earthly sovereign in that war. That was why only King Sun, who supported the overseas immortal islands, and King Zhen, who supported the King Fate, participated in this war. The one behind the heavens beyond heavens had long been killed. If not, when the demon emperor made his move 1,000 years ago, many venerable sovereigns would have died in the war. Almost all the venerable sovereigns who died that time were from the heavens beyond heavens. I don't know about that. Heavenly King Zhen said with a smile, when Hongkuan is his father. But, it's hard to say. I haven't gone to the depths of the catacombs all these years. On one hand, it's related to Li Zhu, and on the other hand, it's because Hongkuan is deliberately restraining me. Back then, I was entrusted by my master to protect the human world for a few years. I didn't think it would take long. But as it dragged on, it has come to this. In the end, Hongkuan still comes to harass me from time to time. I can't do anything about it. I've aged a lot these years. King Kuan wanted to curse, Can you not drag this prince into this matter for no reason? Who's restraining you? These years, he had been busy with a lot of things. Of course, he wanted to go to the human world to take a look, but it turned out that this old man was restraining him. As the heaven-suppressing heavenly king spoke, he stopped talking about this. Instead, he asked curiously, Hongkuan, who is the pope in the human world? It's been so many years. I have to say that he's really good at hiding. I went back to take a look a few times and deliberately waited for him to show up. In the end, he could also tolerate it. When I was in the human world, I never showed up once. At this time, a peak can't change anything. Why not satisfy this old man's curiosity? Li Zhu also smiled faintly and said, This king is also quite interested. If King Kuan doesn't mind, how about saying it? King Kuan ignored them. You guys don't know, that's your problem. Why should this king tell you? These few days, I suffered a few losses. Now that you guys feel bad, I will feel better too. Heavenly King Zhen said again, unquestionable Jian, you don't know either? Demon Emperor said coolly, I haven't met him before. Then forget it. Oh right, Hong Kuan bullied your master's wife. Aren't you going to say anything? Unquestionable Jian really wanted to kill him with a sword. Go find King Kuan, what do you want me for? Heavenly King Zhen only wished for the world to be in chaos. He looked at Moon Spirit and said with a smile, Moon Spirit, unquestionable Jian really doesn't take you seriously. His master was killed by Hong Kuan, and you, the master's wife, was bullied by Hong Kuan. You didn't even say a word of justice. Moon Spirit's face was livid. She looked at unquestionable Jian with an unfriendly gaze. Unquestionable Jian's expression did not change, but no one knew how he was cursing in his heart. He really did call her master's wife. He also fought in the North-South War back then. In that war 1,000 years ago, Moon Spirit also showed up. Otherwise, there might not only be emperors fighting back then. Usually, Moon Spirit did not care about these things. Now that she seemed to remember it, she looked at unquestionable Jian with a look of dissatisfaction. Everyone else was speechless. Heavenly King Zhen was a **T stirrer. He wanted these heavenly kings to fight right away. One moment, he would provoke this, the next moment, he would provoke that. King Kuan's expression became uglier and uglier. He said angrily, Li Xianxia, do you really have to force me to fight you? I didn't mean that. Heavenly King Zhen sighed and said, my strength is inferior, so I can only gather a few helpers to fight you together. Unfortunately, Master died in battle. My fellow sect members also died. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to do this. Heavenly King Zhen was about to cry. How pitiful, Master died, senior and junior brothers died. Wasn't there no one left? Otherwise, the weapon master lineage would also be extremely powerful. Everyone scoffed. Are you really Li Yu? Who would believe you? King Kuan could not be bothered to expose him. He said indifferently, fight me? Why don't you go find those beginner martial artists to fight me? Isn't that easier? What do beginner martial artists have to do with me? Haha. King Kuan sneered. King Zhen is a beginner martial artist. Aren't you? I always felt that the reason the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors fought was related to beginner martial artists. All these years, I'd been investigating the truth. Other things aside, wasn't the attack on Ash Cat the work of a beginner martial artist? They thought that by killing Ash Cat, they could cut off Myriad Dao. That's just wishful thinking. Ash Cat isn't that useful. Even if Ash Cat was killed, Myriad Dao wouldn't let it go. So you want to kill Ash Cat now? Heavenly King Zhen smiled and said, so, you're saying that you're the same as the beginner martial artists? There's no point in talking. How is it a glib tongue? Heavenly King Zhen said playfully, a few years ago, I know that your people went to Quokang Mountain. If you don't want to attack Ash Cat, do you want to attack Gongjuanzi? King Kuan ignored him. At the side, Moon Spirit snorted, looking a little unhappy. Heavenly King Zhen looked at her strangely. Moon Spirit's face was dark. She didn't look at him and didn't say anything this time. The others didn't think of anything at first. Soon, someone seemed to remember something. Suddenly, someone coughed a few times as if to hide his laughter. Heaven's pole was straightforward. He seemed to have thought of something and said casually, Moon Spirit, Ash Cat and Tengu don't seem to have a good relationship with you. They were the ones who spread the rumor that Hong Yu lost to you in bed. Boom, Moon Spirit slashed out with her saber, you're courting death, I won't mention it anymore. This matter is over. Why are you bringing it up? At this moment, all the experts around heaved a sigh of relief. Well said, if they didn't say it, they would feel suffocated. But if they did, Moon Spirit would definitely fall out with them. Now that Heaven's Pole said it, everyone felt much better. Back then, this rumor was definitely spread by that cat and dog. When the Heavenly Hound saw Moon Spirit, it ran as far away as it could. It's fine if you peeped, but you spread the rumor after peeping. It's already good enough that you didn't fight it out with me. In the distance, Heaven's Pole's clothes were tattered and his hair was like a chicken's nest. He looked up at the sky as if he was thinking about life. What's wrong now? Why did Moon Spirit attack him for no reason? To be honest, I didn't spread it. back then, it was spread in the heaven realm. I just remembered it, undeserved disaster, heaven's pole felt wronged. He felt that today was an unlucky year. He was comparable to Hongkuan. After slashing heaven's pole, Moon Spirit seemed to vent her anger. She snorted. There's no good person with the surname Tian. Heaven's pole was speechless. Tengu, surname Tian, isn't it a little unreasonable to implicate him? Ash Cat's surname is Song, it's just a cat and dog. Back then, it was said that they were favored by the heavens. That's why Ash Cat and Tengu were called. When a group of heavenly kings attacked, each one was more ruthless than the other. They wanted to kill a bunch of them immediately, but when it was time to chat, they were like old friends, gossiping about this person and that person. It had been too many years, for more than 8,000 years, these people had been alone. Who had chatted with each other, to their descendants, to their subordinates, to their descendants, there was nothing to talk about, loneliness, some things had to be hidden and suppressed. They couldn't even be said. Now, although they were opponents and enemies, they were also a group of people who could really talk freely. Talking about the past and the present made them less hostile. After chatting for a while, Heavenly King Zhen suddenly said, if we go out this time, why don't we find a place to chat again? What else do we have to pursue in the three realms? It's nothing more than to pursue immortality, to break through the door, to surpass ourselves, and to become an emperor. Let the younger generation solve their own matters, let's talk about how to break through the 9 heavens and go to the immortal origin to take a look, go to the 3 realms to dig graves and see if we can dig out a few old antiques. We've been working hard for so many years. Seeing that the Emperor Dao is about to be revealed, what's the point of fighting to the death now? Seeing that no one spoke, Heavenly King Zhen continued, the world of chaos is also the time to rise. With us old fellows blocking in front, how can the future generations rise? If no one rises, I suspect that the great Dao might not appear, and the door blocking the door might not appear either. I've been observing all these years. I'm afraid that only when there are more people who achieve the Dao, and when there are more new roads, will the door appear. Heavenly King Zhen said solemnly, the door that blocked the road back then was blocking the old road. Are there people blocking the new road? Not necessarily. Only when there are more new roads could the door change. Otherwise, it would still be a pool of stagnant water. Could the door really appear? When the celestial man realm wall shattered, the road appeared, the door appeared. All these years, everyone knew that you suppressed me, I suppressed you. You didn't let my people achieve the Dao, I didn't let your people achieve the Dao. What really made everyone feel the change was in the past 1,000 years. There was actually such a change 1,000 years ago. That was because there were many new true gods in the catacombs. If it had continued back then, there might have been hope for the great Dao to appear. However, some people could not wait and insisted on tormenting it. Just like that, 1,000 years had passed. Now there is such a trend again. I don't deny that it has something to do with humans stepping into the origin Dao in recent years. There are also a few new paragons. It's also because of this that everyone feels a little different. Heavenly King Zhen smiled and said, but if it's like 1,000 years ago, before they grow up and start harvesting everyone, can the great Dao really be opened? Do we have to wait for another 1,000 years? Our lifespans are long, but no matter how long it is, there is a limit. Like King Qian, can you still wait for another 1,000 years? King Kuan said coldly, you want to wait for humans to grow up? Even if what you said makes sense, there are still a few new roads. Zhang Tao can die, Fang Ping can die, old true gods like divine foretelling can also die. If you let them kill themselves and give humans another 30 to 50 years, so what? Zhang Tao became a top-notch saint in less than 100 years, and there is hope for Heavenly King. Give you another 30 to 50 years. Do you really think the powerhouses of the 3 realms are idiots? You can't say that. Heavenly King Zhen smiled and said, now that they are advancing by leaps and bounds, once they encounter a bottleneck, it is very normal to be stuck for 1,000 years. Look at us, we were also geniuses back then. You, Hong Kuan, also advanced to the Heavenly King realm at a young age. After all these years, how have you been? King Sun and King Zhen were Heavenly Kings back then. After all these years, have they broken through 7? Actually, this old man still thinks that it might be a good thing if a few more Heavenly Kings appear. They are all old faces. Isn't it very interesting to have a few new faces? King Kuan ignored him. He wanted to buy time for humans, but King Kuan did not really care. However, there were a few people that could not be done. King Wu, this was a huge threat. The newly advanced true gods, Li Zhan, Nan Yunyue, Zhang Weiyu, Wu Chuan, Zhao Xingwu, Qin Yaozu, he still did not know that there was only so much time in the human world. Another person had proven his Tao. In addition to the few who were suspected to be the reincarnation of the four emperors, these people were all great threats. The speed of the human race's eruption was too fast. The others also had their own thoughts. What Heavenly King Zhen said might not be without reason. They all sensed that the great Tao was about to appear, and the door to block the door was about to appear. This was a faint feeling that came from their great Tao. They walked very far and could feel some abnormalities. 1,000 years ago, there was indeed such a trend. 1,000 years ago, it was the rise of the catacombs. 1,000 years ago, the catacombs were also flourishing. A large number of true gods rose at that time. The four royal courts were at war. At that time, the dynasties were established, and the divine sects fought for supremacy. 1,000 years ago, the catacombs were also the main character of the general trend. Therefore, 1,000 years ago, the catacombs suffered, a large number of true gods died. That was why the demon emperor entered the catacombs and delayed for 1,000 years. Now, the human race was the main character of the general trend. Moreover, it was even more obvious than the previous catacombs. Everyone knew that the general trend this time would probably be opened by the human race. However, the human race's eruption was too fast, faster than the catacombs. If this continued, everyone was worried that the main character of the general trend this time would really rise. In the end, the 8,000 years of waiting and scheming would all benefit the human race. Everyone fell into deep thought. For a moment, no one spoke again. Heavenly King Subduing looked around, smiled, and said no more. It was good that everyone knew. In this way, there would be some scruples. Of course, Zhang Tao, Fang Ping, and the others were not on the list of scruples. But the few of them who cared about their lives, Heavenly King Subduing muttered in his heart. These few fellows, good people don't live long, but scourges last for 1,000 years. Zhang Tao was now harming the true gods and venerable emperors of the three realms. That kid Fang Ping. Who knew who he was harming outside? The Heavenly Weeping Command suddenly showed signs of resurrection. He had seen heavenly dogs attack back then. Could that guy survive? Who could fit the Heavenly Weeping Command, other than the 36 saints, those who were conferred titles by the Heavenly Court? This kid Fang Ping could also do it, right? If it was him, he would have already fought his way to the evil sect's lair. Would he still need to worry about that guy? I'll drag it out one day at a time. Heavenly King Subduing thought in his heart. When the human race produced a Heavenly King powerhouse, he felt that it was time for him to rest. 8,000 years, he had done what he promised back then. It was time to let the old man rest, right? Thinking of this, he looked at the array in front of him again, and suddenly felt a chill. Could it be that Spirit Emperor had really crawled out from inside? If that was really the case, he had to be prepared to escape as soon as possible. It shouldn't be. Back then. What was inside? Spirit Emperor didn't seem to have any treasures. If he dug for half a day and dug out a cat's basin, these people will beat the cat to death. Thinking of this, Heavenly King Subduing raised his eyebrows slightly. If they wanted to beat the cat, so be it. Beating the cat was not looking for trouble with this old man. But it was not to the extent, right? Spirit Emperor was bored and put the cat's basin here. At this moment, Magic City's cat sneezed again. I can't live anymore. I've already hidden in the human world, but people still think of me every day. What's wrong with this? Which heartless person is thinking of me again? Meow. A sorrowful voice sounded. The cat felt that it should look for the captain as soon as possible. It really couldn't live anymore. In the Kuan King Palace, Fang Ping had already refined the Saint Order. At this moment, Fang Ping was overjoyed. The source world was extremely stable. Not only that, but he also discovered that he seemed to have a new way of fighting his enemies. No, weapons. The Saint Token was a holy weapon. He had the god-slaying saber, but because it was broken, it was only very effective when it was used to slay the Tao. At other times, it was just average. The god-slaying saber could increase his strength a little, but it was very low. It might not even be comparable to some true god weapons that he was comfortable with. Now, Fang Ping felt that the sacred weapon, the Saint Token, could increase his strength by at least 5%. As for the god-slaying saber, it had not reached this level previously. Use it as the flipping sky seal. Directly suppress it. This feels even better than chopping people with a knife. Fang Ping suppressed the excitement in his heart and glanced at True Lord Earthfly. At that moment, perfected Lord Defei asked joyfully, "How's the refinement going?" Fang Ping nodded. "It's quite compatible." "Very good." True Lord Earthfly's face lit up with delight. Fang Ping looked at him for a while, and said nothing more. Defei's performance reminded him of someone. It felt like a person from a long time ago, but in reality, it hadn't been that long. The Magic City Catacombs Aquila from back then. At that time, Fang Ping had also impersonated his son, Kuei Ming, and entered the restricted zone. That person also doted on his son in every possible way. Fang Ping had taken away all of his savings, but that person did not seem dissatisfied at all. He was extremely satisfied. As for the end, Kuei was dead, Fang Ping knew, but he did not make a move. That battle had affected a wide area. Aquila had died at the hands of MCMAU powerhouses, either Wu Quishan or Old Manly. Fang Ping did not ask, nor did he look. He was burdened with many things, he didn't dare to be soft-hearted or relax. Defei must die. Defei loved Yunxing very much. For Yunxing, he dared to challenge Venerable Sovereign. Once he found out that Fang Ping had killed his son, even if he could not kill Fang Ping, he would still seek revenge on humans in a frenzy. If a paragon wanted to seek revenge on humans, then humans would be in big trouble. I hope I won't do it myself. Fang Ping suppressed the complicated feelings in his heart. War really made people lose a lot. As for me, I am the leader of the human race. Even though I don't want to shoulder too much, now that I've come this far, I can't act recklessly. After suppressing these thoughts, Fang Ping said, "Let's go to the front. Lord Earthstrike is waiting for us there. Then, we'll meet up with Lord Earthstrike. Then, we can try to enter the inner temple." Naturally, Defei had no objections, and neither did Di Ping. Very soon, the three of them flew towards the Reciprocity Realm. After a while, he had reached the Origin Realm. Defei was also surprised when he saw Reciprocity. He said very quickly, "This is Reciprocity?" It said that the sect leader left many opportunities here, but it's also easy for people to get lost. While they were talking, Di Xing appeared. Seeing that Fang Ping had brought Di Ping and Di Fei, he gave Fang Ping a look. Attacking Di Ping now, actually, whether Di Ping died or not didn't matter much. What mattered was Di Qi. Di Qi was a near Emperor-level master, and he had even entered the Origin Realm. If Di Qi was alive, they would be targeted by emperors. On the other hand, if Di Qi was alive, Di Xing felt that the control of this small team would always fall into Di Qi's hands. On the other hand, if they killed Di Qi, they would not be targeted by venerables. As for him, even if his strength was not strong, it was enough to occupy a place in this small team. "Yunxing, have you told Di Fei?" "No." Fang Ping transmitted his voice to Di Xing. "Should we attack Di Ping, or let Di Ping join forces with us to deal with Di Qi?" He was a little worried now. If he killed Di Ping and Di Qi, would the father and son attack him? If the father and son killed him and sought refuge with another venerables, their positions would be more stable. At this point, as there were too many deaths, everyone felt insecure. He also did not want to expose his strength because of the father and son. "Are the three of us a match for Di Qi?" Fang Ping asked. Actually, he was testing Di Xing on purpose. "Were you confident?" Both of them transmitted their voices. Di Xing said, "Brother Di Qi has entered the Origin Realm. We'll wait here for a while. When Brother Di Qi comes out, we'll move together." Di Ping was a little tempted. "Then, why don't we also enter the Origin Realm to explore?" These Lord Gods more or less knew about the situation of the Earth King Hall. This was a treasure land, since they were already here, why not go in and take a look? Di Xing frowned slightly. The situation inside is unclear, he transmitted his voice to Fang Ping. Kill Di Ping. If Di Ping went in, he was also worried that Di Ping had obtained the opportunity. As for Di Fei, when they killed Di Ping and Di Qi, there would be no time for Di Fei to find the opportunity in the origin realm. Fang Ping gave him a deep look. This guy was still as decisive as ever. He killed without hesitation. They had been working together for thousands of years. He did not leave any mercy. Okay. Fang Ping did not hesitate. The moment the voice transmission ended, a big seal appeared out of thin air. Di Ping was still communicating with Di Xing, feeling the qi movement behind him. He was about to turn around when his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly broke through the air. But there was Di Xing in front. It was at this moment that the exalted earth made his move, a punch. This punch was mixed with a lot of water vapor, making Di Xing look extremely blurry. But his cold eyes made Di Ping's heart cold. There was danger ahead, there was a killing move behind, he did not understand. Why did Xianxia and Di Xing attack him? Only 5 true gods could fight against venerable emperors. If he died, what benefits would they get? His strength was not considered strong. He was only following them to protect his life. Why did they want to kill him? He really did not understand. Could it be because he saw Yunxing's saint token? But what about Di Xing? He did not have time to think. It was too fast. These two people attacked as soon as they said they would. Even Di Fei did not have time to react. At this moment, Di Fei also left the place in an instant. For a moment, he was a little dazed. What happened? Why did they attack Di Ping? He was still on good terms with Di Ping. However, at this moment, there was already a scream. This was the first time Fang Ping used the saint token and this seal. Holy weapons were indeed powerful. Fang Ping only felt that he was instantly hollowed out. All the energy in his body was almost sucked out at once, instantly merging into the saint token. The aura that erupted from the saint token was extremely strong. This big seal seemed to be suppressing the world. All around, the heavenly golden immortal wall that was said to be able to forge holy weapons was slightly distorted at this moment. Di Xing's expression also changed. The big seal smashed directly toward him and Di Ping. Even he felt the pressure. Fang Ping's face was also pale. He shouted in a low voice, "Suppress!" Rumble, the big seal fell, breaking through the air and suppressing. The void collapsed. First heaven, second heaven, third heaven, the fourth heavenly layer trembled slightly. At this moment, Di Fei and Di Xing saw it. Fourth heaven. That was the performance of an outburst of 1.2 million cal. Of course, fourth heaven was not broken. But even if it was not broken, this attack was still shockingly powerful. At least to them, this attack was incomparably powerful. Even if it was not a million cal outburst, it was more than 900,000 cal. Di Xing's expression changed, the big seal in Yunxing's hand. Saint token, he had obtained the saint token, however, very soon, his expression relaxed. An outburst of less than a million cal was not weak, but that was for him in the past. For the current him, such an outburst was not enough to pose a fatal threat to him. No wonder Yunxing was happy to cooperate with him. This kid probably thought that if he and Di Fei joined forces, they could easily suppress him. Holy weapon. Di Xing was greedy. He was only close to Emperor strength now, but if he obtained the holy weapon, he might really be close to Emperor. Yunxing was actually so lucky to obtain the saint token. This was also his opportunity. Thinking about it was one thing, but it did not stop him from attacking. Di Xing's eyes were cold. This punch also landed in the blink of an eye. The distance was too close. Di Ping was on guard, but he was guarding against Di Fei and his son. He really did not guard against Di Xing. From his point of view, although the 5 of them were one, they also had a small circle. Di Qi was the strongest, and Di Fei and his son were in a group. Since that was the case, he and Di Xing should be in a group. But now, Yunxing attacked him, and Di Xing actually attacked him too. No. You guys are digging your own graves, Di Ping roared. Were they all crazy? What was the benefit of killing him? He did not obtain any opportunity. Why did these people do this? He really could not accept it. Then, under the attack from the front and back, how could he have a chance to escape? The big seal behind him crashed into his back with a rumble. Bang, his back exploded, and his flesh was swept away by the cracks. countless bones were broken. Up ahead, Dexing punched out, shattering all of his bones. Both of them ambushed him, and he was seriously injured with one move each. A scream came from his mouth. But he lost the upper hand. At this time, the power of the holy weapon was once again proven. When the saint token hit him, the flesh and bones on his back could not recover. A powerful force seeped into his body, and continued to destroy his golden body. Di Ping roared again and again. Di Xing roared, "Di Fei, attack!" True Lord Di Fei's expression changed slightly. Fang Ping also shouted, "Father, kill him first, then I'll explain to you." Di Fei gritted his teeth, his gaze a little complicated. He was confused by the current situation, who was on the same side with whom, even Yunxing could not understand what was going on. These 2 days were like a dream. Even though he did not understand, at this point, Di Fei still sighed softly. An energy longsword condensed in his hands, and the next moment, he slashed towards Di Ping. The three of them attacked at the same time, slashing towards the seriously injured Di Ping. Far away. The Thunder Emperor looked in that direction and frowned slightly. What happened? A battle broke out. Who was fighting with whom? He wanted to go take a look. After thinking for a moment, the Thunder Emperor exhaled. Forget it, he should head to the inner hall first. The inner hall was where he wanted to go the most. Although he would gain something here, the chances of becoming a saint or heavenly king were too slim. He might only have such a chance if he entered the inner hall. The Thunder Emperor ignored them and flew towards the end of the tunnel rapidly. He was a protector and knew more than Di Fei and the others. He had actually been to the inner hall before. Di Ping and the others had been there as well. However, they only had the chance to go under the guidance of a protector or protector. Even if they went, they would leave quickly and did not know as much as him. For example, he knew how to get to the inner hall, but the others might not. Boom, an energy tide swept through the entire hall. Di Ping's golden body was destroyed. With the three of them working together, how could he have a chance to resist? His flesh and bones were all swept away by the spatial rift. At the side, the Origin Realm hut trembled a little. Clearly, there were some fluctuations from the impact. Fang Ping quickly absorbed the energy nearby. The Heavenly Weeping Order smashed towards the escaping Di Ping's spirit body again. With 3 powerhouses attacking, Di Ping could not escape. In front, Di Xing was already blocking the way again. His mentality erupted, shattering the space again. A punch blasted out, tearing the spirit body apart from a long distance away. Screams were heard again. Fang Ping's Heavenly Weeping Order also descended again. With a boom, Di Ping's spirit body was smashed into pieces. The disintegrated spirit body fled in all directions again. This was a powerhouse. At Di Ping's level, if his mentality was not completely destroyed, the probability of his resurrection was very, very high. Only treasures could do it. Fang Ping and the other 2 each took a side and attacked again to kill the mentalities. Screams were heard again and again. Very soon, everyone narrowed the circle. In the middle of the circle, only an extremely weak mentality remained. Di Ping returned to his human form. His eyes were filled with hatred, his mentality fluctuating violently. Why? Di Xing, aren't you afraid that I'll be killed and you'll be next? How stupid. Di Xing did not speak. He had no intention of explaining. Kill him first. Di Xing might be coming out soon. He had to clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. He could not let Di Xing notice anything unusual. Di Xing blasted out a punch again, sweeping in all directions. Even the void was frozen by a gust of cold air. Di Ping's remaining mentality was too weak. As soon as the cold air descended, the apparition formed by his mentality was frozen in the void. Di Xing's fist descended, shattering the frozen void. Like an ice cube shattering, Di Ping's mentality broke into pieces directly, completely shattered. Even so, Di Xing did not give up. He crushed all the split mentality into pieces. As for Fang Ping, his mentality swept in all directions. In the next moment, at the edge of a fissure, he caught a hint of aura. Mentality condensed into a sword, and he slashed it. Ah! A despairing scream was heard. At the edge of the fissure, some of Di Ping's remaining mentality was shattered directly. This time, Di Ping really had no more tricks up his sleeves. Rumble! In the hall, everyone only heard a roar, but they did not see any signs of Daos collapsing. This was the Earth King Hall. Daos collapsing should appear in the outside world. But everyone knew that Di Ping was dead. The dead Di Fei was still in a daze. Why did he kill Di Ping? At this moment, he could not help but look at Fang Ping. Vaguely, he felt a little unfamiliar. This person. Was he really Yunsheng? Before this, even if he had this thought a few times, he did not think deeply about it. His son had grown up, he was a father. Yunsheng was his only son. His son had grown up. The first thought that came to his mind was pride. Pride, even if he felt surprised and strange, he did not think about anything else. But there had never been a moment like this when he felt that the person in front of him was not quite like his son, resolute, sinister, vicious, killing without hesitation. He did not care if he killed others. Di Ping. He really planned to be in-laws with Di Ping. Yunsheng and Bairong had a good relationship. The two families had dealings. Therefore, when Bairong was killed that day, Yunsheng was flustered and wanted revenge. He and Di Ping did not think much. Yunsheng and Di Ping had been in contact many times too. Compared to the other lord gods, Di Fei felt that before killing Di Ping, he should have communicated with him more or less. But he did not. His son had contacted Di Xing and made a move. At this moment, Di Fei was watching Fang Ping's every move. He had some vague thoughts in his mind, but he felt that it was impossible. This was his son, but his son had changed too fast. No. No way. This is Yunsheng. Di Fei said in his heart. This was Yunsheng. It could not be anyone else. How could it be anyone else? 3,000 years ago, he gave birth to Yunsheng, who was also his only descendant. That was also an era of great chaos. In that era, the Heavenly Emperor had fallen. In that era, not long after, the War of the Earthly Emperor God dynasty broke out. After that, the war between the North and the South broke out. In these 3,000 years, both father and son had been in a deep sleep. Yunsheng had been in a deep sleep for close to 2,000 years. To be honest, Yunsheng should be less than 1,000 years old. In these 3,000 years, they had not been separated at all. After experiencing turmoil, darkness, and too much, how could his son be someone else? He is just broken through, that's why he looks a little unfamiliar. He has succeeded in proving his Tao. It's inevitable that he will be a little different. But Xing does he really have the talent to break through in battle? Di Fei was in a trance. Beside him, Fang Ping's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not say anything. Di Xing, this was an alliance of interests. Daoist Windcloud knew that he was Fang Ping. Venerable Emperor Thunder did not know, but if he knew, he would not kill him. He would probably capture him. At this moment, his identity had actually been gradually exposed. Di Fei, perhaps he had also developed doubts. Alright, Fang Ping suddenly felt a little relaxed. Go ahead and doubt, come and test me. He felt that it was best for him not to pretend to be someone else in the future. Even if he had to pretend, he should not pretend to be someone else's son. If he did something like this too often, even he himself would feel uncomfortable. If I want to pretend next time, I'll pretend to be someone else's father. Fang Ping murmured in his heart. Being someone else's father was better than being someone else's son. For a moment, the three of them fell into deep thought. No one spoke. They watched as the rift disappeared, watched as the energy swept in all directions, felt the slight vibration in the main hall. Presumably, at this time it should be raining blood outside. Today, 4 true gods had died. Yesterday, 1 venerable emperor and 2 true gods had died. A few days ago, 2 true gods had also died. 1 emperor and 8 true gods. They did not even know how they died. They had thought that the divine sect was incomparably powerful. Who would have thought that the more powerhouses there were, the faster they died? Outside the Earth King Hall. Indeed, it was raining blood. Yesterday's blood rain had just ended, and today it was ushering in another one. Indistinct cries could be heard. That was Di Ping's mansion. Dead, Lord Di Ping had fallen. Today, another master god had died in the divine sect. When would such days come to an end? Below the main hall, the golden skeleton was greedily absorbing everything. Another true god had died. What had happened these 2 days? Could it be that someone had sent him energy because they knew that he was about to revive Skywood Forest? The Earth King's clone was currently livid and extremely solemn. Dead, even if he said that he did not care, it was still difficult for him to accept that another person had died. At this moment, even if he was still fighting with Skywood, he could not help but ask, who was that person? He is definitely not Yunxing. Too many people have died since he entered the Heavenly Palace. Skywood, tell me who he is. Skywood laughed. Your Highness, you should go as soon as possible. If you don't go now, it's hard to say how many of your people will survive. Old Su is not too sure who this person is, but I know that this person is the current King of Man. King of Man? The Earth King's clone was shocked. King of martial arts? No. Impossible. Although he was a clone, when the Earth King was around, he was always in the Heavenly Palace. He would also know the Earth King's memories. At this moment, the first person he thought of was Zhang Tao. Very quickly, he denied this. Pluto? Moon Prince? No, these two people do not have this ability. King of Man. King of Man, as the Earth King's clone thought about it, his gaze suddenly changed. Fang Ping. When the real body left, Fang Ping was still weak. At that time, he only had rank 9 combat strength, which was not worth mentioning to the Earth King. But he had collected information about Fang Ping, hiding his identity and changing his aura. Fang Ping had done this before. In addition, he knew that most of the human powerhouses had left, so the one who sneaked in right now was most likely Fang Ping. Fang Ping. The Earth King's clone gritted his teeth. It was actually Fang Ping. That guy actually sneaked into the Heavenly Palace and created chaos. Were Feng Yun and Thunder idiots? Did they not discover his identity until now? One venerable emperor and 6 true gods were dead, or they had already discovered it, but for their own benefit, they did not care about it. Idiot. Idiot. This is the second King Wu. If I don't kill him, he will become a big problem sooner or later. After cursing in his heart, the Earth King soon became dejected. Big problem. Yes, they all felt that King Wu and Fang Ping would become a big problem. But from the perspective of Feng Yun and the others, what did it have to do with them? No matter how strong King Wu and Fang Ping were, who would they look for first? Obviously not them. In their opinion, this was something that only powerhouses like the Earth King would consider. As for Feng Yun and the others, their top priority was to become stronger, so strong that they had the right to consider future troubles, unlike now, where they did not even have the right to consider these things. Opposite him, Tianmu sighed. Your Highness, let's go back. 8,000 years of accumulation, is it really going to be burned to the ground? It's hard to do it alone. Your Highness's subordinates are really all dead, and you are all alone. Can your Highness really gain the upper hand in the upcoming big change, Human King? Human world. This big change is the trend of the human world. If you don't kill these people now, it will become more and more difficult to kill them. Just like in the ancient times, every big change, someone rose up, someone proved the Tao in the chaos. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors all had such experiences. Your Highness is the son of the earthly sovereign, so you should know that in the ancient times, when the earthly sovereign proved the Tao, it was accompanied by bloodshed. Tianmu sighed. I once heard that when the earthly sovereign proved the Tao, he fought with several powerhouses endlessly, broke through the 8th heaven, and even fought his way into the 9th heaven. Finally, he got a glimpse of the Emperor's Tao and became immortal. That was the era of the earthly sovereign. And in this era, how many people became emperors? In my opinion, there might only be one, Human King. Especially the current Human King, he has the highest chance. Your Highness, are you really not going to stop him? King Kuan looked at him coldly. Tianmu's words were not unreasonable, but it had been 8,000 years. At this point, was he really going to give up? There were still 2 venerable sovereigns left. King Kuan suddenly snorted coldly. Then let them die. The elites of the Celestial Palace were not here. Even if their nest was really destroyed, although it was a serious injury, it was not as important as Tianmu. Seeing him like this, Tianmu was also helpless. There was no other way. King Kuan was not going to let him go. Even if he sold out Fang Ping completely, he was not willing to leave. This time, he was really in trouble. The world is in chaos. Luck, Tianmu suddenly sighed. In every era, the rise of the prodigy seemed to have great luck. This time, if not for him holding back King Kuan's clone, or rather, if King Kuan's clone insisted on holding him back, that human king would not have any way to survive. However, the situation was like this, and King Kuan's clone could not leave. Even though he knew that human king was there, after weighing the pros and cons, King Kuan's clone still chose not to return. This was luck. Luck was between a dead end and a way to life. Some external factors would passively affect everything, allowing these people with great luck to step on the road to life instead of death. Tianmu had experienced this many times, or rather, heard of it many times. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors all had such experiences. Otherwise, these people would not have been able to stand out and prove their Tao in that era. Human king. Fang Ping's appearance, or rather, Yun Xing's appearance, flashed across Tianmu's mind. He frowned slightly. Could it be that this human king really had a chance? He knows the cat, knows Xianxia, and has some extreme path heavenly emperor aura on him. He also has some imperial Tao aura on him. This human king is a bit scary. What I said today. If he finds out, I'm afraid he won't have a good ending. Tianmu glanced at King Kuan's clone, his heart filled with hatred. You're not leaving. If you don't leave, then I'll kill you so that you won't even have a chance to leak the secret. If the clone is dead, who will know that I said this? Tianmu made up his mind. In the sky, the battle also became more intense. Above the void, an incomparably huge black space appeared. That was the sky collapsing. Di Ping was dead. Outside the origin realm, the 3 of them did not stand together. Instead, they stood in a triangle. The silence lasted for a moment. Soon, Di Xing said, Di Qi is in the origin state. The 3 of us will work together to sneak attack Di Qi and kill him. Then, we will find one of the 2 venerable sovereigns and join forces with him. Before he could finish, Di Fei suddenly exploded. You still want to continue killing? Di Fei's face was filled with anger as he shouted, they're all dead. If Ground Strange dies, can you and I really live? Could venerable sovereign be trusted? Di Xing, do you want to bury us father and son? Or could it be that you have the confidence to survive and even want to be the final winner? Di Fei's voice was cold as he said, a child who has little experience and is inconsiderate. Are you the same? Let's not talk about whether or not the 3 of us can kill Ground Qi. Even if we can, why would Di Zun accept us? If 2 venerable sovereigns join hands, the 3 of us will be killed in an instant. At the side of the bed, I allow others to sleep soundly. What qualifications do you and I have to negotiate with venerable sovereign? Perhaps the 2 venerable sovereigns would rather have a final showdown than join hands with us and kill us. You bewitched the living and attacked Di Ping. How unwise. Di Fei was infuriated. Kill until he went crazy. And now he wanted to kill Ground Wonder. Di Xing definitely had a trump card, but so what? Earth Xing's thinking was too simple. Dragons do not cohabit with snakes. Didn't the 2 venerable sovereigns know what they were thinking? He would definitely know. At that time, the 2 venerable sovereigns might kill them first and then decide the winner, because they were the same kind of people, and they were just a group of small fries. Xingdi frowned slightly and said calmly, however, if Di Qi doesn't die, you and I will be targeted even more easily. Because Ground Oddity has the strength to threaten an emperor level. Bullshit. Di Fei said angrily, as long as Di Qi doesn't die, we can still negotiate with venerable sovereign. He even had the strength to threaten them. The 2 venerable sovereigns will not attack us easily. Otherwise, if we attack one of them, one of the venerable sovereigns will be injured. They're not afraid. Would the 2 venerable sovereigns dare to attack us rashly? Bastard, your lifespan is coming to an end, and you're willing to use any means necessary. You don't need to drag us down with you. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you first. I'd like to see how strong your trump card is and whether it can fight against a venerable sovereign. Dexing's eyes were cold. He did not speak, but he looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping glanced at Di Fei, his eyes flickering. After a while, he said slowly, since father doesn't agree, then let's drop this matter. When Lord Earthwonder returns, we'll find a chance to enter the inner hall. We'll decide what to do after that. Di Fei looked at him deeply, then looked at the place where Dipping had fallen. His expression changed for a while, but he did not refuse again. The Earth Executioner was displeased to hear that. But after some thought, he gave up on trying to convince Di Fei. Terrafly was scared, as more and more people died. He also felt sorry for the loss of his own kind. It wasn't just fear. It probably had something to do with Yunxing. Thinking of this, Di Xing glanced at Yunxing out of the corner of his eye. Was there something that he didn't understand? The relationship between father and son was very good. But now, it was a little different. Dexing suppressed the restlessness in his heart and didn't speak again. The three of them quietly cleaned up the battlefield, erasing all traces. They stood outside the Origin Realm and waited. About 10 minutes later, a figure walked out of the Origin Realm. Earthwonder's expression was calm. He sensed the three people's auras as soon as he came out and was a little wary. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. "You're all here," Di Fei said in a low voice. "Dipping has fallen. Brother, you're the strongest now. Whether you leave or stay, it's all up to you." The two venerable emperors are already preparing to enter the inner hall. Next, there will be a fight in the inner hall. Dipping has fallen? Earthwonder's expression changed slightly. Another one had died. He really did not have much of a reaction when he was at Reciprocity. Who killed him? I don't know. Earthwonder answered, not giving Di Fei a chance to speak. Earthwonder frowned slightly and did not ask again. After some thought, Earthwonder said slowly, Dipping is dead. Now, there are only the 6 of us in the Kunwang Palace. The inner hall is the core of the Kunwang Palace. The Celestial Emperor's golden body is in the inner hall. Not only that, the sect leader has been in seclusion in the inner hall for so many years. There must be treasures left behind. Di Fei said in a low voice, Brother, do you still want to fight? Of course. Earthwonder took a deep breath, causing a small airflow whirlpool around him. It was clear how complicated he was feeling. If you don't fight, you will die. The situation is coming. Although you and I are true gods, we will fight for the throne and the unification of the 3 realms. The weak still have a chance to survive. True gods like us will be the focus of everyone's attention. If we don't become stronger now, when the chaos comes, will we survive? Earthwonder looked at Di Fei and said with a dark expression, This is also our only chance. There are many treasure lands in the 3 realms, but they are also dangerous. This is the only place we know the most, and we are already deep. Di Fei, there is no turning back. There was really no turning back. Those who entered today had all made up their minds. After this, they would leave the Divine Court. Because they had broken the Kunwang Palace and were trying to steal the Kunwang Palace's treasures. This was courting death. The moment they decided to break the Kunwang Palace, they were actually prepared to leave. The 3 realms was huge, and there would always be a place for them. Their own strength was fundamental. No matter how strong the Kunwang Palace was, what did it have to do with them? If the Kunwang Palace was strong, would he let them become emperors? Hearing his words, Di Fei said after a while, Then we'll listen to you. Then let's go. To the inner hall. Earthwonder did not say much, nor did he mention if he had gained anything in the Origin Realm. No one asked either. This was a secret, and everyone knew what to do. The 4 of them were very quiet, and they silently rushed toward the end of a tunnel. Fang Ping did not know how to enter the inner hall, but Earthwonder knew a little. At the end of the tunnel. At this moment, the appearance of a large door appeared on the wall at the end. Thunder arrived, and so did Feng Yun. The 2 of them faced each other in the air. No one spoke. After a while, Thunder said in a low voice, Di Ping is dead, right? That's right. Who killed him? Taoist Feng Yun said lightly, If it's not you or me, then it can only be those few. Thunder frowned, then suddenly snorted. Coldly. Looks like someone obtained an opportunity in the Origin Realm, and felt that he did not need Di Ping's help. Who do you think it is? Di Fei, Di Xing, Di Qi, all of them are possible. Feng Yun smiled faintly. It sounded like he was talking nonsense, but Thunder noticed that he did not mention Yunxing. Thunder's eyes revealed a look of contemplation, and he quickly changed the topic. Did these people obtain a new great Tao in the Origin Realm? It might not be small. Taoist Fengyun said, then lamented, the origin realm is an opportunity, but also a danger. Even if they obtain a great Tao, it is not their own Tao, so how far can they go? Even the owner of their Tao back then died, let alone these people now. Also, even if they inherit someone else's great Tao, can their bodies contain it in a short period of time? A little carelessness, and they will self-destruct. The origin realm is not a good place. Thunder did not reply, but looked at the door again. Can I enter the inner hall? Yes. Taoist Fengyun did not seem to have any intention of playing riddles with him. He said, the inner hall is more dangerous than the outer hall. You can open the door now and enter the inner hall. However, I still suggest that you wait for them to come together, let them scout the way. Will they agree? Strength is everything. Fengyun said mildly. We can also test the waters to see who obtained the opportunity, or, all of them. Thunder, don't count on joining forces with them to do anything to me. We haven't even seen the Celestial Emperor's golden body, and we are injured or one of us is dead. Can we really reap the benefits next? In the end, we may need to join forces to succeed. We can accept some of the others dying. Force them to scout the way. That's what you and I should do, not let them reap the benefits. Thunder Venerable Emperor was silent for a while, then quickly said, all right. Then he said, if they don't obey, kill them. Taoist Fengyun said calmly. Venerable emperors were venerable emperors, and true gods were true gods. Sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight, reap the benefits, be the Oriole. Everyone knew that they were not stupid. They all had the same thought. But how could it be so simple? Did Ground Chi think that they could be on equal footing with venerable emperors just because they had the strength to fight them? Fan Ping, Fengyun said this name in his heart, looking at the hall door from the corner of his eyes. Since they were here, they could not leave. Another while passed. Fan Ping and the others were close to the end. Ground Chi suddenly frowned and said, the two venerable emperors are in front. They looked at each other, their faces solemn. They thought that the venerable emperors had gone in. They did not expect that they were still waiting outside. Ground Chi said telepathically, no matter what, we have come this far, and we have no way out. We cannot split up, we cannot compromise, we must fight for what we should fight for. The great Tao lies in fighting. The humans are getting stronger and stronger because of fighting. If we don't fight, neither you nor I will have a chance. Everyone was silent, and no one spoke. Soon, the two venerable emperors in front of them came into view. They're here. Di Ping was indeed dead, the Thunder Overlord said calmly as he swept a glance at the few of them. As for the remaining four, he glanced at them. Ground Chi and the others seemed to be a little unstable. He did not know whether it was because they had obtained the opportunity or because of the battle just now. As soon as he spoke, Taoist Fengyun's figure flashed and appeared behind them. Ground Chi's expression changed. Taoist Fengyun smiled. This is where the door to the inner hall is. Who will open the door? Master. Taoist Fengyun's smile disappeared. He said calmly, open the door. At this moment, if you want to participate, you have to pay the price. No one will help you explore the way. You will have to do it yourselves. The two venerable emperors would not be their pathfinders. If they wanted benefits, they had to pay the price. Ground Chi took a deep look at him, then looked at Thunder. Seeing that Thunder Venerable Emperor did not speak, he knew that the two had reached an agreement. He had hoped that the two would fear each other and not get along. Now, it was all just wishful thinking. They were venerable emperors, and venerable emperors had the dignity of venerable emperors. Exploring the way. Of course, it was the weak who would take the risk, not the strong. Ground Chi glanced at the people around him, exhaled softly, and said, let's go together. He did not let anyone go alone. At this point, he could not make them feel disappointed. In the air, Thunder and Fengyun raised their eyebrows slightly. Ground Chi knew what he was doing. In this way, they were even more tightly tied up. Fan Ping and the others looked at each other, but did not say anything. They followed Ground Chi toward the door. The door of the inner sanctum seemed to be one with the wall. Ground Chi walked in front, and the other three followed behind. From a distance, Ground Chi condensed an energy palm and pushed it toward the door. The other three also made their moves. The two venerable emperors slightly avoided it. Rumble, the door seemed to be pushed. There was no array. It was just a door made of heavenly gold. King Kuan did not seem to set any obstacles in his inner sanctum. After all, this was his place of cultivation. There was a big array at the front door to prevent outsiders from entering. Inside the sanctum, if someone really broke the 5 great arrays outside, it would be a powerhouse. It would be useless to set up an array in the inner sanctum. Fang Ping's face was full of caution as he looked at the door that was slowly opening. Inner sanctum, heavenly dog golden body, King Kuan's cultivation place, Spring Watcher's cultivation place. This place had 2 owners. It kept the body of a dog known as the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Who knew if someone would suddenly appear? Fang Ping wondered if King Kuan had left a guardian in the inner sanctum. Although the possibility was not high, leaving a guardian meant handing over some of his secrets and treasures to the guardian. Based on Fang Ping's understanding of the 3 realms' powerhouses, under normal circumstances, they would not do such a thing. Rumble, the door was still opening. Fang Ping could already see some of the inner sanctum's situation through the gap. There seemed to be a yard in front of him. It was full of vitality. Fang Ping saw flowers and plants, a pavilion, and heard the sound of flowing water. This was King Kuan's cultivation place. It was also the place where he had stayed for close to 8,000 years. If such a place was as dark as a cave, Fang Ping would be impressed. He had stayed in a dark place for 8,000 years. It would be strange if such a person did not go crazy. There's no danger. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that there was no danger. Ground Chi saw that the door had completely opened, and he could see everything inside clearly. There was indeed a yard in front of him. It was huge, hundreds of flowers were blooming, pavilions, terraces, small bridges, and flowing water. They even saw some small animals. Yes, they were not monsters. They were really ordinary animals. Fang Ping saw them too. He knew some animals, but he did not know some. They might be extinct animals. However, there were no cats or dogs. Fang Ping glanced at them. They were flying in the sky, running on the ground, and swimming in the water. There was a striped tiger hiding in the bushes. There were colorful birds soaring in the sky. There were many animals, but he did not see any cats or dogs. He did not know if King Kuan did not like cats and dogs. At this moment, Thunder Overlord suddenly stretched out his hand. A thunderbolt shot out from his hand. In the distance, the tiger that was crawling in the bushes was killed instantly without any resistance, turning into a bloody mist. Not a monster, Thunder Overlord said. He was just testing the waters. As for those flowers and plants, they seemed to be ordinary plants, not treasures. These powerhouses did not seem to like to decorate their own residences. They were just ordinary. The tiger was killed. In the yard, the other animals ran in all directions. Everyone watched for a while, but did not care. At this moment, everyone restrained their aura, not daring to rashly erupt in this place. Go in. Thunder Overlord growled, letting Fang Ping and the others go in first. Ground Chi hesitated for a moment, but still stepped into the door. Fang Ping and the others also followed and entered. In the courtyard, there was plenty of energy. However, it was not too rich. If it was too rich, it would make the environment look bad. A powerhouse like King Kuan did not need much energy, unless it was time to break through the realm. As soon as they entered, 2 venerable emperors came together. The door of the inner hall closed again. Fang Ping reached out and grabbed the water in a small river in front of him. After sensing it, it was ordinary river water, but it was mixed with some energy, probably caused by the accumulation of time. There were palaces on 3 sides of the courtyard. For example, the place where Fang Ping and the others were at was the door, and the other 3 sides had buildings. Thunder Overlord was a little excited, glancing at the main hall in front of him. Myriad Spirit Palace. The Celestial Emperor Golden Body was in Myriad Spirit Palace. Taoist Fengyun saw his eagerness and reminded, Myriad Spirit Palace is the main hall, the most dangerous. If something happens, I'm afraid we won't have time to explore the other secondary halls. Should we go to Myriad Spirit Palace or the other secondary halls? Thunder Overlord thought about it, looked at the palace on the left, and said, "Let's go to the Dao Hall first." The books in the Dao Hall are not only left behind by the Spring Guardian, but also by the sect leader and even by the earthly sovereign. The Dao Hall was where King Kuan collected ancient books. The Spring Guardian and King Kuan had lived for too many years and had collected a lot of ancient books. Moreover, King Kuan had brought a batch of collections from the earthly palace. This place might have some supreme ancient books of combat techniques and cultivation methods. No one had any objections. If they could find a heavenly king cultivation method, even if they could not learn it, they could still take a look and learn from it. Soon, everyone pushed open the door of the Dao Hall. It was as vast as the sea. At first glance, there were books everywhere. There were animal skin books, paper books, bamboo books, crystal books, and some books made of metal materials. There were books everywhere, many but not messy. The moment he entered this place, Fang Ping's only thought was that powerhouses. Many were actually cultured people, real cultured people. They read ancient books, created their own scriptures, made use of their strengths to make up for their weaknesses, absorbed the cultural essence of the ancient and modern people, eliminated the dregs, and strengthened themselves. Needless to say, King Kuan had probably come to this place to read many books. Powerhouses knew too many things. Take Old Manly and the others for example. Which one of them did not read tens of thousands of books? Old Manly had also studied a lot of human anatomy, cytology, and energetics. That was why he had forged half a golden body at rank 6. Old Wang and the others, even if they were iron-headed, could still recognize seal scripts and inscriptions. At this level, who would not have some culture, even if Fang Ping did not study for a long time, he had learned the catacombs language and some seal scripts. When he had broken through to rank 6, he had also entered the library and read tens of thousands of books. Everyone was knowledgeable and cultured. The books they had read were also as many as the hairs on a cow. At this moment, everyone was still a little excited. This was King Kuan's collection, the collection of the Emperor's son. Here, were there some supreme Tao-seeking treasures here? Although there were many books in this basilica, they were mainly divided into 4 areas. Fang Ping glanced over and realized that King Kuan had actually divided them into different areas. Beginner martial arts, heavenly court, 3 realms, miscellaneous talk. These were the 4 major areas that King Kuan had divided. Fang Ping glanced at them and thought for a while. He roughly understood what he meant by the division. The beginner martial arts era, that was the era when the real martial arts appeared, even older than heavenly court. As for how long ago exactly beginner martial arts, Fang Ping had no way of knowing. As for heavenly court, that was after beginner martial arts, after the emperor appeared, only then did heavenly court come into existence. This was also the current ancient martial era that Fang Ping and the others had identified. After that, heavenly court was shattered, and the 3 realms were no longer unified. This was a chaotic period that had lasted until now. In fact, it could be considered as a big era. Therefore, King Kuan had divided the 3 realms into different areas. Miscellaneous talk was probably not divided by era. Thunder and Taoist wind cloud, one of them went straight to the heavenly court area, while the other went straight to the beginner martial area. The one who went to the beginner martial area was Taoist wind cloud. Fang Ping glanced at them, thought for a while, and went to the miscellaneous talk area. Today, the idiot suddenly came to visit and told me that he called himself tyrant and could no longer be called an idiot, or else he would have to bear the consequences. Fang Ping opened an animal skin book at random. He clearly could not understand the words in it, but at this moment, there was suddenly something different. He had never seen a scene like this before. In front of his eyes, there seemed to be a figure smiling and shaking his head, as if he was recording something. The words in the book seemed to have turned into a voice. It was this person speaking. The idiot also said that he had already forged jade bones, and asked me to teach him the forging method of spiritual consciousness. After teaching the idiot for 3 years, the idiot covered his face and fled, and had no choice but to give up on the forging method of spiritual consciousness. Last night, Don Huang came to visit with his disciple. Don Huang's disciple called it battle. Battle? More pleasant to the ears than the idiot's name. Don Huang came to visit, also for the forging method of spiritual consciousness. Battle and I talked long through the night, talking about the forging method of spiritual consciousness. Both of us learned something. Dong Huang's disciple, the prodigy of this generation. The idiot went to the beginner martial ground and challenged everyone. Without using the origin, he battled everywhere with his flesh. He was defeated, and his jade bones were broken. He went to ask for the method of energy outburst. I want to go to beginner martial. With the state of non-origin, I fight the strongest beginner martial. I wonder if I can win. I was defeated too. I didn't tell the idiot. The idiot was defeated, and everyone knew. If I told them, it would be very troublesome. Can beginner martial enter the origin? Today, Dong Huang, Emperor, and the God Emperor, the three emperors are debating. Why can't beginner martial enter the origin? Dong Huang said, beginner martial has no Tao. Tao comes after beginner martial. The great path has no beginner martial. Emperor said, beginner martial has no Tao. Tao is the road ahead, but also the shackles. After beginner martial, there is no more flesh and strong spiritual consciousness. The great path has its limits. The God Emperor pondered for a long time. He said that the great path collapsed, and heaven and earth were reforged. Beginner martial may not be unable to enter the Tao. Tao comes after beginner martial. Where does the Tao come from? Forging the body, forging the Tao, which is better and which is worse? Fang Ping's eyes flickered. He knew that the Heaven Extermination Emperor seemed to have the habit of making notes. Previously in Combat Heavenly Palace, he also saw a copy of the Devil Emperor's translation of the notes left behind by the Heaven Extermination Emperor. This note gave him the feeling that it was left behind by the Heaven Extermination Emperor. However, this should be the original copy. The previous copy should be translated by the Devil Emperor. After beginner martial, there is Tao, so beginner martial has no great path? And beginner martial has no great path, so golden body and mentality are limitless. After beginner martial, there is a great path, there is a limit? Ironhead and Old Yao's past lives went to the place where beginner martial artists were. In the end, without using the origin, they were defeated. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. At the realm of extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor, even if they did not use the origin, they would still be terrifyingly powerful. The existence of a breakthrough 9, what kind of concept was that? It was probably 40 million calories vitality destructive power, even if the origin had an increase. By how many times? 100,000 meters, Heavenly King Realm, an increase of 3 times. According to the increasing relationship, when it reached 1 million meters, it would only be 4 times. If these extreme Tao Heavenly Emperors walked 1 million meters and had a 4 times increase, reaching 40 million calories vitality destructive power, that also meant that their basic vitality was at least 8 million calories. Of course, this was relative to a rank 9. 8 million calories, and they were still defeated. Did that not mean that these beginner martial artists, without any increase, had the strength of a breakthrough 7, too powerful? Is the human body so terrifying? Fang Ping fell into deep thought. He had always thought that the golden body 9 refinements was the limit of the human body. Last time, at Skywood, he only found out that one could also forge jade bones. In that case, 9 refinements was not the limit. And the Badian Celestial Emperor with jade bones was still defeated. The battle that destroyed the heavenly realm that year. Was it related to these beginner martial artists? Such a thought emerged in Fang Ping's mind. He rarely heard news about beginner martial artists. There were legends, but he only knew about it when the old man at Skywood mentioned it previously. Only then did he know a little. Today, he saw some records about beginner martial artists again. Beginner martial artists. Heavenly King Garrison seems to be a beginner martial artist's disciple. Fang Ping suppressed the thought in his heart. The books in this place were all good stuff. He had to pack them up and take them away. He would read them slowly when he returned. In the temple, everyone had something to gain. Venerable Thunder Overlord and Taoist Feng Yun seemed to have found what they wanted. Although they did not show it, Fang Ping noticed that both of them had stuffed things into their storage rings. Storage rings. Seeing their storage rings, Fang Ping thought of the few people who had died earlier. At that time, there were many people and the battle was chaotic. A few true gods were killed directly. Their storage rings were not even seen. As for Venerable Flame Emperor, he had died in Skywood Forest. His storage ring was not seen either. Fang Ping was a little regretful. He did not know how many treasures had been lost. At this moment, Fang Ping also picked up some books. Whether they were good or bad, he would put them away first. Soon, everyone had collected some rare books. However, everyone's storage space was limited. They did not collect all the books. Fang Ping could not show it now, so he did not take too many. Taoist Feng Yun must have gotten what he wanted. He said with satisfaction, some of the records in the temple are very useful to everyone. However, in terms of treasures, the temple opposite has more. Temple, Ground Chi laughed. Is it the place where the cult leader's treasures are listed? That's right. Taoist Feng Yun introduced. The cult leader was the son of the earthly emperor, one of the 8 kings. He collected a lot of treasures in the past 8,000 years. Some of them are not of use to the cult leader, so they are all stored in the temple. King Kuan had lived for so many years and had such a large force. Naturally, he had collected a lot of treasures. Many of the items that could not be used were stored in the treasure hall as a form of remembrance. There were only 3 main halls in the inner temple: Dao Hall, Treasure Hall, and All Spirit Hall. At this moment, everyone did not say much and went straight to the treasure hall. The treasure hall was opposite the Dao Hall. There were no defensive measures. The moment the door was pushed open, Fang Ping thought he had arrived at an exhibition hall. This place was different from the Dao Hall. This place was divided into exhibition tables. Each table had an item placed on it, but some were already empty. There were not many exhibition tables. King Kuan had high standards, so he would not take a fancy to everything. Fang Ping glanced. There were about 40 to 50 exhibition tables. Some of them were already empty, and only about half of them had items in them. When they arrived at the treasure hall, Venerable Thunder and the others went straight to the deepest part. Everyone felt that the treasures were there. Why would they waste time on the periphery? Fang Ping took a look. There seemed to be restrictions on the booths, but he was not in a hurry. Moreover, if he were to compete with 2 venerable sovereigns now, he might not end up well. Fang Ping walked toward an exhibition stand with something on display beside him. On this display stand, there was a broken sword. There was a record on the side of the broken sword. Over the years, King Kuan had collected a lot of things. Some of them he recognized, while others he didn't. What he cared about was not their value, but their meaning. He sighed a little. A fragment of the beginner sword. The sword of the beginner sword god. One of the strongest beginner sword masters, defeated by Dong Huang. His sword was shattered and he died. Beginner sword god, Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. This was actually a beginner martial artist's weapon, the sword of one of the strongest powerhouses, the powerhouse who had created the existence of martial arts. This time, it was also Fang Ping's first time learning about Dong Huang and the other emperor's battle achievements. This supreme master fought with Dong Huang and was defeated. His sword was destroyed and he died. As for King Kuan, he had collected some fragments from somewhere. Even if it was just a broken sword and was separated by the seal, Fang Ping felt like he was seeing history. Could this be the first powerhouse to use a sword since the beginning of time? The broken sword seemed a little different from the current sword. It gave Fang Ping the feeling that it was similar to a stick. If it was not for the blade, he might not be able to recognize it as a sword. After so many years, this sword is still here. I'm afraid it's also a treasure. Old Manly uses a sword. I wonder if I can gain anything. Fang Ping had this thought in his mind. This might be the first martial artist to use a sword in the world. If there was something left behind, it should be helpful to Old Manly, right? Thinking of this, Fang Ping began to break the seal. The seal was not considered strong. King Kuan probably only set it up to prevent things from weathering. Fang Ping quickly opened the seal. Holding the broken sword in his hand, Fang Ping sensed it for a while and frowned slightly. There was no strong qi movement, and there was no residual energy. It was of good quality. Fang Ping squeezed it, but the broken sword did not react much. I'll give it to Old Manly to study when I get back. Fang Ping put away the beginner sword. The others glanced at him. Someone scanned with mentality. In the distance, the Thunder Emperor was also breaking the seal. However, it seemed that the other side was much stronger. He did not break it, but he was also paying attention to everyone's movements. Seeing that Fang Ping had put away the broken sword, the Thunder Emperor said lightly, "This broken sword is a treasure." The so-called ultimate powerhouses are all the leaders of the beginner martial era. They are all top-notch heavenly kings. The weapons in the hands of the beginner martial era powerhouses are comparable to the divine weapons later on. Although the beginner martial sword is broken, it can be melted down and reforged. Maybe it can also be forged into an emperor weapon or even a holy weapon. He was just saying it. He did not pay much attention to it. Melting down and reforging these things was easier said than done. With this energy, they might even be able to reforge an emperor weapon or a holy weapon. Fang Ping did not care about him. Everyone knew that some things were more important than their value. If it was really a treasure, would these two emperors let them take it away so easily? Divine Emperor Nature Pill. Very soon, Fang Ping saw the second booth and the second treasure. Refined by the Divine Emperor, a work of games. Glorious Sun Effect. Fang Ping glanced at it briefly. It seemed like a rather useless pill. It could not enhance one's ability or strengthen one's foundation. Its only use was somewhat similar to Immortal Quest Island's Immortal Quest pill. It could be stuffed into the source world to act as a sun. This thing did not look big. In reality, after entering the source world, it could be hung high in the sky and used as a sun. However, Immortal Quest Island's Immortal Quest pill seemed to have some other uses. This Divine Emperor Nature pill was actually a high-powered light bulb. Powerhouses did not care whether their source world was bright or not. This was indeed not very useful. However, Fang Ping was still very interested. After all, it was a pill refined by an emperor. It was also considered a treasure. He took it. No one snatched this thing from him. This time, Thunder did not even introduce it because it was indeed a little useless. Fang Ping put it away. He did not dare to eat it now. Who knew how old this pill was and whether it would expire? Brain Source. When powerhouses die, their spiritual consciousness will overflow and bloom and bear fruit. This is called Brain Source. When he saw the third treasure, Fang Ping looked at it again and again. It looked so familiar, this thing. Haven't I seen this thing before? Brain Source, Heavenly God Fruit? In the next moment, Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Old Wang and the other bastards, this was what they gave me to eat last time, right? They actually lied to me and said it was some heavenly god fruit, heavenly treasure, my foot. This thing turned out to be something that grew on powerhouses' heads after they died. However, it did have the effect of increasing mentality, and the effect was not bad. According to King Kuan's introduction, this brain source was found on the corpse of a heavenly king powerhouse. Brain source. Not everyone would grow it after they died. It depended on the probability of this thing. The probability was very low. When they died, the head was still there and not completely obliterated. This situation was actually rare. It was mainly helpful for powerhouses below True God. As for those above True God, the effect was average. Of course, this was the brain source of a heavenly king powerhouse. Perhaps it would have some effect on true gods. Fang Ping glanced at it and did not care about it. He did not really need it. For him now, having a strong mentality was not much of a benefit. He did not want his brain core to explode. It's not bad to leave it for others. Old Jiao can use it, right? Fang Ping did not care so much. He broke the restriction again and kept it. At this moment, the others also broke the restriction one after another, collecting some treasures. Not far from Fang Ping, Ground Qi broke a restriction and collected a long spear. Ground Xing's eyes were red. It seemed like he knew what it was. Fang Ping also used his mentality to take a look. The weapon used by this king at True God, in a short sentence, Fang Ping knew what it was. It was actually the weapon used by King Kuan back then. It was probably a top-notch True God weapon even if it was not an emperor weapon. No wonder Ground Qi could not close his mouth from smiling. This spear was the most suitable for him now. He had near emperor strength. Using the long spear that King Kuan had used until he reached emperor level was just right. Daoist Feng Yun did not say anything. In the distance, Venerable Thunder was still breaking the restriction that he had just broken. At this moment, he said lightly, "It's best not to take the sect leader's weapon." Once the sect leader returns, the divine weapon was used by the sect leader back then. As soon as these words came out, Ground Chi's expression changed slightly. King Kuan might not care about ordinary things, but he could sense the weapon that he had used for many years even if it was far away. If he took this weapon, it would be really dangerous. Ground Chi struggled for a while. Although he was a little reluctant, he still made up his mind. He would just use it this time. After this was over, he would throw this spear away. Everyone was breaking the restriction. Some things were really worthless. For example, on the exhibition stand that Fang Ping encountered now, there was a somewhat dilapidated plaque. Earth Palace, written by my father personally. King Kuan did not explain much, but the engraving gave Fang Ping a somewhat unpleasant feeling. Earth Palace's plaque, back then, Earth Emperor personally wrote it. Unfortunately, it was destroyed later on. He had also searched for a long time before he accidentally found a piece of ruins and took this plaque away. The plaque was already dilapidated. The 3 words Earth Palace on it were also dilapidated. Only one complete word was left, the remaining 2 were blurred. Fang Ping wanted both good and bad things, and he did not mind. He still remembered that back then, Li Zhen had written a piece of calligraphy for Old Man Li. It was very powerful. Old Man Li's myriad Dao unification was related to that piece of calligraphy. This was written by Earth Emperor. Perhaps it had some special effects. Fang Ping broke the restriction again and took away the plaque. Seeing that he took everything, everyone was speechless. For powerhouses, if some things were useless to them, then there was no need to take them. Fang Ping continued to wander, taking away a few more treasures. At this moment, Venerable Thunder Emperor and Daoist Windcloud actually took away a single thing. Both of them were still competing with the few exhibition stands in the deepest part of the hall. Fang Ping and the others had also taken away most of the things one after another. This time even Fang Ping did not fancy the remaining treasures, so he did not take them. The wooden sword that Hong Yu used in the past, forged from heavenly wood branches. Fang Ping glanced at it and ignored it directly. Heavenly wood was still alive, and it was much stronger than before. This wooden sword forged from branches was probably comparable to a rank 7 or 8 divine weapon. Fang Ping did not fancy it. Fang Ping also remembered some of the treasures that the others had taken away. There were none that were too strong. Most of them were of little value. The long spear that Ground Chi took away was probably the best. At this moment, everyone was also staring at the few exhibition stands in the deepest part of the hall. Daoist Windcloud and Venerable Thunder Emperor had occupied that area the moment they arrived. Until now, they had not taken away a single treasure. They also wanted to see what kind of treasure was worthy of the 2 Venerable Emperors' attention. Fang Ping did not go over to Daoist Windcloud's side. Instead, he went over to Venerable Thunder Emperor's side. Thunder did not care about them either, continuing with his own work. One-legged ox bone. Fang Ping took a look at the introduction and instantly understood why Venerable Thunder Emperor wanted to compete here. One-legged ox. Fang Ping knew about this. It was also known as the Thunder Beast. Venerable Thunder Emperor did not seem to have a divine weapon. In the exhibition stand in front of him, there was a bone from an unknown location. It was green in color, and the bone was like jade. There seemed to be lightning flashing on it. This thing did not need to be forged. Fang Ping felt that it was probably an emperor weapon, a natural emperor weapon. No, maybe it was even stronger. No wonder Venerable Thunder Emperor did not care about anything else and only cared about this. If he got his hands on this thing, his combat strength would increase significantly. Moreover, it looked like he could use it the moment he got it. Looking at Venerable Thunder Emperor's determined look, Fang Ping sensed for a while. The restriction was not weak. It seemed that the more precious something was, the stronger the protection. Or perhaps this bone had weathered and was deliberately made a little stronger. Looking at Venerable Thunder Emperor's appearance, he should be able to break the restriction very soon. Fang Ping strolled over to Daoist Windcloud's side. This time, he did not go near. This old man knew that he was Fang Ping. He had to be careful. Origin soil. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Just 3 words, an extremely simple introduction. On the exhibition stand, there was a jade box. The so-called origin soil was probably placed in the box. Fang Ping saw that Taoist wind cloud was also determined to get it. From a distance, he smiled and said, "Lord Protector, this origin soil." Taoist wind cloud glanced at him and did not say a word. On the other side, Venerable Thunder Emperor said thoughtfully, "Origin soil. That is, of course, the soil of the source world. The source world is a world between illusions. According to common sense, everything inside is illusory. However, it is said that when the first powerhouse who opened up the Tao opened up the source world, he brought out some things from it. For example, origin soil. The first powerhouse who opened up the Tao? Fang Ping was dazed for a moment. Who opened it up? Was it not a sovereign? The things inside the source world were indeed fake. Anyway, Fang Ping could not bring anything out from it, except for origin qi. Origin qi was not considered a physical substance. It was just a way of presenting power. Did the source world really have soil? It's just a rumor. Venerable Thunder Emperor smiled faintly. As for who was the first to open up the Tao, I'm not too sure either. He should have died a long time ago. That person should also be considered a beginner martial artist. We are actually all considered the inheritors of beginner martial artists. It's just that the Tao of origin has been passed down in all the martial arts paths. It has been perfected and perfected. The first powerhouse to open up the Tao of origin was, of course, also considered a beginner martial artist. This was also a completely different Tao that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. After listening for a while, Fang Ping could not help but say, "Sir, then this origin soil," Venerable Thunder Emperor said lightly, "there is an ancient legend that when the source world fuses with origin soil, it can recreate the world, turning the source world into a real world. But reality proved that it was all fake. The origin soil was not necessarily the soil of the origin world. Perhaps it was just a kind of treasure. Someone had fused with it before. Its greatest use was to consolidate the source world. However, no matter how stable the source world is, it can't compare to the advancement of the great Tao. It's not trash, it's still a type of supreme treasure. It's just that it's not as mystical as the legends say." Fang Ping's gaze flickered. That was also a treasure. Many people in the source world did not attach much importance to the great Tao. However, Fang Ping still attached great importance to it. He did not expect Taoist Feng Yun to be fighting for this. What is this old man trying to do? He also wanted to consolidate his source world. Taoist Wind and Cloud said calmly, "That's not all. Stabilizing the origin world isn't a big deal. Its greatest use is to establish a pure land in the origin world. It was a real piece of soil. Of course, if that was all there was to it, it wouldn't be that useful. Origin Earth was extremely rare, and it wouldn't appear in large amounts. The real world it established was extremely small. However, at crucial moments, he could still protect one or two people. There was no place more mysterious and safer than a cultivator's origin world. If you hide someone anywhere, there's a chance they'll be discovered. If you hide them in your own origin world, then they might not be discovered by others. If you have parents, younger sisters, teachers, friends, when you encounter a disaster, you might be able to hide one or two people." When he said this, he was looking at Fang Ping. A cold glint flashed in the depths of Fang Ping's eyes. This fellow was talking to him. Fang Ping. At this moment, Taoist Wind and Cloud's voice rang in his mind. "I'm taking the origin Earth not because I need it. Do you want it?" Fang Ping said nothing. "In the future, when the Great War of the Three Realms breaks down, where will your family hide even though the world is big?" "Fang Ping, you're not afraid. Are your relatives like you, unafraid too? Only by establishing a pure land in my own origin world will I be able to protect some people. In the past, do you know why so many people survived in Outland and the Blessed Grotto Heaven? The war was so intense, why didn't many people die? Is it really because Outland is powerful, the Blessed Grotto Heaven is powerful? Not really. Some powerhouses have also obtained the origin Earth and established a small heaven and earth in their own origin world to protect these people. If you're injured and hibernating, these people will also sleep with you in the origin world and won't appear. If you're injured and hibernating for 10,000 years later, the world will change, your old friends will have long turned into white bones. Fang Ping looked at him and continued to maintain his silence. I can give you the origin earth. I'm alone in this world, I don't need the origin earth. As for you, the only thing you need to do is to help me strip the Celestial Emperor's Tao. Of course, the origin earth is not enough. But if I promise, Taoist Wind and Cloud paused for a moment. What about promising to protect your human race from now on? Just like Heavenly King Garrison, he was originally not a human. Of course, I'm not as powerful as Heavenly King Garrison, but I've been an emperor for many years. After integrating the Tao of Celestial Emperor, I might be able to become a saint, a heavenly king. As for you, I think you might not care about other people's Tao. Moreover, you've just reached true God, you might not be able to integrate the Tao of Celestial Emperor. Help me once and exchange the protection of a saint or even a heavenly king for your human race. Is it not worth it? Fang Ping's eyes flickered. You have to know that this place is where the heavenly court is. If I really want to harm you, can you escape from the palm of my hand? Once people find out that you're Fang Ping, Thunder, and the others won't let you go. Fang Ping's mentality fluctuated slightly. How can I believe that once you integrate the Tao of Celestial Emperor, you'll let me go? Who knows if you'll go back on your word? Finally, Fang Ping responded. Taoist Wind and Cloud was delighted. A response was a good thing. Don't worry, I've broken into the Kuan Palace this time and seized the Celestial Emperor's golden body. King Kuan won't let me go. And I also need a powerhouse to protect me. Heavenly King Garrison is enough to do it. The other heavenly kings might not fight against King Kuan for me. Moreover, I'm also worried that others will covet the Tao of Celestial Emperor. Although you humans are called devils, you're more trustworthy. For the future, for survival, I'll cooperate with you. That's the best choice. He did not say anything like a promise. These words were nonsense to powerhouses. He was analyzing the future for Fang Ping, analyzing the benefits, analyzing everything he would face in the future. No matter how he thought about it, if he wanted to find a powerhouse to cooperate with, the human race was indeed more reliable. Fang Ping pondered for a moment. After a while, he said, we can cooperate, but to ensure my safety, I can't strip the Tao of Celestial Emperor for you here. Taoist Wind and Cloud was silent. Clearly, he did not believe Fang Ping. Did he have to go out? Fang Ping said again, you don't have to go out either. Go to Heavenly Wood Forest. Heavenly Wood is mine, but Heavenly Wood's body can't be moved. We'll trade within a 100-mile radius of Heavenly Wood. I'll strip the Tao for you, and you let me go. This way, Heavenly Wood can't do anything to you, and you can attack me at any time. Within a 100-mile radius, Heavenly Wood's strength is definitely inferior to yours. Taoist Wind and Cloud said telepathically, Heavenly Wood is indeed on your side. 10,000 feet above Heavenly Wood, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, you'd better not know. It won't do you any good. Sure enough, Taoist Wind and Cloud did not ask any more. He continued to break the restriction, and soon said, but if it's here, I'm no match for Thunder, then I'll help Venerable Thunder Emperor. This is also the deal. Fang Ping's answer was straightforward. After all, it was impossible to strip it here. If you're no match for him, then I'll go and help Venerable Thunder Emperor. This fellow will also agree. King Fang Ping. Your reputation is well deserved. Taoist Wind and Cloud sighed, and said, so be it, 100 miles away. 100 miles away, even a saint would not be able to do anything to him. If a saint attacked from 100 miles away, they might not be his match. As for Fang Ping, he was a powerhouse among the emperor ranks. Could Fang Ping escape from him? Moreover, cooperation might really be possible. This time, he had definitely offended King Kuan badly. If he did not find a powerhouse to protect him, he would not feel at ease. No matter how he thought about it, among the three realms, Heavenly King suppression was still more suitable. Of course, the current Taoist Wind and Cloud did not feel that the word cooperation was very harsh. Fang Ping, however, muttered in his heart. It seemed like those fellows who cooperated with him did not end up well. This fellow was really bold. Nine Heavens Divine Emperor. After negotiating with Taoist Wind Cloud, Venerable Emperor Thunder and Taoist Wind Cloud were about to break the restriction. Fang Ping hurriedly said, "You need to give me the origin soil later. Otherwise, I will be worried." Worried, Taoist Wind Cloud's tone was slightly deep. Was he worried that he would be defeated and die, or was he planning to run after leaving the Kunwang Hall? Despite his guesses, Taoist Wind Cloud still agreed readily, "Okay." He agreed readily. The origin soil sounded magical, but its use was really limited. What was the use of opening up a small piece of real soil in one's own source world, hide a few people, hide some things? It was not very meaningful anyway. So what if he gave it to Fang Ping? He had taken this to entice Fang Ping to prove his loyalty and to show his sincerity in cooperating with Fang Ping. A few minutes later, the restriction was broken. Both of them broke the restriction almost at the same time. Venerable Emperor Thunder was overjoyed and hurriedly took the one-legged ox bone in his hand. Suddenly, thunder appeared in the void and lightning flashed. Everyone's expression changed slightly. With this one-legged ox bone, Venerable Emperor Thunder had really become stronger, and Taoist Wind Cloud also took the jade box. The box contained the origin soil. He opened it and took a look. Everyone was a little surprised. This origin soil did not look like soil at all. It was clearly a crystal brick. It was not big, half the size of a normal brick. In fact, it was a rectangular block. Taoist Wind Cloud took a look, closed the box, and did not look again. Of course, he did not give it to Fang Ping at this time. At this moment, the treasure hall was almost ransacked. Everyone looked outside, looking at the main hall in the middle. The Thousand Spirit Hall was also the most important hall, where the Celestial Emperor's golden body was. Everyone was extremely nervous. Ground Wonder could not help but ask, "Lord Windcloud, has the Celestial Emperor really fallen?" He was a little scared. This was a supreme powerhouse ranked 14th in the three realms. In the past, they had seen it once from afar. That aura was incomparably powerful, almost tearing them apart. Fortunately, King Kunwang was still around, but how many years had it been? At that time, they had only caught a glimpse of it. Even if he did not fall, he will not be resurrected. Taoist Fengyun answered straightforwardly, if he could really come back to life, Cult Master wouldn't have been unprepared all these years. With that, Taoist Fengyun smiled. If you don't dare to go, then don't. Everyone's eyes flickered. They had already come to this point, yet they didn't dare to go. Taoist Fengyun continued, Heavenly Emperor Golden Body is incomparably powerful. Disregarding the Tao of a Heavenly Emperor, the flesh and blood of a Heavenly Emperor were all supreme treasures. One of its bones was definitely not inferior to the Kuei ox bone. Its flesh was even comparable to a saint-level supreme treasure. If we can observe the Celestial Thearcha's golden body for a long time, maybe you and I can also forge our golden bodies to the level of Celestial Arch. Taoist Wind and Cloud said with a smile, I won't lie. Let's all go in together. If there's any danger, you'll be the first to die, and I can take the chance to escape. So, I don't want you to leave now. Everyone was silent. If that's the case, then let's go in. Ground said after a moment of silence. Take a gamble, the golden body of the Heavenly Emperor. Who knew who would obtain it in the end, in the Thousand Spirit Palace? It was as quiet as ever. The golden statue was still standing there. The huge dog head was still looking at the sky. However, if one kept looking, they would notice that the mouth that was wide open earlier seemed to have closed slightly. The teeth that were glinting coldly were now almost indiscernible. The lantern-like eyes, at this moment, were less cold, not as sharp as before. At this moment, a faint sound came from outside the hall. Go in. Celestial Thearcha's golden body is inside. Be careful, Celestial Arch is incomparably powerful, his golden body is immortal, his chi can tear the void, you must be careful. A faint sound came from outside the hall. In the next moment, the hall door was opened. As soon as it opened, a few muffled groans were heard. Fang Ping's mouth was bleeding, his face was full of shock, he was actually injured by a dog's corpse. What did this mean? While he was shocked, he also saw the golden body of the Heavenly Hound. Although it was huge, Fang Ping had seen monsters that were even bigger than the Heavenly Hound. The Heavenly Hound's golden body was not considered big, it was only more than 10 meters tall. It was 3 to 4 stories tall, not even as big as a rank 9 monster plant. Some rank 9 monsters were even bigger than the heavenly hound. However, the key was not the size. At this moment, the heavenly hound in his eyes was incomparably huge, covering the sky and the sun. In his eyes, there was only the heavenly hound. Puff, Fang Ping's eyes exploded directly. He could not look directly at this golden body. Not only him, the others also groaned one after another, including Ground Qi. The 2 venerable emperors were slightly better, but the others, without exception, had their eyeballs burst one after another, blood splattering everywhere. It was too terrifying. It was the first time Fang Ping was injured by a powerhouse's qi to this extent. It was fine if he was alive, but the heavenly hound was dead, whether it was really dead or fake. At this moment, the heavenly hound had no life aura. The heavenly hound was very strong, its qi tore the void, but it was indeed missing something important, no life aura. Fang Ping's eyeballs were covered quickly, golden light flashing in his eyes. He looked at the heavenly hound again. Domineering, it was the same as the heavenly hound he saw the cat describe. No, more domineering. After all, that was only outlined by mentality, not the real body. At this moment, Fang Ping had no doubt that this was the heavenly hound. This was its golden body. It was so powerful that it was shocking. It was so domineering that it made people surrender. At this moment, Fang Ping had a vague urge to kneel down, worship it, submit to it. Humph! A muffled groan was heard. Beside Fang Ping, True Lord Earthfly's golden body suddenly cracked open, golden blood flowing. Powerful. True Lord Earthfly was shocked. He was a true god, after all, and a true god who had walked more than 4,000 meters of Tao. His strength was not considered weak. But he was still injured. Ground Qi was in a worse state than him. Ground Qi, who did not dare to use Tao, still had the golden body from before, but it was not very strong. At this moment, his flesh and blood exploded. This? How do I take this away? Ground Qi was also inexplicably shocked. How do I take such a powerful golden body away? Just as he was thinking about this problem, a figure flashed and disappeared, heading straight for the heavenly hound's golden body. The next moment, this figure flew backward at an even faster speed. Bang! Thunder! Venerable Emperor flew backward, smashing into the basilica wall, causing the basilica to tremble. At this moment, Thunder! Venerable Emperor's hands were covered in blood, his face full of shock. Fang Ping and the others saw a little. This guy just suddenly attacked, trying to grab the heavenly hound's golden body. Who knew that the closer he got, the stronger the aura, directly cutting his palm into a bloody mess. So strong? Thunder was also shocked. This was also ridiculously strong. He was a venerable emperor, but he could not even get close to a golden body. How could he fight for it? Everyone seemed to feel powerless for the first time. A venerable emperor could not even get close to the heavenly hound's corpse. If powerhouses like King Kuan did not restrain themselves and revealed their golden bodies normally, would they not even be able to get close? Fang Ping could not help but think of the time when he cut the Rose City Lord outside the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven. At that time, he was so powerless, not even able to cut the other party's golden body. At that time, he was rank 6, the other party rank 9. If a rank 9 powerhouse stood there for him to cut, he might not be able to kill the other party. This was weakling. And today, he felt this powerlessness again. While feeling powerless, he was also excited. I want to become stronger. I want to become as strong as the heavenly hound. No, stronger than it. The heavenly hound was so powerful, but it still fell in the heavenly cemetery. Even if it resurrected again, it would also fall that time. Fang Ping was still thinking when Taoist Feng Yun shouted, "The Celestial Emperor is too strong. Everyone, join forces and seal the Celestial Emperor's aura." As soon as he said that, the treasured mirror appeared, emitting intense light. Bang! The space exploded. The treasured mirror's light collided with the aura emitted by the heavenly hound, creating a crack in the void. Fourth heaven, just the collision of auras broke the fourth heaven. Ground and the rest's expressions changed. This was too dangerous. They might not even be able to get close to the heavenly hound's corpse, and they still wanted to snatch the treasure? Seal, quickly. Even if we can't last long, we can still get close. Taoist Feng Yun shouted again. At this time, Thunder Venerable Emperor also returned. He snorted coldly, his mentality erupted instantly, overwhelming the world. Join forces to seal the Celestial Emperor's golden body first. He also suffered a small loss earlier, and even embarrassed himself by being sent flying by the Celestial Emperor's corpse. When everyone heard that, their eyes flickered, and they all released their mentality. Let's seal it first, even if it was broken soon, they could get close to the Heavenly Hound, unlike now, where it was difficult to even get close. Seal! Everyone shouted. In the hall, cracks filled the place. At the same time, the door of the hall opened, and the Heavenly Hound's aura also leaked. At this moment. Underground. Suddenly, a burst of aura erupted from the amber. Who? This aura, this, Heavenly Hound. The last word was filled with extreme anger and resentment. Heavenly Hound, at this moment, the amber cracked. The golden bone wanted to come out, the aura of the Heavenly Hound, that damned dog, he sensed it, that disgusting dog smell. He did not know that the man and the dog had been neighbors for 3,000 years. He also did not know that the dog had stood in his palace for 3,000 years. Regardless of whether he knew or not, at this moment, the guardian of the spring was furious. He wanted to kill the dog. This dog had beaten him for 300 years, those 300 years were unbearable times. Now, the first moment he woke up, he actually smelled the dog scent again. He was furious. Why did this dog appear in his territory? I want to go out. Let me out. The amber could not crack. This was a restriction that he had melted all his strength into when he was in danger. It was not real amber. At his peak, he was also extremely powerful. Even after more than 8,000 years, the amber was still powerful. He was only at the initial stage of recovery. How could he break the amber so quickly, but he could not hold it in anymore? Let me out. I want to kill that dog. The golden bone's head was shouting and roaring. Get out quickly. He hated dogs. He would go crazy when he smelled a dog. At the same time. In the hall. The pupils of the huge golden dog seemed to change slightly. Very quickly, another image was reflected in his pupils. 6 people were close to the golden body and were constantly releasing mentality, trying to seal the aura. The big dog did not change. Its body did not move, but its pupils seemed to spread a hint of contempt and disdain. The aura was still overflowing. At this moment, a person was reflected in the big dog's pupils again. Fang Ping, there seemed to be some doubt in the big dog's eyes. Something was wrong. Fang Ping, who was disguised as Yunxing, probably did not know that when he first met Tengu already felt something was wrong. If he knew, Fang Ping would probably think more. Disguise did not seem to be omnipotent. Cat, at this moment, the image in Tengu's eyes changed again. Behind Fang Ping, there was a cat. A cat that had been sleeping and snoring. Cat. People. Not only that, the image was still changing. There were more people. Behind Fang Ping, an illusion appeared. Tengu's pupils seemed to reflect the heavens. It saw a lot of people. The first person to appear was not a stranger. King Marshal, Zhang Tao, a stranger. Tengu did not know him. The next moment, a somewhat familiar person appeared. He looked old and always had a smile on his face. King Subduing. Tengu did not pay much attention, however, in the next moment, the image in Tengu's pupils trembled. Another person appeared, carrying a blood-red longbow, his expression indifferent. Fight. In the next moment, an armored powerhouse appeared. Tyrant. Run. This was a vague consciousness. Run. He had to run. Celestial Emperor Badian, when he saw it, he wanted to smash its head. That year, during the final battle of the 3 realms, Celestial Emperor Batian's roar shook the sky. Where are you dogs? I'll smash your dog head. Terrifying, it hid for a long time with its tail between its legs. Not only that, very soon, another person appeared with a spear. Destroy. This was fine, but it was also terrifying. During that battle, Destroy was also there. Although he did not say anything, a dog that did not bark when it bit was more terrifying than Tyrant. It was not just these people. At this time, behind Fang Ping, another figure appeared. I don't know. Yes, Tengu did not know. Demon Emperor, the image in Tengu's pupils flashed and disappeared. Very soon, another illusion appeared. One illusion, somewhat illusory. Tengu did not recognize it. The second illusion was even more illusory. Still did not recognize it. The third illusion, still did not recognize it. It was too illusory, almost indiscernible. Vaguely, some human shapes could be seen. The pupils continued to reflect Fong Ping. After a while, Fong Ping's figure dissipated. The second person appeared. It was none other than Feng Yun. At this moment, behind Taoist Feng Yun, there was also a huge figure floating. After the pupils reflected for a while, Taoist Feng Yun disappeared. As for the other four people, there was no reaction. The pupils no longer showed images. Fong Ping and the others, however, did not know what was happening. At this moment, they were all unleashing their mentality to seal Tengu's qi. 2 emperors and 4 true gods unleashed their mentality just to seal a corpse's qi. If word got out, no one would believe it. Sheng be careful. Just as Fong Ping was also unleashing his mentality, true Lord Difei beside him was a little worried. He said telepathically, "Don't rush to the front. You and I should stay closer. Once the golden body is sealed later, I'm afraid they'll fight for it." Fong Ping frowned slightly. He did not say anything. After thinking for a while, he moved closer to Difei. "Don't expose the saint token in front of the 2 emperors." "Got it. Be careful of Di Xing. He must have obtained some opportunity. He might be hiding his strength," Difei warned again and again, moving closer to Fong Ping. At this moment, everyone was still sealing Tengu's qi. The light on Taoist Feng Yun's treasure mirror was getting brighter. The one-legged ox bone in Thunder Emperor's hand was also getting brighter. They were about to succeed. At this moment, an unexpected scene happened. Fong Ping was still sealing when true Lord Difei suddenly unleashed his mentality. He struck with his palm, not at Fong Ping, but at the seal in front of him. Rumble, the seal was broken. At this moment, Tengu's qi overflowed. Fong Ping's golden body made a creaking sound. Not only that, in the next moment, Difei was furious. He had already struck Fong Ping's head with his palm. At this moment, this true god's qi exploded. He was furious. While he was angry, he was also inexplicably sad. "You killed my son. Why? You deserve to die. I've been cautious for thousands of years. My son slept for 2,000 years and almost never left Heavenly Clouds Island. You deserve to die. You deserve to die." Difei was extremely crazy. At this moment, he had broken Fong Ping's seal. Tengu's qi exploded and attacked Fong Ping. It was also attacking him, but he did not care. At this moment, his golden body was also cracking. However, he was frantically attacking Fong Ping toward Tengu. He wanted to kill this person who impersonated his son. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He knew that he might not be able to kill this impersonator. The other party was very strong. He might not be weaker than him. Even if he was weaker, it would be very difficult for him to kill him. Only at this moment, Tengu's qi was very strong. As long as he attacked this person to Tengu's side, Tengu's qi might be able to tear him apart. Even if it could not, he was still here. He had a chance to kill him. At this moment, Di Xing was stunned. Di Qi was stunned. The 2 venerable emperors and venerable Thunder were also shocked and surprised. Venerable Feng Yun was not surprised. He just frowned slightly. Exposed, Fong Ping's identity had been discovered by Difei. This was a little troublesome. Fong Ping's face was gloomy. He did not say anything. While defending against Tengu's qi, he counterattacked and fought with Difei in the void. The 2 of them were getting closer and closer to Tengu's golden body. Fong Ping already felt that his golden body could not hold on much longer. Difei was even worse. Golden blood kept spurting and evaporating. But Difei was crazy. He wanted to perish together with Fong Ping. He wanted to kill this person with his own hands. He did not ask Di Qi and the others for help because he knew too well that these people were all mercenaries. As for whether they were cooperating with someone else or Yun Sheng, did it matter? They did not care. They might even leak the secret. Therefore, if he wanted to kill this person, this was the only time. Who was pretending to be his son, he did not know much about Fang Ping. He had some vague guesses, but he did not want to think about it. No matter who it was, he would kill him. Are you crazy? Seeing that both of them were bleeding, Fang Ping yelled angrily, Lord Di Qi, two venerable emperors, stop him. He's crazy. I'm crazy? Di Fei was hysterical. He roared, yes, you're crazy. How dare you kill my only son? You deserve to die. Whoever stops me today, I won't stop until he's dead. Fang Ping was depressed. Di Fei was making things difficult for him at this time. This was a little troublesome. Beside him, Venerable Thunder's eyes flickered. Di Fei was crazy. Or, was the Yunxing in front of him really fake? Who was the imposter? At this moment, everyone had some vague thoughts in their minds. If Yunxing was fake, then who could impersonate him so realistically? Fang Ping. In the three realms, unless it was someone much stronger than them, they might not be able to distinguish the aura. However, it was almost impossible to hide from them if their strength was equal or slightly weaker. Only Fang Ping, Venerable Thunder, was a little excited. If Fang Ping, Celestial Emperor's golden body, was here, then what was the point of sealing? He could just strip his Tao. He had originally thought that even if he snatched the Celestial Emperor's golden body, it would not be easy. The seal would be broken soon. Once it was broken, Feng Yun would definitely not let it go. If he went out, it might attract the attention of the three realms' powerhouses, and they would fight for it. However, if he did not want the golden body, as long as he had the Celestial Emperor's Tao, then it would be much simpler. He could find a place to integrate, hide for a few years, and when he came out, he might be a heavenly king. Venerable Thunder was excited. While he was excited, he could not help but glance at Feng Yun. At this moment, Taoist Feng Yun was calm and collected. No one knew how angry he was inside. His identity was exposed. Fang Ping's identity being exposed was not a good thing for him. Next, the fight for the Celestial Emperor's golden body and Fang Ping's fight would enter a heated stage. If it was Ground Oddity and the others, they might not fight to the death previously, but now, it was hard to say. Ground Fei had ruined his big plan. Everyone, why aren't you stopping him? Fang Ping roared again, blood spilling from his mouth. Ground Fei was really too crazy. The two of them were fighting under the cover of Tengu's qi. His injuries might be more serious than Fang Ping's, but Ground Fei did not care. He just wanted to kill him. Not only that, Fang Ping was a little helpless now. Ground Fei seemed to have a tendency to self-destruct. He wanted to blast Fang Ping to Tengu's side and self-destruct, triggering the Tengu's golden body's instinctive counterattack. This was an ability that all powerhouses had. Once they encountered an external attack, they would naturally counterattack. Tengu only had no vitality, but the golden body was still there, the vitality was still there, and the energy was still there. If he counterattacked passively, Fang Ping might really be killed. He had actually sensed something wrong with Ground Fei before, but he did not expect Ground Fei to attack at this moment. He felt that even if Ground Fei really knew, he would wait until after snatching the treasure or when he was injured. He did not expect this guy to attack now. Who dares to stop me? Ground Fei roared, his eyes blood red. Whoever stops me, I won't rest until I die. The other four people's eyes flickered. Ground Qi looked at the two venerable emperors, not saying a word, but his eyes flickered. What should he do? Kill, not kill the fake Yunxing. If his guess was right, then of course he had to kill Ground Fei. Yes, kill Ground Fei. At this moment, the few of them had the same thought. Kill Ground Fei. They could not let him continue fooling around. The bigger picture. As for what the bigger picture was, of course it was everyone's benefit, not Ground Fei's revenge. If Ground Fei did not die, there would be a lot of trouble. Thunder looked at Feng Yun, and Feng Yun looked at Ground Qi. They looked at each other. Very soon, Taoist Feng Yun nodded slightly. Kill him. If Ground Fei did not die, he would keep looking for trouble. If he really killed Fang Ping, then the hope of stripping Heavenly Emperor's Tao would be gone. Unless they found the cat for help. Was it possible? If the cat knew that they wanted to strip Heavenly Dog's Tao, it would stab them to death. They reached a consensus almost instantly. Ground Fei could die, but Fang Ping could not. As for Ground Fei, he was on their side, and now he was avenging his son. That had nothing to do with them. Rumble, the figure flew backward, blood spilling into the air. Why? Di Fei roared in grief and anger. He was attacked, two venerable emperors attacked at the same time, no one spoke. Fang Ping was also trapped in the range of Tengu's aura, struggling to leave. Even if he was attacked by Di Fei, even if he felt that the cultists were all enemies, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. This was a cult, benefits, only benefits. Because Fang Ping was more important than Di Fei, they did not hesitate to attack Di Fei even though Fang Ping was an enemy and Di Fei was a comrade. In the air, Di Fei's blood splattered. Unwillingness, anger, sorrow. If there's a next life, I'll never be an immortal. Immortal, this was immortal. After the separation of human and immortal, Earth belonged to humans, and Di Fei and everyone else belonged to immortals. Today, this powerhouse who was proud of being an immortal regretted it, immortal. This was immortal, as long as it didn't involve himself, he didn't think it was inappropriate for immortals to be heartless. But now, Di Fei regretted it. His son was killed, and the person who killed his son was right in front of him. He was their enemy. He wanted to avenge his son, but none of his colleagues or his superiors helped him. It was fine if they did not help him, but they wanted to kill him, just because the enemy was more important than him and could bring them benefits. Di Fei's roar shook the sky, he knew he could not survive. Two venerable emperors attacked. Di Qi and Di Xing looked on coldly. He was already seriously injured by Tengu's aura, so he had no chance of survival. The Great Way is heartless, immortals are heartless, humans are a demon. In my next life, I'm willing to be a demon. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh rang through heaven and earth. Son, I'm here. The three realms should be destroyed. Rumble, a deafening roar rang out. Before Di Fei died, he did not attack Fang Ping anymore. Instead, he combined all his strength and blasted the restrictions set by them. Even if he could not take revenge, even if he could not stop them, he wanted to create trouble for everyone. Rumble, Tengu's aura was suppressed. At this moment, the restriction was completely broken, and it counterattacked instantly. The stronger the suppression, the more powerful the counterattack. At this moment, Fang Ping's golden body erupted with dazzling rays of light, but it was still difficult to withstand. Even the ninth forging golden body could not withstand the Heavenly Hound's automatic counterattack, and the golden body continued to crumble. At this moment, Fang Ping could not care less anymore. The saint's token appeared and hung above his head, emitting a glow to protect him. The god-slaying saber appeared to block the pressure. Fang Ping quickly recovered his golden body too. Large amounts of imperishable substance gushed out. Even so, his flesh was still torn apart. The others, including the two venerable sovereigns, all retreated at this moment. As weak as Earth Xing, his flesh and blood almost instantly disappeared, leaving only his bones behind. Chi-Chi was not in a good state either, his flesh and blood were sliced away layer by layer. However, no one cared about this at the moment. They were all looking at Fang Ping. Venerable Emperor Thunder was pleasantly surprised and shocked. It was really Fang Ping, Ground Wonder sighed softly too. It was Fang Ping indeed. Fang Ping had snuck into the celestial court long ago, no wonder. No wonder so many powerhouses had fallen in the past 2 days. As long as Fang Ping was around, there was never a time when no one would die. Di Xing's flesh and blood dissipated. His expression could not be seen, but at this moment, the skeleton's eyes also burst with dazzling divine light, looking at Fang Ping. Fang Ping really came, no one cared about Di Fei, who had self-destructed. Even at the last moment, Di Fei's tone was so unwilling and so miserable. But so what, the great Tao was heartless, this was not the past. Back then, these cultivators still had feelings for each other. But 8,000 years had passed. The celestial realm had been destroyed for 8,000 years, they were almost at the end of their lives. They had been powerful for a lifetime, cultivated for 10,000 years, and now they were about to reach the end of their lives. Who would be willing? They had gone crazy long ago, these powerhouses who were about to reach the end of their lives, except for a few, most of them had gone crazy. 8,000 years had passed. The great Tao was blocked. There was no hope at all. What else could they do? Heaven and earth roared again. Outside the Earth King Hall, blood rained down. Defei had fallen. Woo woo. At this moment, in the small world where the celestial court was located, there were even some mournful sobs. Too many powerhouses had died in 2 consecutive days. The great Tao had collapsed. Heaven and earth were dyed blood red. At this moment, in the celestial court, everyone was nervous, sad, uneasy, and terrified. Another one had died. The true gods who were usually like gods were now falling one after another. When Fang Ping came, there were 3 emperors and 9 gods. Before Fang Ping left, there were 2 emperors and 2 gods. How many people could survive today, in the area where the small world was? The Forbidden Sea. At this moment, the sky above the sea was also blood red. Many people had died, for heaven and earth, yesterday and today were not far apart. In the blink of an eye, the powerhouses who had fallen in 2 days could even be considered to have died at the same time. A venerable emperor and 7 true gods had died at the same time. At this moment, even the outside world was greatly affected. The void was reflected, the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, blood rain was dripping in the outside world. The blood cloud covered a radius of 100 miles. The next moment, several figures appeared. The crazy old man, who was also Ming Ting's true lord, appeared here in an instant. His eyes were solemn. How many people had died? Who was fighting? Where was it fighting? The celestial tomb. Would the dead people in the celestial tomb be reflected in the outside world? He did not know. Or, the divine sect, but the divine sect was invincible in the 3 realms. How could so many powerhouses have died? He was a little frightened and uneasy, since the powerhouses had left and entered the celestial tomb. Not only did the 3 realms not stabilize, but there were more and more deaths. Powerhouses were dying one after another. That day, many true gods had died in the outer realm. Today, many more true gods had died. No, maybe there were even emperors. He seemed to have seen the sky fall and the earth crack. There was a big movement yesterday. Maybe the venerable emperor had died. How long had it been? It seemed that it had only been a month since the powerhouses entered the celestial tomb. Yes, it had only been a month. On March 23, Fang Ping launched a war in the outer realm, annihilating the 3 major realms. Fang Ping returned, recuperated for a few days, and entered the Forbidden Sea. Today, April 1 St, it had been exactly a month since the powerhouses entered the celestial tomb. However, in this month, the world had been turned upside down. Perhaps even Zhang Tao, who had made the plan in the beginning, could not believe that not long after they entered the celestial tomb, Fang Ping had set off a storm of blood in the 3 realms. According to Zhang Tao's plan, they were prepared to trap the other party for a year or 2. However, only a month had passed, and the 3 realms had lost a venerable emperor and more than 10 true god powerhouses. Soon after Ming Ting's true lord arrived, someone else arrived. No, the demons. King Kuan came, King Crab came, and a few other ultimate darkness monsters also came. Not only that, but soon, someone else arrived. Boundless Mountain, Immortal Inquiry Island, these overseas immortal islands powerhouses also arrived one after another. After a while, a Grandmaster arrived. Not long after, Wangwu and Weiyu Mountain powerhouses arrived. It was not over yet. The powerhouses of the catacombs for majestic palaces also arrived. Below the blood clouds, many powerhouses had gathered. Most of the known powerhouses of the 3 realms were here. It was not just these people. At this moment, Wu Kuishan, who had stopped far away, did not dare to approach this place, but he had also arrived. Everyone looked at him. Ming Ting's true lord said coldly, "Where is the human king?" Wu Kuishan smiled and said, "The 3 realms are in turmoil. Naturally, the human king cannot leave the human race easily. I came to take a look at the situation. I heard that powerhouses are rushing here. Did someone die again?" As he said that, he looked at the sky full of blood rain and lamented, "How many powerhouses have died? What a sin. After living for so many years, they died just like that. This 3 realms, who knows how much blood rain will be seen in the future." Everyone ignored him. Wu Kuishan smiled and did not mind. He had just advanced and naturally had no right to say anything in front of these people. He was not Fang Ping. Fang Ping had the right to say that because he was too ferocious. He killed Earthly Zhou, Earthly Wisdom and the three major realms in succession. Otherwise, without such a battle record, others might not take him seriously. While everyone was still probing the void, a golden-horned demonic beast flew over and roared from afar, "My lord, the Bright Moon Island started a war without permission and created chaos in the Sea of Misery. They have been annihilated." Perfected Lord Mingting's mouth twitched slightly. Is the intelligence of the demon race so low, so what if they're destroyed? Can't you see that there are so many people here? Are you trying to cause trouble for me by coming to report at this time? If not for the fact that his subordinates were working and gathering information, he would have killed the Jiao right now. Indeed, the moment the Jiao said that, the true gods of Boundless Mountain, Immortal Seeking Island and the other places looked colder. How many of the overseas 33 immortal islands were left? Some forces that did not have a real god left behind to oversee them were almost annihilated. Now, another island was destroyed. This time, the departure of the powerhouses was a feast for the demons of Embittered Sea. The Jiao was also a glib talker. Coupled with perfected Lord Mingting's presence, many demons were bewitched by it. The demons under King Kuan might not even be as many as the Jiao commanded. Tens of thousands of demon clan, regardless of the cost, forcibly attacked some immortal islands that had no experts presiding over them. Under the circumstances of heavy losses, several immortal islands had already been destroyed in these days. The Jiao did not come over. After reporting, it stood there and waited, as if waiting for the next instruction. Perfected Lord Mingting ignored it as well. He was in a bad mood and did not really like this stupid demon. Not far away, Wu Kuxian's brow twitched. Jiao, the guy that Fang Ping called Demon Traitor, was here too. Since Fang Ping was rank 3, he had known this guy. Back then, this guy had only just entered rank 8. What about now? Right now, he felt that he was only one step away from the peak. This guy was the Demon King of the 7 Southern region, conferred by humans. He even lived in Magic City for a period of time. No matter how he looked at it, he did not look like a good demon. Wherever he went, he would be unlucky. No, wherever the demons were unlucky, that was not right. The guys on its side would be unlucky. Just like Fang Ping, they would be a disaster wherever they went. After not seeing him for a few days, he thought that the Jiao was dead. Now, not only was it not dead, it actually came to harm the Forbidden Sea. Wu Kuxian thought in his heart and did not speak. At this moment, he was thinking whether this blood cloud had anything to do with Fang Ping. Fang Ping went to the Forbidden Sea and mentioned it to him, but he did not say the details. However, Fang Ping had only left for less than 2 days. The 3 realms were in chaos and the blood cloud appeared above the Forbidden Sea. He would not believe that this had nothing to do with Fang Ping. Everyone, this blood cloud. Is it a reflection of the divine sect or the skygrave? At this moment, perfected Lord Mingting did not care about the Jiao and asked. Everyone looked at each other. Soon, someone said, it should not be a reflection of the skygrave. Previously, there were true gods who died in the skygrave. Presumably, all parties have some clues. Which force's true god died, there are more or less some clues. There was no blood cloud before. As for the divine sect, everyone does not know much. I think it is very likely that it is a reflection of the divine sect. This place may be where the divine sect's headquarters is located. Someone nodded. This was true. Previously, there were people who died in the skygrave. Although everyone did not report it, they knew in their hearts that there were too many powerhouses there. There were many people who died in battle. However, there were no changes before, but now there were. Obviously, it had nothing to do with the skygrave. The small world where the skygrave was located was even more powerful. There was also a divine artifact sealing the door. It was very difficult to reflect it. Unless a saint or even a heavenly king powerhouse had fallen, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to want to reflect it. Divine sect, everyone had a strange look in their eyes. Was the divine sect hidden in the void nearby? If so, should they attack the divine sect this time to take a look? Perfected Lord Mingting looked at Wu Kuxian again and said in a low voice, let the human king come here quickly to discuss important matters. If Fang Ping did not come, there might not be any benefits even if they attacked. Moreover, they did not want to be taken advantage of by humans. At this moment, King Huai, who was hiding in the void, sneered. Human king? Blood clouds appeared in this place. Something has happened to the divine sect. It may have nothing to do with Fang Ping. Maybe he has already killed his way into the divine sect and wants to take all the benefits for himself. King Huai, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Wu Quishan said lightly, if humans really had this kind of strength, they would be able to suppress the evil sect alone. They would have killed you a long time ago. Why are you making sarcastic remarks here? You are a slave of 3 families. Don't pour black water on me. Speaking of which, are you really Life King's man? Previously, when Heaven's Destiny Royal Court was in such a big mess, I didn't see you do anything. You should be considered a slave of 4 families now, right? As soon as he said this, King Huai's face became extremely gloomy. Everyone did not say anything. It was really hard to say who King Huai belonged to. Previously, in the battlefield of kings, he had betrayed Li Zhu and sided with Life King. In the end, when Heaven's Destiny Royal Court was in trouble, he did not say a word. What was going on with this guy, no one knew. Wu Quishan said sarcastically, then laughed and said, King Huai, let's not talk about this. I am a little curious, is the Maple King dead? You 2 traitors, betraying one today, betraying the other tomorrow. You really have lived long enough. On Maple King's side, does anyone know if he is dead or alive? King Huai snorted coldly and ignored him. How would he know if the Maple King was dead or not? The Maple King had followed the 2 kings into the heavenly cemetery. The Feng family members were either dead or crippled. The Maple King might not have left his life plate in the outside world. King Huai did not answer but continued the previous topic. Then you ask Fang Ping to come here. If Fang Ping doesn't come, I have reason to suspect that he has entered the divine sect and taken all the benefits for himself. Everyone, why don't we join forces to take down the Snake King now to prevent him from meeting up with Fang Ping? This guy was also a troublemaker. Many of the wars between the catacombs and humans were started by him. However, this kind of person was not stupid. He knew that once the war started, it was very likely that he would be the first to die. Often, after stirring up a storm, he would quickly leave and not linger in the fight. In this way, he had survived until now. While everyone was talking, someone else came. A stranger. When this person came, perfected Lord Ming Ting's eyes revealed a strange look. Who was this person? He could not sense his aura clearly. He felt like a true god, but not quite. The others did not know him either. He was a very strange person. Perfected Lord Ming Ting fell into deep thought. It felt a little familiar, but it should be very, very far away. He was also an old-times level figure. His lifespan was about to run out. He had become a true god long before the heavenly court had fallen. Now he was not far from emperor, but his lifespan was about to run out. He felt that it was very far away. It was probably really very far away. The person who came was wearing a long robe, a golden robe. His face was slightly pale. He looked very young, but his eyes were extremely old. Ignoring Ming Ting and the others, this person raised his head and looked at the blood clouds, then looked around, as if he was checking the divine sect's entrance. The others frowned, still trying to determine something. However, very soon, they did not have time to determine anything. At this moment, a figure cut through the void at an extremely fast speed. From afar, a wretched old man appeared. Then, he saw the man in the golden robe and screamed, "Oh my God, another one. I can't stay in the 3 realms anymore." The moment he said that, he tore through the void and fled. The man in the golden robe frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Cat tree, interesting." As he said that, the void shattered and a woman in splendid clothes appeared. She glanced at the man in the golden robe and harumphed softly before continuing to chase after the cat tree. When the man saw that, he chuckled. "Fairy Yue, it's been many years. Are you leaving just like that? I don't have time to catch up with you. The cat tree belongs to me. If you dare interfere, I won't let you off." Although the woman left, her voice could still be heard. "Cat tree, the cat tree isn't yours." The man swept the void once more and seemed to have spotted the entrance. However, he could vaguely sense danger and did not enter. He stepped on the air and shattered the void, smiling. What a pleasant surprise. I've just woken up and I've already encountered the cat tree. This source is empty and I need some nourishment. Let's go together. He tore through the void. However, in the distance, someone cursed out loud, "Nourishment? You guys are bullying me. I have a backer supporting me. Emperor Sky is still around. Try eating me if you dare. I'm warning you, don't mess around. Stop chasing." Still chasing? Do you guys know that Prince Yu has also awakened? We were just chatting happily 2 days ago. If you keep chasing, I'll call for help. Again? So what if you were a saint back then? Now that you've just awakened, you're at most at the overlord level. What's an overlord level? Back then, when overlords came to the cat palace, they were just servants. Get lost. Stop chasing. If you keep chasing, I'll really call for help. Emperor Sky, save me. Someone wants to eat me. Emperor Sky, where are you? Come and save me. I've saved a lot of fruits over the years, waiting for you to eat them. If you don't come, they'll all be eaten. The cat tree held mournfully. Today was really unlucky. First, it encountered Fairy Yue of the North Emperor's faction. Then, it turned around and encountered the Realm Gate Marshal of the Human Emperor's faction. Were the people of the 9 emperors all going to awaken? The cat tree frantically fled. It was a treasure. No, a treasure tree. The cat tree was a famous treasure tree in the 3 realms. The cat fruits it bore could repair the source world. For experts who had just awakened, it was more effective than any treasure. Few experts could directly recover to their peak after awakening unless they had made preparations back then. However, most of them were clearly accidental recoveries. Under such circumstances, the cat tree's appearance would naturally attract the attention of those people. As for the cat, where was the cat? The cat tree ran away. In the crowd, on Mount Wangwu's side, Qinghua's expression changed. She could not help but whisper, "Sage Wei." The moment she said that, everyone looked towards her. Perfected Lord Mingting raised his brow slightly. Soon, he said darkly, "Sage Wei, that golden-robed Realm Gate Marshal Yuan Gang?" Qinghua remained silent. Ling Xiao, who had already recovered to her peak strength, revealed a joyful expression. Sage Wei, she seemed to have heard her master mention before that he was an expert under the North Emperor's faction. The 36 sages were the official positions of the Heavenly Courts. They were appointed by the Heavenly Courts and commanded the Heavenly Realm's army. However, when the Emperor preached the Tao back then, there were also some disciples. Not only that, the Emperor had his own system as well. The Human Emperor governed the human world while the Earth Emperor governed the Earth realm. The fact that these people could govern a world represented their strength. Even among the emperors, they were slightly stronger. Even if they were in charge of a world in name, they had their own team. Back then, there were realm gates between the human domain and the Earth domain that were guarded by experts. They did not allow experts from the human domain to enter the human domain or the heaven and the Earth domain to enter the human domain. This was what these emperors were doing. The golden-robed man was the Realm Gate Marshal who guarded one of the realm gates back then. Everyone was surprised and shocked that these people had appeared. Those who knew them had grim expressions at that moment. What was going on with the 3 realms? As for Ling Xiao, she quickly sent a voice transmission to Qinghua, "Uncle Master, Sage Wei has revived." Then, Wangwu. Don't contact her without permission. Qinghua was not as optimistic and said quickly, "These people have revived. His Majesty North Emperor is dead and Her Highness is not around. Nobody knows what they are thinking. Don't let your guard down. Sage Wei is His Majesty's disciple, but now 8,000 years have passed, and the world has changed. Will she still be the same as before?" Ling Zhao's expression changed slightly. That was true. Would someone who had died once continue to be the same as before? It was fine if Moon Spirit was here, but if she wasn't, no one would be able to suppress her. For a moment, everyone had a myriad of thoughts. Some had a headache, some felt helpless, and some secretly had some thoughts. Since an expert had appeared in the 3 realms once again, the current situation might change, divine sect, overseas, earth realm, the human world. Previously, they could be roughly divided into 4 forces, but now, there might be a chance for a few more forces to appear. Star Town. In the small world. The God Creation Envoy continued to flip through the book in his hand and said impatiently, "Why are you here again? Someone has revived." "None of my business." The God Creation Envoy said impatiently, "Hurry up and scram, this old man has already figured out how to cut the human body into millions of pieces, and then recombine them. Perhaps I can forge a beginner martial jade body, don't bother me, or I will use the jade body to destroy you." With that said, countless God Creation envoys suddenly appeared in the small world. Some were reading, some were practicing martial arts, some were sparring, some were cursing in the street. At the entrance to the world, the shadow trembled slightly. Are you really going to succeed?" He had thought that this old fellow was just casually talking about it, but who knew that he would actually succeed? Not yet. Almost. I keep feeling like there's something missing. Send me some more books. Besides, after I open them, they won't be original and won't be solid enough. This old man is considering whether or not I should forge my golden body into a divine artifact embryo. The God Creation envoy's words made the shadow speechless. What great boldness, was he going to forge a divine artifact with his own body? After thinking for a while, the shadow said, "You will come out sooner or later. The experts of the 3 realms have begun to recover, and those who should appear will appear. You are the main participant in the Immortal Origin project, so even if you don't want to leave the mountain, there will still be people who will force you to leave the mountain." As he spoke, he added, "You know how to forge divine artifacts, and you are the only expert in the 3 realms who can forge divine artifacts. Once the chaos arrives, divine artifacts will definitely be the target of all the experts. You won't be able to avoid it." The God Creation Envoy said impatiently, "Scram. This old man is a prisoner suppressed by Xianxia. Let me go out of the mountain and kill Xianxia. Before I kill him, stop talking nonsense." The shadow was silent. After a while, he suddenly said, "God Creation Envoy, in this 3 realms. Who is the strongest? Who is the strongest?" The God Creation Envoy seemed to be interested as well. After a moment of silence, he laughed and said, "In the past, of course it was the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, but now, it's hard to say. I'm afraid there are still a few who are still alive or have recovered. If you haven't broken through 8, then don't have any ideas about this old man. Break 8, with a murmur, the shadow dissipated. After he left, the God Creation Envoy snorted, "So what if you break 8? Just you wait for this old man to create 108,000 clones and block the Great Tao. I'll let you guys lose your source energy and see if you guys can still be so arrogant. No, this old man's clone isn't strong enough. Forge 108,000 divine artifacts? There's no material. How about kill 108,000 experts and stuff them into the Great Tao to block the way? How annoying, the 9 emperors are unreliable. Back then, we might as well block the Great Tao from the source. These fellows who rely on the source, won't they all cry?" The old man muttered a few words, shook his head, and continued reading. "Forget it, isn't Xianxia still here? I am a prisoner now. If you have the ability, kill Xianxia first." In the next moment, the old man's body trembled slightly, and he muttered, "Troubled times, who has awakened again?" This old man can sense it even after lighting up the origin world. Looks like something is really going to happen. An expert had awakened, it lit up the source world. At this moment, there were quite a few people who could sense it. This was a true awakening, and also the strongest powerhouse currently awakening, the Heavenly King Stage, a Heavenly King Stage powerhouse, in the 1000 Spirit Hall. Defei was dead. Fong Ping and the others were still resisting the outburst of qi. However, in the next moment, their hearts shook. Even Fong Ping could sense it now. It was very weak, but there was. He seemed to see the source world shaking. In the sky above the source world, a star flashed. Who is it? At that moment, Dao being wind and cloud was shocked, and even terrified. He immediately turned to look at Tengu. Was it Tengu? If the Heavenly Hound were to revive, it would be a disaster. Fortunately, after a while, Daoist Feng Yun heaved a sigh of relief. It didn't seem to be the Heavenly Hound. As for Fang Ping, he did not have the time to look at the Heavenly Hound now. He was about to be crushed. The Heavenly Hound's chi activity was really powerful, so powerful that he felt a little helpless. However, at the same time when the stars flashed, Tengu's chi activity seemed to fluctuate a little. Fang Ping managed to struggle out, his face covered in golden blood. Someone has awakened. At this moment, the Thunder Overlord was also frowning. Quintessence turbulence. Is this a Heavenly King powerhouse? It should be. Emperor Thunderbolt said in a low voice, a Heavenly King has awakened. I wonder if he's one of the 8 kings or a disciple of an emperor. Are there any Heavenly King stage powerhouses amongst the emperor's followers? Thunder Sovereign didn't know much about this, so he couldn't help but ask. Daoist Fengyun thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure. Even if there was, it would be before the 8 kings. When the 8 kings were conferred, it was said that almost all the Heavenly King stage powerhouses showed up. He wasn't too clear about these things, as he hadn't experienced the era of the 8 kings. At this moment, he suddenly looked at Fang Ping, no longer concerned about who would revive. Thunder and the others also looked at him. Di Chi said with a faint smile, Fang Ping? How audacious, he actually managed to enter the divine court. Fang Ping glanced at them. Panting, he smiled. If I told you I'm not Fang Ping, would you believe me? Everyone looked at him, but no one said anything. This is not funny. You've already taken out your god-slaying saber and you're still saying that you're not Fang Ping? Do you really think that everyone is blind? Fang Ping avoided them slightly and sighed. Then, if I say that I came here this time just to admire the scenery here, you guys won't believe me, right? Venerable Emperor Thunder said coldly, Fang Ping, at this point, saying these things isn't funny. It will only make people look down on you. That's true. Fang Ping smiled. He straightened his back and smiled faintly. It's me. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping restored his true appearance. I've been calling for my father for a couple of days, and I've killed a venerable sovereign and a few true gods. I feel like I've suffered a loss. Emperor Thunder's aura erupted, pressuring Fang Ping, his eyes cold and fierce. Fang Ping, do you think that no one can kill you? Or no one dares to kill you? Fang Ping was too flamboyant. The first thing he did after recovering his true form was to provoke them. Fang Ping's golden body erupted, laughing. That won't be the case. With 2 venerable sovereigns here, I might not even be able to defeat Di Chi, let alone venerable sovereigns. No, we have to include Di Xing. Di Xing probably gained a lot of benefits in the origin realm, right? Fang Ping smiled playfully and said, if you want to kill me, of course it's easy. But, why is there a need to fight and kill? You guys haven't made a move yet, and even killed Di Fei. I'm sure everyone knows why. Everyone was silent. Fang Ping glanced at Heavenly Hound's golden body. This time, he did not go closer. He said softly, guys, let's not beat around the bush. I have the ability to strip away Daos. Seeing that his identity had been exposed, Daoist Fengyun was no longer conflicted. He chuckled. Since there aren't many left alive, Fang Ping, if you want to live, then start working. Otherwise. Fang Ping pressed his hands together, looking unhurried. He chuckled. Celestial Emperor is different from others. He's a powerhouse. He's not that simple. Also, whether Celestial Emperor is alive or dead, it's hard to say now. To be honest, I'm definitely wary of powerhouses like this. So, if you really want to use me, you have to first confirm that Celestial Emperor is dead, and then Daos are still there. What do you want? I don't want to. Fang Ping said calmly, peel off the Celestial Emperor's skin and bones first. Just leave his brain and heart cores. As he said this, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. What's wrong with me? Why, did he suddenly have a bad feeling, as if a great disaster was imminent? Fang Ping's heart trembled. This sense of crisis made him feel as if his origin world was about to freeze. What was going on? Could it be that the Heavenly Hound was still alive? The old cat had said that if the Heavenly Hound's corpse was present, it was highly likely that the Heavenly Hound was not dead. However, until now, Fang Ping had not sensed that the Heavenly Hound was still alive. Also, who was the expert who had just awakened? Could it be the Ash Cat's captain protecting the cat? It shouldn't be the Heavenly Hound. He tried to sense it, but the Heavenly Hound didn't seem to be moving. At this moment, Fang Ping could not help but glance at the Tengu from the corner of his eyes. Could it be that the Tengu was still alive? Speaking of skinning and dismantling, he actually felt an incomparably great danger, as if he was going to die in the next moment. Fang Ping stared at the golden body of the heavenly dog for a while, but he did not notice any changes. Was he thinking too much, or could it be that the Heavenly Hound had not actually awakened yet, but it was still alive, able to hear what he said but unable to respond? The Heavenly Hound had stayed in the Earth King's Hall for 3,000 years. Fang Ping suspected that the Heavenly Hound was really too badly injured and had no choice but to hibernate. Otherwise, based on the personality of the Heavenly Hound mentioned by the Ash Cat and the others, it was impossible for it to stand here and let people study it for 3,000 years. This was not in line with the Heavenly Hound's domineering personality. During the Battle of the Heavenly Cemetery back then, the Heavenly Hound might have really been annihilated. Its corpse was taken away. All these years, it has been looking for a chance to resurrect? And now, it might be resurrected? Fang Ping guessed in his heart. Now that many people were resurrecting, it was not impossible for the Heavenly Hound to resurrect at this time. Fang Ping dared not talk nonsense anymore. He was afraid that the Heavenly Hound would really come back to life later and swallow him in one bite. This dog had really eaten powerhouses before. When that time came, even if he had a lot to say, it would be too late. When Fang Ping thought of this, he suddenly said, "There's one more thing. Although my relationship with Old Cat is very good, and Old Cat has also taught me these things, but if I say this in advance, I might not be able to do it. Celestial Emperor is too powerful. Old Cat knows a lot of things, but not everyone can learn anything. I haven't learned much either. Old Cat and Celestial Emperor are still brothers." When Celestial Emperor is mentioned, he often washes his face with tears. If this matter of mine were to spread, Old Cat would definitely come after me to settle the score. So, everyone looked at him, frowning. Why did this guy have so much nonsense to say? At this juncture, he was trying to change the topic. What was he trying to say? Fang Ping continued, "So. You guys should first confirm whether Celestial Emperor has really fallen, then I can make the next arrangements. If Celestial Emperor is still alive, do I need to make any deals with you guys?" Fang Ping said with a disdainful look, "If Celestial Emperor is really alive, I'm Old Cat's brother, so I'm Celestial Emperor's brother too. Just let Celestial Emperor do it. He can just kill all of you with one slap. Am I right?" Everyone was speechless. This guy was still threatening them at this time, but they had to admit that it made some sense. If Celestial Emperor was really not dead, then it would be none of their business. Taoist Fengyun smiled faintly. Celestial Emperor has most likely fallen. Otherwise, sect leader wouldn't have placed Celestial Emperor here for 3,000 years. Even if he isn't, I'm afraid he won't be able to revive. Leaving behind a last chance of survival is no different from falling. Thunder Venerable Emperor also nodded slightly, then said somewhat impatiently, "Fang Ping, cut the crap. Since you dared to come, then do it. Otherwise, don't be impatient." Fang Ping touched the sweat on his forehead. This time, Thunder and the others were surprised. "You're a king of man, how can you be so timid?" Fang Ping could not help but wipe his sweat. He felt that Tengu might really be alive. Just now, he had been paying attention to Tengu from the corner of his eye. He seemed to have noticed that Tengu's mouth had closed slightly. Very little. The extent of closing was almost invisible. But he had been observing. Fang Ping felt that he was not mistaken. Tengu had really closed its mouth a little. Fang Ping swallowed. At this moment, his mentality fluctuated and went straight to Tengu. But as soon as his mentality reached it, it was shattered. Fang Ping was helpless. He could not even communicate with this. Was this guy alive or dead? Forget it, Fang Ping said hurriedly. "All right, cut the crap. Seal Celestial Emperor's chi first. He's too powerful. If this goes on, we'll be worn down to death. I don't care which one of you got the Celestial Emperor golden body. If you're stronger than me, then I'll make a move." If you're weaker than me, for example, earthly god, then don't even think about it. Who wins depends on the situation. Everyone here is smart and capable. If you can prevent me from escaping, then of course I won't die. But if you can't do it, then don't blame me for not keeping my promise. There's no such thing as a promise. Although this sounded harsh, it was also the truth. Without strength, how could Fang Ping possibly be obedient? However, at this moment, Earthly Oddity suddenly said, Fang Ping is very cunning. Sirs, why don't you cripple him first? When it's time to use him, then let him recover. Otherwise, this kind of person will not be willing to be used by us. As soon as this was said, the few of them were ready to move. If they did not cripple Fang Ping, they would not be at ease. At most, when it was time to use him, they would help him recover. When powerhouses reached this stage, they would not die so easily. That won't be necessary, right? Fang Ping said with a smile, if I really don't have strength, when you guys snatch the Celestial Emperor golden body later, you'll definitely fight it out. If this affects me and kills me, then I'll feel so wronged. Also, you guys better pray. I keep feeling that Celestial Emperor is still alive. Celestial Emperor is so powerful. Brother Cat often said that Celestial Emperor dared to fight the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors back then. How could he die so easily? I have to save some strength and be prepared not to be affected. As Fang Ping said this, he looked at Heavenly Hound again. There was more sweat on his forehead. This dog's mouth seemed to have closed a little more than before. Was he really alive? Big Cat, oh Big Cat, I've already gotten involved with you. I won't be eaten, right? As he said this, the others also looked at Heavenly Hound, frowning. Was Fang Ping trying to scare them? If Celestial Emperor was not dead, he would have swallowed them long ago. Why would he give them the chance to snatch the golden body here? Daoist Fengyun frowned. Then, he said quickly, Fang Ping, you don't have to say these things anymore. If you don't want to be crippled, then work together. Don't even think about escaping this place. Seal the Celestial Emperor golden body together. Sir, why don't we let him hand over the God-slaying saber and saint token first? At this moment, Ground Fiend spoke up. He said with a faint smile, he has the God-slaying saber and the ability to slash Daos. I'm afraid the deaths of Dark Earth and a few others were also caused by him. When we seal the Celestial Emperor golden body, we have to be careful of him suddenly plotting against us. Daoist Fengyun's eyes flickered, looking at Fang Ping. Indeed. Fang Ping, I won't cripple you. Hand over the God-slaying saber and saint token. A divine weapon and a sacred weapon. These were all treasures. If he had the divine weapon in hand, he also had the ability to slash Daos. If he fought against same-ranked opponents, he would have a great advantage. Once he entered the origin space to fight, the advantage would be even more obvious. Are you sure? Fang Ping said, the God-slaying saber isn't mine. It's Cat's. Cat lent it to me to use. Whoever takes it will be unlucky. Cat can't do anything to you now. It has no backing, no backing. After the Celestial Emperor fell, anyone can bully it and want to kill it. It has no one to rely on. Everyone frowned again. What was he trying to say? Was he stalling for time? Fang Ping ignored them and continued, but there will always be a time to settle accounts. Now that you bullied Cat like this, aren't you afraid that one day, the Celestial Emperor or others will come back and settle accounts with you? Also, the God-slaying saber is Cat's. That means it belongs to the Celestial Emperor. Are you trying to snatch Celestial Emperor's things? Enough. Venerable Emperor Thunder shouted angrily, shut up. Who do you want to tell? Tell Celestial Emperor? Dream on. Celestial Emperor died a long time ago. If he's not dead, do you think you can still get close to this place? Idiot, hand over the God-slaying saber and saint token, or we'll come and take it ourselves. Fang Ping glanced at the Heavenly Hound again. It did not seem to have changed much. Fang Ping was about to retract his gaze when he was shocked. He had been looking at the Heavenly Hound's mouth, head, body. He had not looked at the Heavenly Hound's eyes. The Heavenly Hound's eyes were terrifying. One look and Fang Ping's own eyes felt like they were going to explode. However, at this moment, Fang Ping seemed to have seen something in his peripheral vision. Fang Ping endured the pain and glanced at it again. This time, he was sure that he had really seen something. At this moment, in those huge eyes, a cold glint flashed and a figure disappeared in a flash. Venerable Emperor Thunder. Its eyes were actually reflecting the Venerable Emperor Thunder. Fang Ping closed his eyes immediately, hiding the scene of his eyeball exploding. At this moment, Fang Ping seemed to be hesitating, but he quickly roared in his mind, "Big cat, come out. The heavenly hound is alive. It's really alive. It looks like it wants to eat me. Come out quickly." Magic City. The cat looked up at the sky. Beside him, Fang Yuan was brushing its fur again. The cat sighed suddenly. Humans and demons, there's nothing good about them. What's wrong? Fang Yuan looked curious. This cat could be so sentimental, the cat said mournfully, your family is a liar. When you're in danger, you call for me for help. When there's no danger, you're free and unfettered. The tree that I planted is the same. It's been running for thousands of years. Usually, it doesn't think about me. Today, it's thinking about me with all its might because someone wants to eat it. The cat was so sad. These people were so realistic. Forget about the liar. Cat trees were really annoying. Usually, it did not dare to think about itself. Today, it was endless. It kept thinking about it. Someone wanted to eat it. Help, quick. The cat really wanted to poke it to death. When I was hungry, I missed you. Why didn't you send me food? Fang Yuan's little face turned round with laughter. Yes, they're all bad people. I'm different. Big cat, why don't you let me become a great emperor? I'll help you beat up the bad guys in the future. The cat rolled its eyes. None of them were good. It could not be bothered with Fang Yuan. Was the big dog really alive? The cat was a little surprised. Was it for real? Was there really a big dog hidden in Hong Kuan's house? Hong Kuan was too bold. How dare he hide a big dog in his house? Did he still want his house? In the next moment, the cat appeared in Fang Ping's mind. The big dog really came back to life? It's true. Fang Ping said hurriedly, can you see it? It's right beside me. I can't see it. This is a phone call, not a video call. The cat was disdainful. They were just talking on the phone, not a video call. How could I see it? Fang Ping did not waste any more words. In an instant, he outlined the heavenly hound's appearance in his mind. The cat stared at it for a while, scratching its head with its claws. It looks a little like a big dog. The big dog really didn't die? You don't seem too excited. Fang Ping had a bad feeling about this. The cat said indifferently, no, I'm very happy. But when the big dog left that year, it said that I lied to it many times, causing it to be beaten up often. The next time it comes back, it will definitely beat me up. Now, I'm thinking if I should find a place to hide. Fang Ping felt terrible all over. What did it mean? Was the heavenly hound going crazy because of being the scapegoat? Was it going to beat this cat to death? Fang Ping had just used the cat to pull some strings for a long time. Would he be caught in the crossfire? Don't worry, don't worry. The cat said carelessly, it's okay. The big dog will bite you at most. It might not kill you. But I don't think I sensed the big dog's recovery. But I think I sensed the big bad guy you were talking about coming back to life just now. I hope it's not at your place, or else. You're going to be in trouble. Fang Ping said hurriedly, it can't be? Who knows? The cat was very irresponsible, saying casually, the big dog is at his house now, and he's been beaten by the big dog for many years. If he sees the big dog, he'll definitely explode. Run, liar, run quickly. Run as far as you can. If they fight, they won't care about you. They won't care about anyone else when they fight. If you're killed casually, there's nothing you can do, brother cat, I can't run. There are 2 venerable emperors watching me. Come and pick me up. I'm not going. I can't fly. I'm so hungry. The cat was extremely irresponsible, muttering, I'm a cat, not a human. Humans are the ones who pick people up. Cats stay at home and wait for food. Which cat goes out to pick people up? Fang Ping was so depressed he was about to vomit blood. You're a cat now? When you eat, you don't look like a cat. You look like a pig. No, even a pig can't eat as much as you. You scolded me. The cat felt wronged. A liar scolded him. Without giving Fang Ping a chance to speak, the cat disappeared in the next moment. Before leaving, he said, if both of them come out, don't try to pull strings. Otherwise, the other one will beat you to death. If that doesn't work, just say you're the child of a spirit emperor's relative and a puppy. The cat disappeared. Fang Ping did not come out no matter how much he shouted. Fang Ping almost vomited blood. What did he say? That he was the descendant of a puppy and a spirit emperor's relative? Are you sure it's reliable? Are you sure a descendant of the heavenly dog could have a descendant of a spirit emperor's relative? The spring guardian and the heavenly dog are actually going to revive. No, the spring guardian has already revived. Don't tell me he's here too? At this moment, Fang Ping was trembling with fear. Two heavenly king powerhouses, he had seen the heavenly kings fighting before. No, he had only seen the heavenly king Garrison and King Sun fighting in the space rift. He had not seen the specific battle. He did not know how these people fought and how big the repercussions were. However, he remembered that the heavenly king Garrison casually grabbed a true god that day and threw him out. Then, there was no then, that guy was so unlucky that he was blown up. There was no need to mention how tragic his death was. In just a short while, they did not even fight with all their might. In the end, a true god died just like that. If the heavenly dog and the spring guardian were to fight, would he not be blown up if he was slightly affected? He was still thinking about this when Thunder was already extremely impatient. He shouted, Fang Ping, don't think about getting lucky. Quickly hand over the divine weapon and the saint's token. At this moment, the basilica seemed to tremble slightly. Fang Ping's expression was ugly. Hand over? Hand over your sister. Trouble, could it be that the spring guardian was here? He sensed it. The others also sensed it. Feng Yun and Thunder looked at the ground one after another, frowning slightly. What happened? At this moment, Fang Ping broke into a run. As he ran, he shouted, I'm with you guys. I'm the descendant of Zier's ancestor. I'm also the heavenly emperor's descendant friend. Fang Ping did not even dare to mention the cat. The spring guardian and the cat did not seem to be very friendly. The cat did not do anything after receiving the benefits. With a roar, Fang Ping fled frantically. It was over, big trouble. At this moment, Thunder Overlord and Taoist Feng Yun were at a loss at first. They wanted to chase after Fang Ping, but in the next moment, it turned into horror. Just as Fang Ping fled, heaven and earth trembled. An angry roar resounded through heaven and earth. Heavenly dog, you bastard, I'll skin you alive this time. 300 years of humiliation, I'll return it today. At the same time, an aura that pierced through heaven and earth rose from nothing, filling the entire small world in an instant. All the energy in the entire small world surged toward this side in a frenzy. At this moment, 10,000 feet above Skywood Forest, King Kuan cursed angrily, almost bursting with anger. This guy was actually still alive. Big trouble, Heavenly Wood also shuddered. This guy was actually still alive. He was an old neighbor. However, this guy was in a bad mood now. Would he be affected? No. At this moment, Heavenly Wood was stunned. He looked at King Kuan's clone. Heavenly Dog, is alive? King Kuan seemed to know what it meant. He said coldly, it's dead, but its golden body hasn't been destroyed. Maybe there's a chance of survival. Damn it, if no one stimulates it, it won't revive. This guy has revived. Powerhouses stimulated it, enemies stimulated it. He knew that Heavenly Dog was not completely dead. If it was completely dead, its golden body would probably be destroyed. However, he also knew that without absolute stimulation, Heavenly Dog could not revive. However, now, an idiot was provoking Heavenly Dog. He wanted revenge, he wanted to destroy Heavenly Dog. It was over, King Kuan's face was full of despair. It was really over. Damn it, if the main body did not return, something big would happen. Boom, the sky was broken. Today, it was truly earth-shattering. A top-notch expert from the ancient times had awakened. The divine city was collapsing. The furious roar resounded not only in the small world, but even the people in the outside world could vaguely hear it. At this moment, they were all incomparably terrified. In the sky above the taboo sea, an illusory figure that resembled a real fiend god appeared. It pierced through the small world. It's him. In the distance, someone was shocked. The spring keeper has awakened. He's actually not dead. The realm gate marshal who had left earlier exclaimed. The big shot had revived. No matter how the ash cat slandered him, a powerhouse who dared to compete with the heavenly dog and a powerhouse who dared to peep at the spiritual emperor were the real big shots. Beaten by the heavenly dog, beaten by the spirit emperor, deceived by the old cat, that was because of his ability. If you don't have the strength, you won't be able to touch this world. The spring watcher had awakened. At this moment, the entire three realms were in turmoil. Heavenly King stage, this was already a ceiling. From the ancient times until now, there were only a few Heavenly King stage powerhouses. Almost all the living Heavenly Kings came from the ancient times, except for the Demon Emperor. But the ancient Heavenly Kings also had qualifications. When the person guarding the spring became a Heavenly King, King Kuan had yet to become a Heavenly King. The 8 kings had not been conferred their titles yet. They were experts from the same era as the 3 envoys. Of course, this fellow was eventually forgotten by others. Due to the passage of time, as well as the fact that he had been guarding the longevity spring, people had slowly forgotten that he was a Heavenly King stage powerhouse. Coupled with the fact that the caretaker had always wanted revenge, he had always been studying his reciprocity realm, so he had no time to show off his strength. However, there were people who would never forget him. They had forgotten about this top-notch expert of the past. That guy has recovered. At this moment, the others also sensed it in the fake heavenly grave. The Heavenly Kings had awakened, the source world was illuminated. This was the first Heavenly King to be revived, a true revival in the truest sense of the word. The other cat protectors had yet to be completely revived. As for Han Yu, perhaps he had the combat power of a Heavenly King, but he was not a Heavenly King. Some things were more complicated. At this moment, even if King Kuan forced himself to remain calm, he could no longer remain calm. That fellow had just been resurrected not too long ago. It couldn't be in his own nest, right? If it was revived in the Divine City, it would be troublesome. King Kuan's face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, almost all the experts felt it. Within the source world, a great star that was as resplendent as a star was ignited. On the great star, an ancient fiend god revived, its radiance radiating in all directions, shaking the 3 realms. I'm back. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Tiango, that bastard, I will hack it to death sooner or later. Where was the spirit emperor? Who killed Emperor Ling? Who did it? At this moment, the god fiend in the source world was roaring angrily. At this moment, the weak couldn't hear any of this. In fact, their source world hadn't even condensed a god fiend projection. As for the powerhouses and emperors, almost all of them had condensed a fiend god projection. At this moment, there were fiend gods awakening on many stars that were as bright as stars. On a large golden planet, King Kuan's projection appeared. He looked into the distance without saying a word. Above a large red star, the phantom of the moon spirit appeared and frowned slightly. On a great white planet, King Qian crossed his arms and did not say anything. On another planet that was as blue as water, an enormous Kuan Pun phantom appeared. It was the sea-suppressing envoy. These large stars were extremely far away, so far that they could not be seen. Among these large stars, there were some stars of various sizes. Some were as small as glass balls, and some were as large as planets. The source world. The source world was the most unique. It was dreamy and illusory, with no end or size. Once one stepped out of the origin Tao, they would appear in the source world. Some stars were shattered, and some were dim. They seemed close, but without special means, they could never reach the other side. Just like the origin Tao, people who walked 2 paths would never meet on the origin Tao. Unless they had reached the end. The Spring Guardian was furious because he saw the destruction of the Spirit Emperor's star. 10,000 years ago, in the source world, there were 13 stars that shone brightly. 10,000 years ago, there were 13 large stars that illuminated the entire source world. But today, they were gone. In the sky, there were no longer any large stars shining on the source world. No one spoke. The Spring Guardian's large star gradually became less dazzling. The moment it had awakened, it had reflected the entire source world. Now that it had awakened, it would gradually return to the right track. Next time, this fellow would not be able to continue shining on the source world. And at this moment, everyone looked into the distance. Over there seemed to be a burst of faint golden light. Woof! A low roar resounded throughout the source world. Woof woof! Ha ha ha! The Three Realms has no emperor, the Three Realms has no limit. Ha ha ha, only the Heavenly Hound is invincible in the Three Realms. Bathtub Keeper, you're alive, ha ha ha. Thank you for lending this king a helping hand. I'm alive. Hong Kuan, how dare you? Your father is alive, and you're going to die. Ha ha ha. Devour. This devour was earth-shattering, and its aura swallowed thousands of miles. At this moment, a hurricane was set off in the source world. At this moment, only a huge mouth could be seen between heaven and earth, swallowing King Kuan on the large golden star from an unknown distance. At this moment, only the Heavenly Hound was left between heaven and earth. The boundlessly domineering Heavenly Hound, it wanted to devour King Kuan's large star in the source world and destroy his source world. On the large golden star, King Kuan did not say a word. He did not resist, nor did he attack. The Heavenly Hound wanted to devour him in the source world. However, King Kuan's expression was still ugly. The Heavenly Hound had revived. Half of his 8,000 years of plan had been destroyed. Perhaps, it would all be destroyed soon. The Divine Court. He did not say anything about going back. The Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian might be waiting for him at the Divine Court. If he went back, with his current strength, he might be able to suppress these two guys who had just revived, but what about next? Could he kill these two guys? It would be very difficult, coupled with the Heavenly King subduing and the others, he might really be surrounded and killed. In the void, the huge mouth extended, swallowing the heavens and earth. King Kuan watched coldly and did not speak. The Heavenly Hound had also revived, but even if it had revived, so what? It was a pity that his plan was ruined. All these years, he had been trying to find the Heavenly Hound Great Tao and wanted to strip it of its Great Tao, but this guy had hidden it too well. He could not even find the Gate of Reflection. Now, it seemed that this guy had probably completely destroyed the Great Tao, leaving only a wisp of source chi, which was why he had hidden it so well. The huge dog's mouth was still extending in this direction. But gradually, it looked like it was going to dissipate. However, at this moment, a scene that no one expected happened. In the void, in the uninhabited source void, a big fat cat wandered in the source world, holding a huge fishing rod in its claws. It panted and said, "Big dog, long time no see. Don't hit me, I'm going to help you." As soon as it said that, a path suddenly appeared in front of the dog's mouth. The cat threw the fishing rod, and it turned into a path that directly connected to King Kuan's planet. Ha ha ha. The Heavenly Hound laughed wildly, and the big cat also chuckled. Under the heavens, cats and dogs are invincible. If I say I'll bite you, I'll bite you. At this moment, King Kuan's expression changed, and he roared. Like a reincarnated god, he punched out, and heaven and earth shattered. But it was useless. The huge dog's mouth followed the path formed by the fishing rod and instantly arrived, swallowing him. I'll swallow you. Crack, a faint sound was heard, and more. Then half of King Kuan's fist was directly swallowed. Then, the Heavenly Hound closed its mouth and used all its strength to bite down. Bang, the sound of an explosion was heard, and the godlike King Kuan lost an arm. The Heavenly Hound did not feel good either. Its huge mouth was broken, but it still laughed wildly. King Kuan's face was livid, and a lot of the source chi on his body overflowed. He said coldly, "You can be arrogant for now." The Heavenly Hound only had such an ability at this moment. It had recovered. At the moment of recovery, its source chi erupted, and it could roam in the source world. At other times, it could not do so. Ha ha ha, I'll bite you to death, you dog. Bah, I'll bite you to death, you human. The Heavenly Hound laughed wildly. At this moment, in the nearby area, a figure suddenly flashed on a huge planet that was not as bright as them, but was also rapidly becoming stronger. A figure that looked like a demon king flashed and said with a smile, "He's not a human. The human clan will not accept him." The heavenly hound revealed a puzzled look, as if it had thought of something. It seemed to have seen this person before. It was the person that appeared behind the person in the main hall. The new person was none other than Zhang Tao. As soon as he appeared, many dazzling aurora-like gazes shot over from the void. King Wu, was he going to transform? This was the domain of a heavenly king, but at this moment, King Wu actually appeared here. Of course, no one cared about the ash cat. It was an anomaly. It could roam the source world as long as it paid a certain price. This was also because its great Tao was special, and it had known this since ancient times. However, the ash cat was weak. Even if it could roam the source world, it would not be of much use. If it had the strength of the heavenly hound, it would be terrifying if it could roam the source world. The heavenly king powerhouses only paid attention to Zhang Tao. At this time, few people noticed that the ash cat was using its claws to rub the big dog's head, its face full of joy. The big dog's head was already breaking, and now it was being rubbed even faster. After rubbing for a while, the ash cat watched the big dog's head shatter and dissipate. Suddenly, it roared in the void, "I, the ash cat, am coming back. Let the three realms tremble. Big dog, captain, fake human emperor, big liar. Come quickly. I want to eat a big fish head, the big fish of suppressing sea, quickly give me your big fish head. Wakaka, ha ha ha, I'm not sleeping anymore." The ash cat laughed so hard that its fat body was trembling. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the heavenly kings, it went straight to Guardian Sea. It stuck out its tongue and stared at the big fish head for a while. Its claws gestured, as if it was measuring where to cut it. Then, under Guardian Sea's murderous gaze, it quickly retracted its fishing rod, grinned from ear to ear, and instantly disappeared from the source world. Guardian Sea almost vomited blood. This cat was so arrogant, damn it, it was actually measuring its own fish head my ass, I'm a Kuan Peng, how can I have a fish head? The three realms was going to be in chaos. At this moment, everyone had the same feeling. The heavenly hound was coming back to life, the chief steward of the cat palace was coming back to life, King Wu was going to become a heavenly king, the spring guardian was coming back to life, and the ash cat was not sleeping anymore. It was going to cause trouble. If the three realms was not in chaos, when would it be? And this was not the end. King Wu showed his face and was about to leave soon. However, at this moment, another phantom shot through the void and laughed. Hong Kuan, how dare you provoke the heavenly hound? The heavenly hound has a close relationship with me. Brother heavenly hound, I'll help you get rid of this guy. On the other side, the heavenly hound could no longer be projected over. The phantom stood proudly on the big planet, glanced over, and snorted in its heart. Who has a close relationship with you? It knew this guy. He was not a good guy back then. He did not have much of an impression of him. The only thing that left a deep impression was that he once went to rob with the ash cat and was robbed on the way. It should be this old guy. The ash cat probably did not remember because it did not have much contact with him, but it did come into contact with him a few times later. After the collapse of the heavenly realm, the heavenly hound met him several times in the three realms. This old guy was trying to trick people again. No, it was a dog trap. The heavenly hound snorted coldly and ignored it. In fact, it could no longer project the voice transmission. Its explosive period was over. As for these people, they were close to each other, so they could communicate like this. The heavenly hound ignored him and looked at the guy not far from it. You want to fight? Sure, I'll fight you to the end. I've beaten you up for 300 years, and you still won't admit defeat. Today, I'll beat you to death, shameless bastard. How dare you peep? It's fine if you peep, but you still want to report me. Back then, I told you not to snatch the spot, but you insisted on snatching it. It's just a small space. If you snatch it, how can I look? If I report you, you should just admit defeat, but you still want to report me. This is a big feud. Guard of the bathhouse, come, let's fight for 3,000 years. I'll wait for you. The guard of the spring was also furious. Alive, it's good that you're alive. I'll blow up your dog head. I'll take revenge for what happened back then today. I went first, and you, a dog, dared to peep at my dream lover. I haven't settled this score with you yet. A man and a dog, in the blink of an eye, disappeared from the source world. At the same time. Everything that happened in the source world happened almost instantaneously. At this moment, Fang Ping and the others felt immense pressure. Just as the guard of the spring roared, the Earth King Hall suddenly trembled violently. At this moment, the heavenly hound, who had been standing still, erupted with a dazzling brilliance on its golden body. Screams were heard. It was not the heavenly hound that was screaming. It was Fang Ping and the others, including the two emperors. Powerful energy swept in all directions. Fang Ping and the others were not screaming because of this, but because this dog was shamelessly stripping and robbing their energy. It wanted to revive. However, the energy here was limited. Previously, the guard of the spring had taken away most of it, and now there was not much left. But the heavenly hound did not have energy. Although the golden body was powerful, how could it fight a powerhouse like the guard of the spring without energy? Therefore, it began to rob their energy. The heavenly hound was the master of devouring energy. At this moment, it unleashed its full power. Fang Ping and the others could not help but scream. It was too domineering. Their energy was stripped, not only energy, but also imperishable substances. This dog was really unscrupulous. No matter who you are, you can talk after you've eaten your fill. Roar. The heavenly hound did not bark like in the source world. Instead, it let out a domineering howl. It howled at the sky, domineering. Shameless, I'll beat you up today. Bastard, beast, let's see who's going to beat who up. The two powerhouses had not yet met, but they were already fighting through the air machine. Explosions erupted and exploded. In the shocked eyes of Fang Ping and the others, the Kunwang Hall was originally sealed. At this moment, the top was shattered, revealing the sky. This was the main material for forging holy weapons. However, this was not enough. Forget the main material, even the holy weapons could be broken by both of them. At this moment, the heavenly hound seemed to feel that it did not have enough energy. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide and sucked toward the Thunder Emperor. Yes, suck. Just like how Jiao dealt with those martial artists in the past, it ate their energy and not humans. This was because, in its eyes, these weaklings were too weak. The golden body was instead impurities. The Thunder Emperor's expression changed drastically. With a roar, he broke through the air and fled. This time, he gave it his all. The void shattered. Fang Ping saw fourth heaven shattering. Fifth heaven was also shaking. The Thunder Emperor was running with all his might. The heavenly hound had revived. Not only the heavenly hound, no one expected that there was still a peerless powerhouse in heavenly court who had also revived at this time. I am a subordinate of the Kunwang Hall, the Thunder Emperor roared as he ran. He wanted to say a few words, but the heavenly hound did not listen to him. Once it did, its voice suddenly sounded like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. It said angrily, Hong Kuan. You're courting death. When this emperor blows the sky up, I'll settle the score with Hong Kuan. As soon as the words fell, Fang Ping and the others felt a tornado blowing in this place. It was not just a tornado. Fang Ping felt that his energy was out of control. His vitality was constantly overflowing, flying toward the heavenly hound. Fang Ping and the others were still affected. Over there, the Thunder Emperor was the main target. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor roared loudly, energy overflowing from his body. Not only that, his flesh and blood were disintegrating, turning into energy, surging into the heavenly hound's mouth. At this moment, a figure appeared in the void, shaking heaven and earth, shattering the void. However, at this time, the spring guardian who appeared did not stop the heavenly hound. He said coldly, so what if I let you recover? The difference in strength between you and me is not that big. Just as he said that, the next moment, this guy suddenly went crazy. Without a word, he punched the heavenly hound. The heavenly hound laughed maniacally. Idiot! Idiot! This emperor didn't die back then. This emperor has broken through 8 of his peak, ha ha ha. Ultimate powerhouse. It was only at this moment that Fang Ping and the others reacted. The spring guardian seemed to have died earlier. When he was destroyed, the celestial realm had only fallen. And the heavenly hound had lived 5,000 years longer than him. In these 5,000 years, the heavenly hound had broken through 7 to 8, becoming a true ultimate powerhouse. As for the spring guardian, he did not seem to realize this just now. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed something unusual and hurriedly made a move. Fang Ping and the others were thinking. In the next second, Fang Ping grabbed Daoist Windcloud's escaping figure, hanging behind him, roaring, "Run, speed up, run." Daoist Windcloud's face turned green, but he dared not stay. Those two guys were fighting. If they did not run, they would be dead meat. He did not dare to compete with Fang Ping, afraid that if he delayed, none of them would be able to escape. He ran away frantically, his speed unparalleled. Behind him, Ground Oddity and Ground Xing could not care less about hiding their strength. Each of them ran no slower than an emperor. At this moment, they were really crazy. It was over. As for the Thunder Emperor, God knew how long he could last. There was no need to guess. Just as the Spring Guardian's fist blasted down, the Heavenly Hound swiped its paw. The moment the man and the dog came into contact, the void shattered. Sixth heaven, a deep black six-petal lotus appeared and began to overflow instantly. The Thunder Emperor, who had just been sucked dry, now had despair in his eyes. No, sixth heaven, that was not a realm he could resist. Breaking sixth heaven, close to 10 million cal vitality outburst. Even if these two had not recovered to their peak, the aftermath of their fight was not something he could resist. The Thunder Emperor was almost begging, "Feng Yun, take me, take me." He did not want to die, he did not want to die in such a useless way. However, in front of him, Daoist Windcloud did not even turn his head. Fang Ping, who was hanging on him, did. When he saw the black six-petal lotus spreading toward him, he was scared out of his wits, frantically transferring energy to Daoist Windcloud. Run faster, damn it, why was this venerable emperor so useless? He was running so slowly, waiting for death. A low, inaudible tremor was heard. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor had almost no strength to resist and was instantly crushed into pieces. A thunder bone exploded. The Heavenly Hound glanced at it and the bone fell into its paw. He did not have a weapon, so he had to make do with this and beat this shameless guy to death first. Boom. The great path collapsed. The venerable emperor had fallen. However, Fang Ping did not see blood rain this time. At this moment, the two powerhouses seemed to be dissatisfied with being disturbed. One man and one dog, they attacked the sky at the same time. In the void, the blood cloud was directly turned into nothingness by the man and the dog. That old thing, earthly sovereign, is so disgusting. He just had to make it bloody. Collapse my *s. If a small path collapses, then so be it. Boring. This was the Heavenly Hound scolding. On the other side, the Spring Guardian also scolded, "Is this old thing disgusting? Oh right, is he really dead? If he's not dead, don't drag me into this. How would I know? How dare you talk back? I'll beat you up." The Spring Guardian flew into a rage for no reason. The Heavenly Hound dared to fool him. He would beat this dog to death first, taking advantage of the fact that both sides had just awakened and their strengths were about the same. If he did not beat it to death now, where would he go to seek revenge against the Heavenly Hound who had broken 8? The man and the dog were currently engaged in an earth-shattering battle. They were having a good time, but now Fang Ping and the others were suffering. Earthly Exalted, who was the slowest of them all, was groaning as his bones were broken and his flesh melted away. Even though he had unleashed the power of an emperor, he was unable to withstand the shockwaves. These two fellows didn't have to bear the burden of being the fish in the moat. When other experts fought, the stronger they were, the more they would be able to restrain their strength. However, it was hard to tell whether these two were doing it on purpose or if they had really just awakened their strength, causing them to lose control over a large area. The Divine City was about to be destroyed, even an emperor-level powerhouse had to escape. One could imagine how wide the area affected was. At this moment, the entire immortal city fell into a state of panic and despair. The Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian did not care. The two of them were not kind people to begin with, especially the Heavenly Hound. Hong Kuan had dared to study its golden body for 3,000 years and play with it like a toy. Would it care about the life and death of Hong Kuan's people? While the man and the dog were fighting, Fang Ping got to work. Rumble, an explosive sound rang out. Earth Xing almost went crazy. Fang Ping was attacking him. Sizzle, his back was cut by the cracks, and he lost a large piece of flesh. Frightened, the earthen deity frantically ran forward. Bang, Fang Ping attacked again. At this moment, he was much more relaxed than before. The wind and cloud speed was quite fast. Di Xing, do you want to die? Fang Ping grinned. If you don't want to die, hand over your storage ring. Also, give me your fountain of longevity too. Bastard. Earth Xing was enraged, he then roared, Lord Windcloud, leave him behind. Daoist Feng Yun didn't say anything. He didn't have time to deal with them. Moreover, Fang Ping was still providing him with energy. He did not want to abandon Fang Ping now. Also, Fang Ping was on good terms with the cat, and the cat was on good terms with the heavenly hound. They might still have to rely on Fang Ping to survive. If they lost Fang Ping now, wouldn't they be courting death? Give it to me. I'll count to 3. Otherwise, you can go to hell. Fang Ping attacked again, a palm shot out. After all, he was a top-notch powerhouse with an explosive power close to 900,000 calories. Even if he could not kill Di Xing, who had become stronger now, it would not be a problem for him to attack from the front and block him for a while. Bastard. Once again, Di Xing was suppressed by Fang Ping and stopped for a moment. This time, it was going to be tough. Chi, the sound of electric welding rang out, and a small part of his head was directly cut off. Earth Xing was so terrified that his soul almost left his body. At this moment, he had no other words. He tossed out the storage ring instantly, and a plump baby flew toward Fang Ping in an instant. This bastard is too despicable. At this time, he still wanted to rob them. He was simply throwing his life away for money. Fang Ping took the storage ring and kept the chubby baby, his face full of smiles. He had obtained all 4 drops of longevity ancient spring water. Xingdi's great Dao was still in his hands, so he wasn't in a hurry to kill this fellow. At this moment, Fang Ping had his eyes on Ground Wonder, which was slightly further away. Chi-Chi did not even look at him, continuing to deviate from Fang Ping's direction. I'll walk further away, okay? Master Feng Yun, move a little to the left. Fang Ping chuckled. Daoist Feng Yun cursed in his heart. Bastard, what do you take me for? This guy was just short of riding on his head. He really wanted to stuff this bastard into the crevice and kill him. Milord, cooperation is the most important thing right now. Don't forget that there's still the Heavenly Wood Forest ahead. Fang Ping was all smiles. Are you afraid? Behind them were the 2 heavenly kings fighting, and in front of them was the Heavenly Wood Forest. They're all my people. Whether they are or not, they're all mine now. Are you afraid? Although I'm not as strong as you, I can scare you to death. Daoist Feng Yun's expression was ugly, but he moved slightly to the side. At this moment, Ground Wonder's expression changed. Bastard. This Feng Yun fellow actually listened to Fang Ping. Ground Wonder, storage ring, I don't want to say it twice. I'm a kind person, I don't like to kill people. Look, isn't Xingdi alive and well? Hand over the treasure, and whether you can escape or not depends on your luck. Ground Wonder gritted his teeth and did not say anything. A storage ring also flew toward Fang Ping quickly. King Kuan spear. Fang Ping still remembered that a long imperial spear was also a treasure. He could not miss it. Ground Wonder's expression was frighteningly ugly. He gritted his teeth and a long spear flew toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping was also cautious. Only when the long spear was about to pierce through Feng Yun's back did he stretch out his hand to grab it. Once it was in his hand, he immediately felt a sharp aura. It was a good weapon. Not bad. Fang Ping laughed and nodded. Ground Wonder was still considered obedient. Ground Wonder snorted in his heart and did not say anything more. However, at this moment, in front of him, a big seal directly smashed toward him. Bastard. Ground Wonder was furious. Didn't you not attack anymore after you accepted Xingdi's benefits? Why are you attacking again when it's his turn? I seal. Ground Wonder roared. Above his hands, a strong burst of cold air erupted, instantly freezing the void in front of him. The Saint Token's speed slowed down. After a moment, it broke the ice layer. And Ground Wonder also took advantage of this moment to shift his direction again. However, this also delayed his speed a little. The cracks on the Black Lotus behind him were still spreading. With a squelch, a small half of his body was cut off. Fang Ping. Ground Wonder was furious, flustered and exasperated. Fang Ping, this bastard, after accepting the benefits, he still attacked him. He was too hateful. On the other side, Ground Wonder was running away with his head down. He felt that there was no need for him to be angry just now. Fang Ping accepted his benefits and did not attack him. This was already considered good. This person was afraid of comparison. Now that there was a comparison, Ground Wonder was so miserable, he was considered lucky. Fang Ping did not care about this. He continued to control the Saint Token and attacked Ground Wonder. Not only that, Ground Wonder had just avoided the Saint Token when he was cut by the cracks again. On the other side, Fang Ping suddenly broke into his origin, slashing down with his saber. The slash caused the chi of origin to overflow from Ground Wonder's body. He was going crazy. Bastard, beast. Ground Wonder was furious. This beast was too hateful. He was a dignified near-emperor level powerhouse, but at this moment, he had no choice but to be attacked by him. He could not even resist. Fang Ping was dragged by Feng Yun. His speed was slightly faster than him. There were still cracks behind him. If he was slightly slower, he would die. Moreover, he did not dare to use too much force. He was afraid that if he hit Feng Yun, Daoist Feng Yun would turn around and kill him instead. In this way, he was tormented by Fang Ping. You beast, you're worse than pigs and dogs, beast? Worse than pigs and dogs? These words were not said by Fang Ping. In the distance, a golden silhouette, Tengu, who had already entered the depths of the void with the Spring Guardian, suddenly became angry. Someone scolded me, someone actually scolded me, too arrogant, dogs. That was the Supreme One. Anyway, that was what Tengu thought. Someone actually dared to scold him. At this moment, behind Ground Wonder, the spreading speed of the cracks suddenly accelerated. Not only that, but when it was their turn, the lotus that appeared in the cracks was no longer 6 petals, but 5 petals. 5 heavens shattered. That was 2.4 million calories of damage. Although there was a risk of dying against an emperor level, it was not impossible to escape. However, at this moment, the lotus that appeared in the cracks changed. 6 petals, not only 6 petals, at this moment, more than a dozen golden hairs like sharp swords shot toward him. Those were Tengu's hairs. Someone dared to scold him. Did he have a death wish? He did not pay much attention to these small fries. He did not have time to care about them when he was fighting the Spring Guardian. But someone actually scolded him. This was unforgivable. No. Ground Wonder sensed danger, his eyes almost popping out of his head in horror. No, I'm not scolding you, I'm scolding Fang Ping. Worse than pigs and dogs. This is really a saying, not you. In front, Fang Ping swallowed hard, slapping Daoist Feng Yun. Run, faster. Tengu was furious. Naturally, Daoist Feng Yun also sensed the danger behind him. He was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Crazy, why did he have to provoke Tengu at this time? Was he not courting death? No. Ground Wonder roared in horror. He was not even an emperor level. How could he resist an enraged Tengu? The cracks covered him instantly. He had just escaped danger with a burst of speed when more than a dozen hairs, like more than a dozen Tengu, turned into more than a dozen dog mouths in the air, pouncing toward him. Crack, a dog's mouth bit his shoulder. His shoulder disappeared immediately. A dog's mouth bit his right leg. His right leg disappeared instantly too. Ground Wonder went crazy, he was going to die. Fang Ping. He did not dare to hate Tengu. At this moment, he hated Fang Ping to the core, extremely resentful. Fang Ping. You deserve to die. Even if I die, I won't let you go. Fang Ping. Fang Ping shuddered, waving his hand. Don't miss me too much. Also, this has nothing to do with me. You insulted Celestial Emperor for no reason. Aren't you courting death? Celestial Emperor cannot be insulted. He is the first dog. Cats and dogs are humans' best friends. Humans love to make friends with cats and dogs. How dare you insult Celestial Emperor like this? Don't blame me if you die. You, Ground Wonder was furious. However, he could not even speak now. The last strand of hair turned into a dog's mouth, biting his head and bursting it. He was not dead yet. At this time, his mentality appeared. Not only did it appear, but it also split into many shadows, fleeing in different directions. As soon as the mentality left, the broken golden body was swallowed by the cracks, disappearing instantly. Some of the scattered mentality was swallowed by the cracks, but some escaped by luck. Ground Wonder did not have time to rejoice. Suddenly, something appeared around his scattered mentality. One of the clones had just recovered his senses when a golden man appeared in front of him. It was not strong, probably only rank 7 or 8 strength. To him in his heyday, it was trash that could be killed with a slap. But now, this golden body suddenly revealed a disgusting smile on its face. Ground Wonder, we'll meet again if fate wills it. The golden body said. This was what Fong Ping said when he controlled the golden body. It was just a product condensed from imperishable substances. In the next moment, there was a roar from all directions. Many golden bodies had self-destructed. Even if its strength was average, it was still fatal to Ground Wonder, who was left with only a strand of mentality, not to mention, there were still space cracks spreading behind. At this moment, the range of the cracks was expanding. Some buildings in God City were already like locusts passing through, swept by the cracks, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It did not matter if there was anyone in the buildings. At this moment, it did not matter if you were rank 8 or rank 9, even if you were a true god. If you stayed in the area covered by the cracks, only death awaited. Ground Wonder's cries of indignation, anger, and resentment were heard. Kaboom! Accompanied by an explosion, Ground Wonder disappeared, as if he had never appeared in this world. In front, Fong Ping sighed. Why? Do you still want to live after insulting Celestial Emperor? Daoist Feng Yun heard it clearly, cursing in his heart. Are you sure Ground Wonder died because he insulted Celestial Emperor? Don't you know how he died? You actually said this at this time. How evil was Fong Ping's heart. At this moment, he was extremely vigilant. He had to be careful, lest he was killed by this bastard. This bastard was too evil. When everyone was running for their lives, he did not forget to extort and cheat people. Far away. In the sky above the Earth King Hall, in the void crack. The Spring Guard suddenly said, whose descendant did this person say he is? The Heavenly Hound slapped his head and cracked it. The dog's mouth cracked open, laughing savagely. I don't care whose descendant he is. The Spring Guard was furious. It must be yours. The Spring Guard scolded. Just like this dog, ruthless and evil, they did not do anything good. Hee, I think I heard it. It's something Z-Air. Which Z-Air? That brat from the Spirit Imperial family? Impossible. The Spring Guard was furious again. It was impossible. Z-Air from the Spirit Imperial family was so pure. How could she have such a descendant? Don't think that I can't recognize you just because you're wearing human skin. You're with this dog. He sensed some cat's aura. The cat's smell was stronger. This was definitely the scourge of the Heavenly Hound, parasites from the heavenly realm. No, parasites from the 3 realms. He would never believe that this was the descendant of the pure and kind little girl in his impression. If that was the case, he would beat the Heavenly Hound and the cat to death. It was definitely these two who had led others astray. It's Z-Heirs, hee. It might even be from the Spirit Imperial family. The Heavenly Hound's dog mouth was also extremely infuriating. The Spring Guard was furious again. Their auras were getting stronger and stronger. In the entire mini-world, an energy tornado blew. From all directions, all the energy surged toward the man and the dog. At this moment, in the mini-world where Divine Palace was located, countless powerhouses screamed. Powerhouses were the true core of energy. Any powerhouse would have a huge reserve of energy. These two did not care about that at all. They were absorbing energy. At this moment, some rank 9 powerhouses who were close to Divine City were sucked dry almost instantly. In Divine City, some Divine Palace soldiers who could not escape in time were also sucked dry instantly. In front of Fong Ping and the others, they also saw a large number of martial artists fleeing. These people had been fleeing since the True God War broke out. However, their speed was not as fast as Fong Ping and the others. Even now, they had not escaped the danger zone. Fong Ping saw a familiar face. From afar, he greeted with a smile, Xianxia. Long time no see. In front, Xianxia, who was still fleeing frantically, changed his expression instantly. Fang Ping's voice, Fang Ping, was here. This was his nightmare. The reason why he turned to thunder was to avoid Fang Ping. It was to prove his Tao and have a chance to survive against Fang Ping. But now, he had not gone to Enlightenment Cliff. Why did so many things happen in these 2 days in the powerful divine palace? The incomparably powerful divine palace fell apart in a day. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. True God, Yunxing, Great War. Fang Ping. You're Yunxing. Yo, you're quite smart. Fang Ping laughed and reached out to grab him, shouting, Feng Yun, come closer. Let me smack him to death. Bastard. Venerable Lord Feng Yun cursed in his heart. I'm not a monster that pulls a carriage. Right now, he really wanted to kill Fang Ping. This was too infuriating. Quick, I'll take you to hide in Skywood Forest. Otherwise, you won't have anywhere to run. If you go out now, you probably won't be able to. Right now, as expected, a large number of powerhouses have gathered outside. These 2 powerhouses are making such a big commotion that the small world is about to be destroyed. They must have caused a big commotion. If you go out, you'll also die. I've arranged more than 10 Venerable Lord powerhouses to ambush you outside. Venerable Lord Feng Yun cursed in his heart again. Do you think I'm an idiot? Where are you going to find more than 10 Venerable Lords? But what Fang Ping said was not without reason. Right now, there were definitely many powerhouses gathered outside. The commotion was too big. These guys did not know what had happened. They might even come in to take a look. Of course, he was overthinking. Some old antiques knew who had awakened. At this moment, some of them had already fled. Who would dare to come in and court death? However, the entrance was still far from here. Skywood Forest was closer. With the protection of a saint, it was safer than now. Thinking of this, Taoist Feng Yun suppressed the anger in his heart. Without saying a word, he flew toward Xianxia. No matter how strong Xianxia was, he was only a rank 9. How could his speed compare to an emperor powerhouse? Almost in the blink of an eye, he was standing side by side with Fang Ping. The surrounding rank 9 powerhouses scattered in confusion. They had long run away. Fang Ping was almost walking shoulder to shoulder with him. He grinned and said, Come, tell me how to open Changrong Sky. I'll let you die a quick death. No, maybe you can still live. You can lead the way and bring me to Changrong Sky to play. Xianxia's expression changed. Was he going to say it? Almost instantly, Xianxia said quickly, Okay. Back in the Emperor's tomb, I was blind and offended you, sir. Cut the crap. Fang Ping did not say a word. With a bang, his palm struck out. In the midst of Xianxia's blood-curdling screams, his flesh exploded, leaving behind a head. Fang Ping grabbed the head and laughed. Don't take up too much space. It's not easy for Venerable Emperor Feng Yun either. Leaving his head is enough. Xianxia's head was in his grasp. His face showed an expression that was worse than death. Just because it took up too much space, this guy did not say a word and destroyed his golden body. If this was not a devil, then who was? A human king, more like a devil king. However, a bad life was better than a good death. He was a top rank 9. As long as his head was left, he would not die. At this moment, he did not say a word and endured the pain, only hoping to survive. As for revenge, he would think about it after surviving. The aftermath was still spreading. However, it had spread for about 1,000 miles. The crack was no longer in the shape of a 5-petal lotus. At this moment, the crack behind was slowly weakening. 4 petals, 3 petals, when it reached 3 petals, Taoist Feng Yun shook his power and Fang Ping was shaken down. Fang Ping did not care. He was a venerable emperor, after all. At this moment, both of them looked back. The God City was gone, at least they could not see any traces of its existence. Behind them, it was pitch black. This time, the battle between the 2 powerhouses turned a 1,000-mile radius into a void. This kind of aftershock was simply horrifying. Almost half of the small world was destroyed. Not only in Fang Ping's direction, other directions were also destroyed beyond recognition. This time, it was hard to estimate how many people had died. God Palace is finished. Taoist Fingyun's gaze was complicated. 8,000 years of accumulation was gone just like that. Yes, King Kuan was still here. The three great protectors were still here. Most of the powerhouses were in the celestial cemetery. The divine sect's main strength was not lost too much. But the foundation was completely destroyed. As he said that, he looked at Fang Ping. He was gritting his teeth in hatred, but he was somewhat speechless. Fang Ping had infiltrated God Palace for 2 days. And in these 2 days, God Palace was almost destroyed. Did the resurrection of the Spring Guardian and Heavenly Hound have anything to do with Fang Ping? He did not know. In fact, it was very important. Without Fang Ping's interference, even if the Spring Guardian was resurrected, it would not be at this time. At that time, if King Kuan was here, he might be discovered by King Kuan the moment he was resurrected. King Kuan could kill him easily, he could not be resurrected. Even if Heavenly Hound still had a breath left, facing King Kuan at his peak, it would not dare to resurrect. Resurrecting would also be courting death. It could be said that if it were not for humans, the two main culprits who destroyed God Palace today might not have the chance to appear in this 3 realms again. It's over. Fang Ping also sighed, looking helpless. I haven't gone to Enlightenment Cliff yet. Will Enlightenment Cliff be destroyed? There are still good things in Origin. I didn't even have time, cough, cough. Will it be destroyed too? Taoist Fingyun's face was livid. At this time, Di Xing also escaped with difficulty. Glancing at Taoist Feng Yun, then at Fang Ping, Di Xing's face was also extremely gloomy. Dead, all dead, 3 emperors and 9 gods. Now only Feng Yun and him were left dead. When the sect master left, there were 3 emperors and 11 gods. When the powerhouses had just left, this kind of strength was enough to sweep the 3 realms. But now, it was over, and all of this was caused by one person. Fang Ping, Di Xing glanced at the 2 of them and wanted to leave. He did not want to stay with this dangerous Fang Ping anymore. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would be the next one. In the end, just as he was about to leave, Fang Ping laughed. Di Xing, why are you leaving? I don't eat people. You saw it just now. If you cooperate well, I won't do anything to you. Aren't you still alive? If you leave now, where are you going? In God Palace, these 2 are still here. If you meet them, you will die. Go out. I think an injured true god like you will also die if you go out now. Why don't we go to Skywood Forest to take refuge? Di Xing's eyes flickered. He did not trust Fang Ping. It was too dangerous, but it was also very dangerous to run around now. Where should he go? The 2 powerhouses were still fighting. He did not know when it would end. Could he always avoid them? Skywood Forest, he was worried that going to Skywood Forest would be even more dangerous than now. Fang Ping invited them enthusiastically. Let's go to Skywood Forest together. Skywood is an ancient first tree after all. It won't be a problem to protect us. At this moment, Fang Ping had made up his mind. He would bring them along. Kill the Kuan King's clone first. He wanted to take the opportunity to reap benefits and repair his brain core. This time, the appearance of the Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian was also his chance. On the 2nd day he arrived, God Palace was considered to have fallen apart. It was really a pity. There were many places that he did not get to. Because the Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian had revived, the Divine Court was in complete chaos. 10,000 feet above. At this moment, King Kuan's clone was not thinking about anything else but, should he leave? He wanted to leave. He had paid a huge price to condense this clone. If he died here, his main body's strength would be damaged. On the other hand, after merging with the clone, his main body's strength would increase greatly. Now, there were 2 overbearing masters in the Divine Court, and the Heavenly Hound had a huge grudge with him. The man and the dog were still fighting and did not have time to care about him. However, the Divine Court was only so big. It was inevitable that they would discover his clone. King Kuan wanted to leave, but Tianmu hesitated. Old people became cunning, and so did old trees. He could tell that King Kuan wanted to leave. But, should he stop him? If he did, there would be a huge battle. If he did not, with King Kuan's strength close to that of a sage, he still had a chance to leave. But the Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian were here, he could not leave. If they knew that he had let King Kuan's clone escape, he could not say anything about the others. But these two. Tianmu had reason to suspect that they would vent their anger on him. It could imagine the reactions of these two. You actually dared to let Hongkuan's clone go? Hongkuan ran away, so you shall suffer our anger. Yes, that was it, perhaps it was more serious than he imagined. Tianmu was in a dilemma. Who would not resurrect? These two had resurrected. Sigh, the heavens were blind, good people did not live long, but evil people lived for 1,000 years. The Spring Guardian was better. Although he was not stingy, he usually did not cause trouble. But the Heavenly Hound, Tianmu was in a dilemma. Heavenly Hound. If it knew that he had consciousness and produced the origin fruit, its first reaction would probably be to eat him, right? I have to save myself. Tianmu felt miserable. I have to save myself. How could he save himself? Of course, he had to take down Kuan's clone, he also needed to find someone who could speak up for him. Who? Naturally, it was the Human King. The Human King did not know the Heavenly Hound, but he knew the cat. It would be good to ask the cat to speak for him. I have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Tianmu's face was filled with grief. He wanted to abandon his main body and run away. But if he lost his main body, he would be considered half-crippled. He couldn't bear to do that, therefore, at this moment, King Kuan's eyes flickered and he wanted to leave. Tianmu's eyes flickered as he stared at him, preparing to intercept him. You can't leave. If you do, I'll be in trouble. You want to stop me? King Kuan had an unfriendly look in his eyes. I'm not going to refine you, yet you want to stop me? Heavenly Wood said gloomily, then lead Celestial the Arch and that person away. I won't stop you. Give me some time to move my main body away. King Kuan almost wanted to slap it to death. This king will lure them? Wouldn't that be like throwing a meat bun at a dog? There would really be no return. Make way. No. Tianmu was unwilling to give way. You can't leave. If you leave, who's going to take the blame? Bastard. You're courting death. King Kuan was furious. He hadn't had a good time these past 2 days. This king will refine you, and my avatar will become a heavenly king. You don't know what's good for you. I'll refine you and then fight those two. Since Tianmu wouldn't leave, he could only continue fighting. If he killed Tianmu and refined him, he might be able to become a heavenly king. At that time, those 2 guys who had just awakened might not be able to do anything to him. Tianmu didn't say anything. You haven't succeeded in 8,000 years. What's the point of saying such harsh words now? Tens of thousands of feet above, the battle was like a raging fire. Of course, their control was extremely strong, and they didn't dare to cause too much of a commotion. If they attracted the attention of those 2, they would be in big trouble. Let those 2 fight first before anything else, Emperor Spirit Dojo. King Kuan left the source world. After a while, Thunder died, after a while, Dichi died. The experts of the divine sect outside were only Wind and Cloud and a few others. King Kuan didn't care about them. He didn't care about their lives. He was considering whether his avatar should go and rescue them. Losing his avatar was equivalent to having a section of his spiritual energy cut off. Moreover, his avatar wasn't just made of spiritual energy. It was also made with a supreme treasure as a carrier. My avatar isn't dead yet. If I go back now, I might be able to take a gamble and kill Tianmu. In the past, he didn't kill Tianmu because Tianmu wanted to fight him to the death. But now, who cared? If he really died, then so be it. If he died, he would uproot that tree. Although it was no longer active and might not be able to fuse with the golden body, it could be used to make a powerful weapon. Xianxia. At this moment, King Kuan's eyes were cold as he looked at Heavenly King subduing. Open the exit. I want to go out. Before Heavenly King subduing could speak, King Kuan shouted again, those 2 bastards are causing trouble in the divine court. If you don't open the exit, don't blame me for not letting you go. Heavenly King Subduing looked at him for a while and said slowly, "The divine court is just an external object. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Don't tell me you have a divine artifact hidden there? Then I can't let you go. Otherwise, who would be your match if you got the divine artifact? Bastard." King Kuan was furious. This guy still wanted to stir up trouble. Did he really think he was afraid of him? Crack, like glass shattering, King Kuan was thousands of meters away from him, but it was as if he was right in front of him. He directly broke through the boundaries of space. His palm and arm were still connected, but the distance was infinitely shortened. He slapped towards Heavenly King Subduing's head. Heavenly King Subduing did not panic and did not make a move. Almost at the same time his palm appeared, he tore through the void and instantly appeared beside Li Zhu. In the next moment, the palm chased after him. Li Zhu's expression was ugly. He did not fight back. With a crack, he tore through space and escaped. Heavenly King Subduing cursed in a low voice, "Coward." Li Zhu's expression did not change, but he cursed in his heart. "Are you King crazy? Why should I intervene when the two of you are fighting? Am I a coward if I don't intervene? Then what's the point of attacking, idiot?" Li Zhu could not be bothered. In the next second, Heavenly King Subduing tore through the void again. Just as he was about to appear, Sea Protector Envoy slapped over with an unfriendly expression and said, "Get lost." He was still angry and thinking about what had happened just now. He was thinking about how that bastard Song Mao had measured his head. Now, Heavenly King Subduing wanted to cause trouble. Did he really think he was a vegetarian? Irritable. Heavenly King Subduing had no choice but to tear through the void again and appear behind Moon Spirit and Heaven's Fate. This time, the two of them also had unfriendly gazes. Heavenly King Subduing sighed and said, "Are we really going to be defeated by him one by one? The two of you, join forces. One is not his match. If the three of us fight one, even if we can't win, we won't lose." Just as Heaven's Fate was about to speak, Heavenly King Subduing quickly sent a voice transmission. "Fight. If you don't fight, I'll dig your father's grave later." "Father?" Heaven's Fate was sad. "Father, without you, everyone is bullying me. It's fine if they bully me, but now someone is threatening to dig my grave. Where is the justice? Father, you are an emperor after all, a supreme existence. I have also become a heavenly king. Why do I feel that the Western Emperor's bloodline is so miserable? Pick on the weak." Heavenly King Subduing bullied the weakest two of them. He shamelessly forced the two of them into an alliance. *CK him. At this moment, King Kuan's face was also frighteningly livid. He was really angry. "Everyone, are you just going to watch him be so impudent?" He roped in the cat. Now that Heavenly Hound has recovered, although Heavenly Hound and that guy are not on good terms, they won't fight to the death. This old thing will become a huge problem sooner or later. King Kuan scolded angrily. "Are you all blind? Can't you see the situation clearly?" Heavenly Hound had recovered, and the cat was obviously on the same side as Heavenly King Subduing. The one in the cat palace had not recovered yet. Once he recovered and another one came, who could resist? As soon as he said that, King Zhen said softly, "Heavenly King Subduing, since King Kuan wants to leave, let him leave." It seemed like he was speaking up for King Kuan, but in fact, he was waiting to watch the show. It was a good thing to let King Kuan leave. Not to mention that there was one less competitor here. If they met Heavenly Hound in the outside world and fought again, there would be a good show to watch. However, Heavenly King Subduing couldn't be bothered. Let him go. What would happen to the outside world if he left? Heavenly Hound wasn't reliable. That dog was used to doing whatever he wanted. Even if it was the cat, Heavenly Hound couldn't do whatever he wanted. If it was really possible, Heavenly Hound wouldn't have gone to the Heavenly Tomb back then. The Heavenly Hound was also a peerless expert. He had his own principles when doing things. King Kuan had left. If he didn't go out, the human world would be destroyed, but if he were to go out, Zhang Tao and the others would have to go out as well. Otherwise, they would still be killed. All of them had left. It was over. The Heavenly Grave plan had been completely ruined. It had only been a month. Although there were people in the outside world who had awakened, that didn't count for much. Those who had just awakened would quickly go back into hiding. They hadn't even recovered to their peak. It was necessary for him to appear now. If Cat Tree didn't appear, Seiju Wei and the others wouldn't appear. If the guardian of the spring did not appear, the heavenly hound might not appear either. There were definitely more people who were secretly reviving, but not many of them had shown themselves. Therefore, King Kuan could not leave. Heavenly King Zhen didn't say anything. The three of them joined forces and attacked King Kuan at the same time. King Kuan was furious. His palm turned into a fist. At this moment, there were only countless fist shadows in the world. The banging sounds did not stop. Almost in the blink of an eye, Heaven's Pole spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back several hundred meters. Moon Spirit coughed up blood. She also stepped through the void and took several steps back. The Heavenly King suppressing Heavenly King didn't have it easy either. He smashed into the void and retreated continuously. On the other side, King Kuan's expression was getting uglier and uglier. Was he that strong? In a 1 versus 3 situation with an old ghost, he easily beat the three of them until they vomited blood and flew backward. Did he break 8 or 9? Who would believe him if he pretended to be like this? Regardless of whether they believed him or not, at this moment, the few Heavenly King powerhouse's eyes flickered. He was really strong. A powerhouse who broke 7 was not just for show. Breaking 7 was usually a vitality outburst of 10 million cal. However, 10 million cal to 20 million calories was considered to be in the range of breaking 7. Under normal circumstances, one's limit exceeded 20 million calories to break 8 because it was difficult to achieve 100% control of one's strength. The feeling that King Kuan gave them was not at the level of someone who had just broken 7. This Heavenly King had really improved a lot in the past 8,000 years. The others had more or less improved, but compared to King Kuan, there was a huge gap. 8,000 years. In 8,000 years, some people did not even improve at all. Hong Kuan, I've really underestimated you. Enough. King Kuan growled and said coldly, Xianxia, do you really think that I know nothing about you? 3,000 years ago, you and I fought once. That time, I had just broken 7 and almost lost my golden body to you. 2,500 years ago, we besieged the Demon Emperor dynasty. You and I were watching the battle from the void. Your aura attracted the Demon Emperor. You can't get away with the Demon Emperor's death. 2,000 years ago, the war between the North and the South broke out. I wanted to capture all of them in one fell swoop, but someone secretly broke the 5 elements formation that I had set up, allowing them to escape. 1,000 years ago, unquestionable Jian killed a Beyond Heaven Emperor. I had just left the Divine Court when I was attacked from afar. You say that person wasn't you. I know how strong you are. What are you hiding? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do by trapping us here? To buy time for humans? What a joke. I don't believe that your goal is so simple. King Kuan said coldly, I think you can't wait for the 3 realms to fall into chaos. If not for you, how could those people have recovered? If not for you, Tengu and the others would not have had the chance to recover. You led me here to give them a chance to recover. Xianxia, Li Zhen, what are you trying to do? Do you want the 3 realms to fall into chaos and start the trend? I have always suspected that you were involved in the battle in the Heaven Realm back then. Everyone looked at Heavenly King Zhen silently. Heavenly King Zhen said weakly, does anyone believe that? Hong Kuan, at this time, you are an expert who broke through the 7th level. Why do you have to do this? Don't try that with me. King Kuan was furious. Nothing good had happened to him after he entered Spirit Emperor Dojo. This old thing had provoked him time and time again, bullying him, yes, bullying him. He couldn't put down his pride. Otherwise, he would have shouted, Father, everyone bullied me when you weren't around. Especially this old man, he was really despicable, shameless, despicable, shameless. King Kuan was about to explode from anger. He had a good mentality and was calm. For 8,000 years, he had watched the rise and fall of civilization and the vicissitudes of life. He was very calm. However, his calmness depended on who he was dealing with. He was really angry at this old thing who might be older than him. After living for 10,000 years, he didn't even care about his pride anymore. Heavenly cats and heavenly dogs were beasts. He didn't care about them. As an expert from the ancient times, how could he be so shameless? King Kuan was extremely angry and said coldly, "Do you really think everyone is a fool? That you can control? For the past 8,000 years, you were involved in every incident that happened. If you want to start a war, then start a war. If you want to stop, then stop." Suppressing the king's house for 1,000 years, wasn't it because you were afraid that Moon Spirit would come out and mess up the situation? Suppressing unquestionable Jian, wasn't it to let the situation develop according to your plan? You keep stopping me because everything is going according to your plan, right? What do you want to guide? The human race has become the main character of the current situation because of your guidance. Otherwise, the land would be the main character. 1,000 years ago, the situation should have started, and there shouldn't have been so many people awakening. After waiting for 1,000 years, did you calculate that so many people would awaken now? Among the crowd, some were silent, and some had a change of expression. Some looked at unquestionable Jian. 1,000 years ago. Heavenly King Zhen suppressed unquestionable Jian. Unbelievable, the demon emperor didn't say anything, neither did he admit nor deny it. Moon Spirit's expression changed, and she didn't speak either. It was true that Heavenly King Zhen suppressed the king's house for 1,000 years. I think your Heavenly King Zhen suppressed the sky. Not the Heavenly King. Li Xianxia, you are the mastermind of the three realms chaos. Heavenly King Zhen laughed. You are very imaginative. It's all your fault, but you know how to shift the blame. Expose the truth? I know how to do that too. Heavenly King Zhen grinned. If we really expose the truth, you are the one who will suffer. 8,000 years ago, when the heaven realm was destroyed, you didn't leave immediately and didn't die in that battle. Instead, you returned to the Earth Emperor Palace. That time, the Earth Emperor should have returned once. At least, he didn't die then. What did he tell you? After that, you established the Celestial Court and worked in the dark. In a short 8,000 years, you went from breaking 6 to 7 and even 8. Do you, Hongkuan, have this talent? Don't you know how Hong Yu died? I forgot to mention. 8,000 years ago, you and your brother joined forces to establish the Celestial Court. Then, you fell out. Hong Yu's death is strange, but do you dare say you didn't do it? As soon as he said this, Moon Spirit shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Hong Yu died in that battle in the Heaven Realm." I'm not talking nonsense. Heavenly King Zhen grinned. When the Heaven Realm was destroyed, Hong Yu wasn't dead yet. Of course, he didn't live for long and died soon after. Also, Tianji and Tianming. I remember that you entered the Celestial Court as well. Some of the 8 guardians were divine masters. You were one of them, weren't you? Why did you betray the Celestial Court and join the Demon Emperor dynasty? Everyone was surprised to hear this. The 2 kings were also from the Celestial Court. Tianji arched a brow. Tianming sighed and snorted. You. Old ghost, you know quite a lot. But the Celestial Court is different from the Celestial Court. We didn't enter the Celestial Court back then, and we weren't King Kuan's subordinates. The Celestial Court had 2 masters, and we weren't King Kuan's subordinates. Heavenly King Zhen smiled. So, you're Hong Yu's subordinates, right? The Demon Emperor who appeared later had something to do with Hong Yu? Was the Demon Emperor dynasty founded by Hong Yu? But I remember that he died before the Demon Emperor dynasty. The 2 kings fell silent. The others' eyes flickered. It seemed that there were a lot of inside stories in the past 8,000 years. The most surprising thing was the establishment of the Demon Emperor God dynasty. Where did the earthly emperor's clone come from? Hong Kuan didn't acknowledge him. He was his father's clone, but he called him the Demon Emperor. Clearly, he didn't feel close to him. Heavenly King Zhen smiled again. Hongkuan, I'm not interested in anything else. I just want to ask you, what did the earthly emperor say to you back then? Did it have something to do with the Emperor Dao? Nonsense. King Kuan snorted, but he was shocked. This old ghost didn't leave back then. You know better than I do whether it's nonsense or not. Heavenly King Zhen said with a smile. Then tell me, how did you manage to go from breaking 6 to perhaps breaking 8 in the past 8,000 years when the great path was almost sealed, your spiritual consciousness was cut off? Do you think I can't tell? Your broken spiritual consciousness actually allowed you to break 7, and you're not even a beginner. I didn't overestimate you when I said you broke 8, did I? How can you, Hong Kuan, surpass all of us? You weren't even Tian Kuei back then, but now you're the strongest of the 3 realms. Not far away, Saint Tian Kuei's eyelids twitched. Why did he drag me in? What did he mean by he wasn't even as good as Tian Kuei? Hong Kuan was young back then, and there were many people he wasn't as good as. Why did he drag me in? But he went from breaking 6 to becoming a heavenly king, and now he might have broken 8. Thinking about it, the others were also curious. What did Hong Kuan get from the earthly emperor? What did he know? His strength had improved too quickly. Yes, too quickly, although 8,000 years seemed to be a long time, no one had given up on cultivation in those 8,000 years. But now, who had broken 8, these two exposed each other, and for a moment, it aroused everyone's vigilance. These two had almost never slept in the past 8,000 years, and they were always on the move. What were they planning? Compared to them, the others had more or less slept for a period of time. Just as everyone was silent, unquestionable Jian, who had not spoken much, suddenly smiled faintly. Why mention these things again? In this era, there are novice martial artists, ancient martial artists, demon emperors, sects, neo-martial artists, powerhouses from many eras. Now, it's almost time for the final result to appear. Why pursue the past now? I'm actually curious about one thing. Will there be emperors returning next? Everyone was very concerned. Would emperors return? Heavenly King Zhen said lazily, who knows? In the battle back then, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were the main force of the battle. The others were just affected, so the others were covered. Whether the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors can return depends on luck. Then Wang Jinyang and the others, them? Heavenly King Zhen thought about it and said with a smile, who knows if the 4 emperors really reincarnated, or if a wisp of spiritual consciousness reincarnated. At their level, casually cutting off a bit of spiritual consciousness can also have the ability to revive life. Did the 4 emperors really reincarnate? Not necessarily. As for appearing in the human race, maybe it's also a plan, who knows? Unquestionable Jian looked at him and was speechless for a long time. The 4 emperors might not have reincarnated. When these words came out, it was like a raging storm. Heavenly King Zhen was unwilling to say more. He looked at King Kuan and said with a smile, Hong Kuan, do you want to continue? If not, then break the formation. I suspect that there might not be any treasure here. Maybe Spirit Emperor left us some clues. What? Clues about the heavenly realms shattering. Heavenly King Zhen said lightly, I actually also want to know why that battle broke out back then. The way that battle broke out was very strange. Ridiculous, you really don't know? You know? Heavenly King Zhen said playfully, if you know, then why not tell me? Is it because of the Immortal Source Project? King Kuan was speechless. He closed his eyes and fell silent for a while. He suppressed everything and regained his calmness. Okay, then continue to break the formation. Li Xianxia, if you dare to find trouble again, I will not let you off. Heavenly King Zhen ignored him. You're not happy with finding trouble? I can't be bothered with you. The battle ended with words. Seeing that he left, Heaven's Pole suddenly looked at Moon Spirit and said, I'm not crazy, I think I'm normal. Apart from the 2 of us, everyone else here is actually crazy. The moment he said that, Moon Spirit seemed to really think about it carefully. After a while, she nodded slightly. Yes, apart from the 2 of them, everyone else here was really a little crazy. What was true could be false, and what was false could be true. Only they themselves knew who was truly crazy and who was faking it. P.S. Diarrhea to the point of doubting life, legs weak, acting pitiful, asking for monthly votes, asking for subscriptions, asking for recommendations, fighting for midnight. If there's no midnight, everyone go to sleep. Pantheon. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The 2 powerhouses were still fighting. As for Fang Ping, he had no time to care about them now. Continue fighting, the longer the better. Please don't come looking for them now. He wanted to reap the benefits, he wanted to find tonics to repair his brain nucleus. This time, he had gained a lot from the evil sect. The 4 fat babies could help him repair his brain nucleus now, but the speed was too slow. Fang Ping did not want to repair 1 or 2 per day. He wanted to repair them all as soon as possible. Now, the powerhouses were revived. The three realms would be in chaos again, the era where he dominated would soon become a thing of the past. This was something Fang Ping could not tolerate. It was not easy for him to become the boss. It would not do if he was defeated in just a few days. Skywood Forest gradually came into view. At this moment, Fang Ping and the rest looked solemn. Taoist Feng Yun looked at the dark sky, feeling a little breathless. He said in a low voice, Fang Ping, since we're working together, tell me, who's fighting above 10,000 feet? If he did not get close, he could not sense it clearly. However, as soon as he got closer, he sensed that there were powerhouses fighting, very powerful, maybe two saints were fighting in the sky. He wanted to curse, there were two heavenly kings fighting before, and now there were two saints fighting here. Since when did Pantheon have so many powerhouses? He, the venerable emperor, was about to become a stray dog. He could not say that, idioms should not be used indiscriminately. At this moment, Taoist Feng Yun reminded himself very seriously in his heart not to talk nonsense. He would die. He would really die. See how Di Qi died. If he cursed lower than a pig or a dog, he would die without a whole corpse. If he said a stray dog, with Celestial Emperor's personality, he would chase him to ninth heaven. He was nervous. Di Xing was almost in despair. A true god, a supreme existence. But today was too tragic to look at. He even exchanged for a Tao and became an existence close to an emperor. However, he still felt like he was in danger. Fang Ping was also staring above 10,000 feet. He thought for a while and smiled. Both of you, do you dare to do something big with me? Both of them said nothing. Fang Ping said again, at this point, what are you afraid of? Besides, I'm afraid you don't know what's up there. If Skywood's enemies don't die, you will. Taoist Feng Yun was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I've roughly guessed it. Feng Yun's expression kept changing as he said in a deep voice, is it the sect leader's people, or the sect leader himself? Impossible. Di Xing exclaimed. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Taoist Feng Yun was indeed a smart person. This fellow had traveled the three realms for many years. He was not just for show. It's the Kuan King's clone. Fang Ping did not hide anything. He smiled and said, if he doesn't die. Both of you, you've betrayed him, haven't you? Feng Yun coldly said, betray? The divine court only cared about profit. If we help the sect master kill Tian Mu, then it will not be a betrayal, but a meritorious service. Fang Ping, don't use your way of thinking to measure us. What betrayal? If he were to help King Kuan kill Tian Mu now, he would be the greatest contributor and King Kuan would definitely reward him. As soon as he said that, Di Xing was ready to make a move. He looked at Fang Ping, his eyes flickering. The sect master was actually here, if he had the protection of the sect leader. As he was thinking, Fang Ping suddenly smiled and said, you're a smart person. Are you sure you want to help King Kuan's clone? It's true that King Kuan's clone has saint-level combat strength. But Tian Mu also has saint-level combat strength. Also, don't forget those two, the Celestial Emperor has been humiliated by King Kuan like a toy for so many years. Once the battle breaks out and the qi spreads, do you think the Celestial Emperor will continue to fight with the Spring Guardian or come here to kill King Kuan's clone? As for the Spring Guardian, King Kuan has occupied its lair for so many years. Even if it doesn't see King Kuan as an enemy, it probably doesn't have a good impression of it, right? As Fang Ping said that, he smiled and said, also, do you really think I came to the cult unprepared? Feng Yun, you know everything that happened in the three realms the best. Don't you know anything about what happened on Earth previously? Don't you have any guesses about who replaced me in the live broadcast that day? That person is still there, he's just outside, ready to receive me. I didn't lie to you, because I told him that there are saint-level holy fruits here, he likes to eat these, so he can't wait. When you and King Kuan work together to kill Tian Mu, he will dare to call for the Celestial Emperor and chase you until you die. It's really him? Taoist Feng Yun sighed suddenly. He had guessed it before. But he dared not believe it. The cat left, he went to the sky cemetery. Why did he appear on Earth? At this moment, he thought of many things and said suddenly, the appearance of the sky cemetery is too coincidental. Fang Ping, is the sky cemetery real or fake? Fang Ping smiled without saying a word. Daoist Fingyun's expression changed again. A scam, the Three Realms scam, the sky cemetery was fake. Everything was fake. It was just a self-directed and self-acted show by humans. The cat was guarding the humans while Fang Ping was stirring up trouble outside. The Three Realms were in turmoil. If it were not for powerhouses like Tengu coming back to life, the humans would probably be the biggest winner. In the Three Realms, were there any other emperor-level powerhouses besides him? Not counting those who came back to life, there might not be any. In other words, if there were no powerhouses coming back to life this time, if Fang Ping really escaped and roped in Tianmu, perhaps the humans would be the top force in the Three Realms. What a plan! Martial King and the others were really ruthless. The battle that day turned out to be a plan. Everything was under control. The human race is really scary. Daoist Fengyun suddenly lamented, if there were no ancient powerhouses coming back to life, I'm afraid the human race would become the strongest force in the Three Realms sooner or later. Worthy of being the main character this time, Heavenly King Garrison, Martial King, and now you, the Human King, 3 generations of inheritance, each generation more terrifying than the last. Even if Fang Ping's ability was not as much as Heavenly King Garrison and Martial King, he still felt that Fang Ping was very scary. This fellow could stir up trouble even without strength. This was the real Grim Reaper. He dared to break into the Catacombs Forbidden Zone as a rank 8. As a rank 9, he led a team to destroy the catacombs and the powerhouses of various sects, participated in the Battle of True Gods, and obtained rewards. Now that he was a true god, at this moment, Daoist Fengyun was shocked and said suddenly, I just want to ask, are you a true god? Huh? Di Xing was stunned. What did he mean? This fellow had killed a few true gods, no, more than 2 digits, and you're asking if he was a true god, are you kidding me? However, Daoist Fengyun did not care about him. His eyes were sharp as he looked at Fang Ping. You're a genius who advanced through double 9. According to some of my information, after your golden body 9 refinements, your vitality will change qualitatively. 9 refinement golden body has a higher limit and is stronger. At rank 8, you can reach the 200,000 calories vitality limit. At rank 9 transformation, the origin grows. If you really want to become a true god, even if it's just a beginner, your vitality base will at least be 350,000 calories. You've already changed qualitatively once. It's equivalent to 700,000 calories of peak vitality and 1.4 million calories of rank 9 vitality. After the origin grows, you may directly have emperor-level combat strength, Fang Ping laughed. After the 9 refinements, there will no longer be a qualitative change when you reach the peak. Don't you know this? As soon as he said that, Daoist Fengyun frowned. He really did not understand this. Not only him, did King Kuan understand, not necessarily. In this Three Realms, there were probably only a few people who really knew. Celestial Emperor Badian should know. He should have advanced to rank 9 golden body 9 refinements. Emperor, it was hard to say. It might be, it might not be. Other than these people, the beginner martial artists might also know. However, he, Daoist Fengyun, really did not know. Fang Ping chuckled. Of course, I've achieved Dao. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to fake the scene of Yunxing achieving Dao. However, without the qualitative change of peak, it's still alright. Although I don't have emperor-level combat strength, I'm more or less in the middle of the peak. Daoist Fengyun looked at him suspiciously. Was it true? Whether Fang Ping was at the peak now was actually very important. He was at the peak. Although he was scary, there were many geniuses like this. From ancient times until now, there were many. Even if the unquestionable sword was only a double 8 advancement, it had also honed to the 9 refinements of golden body when it was rank 9. If Fang Ping did not have the qualitative change of vitality at the peak, then the gap would be even. It only made him a notch better than others when he was rank 9. However, the 9 refinements of golden body, that was as difficult as ascending to heaven. If there was no qualitative change at the peak, then what was the point of only being strong at rank 9? What a pity that there was no reference. He could not judge how many meters Fang Ping's origin had gone. If Fang Ping was still not at the peak now, then it was really terrifying. A non-peak combat strength comparable to a peak 4 or 5. When he reached the peak, he had emperor-level combat strength directly. If so, then this fellow would be terrifying. Counterattack. One had to know that between powerhouses, counterattacking some powerhouses who were not too far apart was still okay, but to be able to counterattack when there was a difference of a level, how scary was that? You really achieved Dao? Fang Ping was speechless, saying helplessly, do I still need to lie to you about this? If I really didn't achieve Dao, I would have this strength now as a rank 9, I would have long hidden and waited to advance to the peak. Why would I take the risk to come here? When I reached the peak, it was difficult to advance, so I came here to look for opportunities. I forgot to mention, I didn't come here with the intention to cause trouble. I just wanted to get some opportunities, like Enlightened Cliff, Longevity Spring, who knew, you guys insisted on killing me. If it wasn't for Venerable Emperor Flamingo wanting to kill me yesterday, would I have to be like this? He said he felt wronged. Both of them were a little dazed. You came here, to get opportunities? Oh right, yesterday. If you didn't mention yesterday, we almost forgot. You just entered Pantheon yesterday. How did you do it? Did you manage to destroy Pantheon in 2 days? Fang Ping did not talk about this. Although the three of them were not on the same side, Fang Ping was still as gentle as a friend, saying in a gentle tone, both of you, life and death is decided in a moment. Are you going to cooperate to kill King Kuan's avatar, or help King Kuan kill us? You said it yourself, evil sects prioritize benefits. If that's the case, think about it, how can you maximize the benefits? Daoist Windcloud closed his eyes. Soon, he opened them and said, how can we guarantee that we can survive? As soon as he said that, Dexing looked at Fang Ping with a sharp gaze. How to guarantee their survival, this was the most important. If you want to live, it's simple. Fang Ping said lightly, promises are useless, there's only one thing, benefits. We can only talk about benefits. If you guys don't attack humans, killing you guys isn't really necessary. On the other hand, if we don't kill you guys, you might still be of some use. Fengyun interrupted, I have my own plans for these in the future. I just want to know, after the death of the sect leader's avatar, you guys have the absolute advantage, how will you let us leave? As he said that, he and Dexing looked at each other. If they could not do it, they had to leave immediately, maybe they could still escape. Fang Ping also pondered, thinking for a moment, and said, this is indeed a little worrying. If it were me, I wouldn't be at ease either. It's not important whether I let you guys go or not. After killing King Kuan's avatar, the main thing is whether Heavenly Wood and Celestial Emperor will let you guys go. You can try, maybe Heavenly Wood has a way to make you guys feel at ease? As for Celestial Emperor, Fang Ping smiled. I won't help you guys plead, and I won't frame you guys, that's it. This is also the only thing I, Fang Ping, can do. This is also the only promise I, the Human King, can make now. Their eyes flickered uncertainly. Dexing said gloomily, maybe, there's another way. For example, capturing you. Fang Ping chuckled. Don't be silly, I'm not the son of Heavenly Wood and Celestial Emperor, what's the use of capturing me? With Celestial Emperor's overbearing personality, how can he be threatened by you? Dexing, these 10,000 years of your life, have you been living in your stomach? Both of them looked at him. Say it, Fang Ping cursed in his heart. This dog's stomach did not even dare to say it. This Heavenly Hound guy was a little scary. Fang Ping's promise, we really can't believe it. Thinking of this, Taoist Fengyun sighed. How about this, I'll buy my own life. First, after I leave this place alive, I'll find a chance to give it to you. Otherwise, we'll all perish together. Second, a piece of information. It's not about the 3 realms today, but about some powerhouses from ancient times. Others might know about this, but I've been traveling since ancient times, so others might not know more than I do. Thirdly, I think you'll need some information about the realm beyond heavens. Fourth, some truth about the Demon Emperor dynasty, you'll need it too. Fifth, there's some information about the previous pope of the human race. This old man thinks that you might be interested in this as well. Taoist Fengyun looked at him and said with a straight face, this is what I rely on to live. Everything is in my head. If you want to know everything, then let me live. Fang Ping said mildly, who can guarantee that you'll tell me after you leave? Taoist Fengyun smiled faintly. These things aren't secrets to some people. If I tell you, I might be able to reduce some troubles, such as your hostility toward humans. If I don't, then with your personality, you won't let me go. I'm not stupid. What do you think I'll choose? Smart man. Fang Ping smiled. You're really smart, Guardian Fengyun. Very well, I'm indeed interested. If that's the case, Guardian Fengyun has succeeded. At this moment, Di Xing glanced at Taoist Fengyun, then at Fang Ping. Seeing that he was silent, Taoist Fengyun sighed. Di Xing, I guess. Countless powerhouses from the divine sect have fallen, and the heavenly court is also disbanded. One person alive is one person. Fang Ping smiled and nodded, saying nothing more. He did not care whether Di Xing was alive or dead. Di Xing's Tao was with him. If Di Xing did not die, he might still be useful, but if he died, it would be a loss. The three of them did not speak again. They were already close to Skywood Forest. In the sky, the roars were endless. At this time, a face suddenly appeared on the huge tree trunk. King of Man. Heavenlywood was very excited. Then, he looked at Taoist Fengyun and Taoist Fengyun warily, not saying a word. Fang Ping smiled. Elder Mu, we're here to help you. A just cause enjoys much support, while an unjust one finds little support. King Kuan's perverse actions have angered both men and gods. Killing King Kuan is everyone's responsibility. Heavenlywood, Taoist Fengyun, they were speechless. What did King Kuan do to you? Although the evil sect had been trying to develop in the human world all these years, it did not develop, did it? In the Battle of the King's Battleground, King Kuan did bring people to fight, but because of Moon Spirit's interference, no one was hurt. In the end, look at what you've done. You've almost wiped out the Heavenly Court's forces in the outside world. Of course, it was not easy to say this out loud. Fang Ping did not care what they thought. He said quickly, Elder Mu, how can we help you? King Kuan's clone is very powerful. Even if we attack, we might not be able to do anything to him. It's fine. Heavenlywood said quickly, if you really want to help me, you just need to cut off the spiritual energy supply within 100 miles. King Kuan is just a clone. The spiritual energy comes from heaven and earth. That simple? Fang Ping winked at him. Not so simple. Let Fengyun do it. Heavenlywood could not be bothered with him. It was too dangerous. Once this emperor level joined the battle and turned against him, it would be suicidal. Fang Ping did not care about his life or death, but how could he not care? It was fine to let these people do some auxiliary work. How could Heavenlywood be at ease if they were to join the battle? After thinking for a while, Heavenlywood said, also, after cutting off the spiritual energy supply, if you trust me, then use your spiritual consciousness to materialize. I will send your spiritual consciousness incarnations into the celestial chessboard, part of King Kuan's clones, and my spiritual consciousness is integrated into the celestial chessboard. You can kill King Kuan's spiritual consciousness incarnation in the celestial chessboard and weaken his strength. I will kill him outside. Taoist Fengyun's expression changed slightly. Celestial chessboard? A formation that imprisons both parties' spiritual consciousness? This is a formation that will not rest until one side is completely dead. The chessboard will not disperse. Yes. Heavenlywood was a little surprised by his knowledge. He said quickly, but if we work together, King Kuan will definitely die this time. Fengyun said in a low voice, then how can we guarantee that Heavenlywood sage will not write books to us after this? Heavenlywood laughed. I don't want to meddle. Even if I killed King Kuan's clone, I had no choice. As for Guardian Fengyun, I dare not kill him to avoid trouble, right? As soon as he said that, Fang Ping looked at Taoist Fengyun in surprise. Taoist Fengyun did not say anything, his eyes flickering slightly. After a while, he said, the Celestial Emperor will not have any scruples. Then there is nothing I can do. Heavenlywood sighed. The only one who can dissuade the Celestial Emperor is the Sky Emperor. If the King of Man helps, nothing will happen to you. Although the Celestial Emperor is domineering, he will not kill for no reason. Fang Ping laughed. I will try my best. Let's cut the nonsense. Everyone, since we have decided, let's take action. I can't wait. I have killed an emperor before, but killing a heavenly king. This is my first time. I am a little excited. Everyone, please hurry up. They were speechless again. Killing an emperor. Those who did not know would think that he was a heavenly king or a saint. Even a saint would not be able to kill an emperor so easily. This fellow really had no inhibitions and was unscrupulous. When he mentioned killing a heavenly king, he was not afraid at all. Such a person was truly terrifying when he was powerful. The few of them reached an agreement and did not talk nonsense anymore. In the next moment, the three of them soared into the sky. At this moment, there were no more restrictions. The three of them stood in three directions, roaring. Their mentality erupted, energy solidified, and they set up a seal, sealing off the void, not giving King Kuan a chance to absorb the energy around him. At this time, 100,000 feet above, King Kuan also erupted, his figure floating high in the sky. His voice was bone-chilling as he shouted coldly, "Feng Yun, Dixing, how stupid are you? If I really die, do you really think you can live? You helped me kill Heavenly Wood. I have integrated Heavenly Wood's golden body and achieved Heavenly King. Even if Heavenly Hound and Stonehenge join forces, they may not be able to keep me here." After saying that, he shouted again, "I only need Heavenly Wood's golden body." Heavenly Wood also condensed a fruit of origin, a saint-level fruit of origin, the only one in the three realms. Eat the fruit of origin, Feng Yun, you have a chance to become a saint. This is absolutely true. Why don't you lend me a hand and kill Tian Mu? On the other side, the old man who had transformed from Heavenly Wood struck with his crutch, dispersing the shadow. He said softly, "Your Highness, you think too much. Even if I die, Your Highness will not get what you want. If I destroy everything before I die, everything Your Highness said will be an illusion. Your Highness, do you think anyone will be deceived by you?" Fang Ping ignored them. At this moment, he was sealing off the void. He needed King Kuan's spiritual crystal, of course. Fang Ping also wanted the fruit of origin. When he heard it, he felt that it was incredible. The fruit formed from the origin, the only one in the three realms. Could one become a saint after eating it? This was a treasure. I want it. No, Nanmao wants it, Fang Ping calculated in his heart. He did not know when Heavenly Hound would finish fighting. If he said that Nanmao wanted it, would Heavenly Hound snatch it himself or give it to Nanmao? How complicated. Heavenly Hound was very domineering. According to Nanmao, he had robbed Nanmao in the past. If the Heavenly Hound were to snatch it away, where would he go to snatch it? Fang Ping thought to himself, but his movements were not slow at all. At this moment, he let out a series of low growls, his golden body unleashed, mentality gushed out, and quickly began to seal the void, not allowing any energy to flow. Daoist Feng Yun and Dexing Xing were both decisive people. They had already made up their minds. Now that they were stuck in a stalemate, they would most likely die a horrible death. Moreover, what belonged to Heavenly would belong to Heavenly Wood. No matter how good the item was, would it be their turn? The Heavenly Hound was still around. Even if Heavenly Wood were to self-detonate, they would still end up with nothing. If King Kuan could easily snatch Tian Mu's golden body, he wouldn't have been fighting with Tian Mu for the past 8,000 years. In the Heavenly Wood Forest, the battle was in full swing, above the Earth King Palace. The Heavenly Hound and the Spring Keeper suddenly looked in the direction of the Heavenly Wood Forest. At this moment, the battle was even more intense than before, and both of them could sense it. Hongkuan's doppelganger? That tree has become a spirit? The Heavenly Dog's eyes lit up and suddenly said, "The one guarding the bathhouse, this tree is a good thing." The Spring Keeper coldly snorted. "Something good? No matter how good it is, I won't get a share since I met you. I don't want it, and I won't give it to you. I'll pester you to death today." Seal. The three of them roared. They had finally set up a seal around Heavenly Wood Forest. At this moment, Heavenly Wood's staff struck King Kuan. He shouted, "Enter the celestial chessboard. Don't resist it." At this moment, Fang Ping felt a pulling force. He guided his mentality into the chessboard between Heavenly Wood and King Kuan. Fang Ping frowned slightly. After some thought, he did not hesitate. He quickly condensed his mentality and followed Heavenly Wood's guidance, entering the chessboard. The moment he entered the chessboard, Fang Ping felt as if he had entered a new world. At this moment, he entered the battlefield in a snow-white outfit. Opposite him was an army of black chess pieces, all with King Kuan's appearance. After a while, Daoist Feng Yun and Dexing appeared beside him. At this moment, Heavenly Wood's voice came from above. "Just kill the black chess pieces." Daoist Feng Yun quickly said to Fang Ping, "This celestial chessboard is produced by two powerhouses integrating a part of their mentality. Their mentality intertwines and weaves into a mentality world. Here, their mentality intertwines with each other. Killing each other's mentality can absorb a part of each other's mentality. It's considered a kind of fusion." Fang Ping was surprised. Fusion? He was surprised. Could it be done? If so, wouldn't his mentality instantly reach its peak after killing some powerhouses? It's not an ordinary intertwining. The celestial chessboard is very complicated, and both sides must be willing. Just like how the 6 human leaders integrated, Heavenly Wood must have reached an agreement with the cult leader back then. Daoist Feng Yun was knowledgeable. He quickly guessed some things. Back then, Heavenly Wood was no match for King Kuan. King Kuan was worried that Heavenly Wood would self-destruct, leaving him with nothing. In the end, both sides reached an agreement. The celestial chessboard was built, and King Kuan's avatar guarded it. Both sides fought in the chessboard. In the end, it was possible that Heavenly Wood would kill the avatar, or the avatar would kill Heavenly Wood. However, all these years, Heavenly Wood had always been at a disadvantage. It was not that the avatar was too strong, but that the main body was here, so the avatar could be replenished. In this way, if this war continued, Heavenly Wood would eventually die. However, in order to survive, Heavenly Wood could only drink poison to quench his thirst. Fang Ping watched as the black and white armies fought each other. He asked hurriedly, "If we win here, the clones will be destroyed?" "The heaven and earth chessboard is the source." Daoist Wind and Cloud quickly said, "That's why if you have the advantage here, the other party will have to constantly replenish their strength. Otherwise, if the source is destroyed, both sides will suffer heavy losses even if they don't die. If we can ask for outside help, then," Daoist Feng Yun shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. Furthermore, most people who set up such a formation wouldn't do so even if they could. That's because the heaven and earth chessboard is meant to absorb the source of the opponent's mental energy. What you kill is yours, not Heavenly Wood's." It was a very complicated formation. Fang Ping finally understood why the two sides had been fighting for so many years. "If I kill the black ghost stone on the other side, will I receive mental energy feedback?" "Yes, but very rarely. In fact, it's not very useful," Daoist Feng Yun said casually. Fang Ping did not care about this. Instead, his eyes shone brightly. "Will killing these black chess pieces condense a spiritual consciousness crystal? Is your brain damaged?" Wind and Cloud seemed to have guessed his hidden danger. It was not hard to guess. He had investigated Fang Ping's past. This guy kept self-destructing. All powerhouses knew that he had hidden dangers. It was a miracle that Fang Ping had not died from having his brain damaged until now. When he had not reached rank 7, Nan Yunyue, Zhang Tao, and the others had warned him. Later, when the old cat met him, it had also warned him. Excessive self-destructions would cause big problems sooner or later. However, the situation was not good at that time. If it were not for Fang Ping's frequent self-destructions, he would not have been able to secure victory in the later stages. Daoist Feng Yun said, "When you kill the chess pieces and receive some feedback, you can try not to absorb it. Instead, you can use it to repair your brain. This should be of some use. I don't know how serious your problem is, but I don't think it will be too light. After all, these are just clones of some mentality clones, not the main body. I'm afraid the effect won't be too good." Before he finished speaking, Fang Ping attacked in an instant. He had wanted to laze around before, but not anymore. Killing those black chess pieces would be nourishment for repairing his brain. This was good stuff. How could he let it go? Although Fang Ping was only condensed mentality, at this moment, a Changdao appeared in his hand, God-slaying saber. This was the wonder of divine weapons. divine weapons could even enter the origin and sever Daos. Naturally, divine weapons could be used for mentality materialization too. It was difficult for normal weapons to do so. In front of the chessboard, Fang Ping took the lead, slashing with his saber. At this moment, the two armies were fighting. There were many people who had materialized black and white chess pieces, killing each other constantly. Fang Ping attacked suddenly. With this slash, a black chess piece that had transformed into King Kuan was smashed into pieces almost instantly. The black chess piece turned into spots of fluorescent light. Fang Ping felt a force of attraction instantly. The fluorescent light surged toward his body. In the next moment, it merged into his mentality materialization. Repair the brain. Fang Ping felt that his mentality materialization seemed to want to merge with this fluorescent light. How could he be willing to waste it like this? This was his mentality materialization, not a clone. It was still connected to the main body. In the next moment, outside the celestial chessboard, Fang Ping's main body opened his eyes. His eyes lit up. He felt it, a gush of energy merged into his body. Fang Ping quickly transferred the energy into the gate of life. At this moment, in the gate of life, 4 fat babies were spitting saliva at the broken brain. Yes, spitting saliva. Previously, these 4 babies were only emitting some life energy on their own. Now, as if they had eaten too much, they were spitting saliva at Fang Ping's brain. Fang Ping did not care about them. A gush of energy penetrated and quickly merged into the brain. On the crystal-clear brain, cracks were densely covered. However, when this energy merged, mixed with the saliva, almost instantly, a crack was repaired. Fang Ping was overjoyed. This energy was also mentality, but the quality was extremely high. This energy was essentially the mentality essence of King Kuan, a top-notch heavenly king powerhouse. At this moment, he was killed by Fang Ping. Even if it was just a wisp of mentality, it could help Fang Ping a lot. However, this kind of energy was the source of mentality. Perhaps no one would be willing to give up their mentality to help Fang Ping repair the brain. Even if old Zhang reached the heavenly king realm, regardless of whether he was willing or not, Fang Ping would not agree. If this went on, it would damage the essence of mentality. Very good. King Kuan. I choose you. Fang Ping knew that it should be related to this celestial chessboard. If not for this chessboard conversion, he might not be able to absorb King Kuan's mentality. One of the cracks in the brain was actually repaired. Fang Ping was also beaming with joy. He was going to start a massacre. Those black chess pieces that killed King Kuan were also clones of the Avatar. In the celestial chessboard. Fang Ping exploded. Go away, this is mine. Who dares to snatch it? Fang Ping held the god-slaying saber in his hand. He was very arrogant, scolding loudly, Hong Kuan, you piece of trash. What kind of divine court is this? It's so weak. I've only been here for 2 days and it's over. Come and kill me. It had to be said that his ability to attract hatred had always been unparalleled. With just this sentence, outside the celestial chessboard, King Kuan's avatar's eyes were a little red. This bastard, this beast, deserved to be killed. He had also thought it through now. Almost everything that happened in the past 2 days was the other party's doing. In the end, it led to the resurrection of Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian. It could be said that his 8,000 years of plan had been ruined by this bastard. Fang Ping. King Kuan's avatar growled, anger written all over his face. When Fang Ping revealed his true form, he recognized him. Previously, when Tianmu said human king, he thought it was a martial king. In the end, it was not. He thought it was Li Zhan and the rest, but it was also not. Only now did he know that it was actually this bastard Fang Ping. The more he knew, the more he hated. Not only that, Fang Ping actually had the combat strength of a true god. This was also something he could not tolerate. How old was Fang Ping? When he knew about Fang Ping, it was when Fang Ping brought the heavenly division to kill the divine sex headquarters in the human world. Only then did he know about this new generation of prodigy in the human world. How long had it been? Actually, it had only been a few days. Now, the other party actually had the combat strength of a true god. This was not the key point. The key point was that the other party had sneaked into divine court. In just 2 days, he had ruined his plan. This was the best shortcut for him to become stronger. This bastard really deserved to die. Kill him. There was no need to shout. The black chess pieces in the celestial chessboard could be controlled with a thought. However, at this moment, he still shouted. This was enough to prove how angry King Kuan's avatar was. Kill. A large number of black chess pieces surged toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping was not afraid. The avatar's avatar was not considered strong individually. His mentality was also a true god-level mentality, not weaker than the other party. Moreover, Fang Ping could still continuously replenish his mentality. As for King Kuan, he was entangled by heavenly wood and could not replenish it in large amounts. Otherwise, his strength would weaken and he would be killed by heavenly wood very soon. Die. I'll kill a few avatars today. After a few days, I'll even kill your real body. You've eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. How dare you provoke your grandpa Fang Ping? Bull**T evil sect. Last time when I was a rank 5, they actually dared to attack me. Now when they're a rank 8, again and again. Do they really think I'm a pushover? Hong Kuan, wait for your death. I'll remember this grudge. King Kuan's avatar's expression was ugly. This was the first time he saw someone so arrogant in front of him. As one of the 8 ancient kings, as the son of the earthly emperor, even if there were people who were not weaker than him, they would not dare to scold him like this. He even called himself grandpa. Even the thorns of the 3 realms, Song Mao Teng, did not dare to say this. Who was his father, the earthly emperor? When Fang Ping said this, it was as if he was scolding the emperor as well. Fang Ping did not care about this. At this moment, he was extremely excited, wielding his saber and killing in all directions in the celestial chessboard. Those black chess pieces were not weak, but he had a divine weapon in his hand, and his mentality could be constantly replenished. These chess pieces were no match for him one-on-one. Very soon, a large number of black chess pieces converged toward him. Fang Ping was not stupid. Although he might not be afraid of the other party, the efficiency of killing like this was too slow. In the next moment, Fang Ping's mentality materialized. With a shake of his body, he also turned into a black chess piece, turning into King Kuan's appearance. His aura. He could not imitate King Kuan's aura. It was too strong. However, he had restrained his aura. If he was not paying attention, he would be easily overlooked. The white chess piece that had transformed into heavenly wood was also attacking. With so many auras, a strange aura would be easily discovered. However, Fang Ping did not have an aura. He blended into the black army, and his appearance was the same. If he was not careful, he would be overlooked. In this way, his efficiency of killing the black chess pieces was even higher. At this moment, even heavenly wood could not help but shout from the sky, "Be careful, don't let me kill you by mistake." He was also shocked. This true king's ability was not just an ordinary level. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping roared, "Don't attack blindly. If you hit me, I will counterattack." Heavenly Wood's old face twitched. He suddenly had a feeling that this fellow might let himself be attacked on purpose and then counterattack his mentality sources. King Kuan's could repair the brain nucleus. What about Heavenly Woods? Fang Ping felt that the effect might be better. Fang Ping did not have the mood to care about that. Right now, he was wandering between the 2 armies, attacking and killing those black chess pieces continuously. Outside, his main body was also constantly repairing the cracks in the brain nucleus. 1, 2, 3. The speed at which Daoist Feng Yun killed the black chess pieces was not as fast as him. Daoist Feng Yun was also powerful, but he did not have a divine weapon and could not replenish his mentality continuously. In fact, he was not willing to exhaust too much mentality here. Once his mentality was depleted, it was very difficult to recover. Even if he was an emperor level, once his mentality was depleted, his combat strength would be greatly reduced just by relying on his physique. Because of this, Fang Ping was actually the fastest in killing enemies in the celestial chessboard. As he killed and killed, Fang Ping gradually felt that his repair speed had slowed down. Even so, Fang Ping was still killing. After repairing some cracks in the brain nucleus, he dared to let those apparitions continue to open up the path unscrupulously. These 2 days, his speed had actually slowed down. He was worried that if he opened up the path too fast, his brain nucleus would explode. Now that it had been repaired a lot, even if it exploded a little, he could still accept it. Outside the celestial chessboard, King Kuan's clone's expression was getting uglier and uglier. Watching Fang Ping killing the chess pieces unscrupulously, he frowned slightly. Very soon, he stopped frowning and ignored him, continuing to fight with Heavenly Wood. Both of them had saint-level combat strength. Now that they were fighting, it was also a huge commotion. Heavenly Wood kept attacking. As he fought, he suddenly said, "Young friend, don't be greedy. If you integrate too many King Kuan's origin of spiritual consciousness, it's easy for you to get lost and eventually become the next King Kuan." King Kuan snorted softly, not saying anything. Although Fang Ping had killed a large number of chess pieces, if this went on, Fang Ping might become his clone. It was only because that old bastard Tian Mu was here. Otherwise, he could have killed Fang Ping without batting an eyelid. In the celestial chessboard, Fang Ping was slightly stunned. There was such a saying, then he would have to restrain himself, it was a pity. Up until now, the repair speed was getting slower and slower. He had only repaired less than 20 cracks. Previously, at most, there were 360 cracks. Now, there were about 340 cracks left. King Kuan did not care about him anymore, thinking that he would not dare to continue killing. A mere true god martial artist dared to integrate too many of his origin of spiritual consciousness. He was courting death, in the celestial chessboard. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Then, he turned his gaze, looking at the White Army. Should he kill some of Heavenly Wood's clones? Not just clones, he also saw the somewhat illusory little tree at the back of the White Army, as well as the golden fruit on the little tree. This is the so-called origin fruit, right? Fang Ping did not know what the origin fruit was, nor did he know if the one on the chessboard was real. However, the White Army had been protecting this little tree, and the little tree was also overflowing with energy, constantly giving birth to new white chess pieces. This must be something good, even if it was not the real origin fruit. Fang Ping felt that it should have some effect. How about I eat this? Fang Ping wanted to eat it. If he ate it, would his brain core repair? Fang Ping swallowed his saliva. Everyone was still on the same side now. King Kuan was not dead yet. At this time, he could not fight among himself. However, when King Kuan was about to die, what if he ate this fruit in the end? Fang Ping was calculating in his heart. He was calculating whether Heavenly Wood would kill him if he ate it. This old man promised me 3 things previously. One of them was to help me find something to repair my brain core. Fang Ping made up his mind and continued to kill. Although he could not continue to integrate, not integrating it would not stop him from killing those black chess pieces. In the celestial chessboard, the White Army gradually gained the upper hand and began to suppress the Black Army. Outside the chessboard, King Kuan's clone suddenly spoke telepathically. Heavenly Wood, this person has rare treasures. Have you seen them before? Heavenly Wood said nothing. His spiritual consciousness is constantly recovering, coming out of thin air. This should be a spiritual consciousness without a source. How can there be so many spiritual consciousness without a source in the 3 realms? Previously, he could still produce large amounts of imperishable matter out of thin air, but it's also without a source. Also, he has many other special features. King Kuan's eyes flickered and he spoke telepathically. The 3 realms actually have so much energy without a source. As far as I know, there's only one place. Heavenly Wood was silent. After a while, he spoke telepathically, the immortal source. That's right. King Kuan's eyes exploded with a strange look. I didn't think much about it before, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid Fang Ping has something to do with the immortal source. He might be able to connect to the 9 heavens. The immortal source was the most powerful artifact created by the 3 realms powerhouses back then. We can't enter the 9 heavens. The immortal source is an unparalleled treasure. It has integrated all the energy of the human realm back then, Tao. It has also integrated a large amount of energy of the land realm, Tao. Some even said that when the immortal source was created back then, it was actually to reopen a realm, the underworld. Heavenly Wood was still silent. Where there's life, there's death. Even the Emperor is no exception. Even if the emperor can live for 100,000 years, a million years, he will die sooner or later. When the human realm's energy and Tao were extracted back then, was it really just to sever the three realms' path? Was it really just to separate the three realms' human and immortal beings? Heavenly Wood was no longer silent. He spoke telepathically, "Your Highness, what are you trying to say?" The immortal source, the seed of rebirth, the emperor's Tao, the door blocking the way, all of these might actually be related. It's just that we don't know. Everything is outside the 9 heavens. King Kuan's clone's eyes flickered. If we capture Fang Ping, maybe we can use him to enter the 9 heavens and even control the immortal source. Heavenly Wood, you must know that compared to the immortal source, you and I are actually nothing. Fang Ping might be the key to this big change. King Kuan glanced at Fang Ping in the heaven and earth chessboard from the corner of his eyes. Then, he looked at Fang Ping's body in the distance. The immortal source. When the immortal source was created back then, it wasn't just the 9 emperors who participated. There were many people who participated, even the strongest among the beginner martial artists. Maybe it even involved the reincarnation of life and death. Even if it didn't, the immortal source has gathered half of the 3 realms' energy. If it doesn't have a source, King Kuan looked at Heavenly Wood, his eyes burning. If you and I enter the 9 heavens and cultivate for a few years, we might be able to become emperors. Heavenly Wood paused and spoke telepathically, "The celestial emperor is still here, so what?" King Kuan's tone was disdainful. "Can it break the 9 heavens? If it can't, then you and I enter the 9 heavens through Fang Ping. What can the Heavenly Hound do? Enter the 9 heavens through Fang Ping." Heavenly Wood glanced at him and suddenly laughed. "Your Highness, you are just a clone. Moreover, everything is just speculation. Speculation might not be baseless. Otherwise, where did Fang Ping get this power from? Maybe he is the Heaven Reverse Emperor." Tian Mu suddenly said, "Emperor of Heaven Reverse in the true sense. He sealed all his reincarnations. With the power of the Heaven Reverse Emperor, everything is possible. He is the complete reincarnation of the Heaven Reverse Emperor. Then there is no doubt." "Impossible," King Kuan denied. He was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He humphed. "There are some things that you might not know. He can't be the Heaven Reverse." "Why not?" Heavenly Wood looked at Fang Ping from the corner of his eye and murmured softly, "Maybe the Heaven Reverse Emperor is back. That was the person who saved its life. Back then, the Heaven Reverse Emperor gave him a strand of energy, which saved his life and also accelerated the emergence of his consciousness. The Heaven Reverse Emperor's contribution was indispensable for him to become a monster." Heavenly Wood murmured again, "The Heaven Reverse Emperor is not dead. I have always thought that he is not dead. He is still alive. Sooner or later, the Heaven Reverse Emperor will return to the 3 realms in an invincible manner." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly struck his crutch at King Kuan. "Even if the Heaven Reverse Emperor is dead, don't expect me to do anything. Even if he is not the Heaven Reverse Emperor, he is related to the other 3 extreme path Heavenly Emperors. Do you think I will do anything to him?" "Ridiculous." King Kuan humphed. "You just don't dare. You are afraid that the Heaven Reverse Emperor will come back to settle the score with you. But if you and I become emperors, do we still need to be afraid of the Heaven Reverse Emperor? The 4 emperors are only extreme path. They are not emperors, let alone extreme path emperors." Heavenly Wood ignored him. King Kuan wanted him to waver. However, cooperating with King Kuan would be courting death. He saw it, no, he sensed it. Fang Ping was related to the Heaven Reverse Emperor. The Heaven Reverse Emperor was not dead, he was still alive, he must be alive. Among the 4 extreme path emperors, the Heaven Reverse Emperor's presence was not the strongest. His combat strength could not be determined. He was not like the Heaven Tyrant Emperor who fought frequently. He was not like the Heaven Battling Emperor who was once a student of the 3 emperors. His rise was witnessed by many. He was not like the Heaven Destroying Emperor who once fought in the Chua mainland. Among the 4 emperors, the Heaven Reverse Emperor was the only one who rarely fought. There was almost no record of him fighting. He was also the oldest among the 4. However, Heavenly Wood dared not underestimate the Heaven Reverse Emperor. It was just a tree. Even the emperors dared not belittle the Heaven Reverse Emperor. What was more, the strand of energy 8,000 years ago was the key to his ascension. Heavenly would not dare to do anything to Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not care about their guesses about whose reincarnation he was. He was Fang Ping. He was not anyone's reincarnation. Yes and no, Lao Wang had said many times that a battle was a battle, and he was himself. He was not a person, and there was no need to treat him as a person. Until now, Fang Ping still held on to this thought. No matter who he was in the past, he was himself now. Right now, Fang Ping was having a great time killing his enemies. While killing the Black King Kuan, he roared, "Another Hong Kuan killed." Pooh! Another Hong Kuan was killed. Crack! Another Hong Kuan, he roared as he slashed. On the other side, King Kuan really wanted to smack him to death. His doppelganger was entangled. Otherwise, he could have killed him with a single palm strike. The main body did not return, but when it did, it killed him with a single blow. Where did this guy get his face from? When did you kill this king? Fang Ping roared as he slashed. As he roared, he shouted, "Hong Kuan, let me ask you something. Can this small world of yours be shifted away?" His heart was tired. King Kuan's clone felt that he would rather die than live. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you don't want to kill me, then go to the side. What nonsense are you asking? Hong Kuan, you're about to die. Can't you talk for a while? Are you looking down on me? I've been practicing martial arts for 3 years and have reached the pinnacle of Tao. Don't tell me I'm not even qualified to have a few words with someone like you who's going to die? As soon as he said that, the Kuan King's clone's expression changed slightly. He thought for a while and said slowly, "Do you want to talk?" This king wants to know, what do you want to talk about? Fang Ping laughed heartily. I'm most curious about one thing. What exactly is the seed of rebirth? Is it the key to opening the Emperor's great path? The seed of rebirth, King Kuan said playfully, you really want to know? Of course. King Kuan smiled faintly and said, if you know, I'm afraid you'll despair. Tell me about it. I have a big heart and it's hard for me to despair. King Kuan's smile became even more playful. Seed of rebirth. Seed of rebirth. Just from the name, you should know that this is actually a seed. Fang Ping was speechless. Nonsense. But, seeds, was it really a seed? You're too young. You don't understand. This king doesn't mind telling you some secrets. King Kuan smiled playfully as he repelled the heavenly wood with one strike. He said slowly, the seed of rebirth did not appear after the destruction of the heavenly court. Actually, the legend of the seed of rebirth has been around since ancient times. In the early stages of martial arts, some people temper their bodies, some temper their spirits, some focus on one skill, some focus on omnipotence. At that time, there was no great Tao. Until one day, a novice expert unintentionally discovered the secret of quintessence. From then on, the quintessence Grand Tao gradually replaced the imperfect Grand Tao of the novice era, and it became the orthodox Grand Tao of the 3 dimensions. King Kuan sighed with emotion. It was a turbulent era. At that time, 100 flowers bloomed and 100 schools of thought contended. Some people didn't approve of it. Some people felt that origin was an external path. What was the point of cultivating one's origin instead of oneself? At that time, there would be frequent battles, infighting among beginner martial artists, and the struggle for the great path. This was the true struggle for the great path, the struggle between the north and the south, the struggle between the physical body and the spiritual sense. They are nothing compared to the beginning of martial arts. King Kuan smiled once more and said, it's also precisely because of that era that a batch of source powerhouses was born. My father and a few other emperors were mostly born in that era. At that time, for the sake of source, they fought novice experts, fought those powerhouses who opened up the martial path, they fought those powerhouses who opened up the path. In the end, they proved their Tao in battle and became emperors in battle. This is what it means to be an emperor. During that period, too many powerhouses rose up. There were Tao of origin powerhouses, novice martial powerhouses, and some neutral factions, such as the extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor. They felt that the path of novice martial arts was not without redeeming qualities. Hence, they fused origin and novice martial arts. On one hand, they walked the path of novice martial arts, and on the other hand, they walked the path of origin, hence, there were powerful extreme Dao heavenly emperors. Fang Ping listened for a while and said with a smile, I'm asking the seed of rebirth, why are you telling me this? Don't be anxious. King Kuan said lightly, the seed of rebirth has a lot to do with these. It was also during that period that the beginner martial artists were defeated and retreated to the beginner mainland. Beginner mainland? Actually, it's the human world, today's Earth. King Kuan said lightly, there are many gathering places for beginner martial artists. Back then, traces of beginner martial artists were all over the three realms, but their source was on Earth. In other words, the source of martial arts is actually on Earth. This includes the Tao of origin, which is also a type of beginner martial artists. Most of them were born on Earth. After the defeat, the beginner martial artists retreated to Earth. They were unwilling to be defeated by the outer path, unwilling to accept that their path was wrong, and unwilling to admit that the Tao of origin was the orthodox path. Hence, back then, a group of beginner martial artists began to study the Tao of origin. But very soon, these people realized that they could not walk the Tao of origin. They were the first batch of powerhouses who opened up the martial path. They had already opened up their own path. Don't think that not walking the origin means you have no path. The Tao of the flesh and the Tao of spiritual consciousness are actually a type of path. King Kuan said as he fought with heavenly wood, these people had actually already walked their own path. They had no fate with the origin. What should we do? Someone suddenly thought of something and proposed the seed of rebirth. Fang Ping was surprised. Didn't the concept of the seed of rebirth only appear after the fall of the Earth Emperor God dynasty? Was it really that ancient? He was still thinking about it when King Kuan said, what was the original intention of the seed of rebirth? It was to let these people have the Tao of origin. If they wanted to defeat their opponents, of course, they had to understand their opponents and know the Tao of origin. They wanted to prove that the Tao of origin was wrong. Hence, back then, a group of powerhouses joined forces, went into seclusion, and studied. In the end, these geniuses created the seed of rebirth. The seed of rebirth can let them walk the origin? I don't know. King Kuan laughed heartily and said loudly, because, the plan failed. I don't know exactly how it failed. All I know is that the plan still failed. The beginner martial artists were still beginner martial artists, and they did not become beginner martial artists with the Tao of origin. After that, the seed of rebirth appeared, which was actually after the heavenly realm was shattered. Some people said that back then, after the Immortal Origin project started, they saw a seed fall into the human world and shatter. Was it done by the Emperor? Was it done by the Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor? Or, by beginner martial artists? No one knows. King Kuan's voice was very loud, and he said clearly, but since then, there has been a legend that the weak will not know. Legend has it that when the Tao of origin gathers, the seed will bloom and bear fruit. If you consume the seed, you will have the Tao of origin. One day, you will become an emperor, the emperor of Tao, the strongest emperor. Because this is the seed that beginner martial artists prepare for themselves, the seed that activates the Tao. When the seed blooms and bears fruit, it will bloom into the flower of Tao and bear the fruit of Tao. Then, you will be able to control the Tao of origin. When the Demon Emperor dynasty was destroyed, this legend also spread. Hence, everyone knew that in this era, if you want to become an emperor, you can only obtain the seed of rebirth. Fang Ping frowned. This guy was fooling him, right? Was it so complicated and mysterious? One could become the strongest emperor by consuming a fruit. Fang Ping, how many fruits can a seed bear? There is actually only one fruit of Tao. The strongest emperor, the strongest. Naturally, it is unique. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows and said, what do you mean? So, I have never roped in some powerhouses. With my identity, is it really impossible for me to make friends with some heavenly kings? Wrong. But I didn't do it, because we all know that this opportunity only comes to one person. Only one time. King Kuan said playfully, do you want to be the strongest? Do you want to be immortal? If you want to, then sooner or later, you will fight the heavenly king garrison or even the martial king. Therefore, in this world, there is only one person. There is no such thing as unity. There is one more thing, I want to remind you. This seed of rebirth needs you humans to nurture it. Nurture this seed. Everyone must nurture it. Let it bloom, let it bear fruit. Finally, use yourselves as a sacrifice to water the seed of rebirth and let it bloom and bear fruit. Fang Ping killed another black king Kuan with one slash. He instantly stepped on the corpse that dissipated instantly and said, "Are you saying that if you want to become the strongest emperor, you have to kill all your opponents? Including the Heavenly King Garrison and the Martial King, right?" "That's right." "Humans are actually sacrifices?" "That's right." "Then don't fight for the strongest emperor, that's impossible." King Kuan said lightly, "If you don't fight, you will die. This is because the Tao of you humans is a part of the seed of rebirth. If you don't die, the Tao will not return. How can you bloom the myriad Tao flower? Bear the myriad Tao fruit? Therefore, the fate of you humans has long been determined. Either one of you becomes the strongest emperor, or all of you die. The others will swallow the myriad Tao fruit and become the strongest emperor." When Fang Ping heard this, he nodded and said, "I see. Elder Mu, is this legend true or false?" Heavenly Wood was silent for a moment and said slowly, "There was, but it was only spread for a period of time in the past. It was soon confirmed that there was no such thing as the seed of rebirth." "That's because you don't have the right to know." King Kuan sneered. His hand was like an eagle's claw, tearing through the void and grabbing Heavenly Wood's head. Heavenly Wood disappeared instantly and appeared somewhere else. "It was just an illusion just now." Fang Ping said again, "So, in the end, humans will also have to kill each other? Then won't we become the strongest emperor?" I said, "It's not up to you. You don't want it, but the others do. Who doesn't want it to be eternal and the only one in the three realms? I want it, everyone wants it, including the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, including Heavenly King Zhen. Do you really think that Heavenly King Zhen will be willing to protect humans for 8,000 years without asking for anything?" King Kuan sneered and said, "He's just waiting for the right time. Waiting for the seed to mature, waiting for it to bloom and bear fruit." Heavenly King Zhen won. At least the human world is under his control now. The moment the seed awakens, you will all be his sacrifices. He is the most promising person to become the strongest emperor. Fang Ping nodded with an expression that said, "I see." Then, he killed another black chess piece. At this time, he continued, "Do you have evidence? Your claim of sowing discord doesn't seem to hold water. Give me some concrete evidence. Maybe I'll take the bait and find a chance to kill Heavenly King Zhen in the future." King Kuan was a little tired. This guy. When he talked about killing Heavenly King Zhen, it was like he was joking. Did he really think so, or was he just saying it? After thinking for a while, King Kuan smiled faintly and said, "Evidence? Of course there is. Didn't you notice that the helpers that Heavenly King Zhen has roped in all these years are actually vindicated outside the human world? There are almost no powerhouses who have truly proven their Tao in the human world, because he is worried that when the day comes, these helpers will also become enemies with him. It's been 8,000 years. With his strength, would he not be able to nurture some true gods? Even saints can do it, but now?" Fang Ping nodded and agreed. "That's true. I was wondering why there weren't many powerhouses on Earth for so many years." "Oh right, didn't you say that many people actually came from Earth in the past? They are all powerhouses. Star Town has a few peerless powerhouses. The sects that went from Earth back then." "Not true." King Kuan said faintly, "The place where these people proved their Tao is actually not Earth." "Then according to what you said, King Wu and the others are actually not, you're wrong again." King Kuan smiled faintly. "They proved their Tao in the land realm, but they have always lived on Earth. At that time, the barrier between the two worlds was already connected. They were born on Earth and grew up on Earth. At the last moment, they just went to the land realm to prove their Tao. The Tao they proved is actually Earth's Tao. It's very complicated." Fang Ping sighed. He broke the neck of a black King Kuan and casually chopped off his head. King Kuan's eyelids twitched. "Can't you stop for a moment when I'm talking to you? Other than that, there are some things that you don't know." King Kuan said sympathetically, "Do you really think that the outbreak of neo-martial arts was an accident? Is it because you were threatened? Is it because you are more talented? Or is it because you are more daring to fight? Neither. Actually, as early as 1,000 years ago, there was also an outbreak in the human world. At that time, both the human world and the land realm were erupting. That time, Heavenly King Zhen actually wanted to try activating the seed of rebirth. That's why the demon emperor entered the land realm back then. In the end, it failed. Heavenly King Zhen might have sensed that something was wrong. After that, there was your neo-martial arts era. Oh. Fang Ping said with a serious expression, in that case, Heavenly King Zhen is the biggest boss of the three realms? A bad guy? Even worse than you? King Kuan's avatar did not want to answer. He vented all his anger on Heavenly Wood, causing Heavenly Wood to fly backward continuously. I believe 1% of what you said. Fang Ping laughed. The seed of rebirth might really have something to do with beginner martial artists, or it might really have something to do with humans. As for the flower of all Daos, the fruit of all Daos, I don't really believe it. Hong Kuan, look at you. You're a big shot after all. Aren't you embarrassed to lie to a child like me? If you're capable, then go and kill Heavenly King Zhen. If you're not capable, then don't lie. Do you think I can kill him? Obviously, I can't. King Kuan's face darkened. Why did you ask if you didn't believe me? I might have mixed in some of my own guesses, but what I said is 90% true. If you don't believe me, Heavenly Wood is here. Heavenly Wood should also know some ancient secrets. Heavenly Wood broke his right hand with his crutch. Only then did he say, there are too many ancient secrets. It's hard to distinguish the truth from the lies. Just listen. Heavenly King Zhen. You're talking about Xianxia, right? Heavenly Wood said, then added, Human King, don't trust King Kuan so easily, lest you cause a disaster. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Was this big blockhead reminding him that Heavenly King Zhen was very powerful? That was true. He must be very powerful. He could break 7 in ancient times. What about now? Fang Ping did not think about it anymore. He did not believe most of what King Kuan said. He was actually curious about one thing now. What had Heavenly King Zhen been doing for the past 8,000 years? After so many years, he did not seem to have cultivated many powerhouses. As for the evil sects, even if King Kuan did not care much about them, there were still many powerhouses that were born more than 2,000 years ago. Of course, many of them died. In the war between the North and the South and the Earth Emperor God dynasty, the evil sects were not completely without losses. In addition, many of them were killed by Heavenly King Zhen, which made it seem like the number of powerhouses did not increase. Isn't the seed of rebirth the key? Fang Ping murmured in his heart. He was almost confused by these people. Each of them had their own version. He did not know who was telling the truth. At this moment, King Kuan said again, Fang Ping, although you and I are enemies, I still have to remind you. Don't get too close to Heavenly Cat and Heavenly Dog. This cat and dog's origins are beyond your imagination. They may not be good creatures. Back then, before the heavenly realm was shattered, my father had a chat with the emperor. When he talked about this cat and dog, his words were rather fearful. The azure cat is the source of all Tao. This saying has been acknowledged by the emperor. This cat and dog may come from the source world. It's extremely complicated. You must not believe it easily. In the end, it will lead to the complete destruction of the three realms. Fang Ping laughed. You're telling me this? I'm just an absolute peak. What's the use of telling me this? Why don't you go and kill the celestial emperor? Fang Ping said helplessly, Hong Kuan, I've overestimated you. Your goading and sowing discord are really low end. If you think I'm goading and sowing discord, then so be it. King Kuan did not argue further. Sooner or later, you'll see everything clearly. Some things in ancient times are more complicated than you think. You've always been hostile to us, and so is the martial king. Perhaps, in the end, you'll realize that you and I are on the same side. King Kuan chuckled. When that day comes, I hope you can still be as relaxed as you are now. Fang Ping said with a headache, you don't say, it's really possible. But, it doesn't matter. When that day comes, we'll just beat them all to death. All of them do nothing good but do bad things. In my opinion, those who are more than 1,000 years old should all be beaten to death. Not many of them should be innocent. If they're really innocent, we'll just beat them to death. Am I right? King Kuan, Heavenly Wood, Feng Yun, everyone was speechless. This guy was really crazy. Among those present, he was the weakest. In the end, this guy said that he would beat them all to death when the time came. This would really solve the problem once and for all. If he killed all those who were more than 1,000 years old, in the end, wouldn't the neo-martial arts powerhouses be left? There were a few catacombs that were below 1,000 years old, but could Fang Ping let them go? I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Fang Ping laughed. I'm the absolute peak. Everyone, please don't take it seriously. If word gets out, people will think that I, Fang Ping, like to boast. As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly erupted and killed another black chess piece. Then, he panted and said, Elder Mu, you haven't killed him yet? I can't wait anymore. If you kill this guy, the quality of the spiritual crystal will definitely be good. Kill the clone first, then kill the main body next time. The quality should be even better. Soon, just as Heavenly Wood responded, at this moment, an unforeseen event happened. I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. After saying so much to Fang Ping, King Kuan's provocation was real, but in reality, it was still to escape. At this moment, the sky broke. King Kuan was like a sharp sword. At this moment, an incomparably powerful aura erupted, shooting straight into the sky. For the first time, Fang Ping felt what it meant to really break the sky. The sky, at this moment, seemed to be torn apart by something. Another layer of the sky was revealed. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed. The sky had really broken, the sky of the small world had broken. He could vaguely hear the sound of the sea was roaring, the forbidden sea. At this moment, outside the broken sky, there seemed to be someone exclaiming. What's that? Run quickly, it's a saint's aura. No, that's King Kuan's aura. Someone yelled in horror. King Kuan had actually prepared a way to escape. Unknowingly, this guy had actually broken the small world. He was going to escape. That was true, this was his territory after all. It had been 8,000 years, how could he not have any backup plans? At this moment, even Heavenly Wood was a little surprised. When did King Kuan open up a passageway in this place? Could it be that he had opened it a long time ago? Running? At this moment, between heaven and earth, an incomparably domineering roar resounded. Hong Kuan, how dare you run? At this moment, the entire world went dark, he could not see anything. No, he saw a dog's paw. At this moment, the dog's paw seemed to cover the entire world, slapping toward him. This was not enough. When the dog's paw slapped toward him, Fang Ping looked up. In the next moment, he saw an even more horrifying scene. At this moment, he saw a dog's head. It was incomparably huge. The dog's head was too big. This dog's head opened its mouth wide, as if it was going to swallow the entire small world, right on top of the paw. When the dog's paw slapped down, Heavenly Hound was actually going to swallow the entire small world. Celestial Emperor. At this moment, there was panic in the outside world again. In the next moment, there was no sound. Everyone had run away. Who would still sit there and watch the show, waiting to die? King Kuan appeared, Celestial Emperor appeared. It was too horrifying. At this moment, some of the people who had yet to run away were extremely fast, tearing through the void to escape. At this moment, they could only feel the aura. Actually, these two had not broken through the small world and appeared in the Forbidden Sea. But in the sky above the Forbidden Sea, they could already see an incomparably huge golden demon beast. Heavenly Hound, the projection of its power covered the entire area. Forbidden Sea. The Jiao's eyes widened. Was this its ancestor? Chef said that this time, he went to the evil sect to find its ancestor. This was its ancestor? This was too powerful, it was actually going to swallow the sky. This is my ancestor, this head, this nose, these eyes, this mouth, the Jiao murmured in its heart. This was its ancestor, it was too similar, except that it did not have those spots. No, it did not have any. Without another word, the Jiao hid the leopard patterns on its golden armor. No horns? The Jiao thought for a moment, then retracted its horns into its head. There's fur? Golden fur appeared on the Jiao's golden armor again, like steel wires. It's the same. The Jiao's eyes blurred with tears. It's the same, my ancestor, incomparably powerful, we're carved from the same mold. Patriarch. As the others fled, the Jiao suddenly shot into the sky. Riches come from danger, it recognized its ancestor. I'm rich, ha ha ha, the Jiao laughed maniacally in its heart. I've really struck it rich this time. What's a martial king, what's a cat, what's a chef, is he stronger than my ancestor? Swallow the sky. At this moment, the incomparably huge shadow in the sky opened its mouth to swallow the sky. Patriarch, I'm the heavenly Jiao. I'm your descendant. The Jiao roared and flew madly towards the shadow. Patriarch, I'm coming, let me become a peerless peak in one day, an emperor in one day, a saint in one day, from now on, who in the 3 realms would dare to provoke me? I'm the strongest demon beast in the 3 realms, it knew the heavenly hound, the strongest after the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Patriarch. The Jiao's golden body flickered. At this moment, it looked exactly like the projection. The heavenly hound's projection seemed to sense something. The heavenly hound's body was still in the small world, and the small world had not been completely penetrated. Even so, the heavenly hound seemed to see the Jiao across the world. Its huge dog eyes looked over and saw the Jiao. As it looked, the projection suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of air. Some of the experts in the outside world looked back as the golden Jiao shot through the air like a cannonball, piercing through the air and then vanishing without a trace. I don't have such a weak bloodline. How dare you impersonate me? The words rang in the spring watcher's ears, but no one else heard it. The heavenly hound sensed a familiar aura. It was probably its descendant, but it would not admit it. It could not afford to lose face, who knew how many generations of descendants there were. My descendant might not be stronger than King Kuan, but he could not be such a useless fellow. Scram as far as you can. Who knows you? The spring watcher ignored it, but he did not say anything. So weak. If you don't want to admit it, so be it. Patriarch. Jiao's shrill cries could be heard. The Jiao did not understand. Why did its ancestor want to blow it away, acknowledging him as a relative? You don't have any relatives in the 3 realms. It's good enough that I'm here to serve you tea, but you're going to blow me away just like that. Naturally, the heavenly hound was not interested in these matters. At this moment, the shadow of the heavenly hound blotted out the sky. A claw slapped down. Heavenly hound, do you really think I'm afraid of you? King Kuan bellowed angrily. You haven't fully recovered even though you're thousands of miles away. What can you do to me with a strike from a distance? At this moment, the Kuan king's clone also erupted. It was no longer a clone. At this moment, there was only an extremely sharp longsword in the world. The Kuan king's clone was attached to a long sword. His clone's longevity was closely related to this sword. Good stuff. At this moment, the heavenly hound's huge eyes revealed a strange look. As it slapped down with its paw, it said in surprise, Hong Kuan, not bad. You actually found the celestial the arch sword that I lost. Scram. King Kuan's incomparably furious roar erupted from the longsword. Heavenly the arch sword, celestial emperor my ass. This was the semi-divine weapon that he had spent countless years and countless resources to forge, the King Kuan sword. Why did the dog lose the celestial the arch sword? No, this dog doesn't use a sword, shameless bastard. This is my celestial the arch sword. How dare you snatch my sword? You're courting death. The heavenly hound was incomparably savage as it slapped the long sword with its paw. Crack, the void shattered, but it didn't shatter a few layers of the heavens. Instead, it seemed to have crystallized, and the entire sky was shattered into a glass-like state. The light on King Kuan's longsword dimmed a lot. As for the heavenly hound, its claws also became a little more illusory. But the heavenly hound didn't care. At this moment, it was incomparably furious. You stole this king's sword, and while this king was sleeping, you trapped this king for 3,000 years. I will definitely take revenge for this. Hong Kuan, go to hell. Bullshit. King Kuan cursed, who stole your sword, who trapped you for 3,000 years, if I hadn't gotten someone to bring back your corpse, would you have been able to revive? now that he had fallen out with them, he didn't recognize them anymore. As expected of a dog, rumble, as soon as he finished cursing, a dog's mouth bit down, creak, the ear-piercing sound made Fang Ping and the others' mentality tremble. It was beyond shocking. At this moment, the heavenly hound bit down on the sword and refused to let go even if it was beaten to death. "Return my celestial the arch-sword." The heavenly hound's voice reverberated in all directions. Hong Kuan actually dared to snatch its weapon. Not only that, its main body was also rushing over. As it tore through the air, it roared at the spring guard who was chasing after it, "Guard the bathhouse, stop chasing. My celestial the arch-sword has been snatched away. After I kill that tree, I'll make a bathtub for you, and we'll split it 50-50. Alright." Fortunately, Skywood's words didn't reach him. Otherwise, Skywood would probably want to kill himself. There were a lot of shameless people these days. The most shameless people in the three realms over the past 10,000 years were almost all gathered together. In the air, the sword and the dog were entangled. At this moment, Tianmu did not intervene. Just as Fang Ping and the others were looking at the sky, Heavenlywood suddenly entered the chessboard in a flash. Tianmu entered the chessboard. There were not many black chess pieces left on the chessboard. In the blink of an eye, they were smashed by Tianmu's crutch. On the other side, the long sword trembled slightly, but it did not pay much attention. Back then, he was the one who set up the celestial chessboard. It would not be so easy to put his life on the line. Tianmu also did not care about him. Now that he was entangled by the heavenly hound, it would be strange if he could run away. The heavenly hound was known to be difficult to deal with. Even the celestial emperor Bathian had been taken advantage of by this dog, causing him to miss the great battle back then. The dog's temper was really not good. After smashing the black chess pieces, the chessboard was showing signs of collapsing. Tianmu heaved a sigh of relief. The celestial chessboard that had threatened him for 8,000 years was finally going to break. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, his expression changed. On the other side, Fang Ping had somehow found his way to the small tree. At this moment, he seemed to want to reach out and grab the golden fruit. "King of Man." Tianmu's voice became much sharper. "What are you doing? You still have the mood to do this at this time?" Who exactly was this person that he knew? Was this guy the reincarnation of Heaven Reverse Emperor? Whoever believed that would be an idiot. When powerhouses reincarnated, they would more or less have some traces of their past lives. If Heaven Reverse Emperor was like this, his notoriety would have spread far and wide. Fang Ping heard the sound. It was biting down on the golden fruit. Eat first, talk later. Time had stopped. At this moment, time in the sky and on the ground had stopped. The heavenly hound was biting down on the longsword, making a crunching sound. Suddenly, its huge eyes looked at Fang Ping. The longsword seemed to be looking at someone too, at Fang Ping. Tianmu was also looking at Fang Ping. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the heavenly hound. This action, this posture, this was the descendant of the heavenly hound, right? 10,000 miles away. The spring watcher seemed to be watching the battle too. Suddenly, he snorted and laughed. "Your descendant is here. This one is not weak." The heavenly hound harumphed, its dog eyes bursting with brilliance. "That is not my descendant. But, it has a future. You should eat." "When you should." I didn't expect that the wood actually condensed the origin fruit. It's the origin fruit, isn't it? It's good stuff too. Do you still need those now? I'm injured. Of course I need them. The spring watcher sneered. It was yours when you saw it. All the good stuff in the world belonged to you. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were gone. There was nothing that did not belong to you. Shameless. As for what he said just now about splitting the tree, he ignored it directly. What was wrong with chopping down a tree to forge a handy weapon? Click. Fang Ping seemed to have bitten the golden fruit. In the end, it disappeared instantly. At this moment, not far away, Heavenly Hound heaved a sigh of relief. The sapling instantly merged into the walking stick. Although the golden fruit and sapling here were not real, they were also integrated into it. However, it had also integrated a lot of its essence, energy, and spirit into it. If Fang Ping really ate it, its vitality would be greatly damaged. Fang Ping's gaze was unfriendly. Where was my fruit? Elder Mu. Fang Ping raised his head and gestured. This is what Song Mao wanted me to bring back for him as a snack. Song Mao has been hungry for thousands of years. He's so skinny that he's like a bag of bones. After Celestial Emperor left, he hasn't had a full meal for a day. In the sky, the big dog's head was almost filled with question marks. Song Mao was so skinny that he was just a bag of bones. Then what was the situation with the fat cat he saw in the source world previously? Could it be that his eyes were playing tricks on him? Why did he feel even fatter than 3,000 years ago? He could still fly in the past. When he saw him previously, he felt that he was flying slower and much more bloated. Was this brat below joking with him? He was only biting the sword now. Otherwise, Heavenly Hound could kill him in one bite. Hongkuan, give me the sword. Elder Mu, give me the golden fruit. Fang Ping had just said that when he lifted his head and took a look. His face was full of embarrassment. What was going on? In the past, I said I was Celestial Emperor. Ever since I found out that Celestial Emperor was a dog, I never mentioned this again. You've already recovered. There shouldn't be any relationship between the two of us, right? Why are you copying me? Heavenly Hound was dazed. He had a slight headache. You want to rob me? Heavenly Hound was in the sky. At this moment, Heavenly Hound was also inexplicably sad. What should he do now? He had been seen. Fang Ping was still fine. His strength was only SOSO. But Heavenly Hound had seen it. What should he do? The origin fruit was a really good thing. All these years, 90% of the energy he had absorbed had been channeled into the origin fruit. He had condensed this origin fruit to fight against King Kuan. The celestial chessboard battle had lasted for 8,000 years. He had been undefeated all this time because of the origin fruit. How could he be willing to give it away? After he had broken free, he would return the origin fruit to its origin. His strength would increase once again. Young friend, this, Fang Ping said telepathically, Elder Mu, give it to me quickly. I'll help you eat it. If you don't give it to me, Celestial Emperor might tear you apart later. He'll dig you out and eat you. If I eat it, although you'll suffer a loss, I'll treat it as you fulfilled a condition. If Celestial Emperor eats it, he'll steal it and eat you too. Then there'll be nothing left. Heavenly Mu's old face twitched. What did that mean? He would eat him too. It was not that exaggerated, was it? This old man's golden body was very powerful. Heavenly Hound could not bite through the first ancient tree. However, he had given birth to a consciousness. Even if he could not eat his body, he could still eat his mentality. Heavenly Hound was different from King Kuan. King Kuan did not kill it because he wanted to merge with it. Heavenly Hound would not care about this. It would directly drag him out of the tree and eat him. The possibility was not small. Elder Mu, are you still waiting? It's coming, the main body is coming. If it bites King Kuan's clone to death, you'll be next. Heavenly Mu was inexplicably sad and indignant. What was wrong with this old man? Why should I be eaten by you? This old man was the first ancient tree. Alright, his strength was not as good as a dog. Even the first tree was useless. Young friend, Celestial Emperor is not so overbearing. This origin fruit is not very useful to you. I said that I'll bring it back for the cat. Heavenly Mu almost slapped him to death. You just said that you would eat it yourself. Now you're saying that you'll bring it back for the cat to eat. Do you think I'm an idiot? A man and a tree were conversing. In the sky, King Kuan erupted. With a slash, the long sword cut off one of the dog's teeth. After all, it was only a projection and not the real body. A semi-divine weapon, under the eruption of King Kuan's near-saint-level strength, still cut off the dog's teeth. Courting death. Heavenly Dog was furious. Hong Kuan actually dared to cut off his projection. Did he not want to live anymore? You bastard. Back then, I was talking and laughing with your father. You bastard, you didn't even have the right to serve me tea. Today, you actually dare to cut me. You have no respect or inferiority. You deserve to die. The long sword broke free from the dog's mouth. King Kuan's illusion appeared, holding the long sword in his hand. He was furious. Are you worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as my father? This dog was shameless. How dare you, a shameless dog, stand side by side with the emperor? Courting death. As Heavenly Dog's main body approached, its projection became stronger and stronger. With a swipe of its paw, the void exploded. It opened its mouth and bit. The longsword wanted to run but was bitten again. Slash, sparks flew everywhere. It was not an ordinary fire. When these sparks burst out, the surrounding void was burned. On Feng Ping's side, the celestial chessboard was about to break. A few sparks landed, burning the chessboard directly. Feng Ping disappeared from the spot instantly. He returned to his main body, his face full of shock. This dog was not an ordinary kind of powerful, it was a demigod weapon. Sparks flew everywhere from its bite. What was going on? This was just a projection. If the real body came, would it not be able to bite demigod weapons to pieces? At this moment, Taoist Feng Yun, True Lord Earthly Xing, Elder Tianmu, these few ran to Feng Ping's side one after another. This side felt a little safe. Any other place would be too dangerous. Feng Ping and the cat were on good terms. Would Heavenly Dog have some scruples? The Saint Powerhouse, Tianmu, was also helpless at this moment. It was here, the real body was coming, he could not leave. Otherwise, he would have run long ago. Heavenly Dog was here. The Fountain Guardian was here too. This time, King Kuan's avatar was dead for sure. As for himself, it would depend on his luck. The longsword condensed King Kuan's avatar again. King Kuan's face was livid. He also knew that he was doomed this time. But he was not willing to be bitten to death just like that. Heavenly Dog was too hateful. It actually wanted to bite him to death. If this got out, the entire three realms would laugh at him. Heavenly Dog, don't be so arrogant. This king's real body is not here this time. Otherwise, how could I let you be so presumptuous? Real body? Heavenly Dog bit down again. It was still as domineering as before. It said savagely, if the real body dares to come, I will bite you to death. This king has just bitten off one of your real body's arms. You're just a mere avatar, how dare you be so arrogant in front of this king? As he said that, he suddenly scolded, how dare you threaten this king? Bastard, you're asking for death. Crack, with this bite, even Feng Ping shuddered. The void was directly shattered by the bite. On the long sword, King Kuan's illusion appeared. A large piece was bitten off. On the other side, Feng Ping had already sensed two extremely powerful auras approaching. They were tearing through the void and rushing over. In the blink of an eye, a huge hole was torn in the void. The golden-bodied Heavenly Dog walked over in the air with a majestic gait. At the back, the Fountain Guardian glanced at Tianmu. Without saying a word, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the long sword. Bastard, you also want to snatch this king's celestial emperor sword? That's my heaven-splitting sword. The Fountain Guardian was also enraged. He was inexplicably enraged, so enraged that it seemed real. He roared, this is the heaven-splitting sword that I left in the Skyfall Hall back then. It was picked up by that brat Hong Kuan. How dare you snatch it from me? You're asking for death. These two were going to fight as they pleased. Feng Ping's face turned green. If the two of them started fighting, they would definitely die. Even the saints could not protect them. The long sword that was surrounded by the two of them had transformed into King Kuan again. King Kuan's face was full of grief and indignation. Celestial Emperor sword, heaven-splitting sword, anyway, it was not the King Kuan sword, these two shameless bastards. This king used everything to forge this back then. How did it become yours? Damn it. This king's real body is still here. Even if you snatch the sword away, as long as this king is not dead, it will not be your turn to control it. As soon as he finished speaking, the Heavenly Dog slapped him with its claw. The illusion dissipated and turned into a long sword again. The Heavenly Dog said disdainfully, what real body? After taking back the Celestial Emperor sword, this king will eat it. Then, everything will be gone. So what if King Kuan is alive? If I eat it, you can take it back. Go ahead and take it. On the opposite side, the spring guard stretched out his hand to grab it again. He said calmly, what's there to eat? If you kill Hong Kuan, won't it be an ownerless item? Having said that, he said angrily, that piece of wood belongs to you. This sword belongs to me. Wishful thinking. The heavenly dog was furious too. The wood has to be forged by itself. How can it be better than the finished product? Heavenly wood, Fang Ping could feel heavenly wood trembling. These two were dividing the spoils right in front of them. As for heavenly wood's saint-level strength, it was extremely powerful. But so what, the heavenly dog and the spring guard had not fully recovered. However, their combat strength was still rising. Soon, they would reach the stage of peak breakthrough 6. They might even reach breakthrough 7 soon. If they reached breakthrough 7, then their strength would not be comparable to the average breakthrough 7 powerhouses. Defeating Heavenly Wood was a piece of cake. Heavenly Wood looked at Fang Ping pleadingly. Help, Fang Ping was also worried. Don't look at me. It's useless even if you look at me. I'm a little scared too. If these two don't agree and kill me, where can I go to seek justice? However, at this time, seeing that the Kuan King's avatar was about to be killed, Fang Ping was also anxious. The Kuan King's avatar was attached to the longsword. He was afraid that the heavenly dog and the others would not care about the spiritual crystal and would casually destroy it. At this moment, Fang Ping suppressed his fear and said hurriedly, Seniors, if I kill the Kuan King, can I leave the spiritual crystal behind? I have some use for it here. The man and the dog looked at Fang Ping at the same time. The Kuan King was also extremely sad and indignant. Once again, he materialized. This bastard actually wanted to kill him and leave the spiritual crystal behind in front of him. How hateful, being stared at by these people, Fang Ping could only feel his skin bursting. It was too glaring, these fellows had no intention of restraining themselves at all. This was the first time the heavenly dog spoke to Fang Ping. It was extremely overbearing. Who do you think you are? You think I'll give it to you just because you say so? The spring guard was not that arrogant, but his tone was not good either. He said coldly, Whose descendant did you say you were? I'm Fang Ping's teeth were chattering. He felt that the spring guard was waiting for him to say it. After he said it, he would kill him. Fang Ping was not reliable. Fang Ping changed his words immediately, sweating profusely. Fang Ping said that I might be related to the Spirit Emperor. Whether I'm the descendant of Senior Z or not, Fang Ping said that it doesn't remember. The man and the dog looked at him again. Fang Ping said hurriedly, It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Fang Ping. Fang Ping is in the human world. In the human world? The heavenly dog snorted coldly, so loud that Fang Ping's ears were about to split open. You're not a good thing when you're mixed up with that cat. These words were actually said by the heavenly dog. Fang Ping was stunned. Fang Ping was really stunned. He felt that there was nothing wrong with the spring guard saying this, but this was the heavenly dog. Fang Ping was the good brother of Fang Ping. It actually said this? It was too shocking. The heavenly dog's eyes were like the sun, extremely overbearing. It raised its head and said disdainfully, What are you looking at? Is there anything good when you're mixed up with Fang Ping? As soon as this was said, the spring guard also sneered. That's right. Fang Ping, this damn thing, how dare it fool me? I'll teach it a lesson sooner or later. How dare you bully my brother? The heavenly dog was still scolding just now, but it suddenly exploded and clawed at him. This man and dog, they fought at will. Heavenly Wood hurriedly released a barrier, blocking the explosion of energy. It was a saint, after all. With the help of the venerable Emperor Feng Yun, although the barrier was constantly fluctuating, it could still withstand it. The two of them started fighting. The longsword shattered the void and was about to escape. In the end, the man and the dog attacked at the same time, shattering the void. The longsword wailed and was struck down in the blink of an eye, trembling. Why are you running? The heavenly dog was unhappy. It clawed at the void with its claws. At this time, the Kuan King's figure was directly pulled out from the longsword. The Kuan King's clone's face was pale. He was a little angry and a little helpless. How could he be a match for the two of them together? You're so ugly, it's an eyesore. The heavenly dog snorted and crushed the clone with a smack. The spring guard said disdainfully, Are you human? You're a dog. It's an eyesore to your dog eyes. Bastard, are you scolding me? So what if I scolded you? What can you do? These two experts would fight as they pleased and stop as they pleased. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was staring at the crystal in the heavenly dog's paw. The Kuan King had really been crushed, he really condensed a spiritual crystal, he really wanted to snatch it. The heavenly dog and the spring guard fought for a while and stopped again. The heavenly dog strode and arrived beside Fang Ping in an instant. This time, Fang Ping only felt that he was suffocating. This guy's golden body was too powerful. He did not know how to restrain himself. The heavenly dog must not go to the human world. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly had a clear understanding. If this guy went, tens of millions of humans would die in a day. Because this guy did not even bother to restrain his aura, Magic City would be destroyed in an instant. The heavenly dog's huge eyes looked down at Fang Ping. You want this? Raising the spiritual crystal in his paw, the heavenly dog asked. Fang Ping said hurriedly, I need, repair the brain. Nucleus? The heavenly dog glanced at him and said sternly, you actually didn't die. You're quite capable. Your brain nucleus has been crushed to this extent. Interesting. 9 forged golden body, 9th forged spiritual consciousness, what Tao are you cultivating? What kind of rubbish is this? It looks a little like that cat. No, it looks a little like a beast emperor. The heavenly dog glanced for a while and saw through many things in an instant. Fang Ping was also shocked. This dog had extraordinary eyesight. On the other side, the spring guard also crossed his arms and looked over. He glanced at Fang Ping and suddenly looked at Daoist Feng Yun. He frowned slightly but did not say anything. Then, he looked at Fang Ping again and sneered. I smell a dog's scent. Heavenly dog, it really has something to do with you. Humph. The heavenly dog snorted. It smelled it too. Wasn't it the little thing that he had just blown away outside? This person in front of him was really popular. He had contact with all sorts of people. The evil cat that oozed pus and the powerful Li Jun seemed to have something to do with the 4 emperors. There were even some hidden auras that could not be distinguished. The Tao that he cultivated was also very complicated. Did the ash cat get involved with this kid because of this? The heavenly dog looked at Fang Ping and said coldly, you can't take this away for free. No one can take things from me for free. The cat often takes things for free, the spring guard added lightly. What was he pretending to be? The heavenly dog could not be bothered with him. Did you not hear what I said? No one? Was that cat a human? You, what are you going to use to exchange? What exchange? If there's something good, just snatch it away. Do you still need to exchange? The spring guard added again. Fang Ping's teeth hurt listening to this. How should he respond to this? If there's something good, you'll snatch it. Even if I have it, I won't dare to take it out, but if I don't exchange. This dog looks so fierce. It seems like it really doesn't intend to give it to me for free. It's not cute at all, Fang Ping cursed in his heart. How good was the cat? There was no harm in this without comparison. The heavenly dog was not friendly at all. It was a waste of him trying to build a relationship with it. The celestial emperor is incomparably powerful. My strength is weak. How can there be anything good to exchange? There is. The heavenly dog said lightly, if you want to take it away, sure. Within a year, bring back the corpse of a heavenly king powerhouse for me. It's fine if it's alive, but it has to be edible. I won't slaughter it. If you can do it, then take it away. If you can't do it, then take it away too. A year later, I'll eat you. Fang Ping took away the spiritual crystal instantly without thinking. What happened a year later? We'll talk about it a year later. This dog has an average IQ. A year later, if I really can't do it, won't I trick people into attacking you? Do you have time to find trouble with me? Besides, are you sure you can eat me a year later? I don't believe it anyway. After receiving the Kunwang's avatar's spiritual consciousness crystal, Fang Ping could no longer care about the heavenly hound's threat. Right now, Fang Ping was a little excited. He didn't know how much the spiritual knowledge crystal could help him recover, or if it could help him recover completely. However, for a heavenly king stage powerhouse, even if it was just a clone, the quality of his spiritual crystal was already extremely high. There's finally hope. Fang Ping was excited. He had been depressed for the past few days. Because of the problem with his brain nucleus, he did not dare to improve himself, for fear that his brain nucleus would burst. And now, there was hope. He was still excited. Heavenly Hound looked at the spring guard and suddenly said, "Caretaker of the bathhouse, are you interested in taking a look?" The watcher crossed his arms and said impatiently, "Where are you going?" "Sky Grave." The Heavenly Hound's gaze was cold as it looked into the distance. Back then, this king died there once. If not for that, this king might have already broken through to the 9th realm. Now, what's wrong with going there again? Sky Tomb? The person who guarded the spring died early, so he really didn't know about the Heavenly Tomb. At this moment, Heavenly Hound's mental strength fluctuated. The spring guardian seemed to have understood and quickly said solemnly, "You still want to go?" "Of course." The Heavenly Hound was incomparably majestic. "No one dares to kill me. Not even the heavens. This king must go if he doesn't die. But you and I aren't in peak condition yet." The guardian of the spring did not seem to have any intention of refusing, but even the Heavenly Hound at its peak had died there. Now that they had just recovered, they did not have the combat strength they had back then. "It's fine. Let's call a few more people to recover some of our combat strength before we go." Having said that, Heavenly Hound looked at Fong Ping and said coldly, "Go back and tell the old cat that if it has nothing to do, find a place to sleep. Eat and drink when it needs to. Don't wander around aimlessly, the old steward is about to recover. This king will go find him and bring him to the Heavenly Tomb. Keep a low profile these days. Many of our enemies have recovered." Fong Ping asked hurriedly, "Celestial Emperor, are you going to the Sky Cemetery?" "Not bad." Heavenly Hound raised his head and said coldly, "I have never suffered such a loss in my life." "Heavenly Grave. Humph. This king will definitely flatten the tomb of heaven and take revenge for what happened 3,000 years ago. Remember, before you reach the Heavenly King stage, don't go to the Heavenly Tomb. 1 year later, this king will return. Remember, you have to agree to this king's conditions." Having said that, the Heavenly Hound ignored Fong Ping and looked at Heavenly Wood. Tianmu trembled in fear, his face filled with anxiety. The Heavenly Hound stared at him coldly, its teeth bared and gleamed coldly. Sky Emperor, since Do is protecting you, this king will not argue with you." The Heavenly Hound seemed to have noticed something and said coldly, "Sherpa and I need to recover our combat power now. You know what you should do." Tianmu had a helpless expression on his face, but he didn't dare to say anything. The next moment, as Fong Ping and the others were about to drool, a hole opened up on Heavenly Wood's body. Life essence gushed out like a fountain. Heavenly Hound opened its mouth wide and inhaled deeply. On the other side, the skinny and withered spring keeper also chuckled as he opened his mouth and sucked. 2 streams of clear spring water fell into their mouths, making Fong Ping envious. Saint-level life essence, many, many more. It was so much that he couldn't even estimate how much Heavenly Wood had been stored over the years. This damned big block of wood actually lied to him earlier, saying that he had used it all. After fighting with King Kuan for 8,000 years, it had used a lot. However, it was hard to estimate how much life spring water a saint-level Heavenly Wood had stored over these 8,000 years. Anyway, at this moment, Fong Ping saw that the man and the dog had sucked away no less than 10,000 caddies. One had to know that life essence, even if it was condensed from a rank 9 monster plant, was worth up to 2.5 billion per caddy. 10,000 caddies. 25 trillion, to Fong Ping, this was actually not much. It was just 2.5 billion wealth points. The key was that there was still peak above rank 9, Emperor level, and then Saint level. How much was Heavenly Wood's life essence worth? 10 times was not too much, right? Even 100 times was possible. That wasn't all. The man and the dog were truly domineering. The Heavenly Hound absorbed a large amount of life essence in one gulp, but it was not satisfied at all. It growled, "Also, take it out." Heavenly Wood was about to cry. How ruthless, it had just escaped and encountered these 2 robbers. What could it do? These were all the treasures it had accumulated over countless years. At this moment, Heavenly Wood opened another gap, and continued to pour out large amounts of life essence, absorbed by the man and the dog. Seeing that they were going to finish it, Fong Ping said hurriedly, "Celestial Emperor, leave some for the cat. The cat has been thinking about the saint-level life essence for a long time. Recently, it hasn't eaten or drunk anything. It's so hungry that I can't stand it anymore. Fang Ping was about to cry as he spoke. The cat was miserable. How pitiful, it had been thinking about this for a long time. Could you bear to take it all away? The heavenly hound almost choked. Its huge eyes glanced at Fang Ping and snorted coldly. As expected, it's not a good thing. After saying that, after some thought, an energy cluster suddenly condensed in front of him. It was condensed from the fountain of life. The next moment, the energy cluster fell into Fang Ping's hands. It's a waste for the cat to eat. I need to restore my combat strength now. These are just a sumptuous feast. When I return, my combat strength will be restored to its peak. I'll chop off the sea guardian's big fish head. It'll be enough for it to eat. Needless to say, the relationship between the heavenly hound and the cat was quite good. It needed to restore its combat strength now, while the cat was just enjoying its mouth. The heavenly hound was merciful and gave some to Fang Ping. On the side, the spring guard's flesh was gradually filling up, and his appearance was restored. Fang Ping glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Very handsome. He seriously suspected that these powerhouses had plastic surgery when they were rank 8. Sunny, handsome, sturdy, anyway, he was not a pretty boy. He was quite charming. If he were to be thrown on Earth, he would definitely be besieged by little fangirls. The spring guard did not care about him. At this moment, he was smiling brightly, revealing his snow-white teeth. He laughed and said, I still lack a suitable weapon. I wanted to chop this wood, but now, as he said that, he suddenly looked at Fang Ping and grinned. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said hurriedly, Senior, I only have a broken divine weapon. I don't want the Western Emperor's saber. Lend me the saint's token. Fang Ping wanted to cry but had no tears. Senior, this saint's token is of great use to me. On the side, the heavenly hound said impatiently, what saint's token do you want? This kid has walked the Emperor's path of the 4 beasts, he needs it more than you. That piece of trash, hand over the divine peeking mirror imitation. Taoist Windcloud's face turned green. Me? He was an emperor level after all, yet he had become a piece of trash. He still wanted to snatch his treasured mirror, however, he was under someone else's roof. What else could he say? In the next moment, the treasured mirror appeared. The spring guard chuckled, reaching out to grab it. With a snap, Taoist Windcloud seemed to be heavily injured. His face turned pale, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The treasured mirror was snatched away. Give me the Quinyu bone. The spring guard looked at Tengu. Tengu's eyes were cold. You want to rob me? Hong Kuan's sword belongs to you, but don't tell me I didn't get anything? Fuse the Quinyu bone into this thing and make something else. At least I can make a top-notch holy weapon out. Humph. Tengu snorted coldly. A piece of bone that emitted thunder was thrown out. This was what it snatched from Thunder Emperor previously. The spring guard took it, looked at Fang Ping, and said with a faint smile, give me Hong Kuan's spear. It's also an imperial weapon, more or less effective. Fang Ping wanted to cry but had no tears. One of his weapons was still snatched away. Although he was reluctant to part with it, Fang Ping still took out the long spear he obtained from Ground Strange. The spring guard said lightly, it's just an imperial weapon. What you took from my origin realm is worth much more than this. I'm leaving now. I'll leave it with you first. As he said that, a mini cabin suddenly appeared in his hand, and he threw it at Fang Ping casually. Origin realm, keep it safe for me. I spent thousands of years to find someone to forge this thing successfully. Unfortunately, it's only an object with auxiliary effects. Otherwise, even if it doesn't enter the ranks of divine weapons, it's still a top-notch semi-divine weapon. Fang Ping hurriedly took it. He realized that the cabin was light as a feather, almost weightless. Tengu glanced at it. This time, he did not belittle it. He said casually, it's a good thing. If there's a chance, let the cat go in and see if it can find anything. Fang Ping nodded hurriedly. This was indeed a good thing. Even if the tens of thousands of Daos inside were almost all fake, it could help powerhouses extend their Dao. Even if it was fake, it would still benefit immensely. Beside him, the spring guard curled his lips. Cat, bastard, back then, I let it go in and take a look. This cat received countless benefits from me, but in the end, it ran away at the last moment, otherwise, the origin realm should be more complete. He did not pay attention to Tengu. The three weapons in his hands, the treasured mirror and the long spear, were imperial weapons. The Kueok's bone was comparable to a holy weapon. At this moment, under everyone's shocked gaze, he kneaded them like dough. Under Taoist Feng Yan's distressed expression, the treasured mirror and the other two weapons were instantly kneaded into a large dough. It's a pity that the God-forging envoy is not here. Otherwise, it's possible to forge a semi-divine weapon. The spring guard stretched the dough. Very soon, a snow-white long spear appeared in his hand. Its aura was extremely powerful, flashing with the light of thunder. However, he was not too satisfied, they were all good things. The fusion of the three treasures only created a holy weapon. It was not even the top-notch kind, which made him a little disappointed. The God-forging envoy might be able to forge a semi-divine weapon. At this time, Tengu had also almost finished drinking the Heavenly Woods life essence. He said casually, "That old thing is most likely not dead. I remember that back then, when the immortal origin was suspended in the air, that old thing ran faster than anyone else. He was the first to run away without a trace. I don't know where he hid." The spring guard chuckled. "Forget it this time. Let's see if we can dig him out next time. My weapon back then was destroyed when I resisted the great calamity. I wonder if I can get a divine weapon over. Don't even think about it. That old thing can be persuaded but not cowed. I asked him to forge a pair of divine braces for me back then. That old thing actually chased me away." Tengu's eyes revealed a fierce glint. Bullying a dog, that old fellow, the God-forging envoy, actually did not forge a divine braces for it. Otherwise, with its teeth, coupled with the divine braces, it would not be difficult for it to bite off a saint's Tao in one bite. Even if it encountered a heavenly king powerhouse, its combat power was unparalleled. With a divine weapon in its mouth, it could also bite the other party until they wished they were dead. When he said this, Feng Ping and the others did not say a word. Feng Ping actually wanted to ask, "Did you give the materials?" Based on Tengu's character, there was a high chance that it would ask for a divine weapon. Why would it give the raw materials? It would be strange if someone else helped it forge a divine weapon. However, listening to Tengu's words, even if this God-forging envoy was not strong, its status was probably extremely high. Otherwise, how could Tengu let it go so easily? Tengu did not say this anymore. It had obtained the Kuan King sword, and the spring guard also had a holy weapon. It had also almost sucked Tianmu's fountain of life dry. At this moment, this man and dog had almost robbed them clean. However, in the next moment, Tianmu really wanted to cry. Tengu stared at it, its eyes fierce. "Where's the origin fruit?" Tianmu wanted to cry but had no tears. He hurriedly said, "Celestial Emperor, this origin fruit is this old man." Smack, the dog's paw slammed Tianmu to the ground. "Stop talking nonsense. I'm not a vegetarian. Otherwise, I'll eat you directly. I asked you to hand over the origin fruit. Why are you still talking nonsense? Without this king's help, could Hong Kuan be killed so quickly? This king saved your life, yet you're not grateful." Tianmu really wanted to cry. Robber. He knew that meeting this dog would not be a good thing. As expected, it was not a good thing. A dazzling golden fruit floated out of Tianmu's lifeless eyes. Feng Ping hurriedly said, "The cat has always wanted to eat some fruit." Smack, Feng Ping broke through space, a dog's paw mark on his chest. Tengu harumphed. "Where did this bastard come from? You have everything. The cat wants everything. I'm almost drooling when I see you." The spring guard chuckled and teased, "Tengu, give some to your descendants. Don't be too protective." Boom, between the man and the dog, the space collapsed. Tengu snorted coldly. "If you dare to say another word, I'll bite you to death." Ignoring these people, Tengu bit off more than half of the golden fruit in one bite. Then, after thinking for a while, he took another bite. About 1/10 of the fruit was left, still with the dog's tooth mark. Then, this 1/10 of the fruit floated towards Feng Ping. "Bring it back to the cat. If you dare to eat it, I'll bite you to death." Fang Ping hurriedly nodded, cursing in his heart. I won't eat it, there's still the dog's tooth mark. How can I eat the fruit with a dog? However, the relationship between this dog and the cat was really not ordinary. He ate it all by himself and still remembered to leave some for himself. At this point, there was no place for the man and the dog to stay here anymore. Tengu turned around and glanced at them, then looked at the spring guard. The man and the dog did not speak, but in the next moment, they did something that shocked Fang Ping. Swallow. Come. One man and one dog. Tengu suddenly opened his mouth wide, looking up at the sky and inhaling wildly. The spring guard also emitted an endless suction force from his body. At this moment, the entire small world, everywhere, all the mineral veins, energy overflowed madly, surging toward them. They wanted to suck this small world dry. Like a tornado, energy surged toward them from all directions, gathering into clouds and rain, under the complicated gazes of Taoist Fengyun and Dexing Earth. In the despair and sorrow of the entire small world, the energy of the entire small world surged toward them madly. Fang Ping was also extremely shocked. This was a small world comparable to the size of Sino Nation. These two were going to destroy this world. They did not kill anyone. At this moment, they were only absorbing energy. However, if this continued, the small world would collapse and the energy would be destroyed. Would the people here still be able to survive? The spring guard seemed to know what he was thinking. While absorbing energy, he said indifferently, it's just the Dharma age. It's still a fragment of the celestial realm, it can't be destroyed. People in chaos are like weeds. Being ordinary people and living in a broken Dharma age, maybe this is the only way to save them. Fang Ping did not know what to say for a moment. Actually, was what the spring guard said not wrong? There was no energy here, the powerhouses were all dead, the world was broken, martial arts were extinct. From now on, even if there were powerhouses who knew that there was a small world here, would they stay here? This place was so similar to Earth in his past life, the Dharma age. Perhaps, after a few years, when other places were destroyed, a new civilization would be born here. Killing people? Saving people? Fang Ping did not know, at this moment. Fang Ping only heard countless cries of despair. In everyone's eyes, the world was about to be destroyed. The energy disappeared, the mineral veins collapsed, some of the trees that contained energy began to wither. Some of the energy stones turned into powder directly. These two were too domineering, some powerhouses even felt their power being stripped away, screaming in despair. Some powerhouses began to escape, but there was nowhere to run. The end of the world, Pantheon was completely destroyed. Not sure if Tengu and the Spring Guard really needed so much energy to recover, or if it was to take revenge on King Kuan. This time, they had directly destroyed the hope of the entire Pantheon. Endless energy was devoured by a man and a dog. This was also the first time Fang Ping felt how terrifying and destructive a powerhouse was. If a powerhouse like Tengu entered Earth, in less than 3 days, Earth would be destroyed if they let go of the absorption. This was a powerhouse who stood at the top of the 3 realms. Without the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, even if Tengu had not recovered to its peak, it was still a powerhouse who stood at the top of the 3 realms. Taoist Fengyun and Dexing Earth did not say a word. Heavenly Wood also began to move its body. The surrounding branches began to wither one after another. The trunk, which was previously 1,000 meters in diameter, began to shrink now. When it shrunk to about 100 meters in diameter, the height of Heavenly Wood's trunk could also be seen. This was the first time Fang Ping saw Heavenly Wood's canopy clearly. It was not much different from a normal canopy, currently only 2,000 to 3,000 meters tall. Previously, he did not see the canopy above 100,000 feet. However, even so, it was terrifyingly tall. It seemed like Heavenly Wood could not shrink any further. At this moment, it also looked at Fang Ping, saying in a low voice, "Young friend, this origination technique, without the origination technique, it could not continue to shrink such a tall trunk." Fang Ping said without a change in expression, "When I go back, I'll ask the cat for it." Just as he said that, Tengu suddenly humphed. Where did the cat get the origination technique from? Origination technique. Do you remember the cat? Go find the cat tree, that tree should know. As soon as this was said, Heavenly Wood's expression was unusually good. What did it mean? The cat did not know. The cat might have seen it before, might have heard about it from the God Emperor, but it probably did not know it. On the other hand, the cat tree might know it. The cat tree was also an impasse monster plant, but the cat tree was the same size as a normal person. Its real body had turned into a small crystal tree and was kept in its incarnation. At this moment, it was fleeing frantically. If the cat did not know, then Fang Ping obviously would not know either. This fellow lied to it. Fang Ping's expression still did not change. Then I'll go back and ask the cat tree for it. Heavenly Wood really wanted to beat him to death. Don't you have anything to explain? Fang Ping ignored it. Why should I explain? Didn't I say before that I don't know it too? The cat seems to know it. Didn't you hear the seems to? Moreover, since the cat tree knows it, then the cat tree belongs to the cat, and the cat's is mine. It's not wrong for me to say that I know it. What's with Heavenly Wood's attitude? After about 7 to 8 minutes, the energy cloud disappeared. Tengu and the Spring Guardian also stopped moving. Both of their bodies were shining with golden light. Obviously, after this absorption, even if they did not recover their full combat strength, at least they had enough energy. Time to go. Tengu looked up at the sky and said. It did not look at Fang Ping, but spoke to Fang Ping. Remember, when you go back, tell the cat not to go to the celestial cemetery for no reason. Also, I will bring it home sooner or later. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. At this time, Tengu and the Spring Guardian had already broken through the sky. Above the firmament, a crack opened. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment and asked hurriedly, is the cat male or female? In the sky, Tengu's movements seemed to freeze for a moment, then it disappeared on the spot without looking back. The Spring Guardian chuckled, his laughter spreading throughout the small world. Beside him, Heavenly Wood saw that he had gone crazy and hurriedly transmitted his voice, the cat, Tengu, has no gender. Little ancestor, don't ask any more. How bold of him, he was afraid that this fellow would provoke those two again, and then he would not be able to live his life anymore. Fang Ping was surprised. No gender. This was more or less the same as monster plants. At the same time, in the sky above the Forbidden Sea, a crack suddenly broke open. A man and a dog appeared in the sky above the Forbidden Sea. Even if their bodies were not big, at this moment, they were reflected in the minds of all the powerhouses within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. 3 realms. I am back. Tengu's voice was cold, reflecting in all directions. In the next moment, he suddenly shouted, I don't care about the struggle of Taoism. Whoever dares to touch the cat will die. As soon as he finished speaking, the man and the dog broke through the void and disappeared between heaven and earth in an instant. In a faraway place, there seemed to be someone trembling. No, they were kneeling. The cat tree did not even dare to shout for help. At this moment, he had transformed into a wretched old man, that was lying on the Forbidden Sea, his whole body trembling. This dog is alive, help, this world is too dangerous, the cat tree wanted to cry. The devil is back. It's over, in another place, a golden silhouette hurried over here. As he flew, he shouted mournfully, Ancestor, ancestor, don't leave me behind. Ancestor, don't go. Ancestor, you can also add Sky Sly. You only said to take revenge on the cat, but you didn't say to take revenge on me, Sky Sly, too. Ancestor, you can't do this to me. Sky Sly wanted to cry, Ancestor, we look the same. I am here to claim kinship. It's fine if you don't give me anything, but at least be my backer for once. Sky Sly really wanted to cry. It had such a powerful ancestor, but the ancestor did not recognize it. It was too sad. At this moment, a light flashed. Sky Sly did not have time to dodge and was hit in the head. Its eyes were a little dazed, but in the next moment, Sky Sly suddenly became ecstatic. Eating everywhere? Sky Sly murmured. It seemed to have learned a cultivation technique. Passed down by the ancestor? Ha ha ha. Sky Sly laughed maniacally. I am rich, ancestor really did not forget about me. From now on, I will maintain this appearance, no horns, no fur, and no spots. From now on, I will use this appearance to travel the 3 realms. Who dares to bully me, Sky Sly? Ancestor, in the future, come home often. Sky Sly roared again. As for where home was, who knew? P.S. On the last day, it would be a waste if I don't vote. Brothers, vote, and at the same time, make me feel miserable. After 3 days, I am exhausted. The Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian woke up quickly and left quickly as well. They came quietly, and left with great fanfare. Apart from the clouds, he had taken everything else with him. At this moment, all that was left of the divine court was a ruined world. Perhaps years later, there would be some legends about today's apocalypse left behind in this place. Presumably, Fong Ping would also play an important role in this. Cries of despair. At this moment, Fong Ping's mind wandered as he listened. Would Earth be in a worse state than this place one day? The possibility was very high. If he, King Wu, and King Suppressing Heavenly King were not strong, perhaps Earth would be 100 times worse than the divine court. At the very least, not all of the people from the divine palace had died. Although some of them were killed by the shockwaves, most of them were still alive. Little friend, Fong Ping sobered up. He glanced at Heavenly Wood, ignoring its resentment, and looked at Taoist Feng Yun and Earthly Exalted. The two of them were getting ready to leave. The Heavenly Hound had left, and so had the Spring Guardian. Although the Heavenly Wood was still there, this sage had suffered a great deal of damage. An Emperor-level expert and a near-Emperor-level expert could still escape from the hands of a sage. Sages were merely top-notch Emperor-level experts. They had not transcended. Protector Feng Yun, perfected Lord Earthly Execution. Fong Ping looked at the two of them and smiled faintly. Where are the two of you going after leaving this time? Taoist Feng Yun glanced at him, then at Heavenly Wood. Suddenly, he said, Fong Ping, you and I are still chess pieces, not players. The 3 realms are enveloped by a chessboard. Both you and I can't see the truth clearly. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors are playing chess, the beginner martial artists are playing chess, the heavenly kings are playing chess, the 3 dimensions are just so chaotic. Of course, when you and I reached this level, we were still playing chess. But now, we are still chess players. The 3 realms spanned countless years, passing through beginner martial arts, ancient martial arts, sects, neo-martial arts. Experts emerged one generation after another. Many people didn't die, all of them reviving. Everyone wanted to be a chess player, so they set up layers of barriers in the 3 realms. Today, Fong Ping had broken through many mystifying barriers, but he still had not walked out of it all. He did not see the entire 3 realms clearly. Who is the good guy? Who is the bad guy? Could he really tell the difference? Was the subduing heavenly king good or bad? Was a martial king good or bad? What about King Kuan, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors? From the beginning, he had been close to the 4 emperors, not the 9 sovereigns. However, the 9 sovereigns were definitely enemies, just as he had thought. The 3 realms was too complicated. Fong Ping was a little surprised by Taoist Feng Yun's sudden words and sighed. He chuckled. I wonder what advice you have for me, Protector Feng Yun? Advice? Taoist Feng Yun mocked himself. What advice do I have? I just want to say, see clearly, understand more, and become stronger. Only then will you and I appear in the future. The experts had awakened. Even experts like the Celestial Emperor had begun to awaken and appeared in the 3 realms. What would the future hold? I don't know, and neither do you. Now that the divine court has been destroyed, I have no intention of becoming an enemy of the human race. At least, I don't want to get involved in the war between these big shots until the very last moment. As for the future, who knew? Therefore, this old man will leave this time to search for opportunities, to cultivate in seclusion, and to understand some truths. Fong Ping, Pantheon had been destroyed. Before the sect leader appeared, Pantheon was no longer a threat. This old man and Dixing left this time, hoping that we won't become the human race's target. His words sounded like he was admitting his fear. In reality, he was really admitting his fear. Because Song Mao was still in the human realm, because the Celestial Emperor had just left. No one knew if the Celestial Emperor would return in the next moment. The Celestial Emperor had nothing to do with the human race, but Song Mao was related to the human race. He was only an emperor level. This time, although he had suffered a lot of losses, he had also gained a lot. Some things, after seeing and experiencing, were assets. After witnessing the battle of the saints and the battle and resurrection of the heavenly kings, he came to a realization. In the next period of time, he might be able to break through to the next realm and become a saint. Fang Ping glanced at the two of them, then at Heavenly Wood. Suddenly, he laughed. Elder Mu, are you confident that you can keep them here? Heavenly Wood was speechless. Aren't you ashamed to ask me to fight now? I'm injured, the fountain of life is gone, the origin fruit is gone, I have nothing left. Aren't you ashamed to ask me to fight a venerable emperor, a near emperor? Moreover, this venerable emperor Fengyun was not weak. Taoist Fengyun was stronger than thunder, stronger than flaming, he could even break through the 5 great formations alone, but he did not. This person dared to break through to the saint realm. It could be seen that he might be a little far from becoming a saint, but it was not that far. Heavenly Wood said nothing. Fang Ping understood. He looked at Taoist Fengyun and said slowly, as long as the two of you don't become enemies with humans, then unless we meet again on the battlefield, we humans will not take the initiative to attack you. He did not want to kill Di Xing. This guy might be useful in the future, the other party's origin fruit was still in his hands, as for Di Xing, he might know something. At least he knew that the origin fruit had fallen into Fang Ping's hands. But he dared not say anything, nor did he dare to mention snatching it. This was just handed over to Fang Ping by the Spring Guardian, the other party had just left. He might not have left the 3 realms. If he attacked Fang Ping now, there was a high chance that he would be courting death. Taoist Fengyun said softly, of course. Even if the human race is the target of all parties, now is not the time. There is no benefit in becoming enemies with you now. I don't need to eliminate my opponents, because we have stronger opponents. The so-called nurturing a tiger was also a concern of the big shots. King Kuan and the others were afraid that King Wu and Fang Ping would grow, but what was he afraid of? He was not that kind of ultimate powerhouse. As Taoist Fengyun said this, a jade box floated out. This is the origin soil. Then, another jade piece floated out. This is some information that I promised you before. I was going to find a chance to give it to you after I leave, but it seems like I don't need it now. Fang Ping took it, glanced at it, nodded slightly, and said, who is the last true god of Heavenly Court? He remembered that the evil sect still had a true god in the outside world. Taoist Fengyun hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, True Lord Earthdog, the last of the 72 Lords God. It's not the original True Lord Earthdog, but a later edition. You should know him. True Lord Earthdog? Fang Ping laughed. The Celestial Emperor just left. If he didn't, isn't he afraid of being bitten to death? Among the 72 malefic stars, the last one was indeed Earthdog. But there was actually someone who dared to call himself that. Of course, he was slightly weaker than Tengu, but it was not a big problem under normal circumstances. But if he met him face to face, the chances of him being smacked to death by Tengu were not small. Do I know him? Fang Ping thought for a while, raising his eyebrows slightly. Qinghua? No. Taoist Fengyun laughed. There are some smart people in the 3 realms after all. Some may not be strong, but they are smart, so they live long. King Pingshan? No. Taoist Fengyun did not play dumb anymore, saying, King Huai. At this moment, Fang Ping could not be more impressed. Amazing. He's King Maple's man, Li Zhu's man, Fate King's man, all of you. He's one of us. Who killed him? Amazing. Fang Ping almost gave him a thumbs up. What was this called? Big cow. The whole world was my home, except for humans. No, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. Say, do you think he has secretly joined the human side? I remember that those who worked with him, those who attacked the humans, are mostly dead. Although he was the vanguard in attacking the humans, he returned empty-handed every time. Instead, he gave away many lives. Every time the war started, he disappeared without a trace. Say, do you think he's on the human side? The corner of Taoist Fengyun's mouth twitched. After a while, he said, the possibility is not high. If that was true, then King Huai would be the best true god in the 3 realms, they would all be a family. This was actually safer than Pingshan. Although King Pingshan was timid and did not fight for power, sometimes, it was dangerous if you did not take a stand. On the other hand, a true god who had taken a stand but secretly sided with various families might live longer. Fang Ping laughed. King Huai. I really did not expect this person to be one of the 72 Lord's gods. If it's an accident, then I'm not surprised that you know everything. Fang Ping shook his head. This was really beyond his expectations. He had thought that King Huai should be gone since he had sided with so many families. Who knew there was still one? Daoist Feng Yun also smiled faintly. He's also considered a smart person. He knows that he is not strong enough, so he will naturally think of ways to gain benefits from all sides. Also, his strength might not be the same as what he has shown now. At our level, all we can see is the golden body, only vitality, only energy, but can you see how far the Great Path is? If he improves the Great Path without improving his golden body, he can still hide it from everyone. When the Great Path is here, at the critical moment, the improvement of the golden body is actually very fast. Fang Ping nodded. I dare not underestimate this person. Not only him, there is another person, Maple King. Maple King, when he fought with King Wu back then, I feel that there should be someone behind him. He previously sided with the two kings. It might not be the real backer. Maple King, Daoist Feng Yun thought about it and smiled. Maybe it's that person. Han Yu? You know about it too? Of course, wasn't Venerable the Archmoon Spirit looking for it previously? That's true. Daoist Feng Yun smiled faintly and said no more. His figure gradually turned illusory. He was leaving. Fang Ping, in the three realms, there will be a powerhouse rising in every period, truly leading the way. In the early martial arts era, the powerhouse who created the path of origin. In the heavenly realm era, there were the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. After that, there was the chaotic era, the demon emperor dynasty, the era of sex, the catacombs royal court, and now the neo-martial era. In the era of sex, unquestionable sword rose. In the neo-martial era, it used to be King Wu. Now, it might be you. Daoist Feng Yun was already gradually walking away, but he was still laughing. This old man has traveled the 3 realms for countless years, observing history and walking in the river of time. After some research, I came to a conclusion. In every era, there will definitely be someone rising. Then in the 3 eras of the chaotic era, the demon emperor dynasty, and the catacombs royal court, who is the real ruler? Not only that, in the heavenly realm era, when the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors rose, who is the one leading the way? Fang Ping, perhaps you will know very soon. Daoist Feng Yun left. Fang Ping could not make him stay. In fact, he felt that Daoist Feng Yun might be more powerful than what he saw. This fellow gave him a rather dangerous feeling. Di Xing left too. Fang Ping did not care too much. At this moment, Fang Ping was still thinking about these words. After hearing this, he thought for a while and suddenly asked, Elder Mu, among the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, who is the strongest? Tianmu said hurriedly, this old man is just a tree. How would I know these things? Then in the chaotic era, the demon emperor dynasty, the catacombs royal court, these should be counted as 3 eras. Who is the strongest? Daoist Feng Yun should be talking about the powerhouses who rose in that era. 8,000 years, in these 8,000 years, unquestionable Jian rose more than 2,000 years ago. More than 2,000 years later, the martial king rose. Fang Ping should be considered one of them. Right now, the new martial era was not over yet. In between, there was still the era when the catacombs 4 majestic houses dominated the 3 realms. However, after the demon emperor entered the catacombs declined significantly. Further back, the demon emperor dynasty ruled the 3 realms for more than 3,000 years. Further back, it would be the chaotic era for 1 to 2,000 years. These could all be considered the symbols of an era. Tianmu had always been in the god court and had never been to the outside world. However, after thinking about it, he still said, during the era of the catacombs 4 majestic houses, there might not be any powerhouses born. This is because during that period, the catacombs 4 majestic houses had not truly become the absolute overlords. After that, unquestionable Jian entered the catacombs, perhaps cutting off the powerhouses of that era. As for the chaotic era and the earthly emperor dynasty, actually, he did not understand these, but he had been entangled with the Kuan king for 8,000 years. He had not been silent all this time. Sometimes, when the Kuan King's avatar was too free, he would chat with him. After thinking about it, Tianmu said, in these two eras, there might really be powerhouses rising. At least from what I know, during that period of time, the Kuan King's main body had gone out and was injured. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Was it Heavenly King Garrison's doing? That's unknown. If it was Heavenly King Garrison, the Kuan King's performance was actually slightly different. Tianmu shook his head slightly. He knew some things, but he was not clear about the specifics. Fang Ping nodded and did not continue talking about this. Instead, he looked into the distance and muttered, I wonder if Enlightenment Cliff and the Fountain of Longevity are still there. They should still be. Tianmu said, the Fountain of Longevity won't dry up so easily. However, after the Heavenly Emperor's disturbance this time, even if the ancient spring exists, it won't dare to show itself now. Enlightenment Cliff is not a place where energy gathers. It's very difficult to destroy it. If you're interested, you can go and take a look. However, Enlightenment Cliff is actually a little dangerous. Also, the Taoist connotation doesn't always exist. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been sealed by the Kuan King for so many years. Whether you can get the opportunity or not, it still depends on your luck. Then I have to go and take a look. Fang Ping smiled and said, Elder Mu, can you provide me with a place to cultivate? I want to go into closed-door cultivation for some time. Closed-door cultivation, Tianmu roughly knew what he wanted to do. He nodded and waved his hand. A piece of green land appeared in front of him. Bamboo grew instantly and turned into a wooden house. Young friend, feel free to go into closed-door cultivation here. I also need some time to recuperate. In the wooden house, Fang Ping sat cross-legged on the ground. He was not in a hurry to repair his brain core. Instead, he was weighing the gains and losses this time. The evil sect can be considered completely destroyed. At least the forces outside the fake sky grave are almost wiped out. Now, the only ones who are worth paying attention to are Feng Yun, Dexing, Huai King. Daoist Feng Yun has his own thoughts. I'm afraid he won't appear for a long time. Dexing is nothing to worry about. Huai King, this fellow doesn't need to be considered a member of the evil sect. This time, he entered the evil sect and killed 2 emperor-level and 8 true gods. No, after old Zhang and the others left, he killed 10 true gods. How many evil sect true gods have I killed? Fang Ping was in a trance. In the space battlefield, he killed 4, a total of 14, he was alone. Even if some of the ones behind him were not killed by him, it was not much different. A single person had killed 14 true gods, he killed 2 emperor-level. Not only that, but Dexing was also controlled by him. Feng Yun was taken away by him. It could be said that almost 1/3 of the evil sect's power was destroyed by Fang Ping alone. Heavenly Hound has revived. The Spring Guardian has revived. These two are going to the real sky grave now. They might not come back in a short time. I've also obtained a lot of information, although I haven't seen it yet. Also, there are many great paths. Fang Ping quickly calculated his gains this time. He did not look at the treasures that were valuable but not too precious. At this moment, there were only a few things in front of Fang Ping. 1 Saint Token, Origin Realm, 1/10 of the Origin Fruit, Emperor Creation Pill, Beginner Sword Fragment, Earth Palace Plaque, Heavenly God Fruit, and some ancient books. These were Fang Ping's main gains this time. Most of them were obtained in the Kuan King's Hall. There were also 4 fat babies. As for the things he obtained in the godly nation, although they were valuable, they were not very useful to Fang Ping. Finally, Fang Ping looked at the Kuan King's spiritual crystal. This was probably the treasure he hoped to obtain the most this time. Fang Ping obtained many treasures this time. Whether it was the Saint Token, the Origin Fruit, or the Origin Realm, they were all treasures. Soon, Fang Ping frowned slightly. The increase in wealth was not satisfactory. I understand a little. Fang Ping sighed softly. He understood. The Origin Realm was not counted because the Spring Guardian did not give it to him. The Origin Fruit and those saint-level life essences were probably not counted because they were given to Tsang Mao by Heavenly Hound. The spiritual crystal was not counted because this was not considered wealth. Therefore, after calculating, he did not actually obtain many valuable things. The 4 fat babies were not considered wealth. What really counted should be the saint token. This was probably the most valuable treasure Fang Ping obtained this time, holy weapon, and it was one of the combination kits of divine weapons. How much was a holy weapon worth? Fang Ping did not know, he only knew that at this moment, his wealth was a little high. Wealth, 80 billion points vitality, 526,000 calories, 526,000 calories, mentality, 11,115 Hz, 11,115 Hz, severable, origin, vertical 660 meters, plus 66%, horizontal 3,300 meters, plus 33%, combat techniques, God-slaying sword techniques, plus 7%, combat techniques combination deduction, 1 million points / time strength control, 80% extreme outburst, 866,700 cal / 10835660 cal compared to before he entered the Kuan King's Hall, he had 40 billion more wealth points, treasures worth 400 trillion, this was not even considered some of the truly good stuff. Fang Ping even suspected that some things could not be measured in terms of value. For example, the beginner sword fragments, the Earth Palace plaque, and some other treasures might not be calculated by the system. Sometimes, when he encountered things that could not be measured, it would not increase Fang Ping's wealth points. Fang Ping had experienced this before. If he really calculated all the value, Fang Ping's wealth points this time could definitely exceed 100 billion points. Fang Ping glanced at it and exhaled softly. It was time to get down to business. Previously, the origin world was consolidated by the saint token. Actually, he did not expand his Tao because he was afraid that his mentality would increase along with it and his brain nucleus could not take it. However, at this time, Fang Ping no longer cared. He was not in a hurry to use the Kuan King's spiritual crystal. In Fang Ping's hand appeared the heavenly wood life essence that Tengu gave him. Saint-level life essence should be somewhat useful, right? Tengu did not seem to give him much. Fang Ping simply weighed it, it was probably not less than 500 caddies. Tengu was still very loyal, although the person who was loyal was not Fang Ping, it did not matter. The gray cat was just a cat. Why would it need so much? Wouldn't 100 caddies be enough for the gray cat? At most, he could mix in some water. The gray cat had not drunk a saint-level beverage before. If he mixed in some water, at most, he could just say that heavenly wood was useless. What else could he do? Fang Ping thought subconsciously. He kept feeling like he seemed to have forgotten something. In the next moment, a big fat cat in his mind was about to explode. Its tail was raised high, and it shouted in anger, "Big liar, 500 caddies. 1 caddy less, and this cat will stab you to death. No, let the big dog bite you to death." Fang Ping was stunned. Yes, I said I forgot something, I actually thought of the gray cat in my mind just now. You still want to mix in the water. You big bad guy, profiteer, you're pissing me off. Fang Ping was speechless. He said embarrassedly, "Brother cat, I was just saying, this cat doesn't believe you. Come back quickly and send the food, or else the big dog will bite you to death." The gray cat bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Send the food quickly, this cat can't wait any longer. Fang Ping saw that it seemed to be a little more arrogant than usual. He thought for a while and said slowly, "The big dog left. It left with the spring watcher. Then, it said that it would bring your cat guard captain with it to the sky cemetery." Big cat, you actually don't have a backer. The gray cat's fat face was blank. Left, to the sky cemetery. At this moment, the gray cat was squatting on the ground. Its big fat face was dumbfounded. They left just like that? What about this cat? Its eyes were wide open. Did they not agree that all of you would come together and bring this cat to roam the 3 realms? Why did they leave just like that? Fang Ping looked at its expression and almost burst out laughing. No wonder this fellow seemed to be livelier and more arrogant than before. Sure enough, it was because the Skyhound and the others had returned. Now it was all right, they were all gone. I'll let you be arrogant. Meow. The gray cat's cry was mournful. It had nothing to live for. No, if the big dog left, so be it. Why did you bring this cat's captain away? Meow, meow, the gray cat screamed. No, the captain had left. It was still waiting for the captain to come back and protect it. They were going to do great things together. Big dog. Big dog, this cat wants to poke you to death. The gray cat screamed in grief and indignation. It was not like this, it had not imagined this, to think that it had helped the big dog once in the source world. The big dog was too inhumane. No, too inhumane. At this moment, the gray cat was really in despair. The cat shrieked, but Fang Ping could not be bothered with it. You have no backing, don't think about it, your backer is me, Fang Ping, do you understand? Although he wasn't as strong as the ash cat, so what? If he had the ability, he could go out and fight and kill people. In the end, the Heavenly Hound had said that he would deal with whoever dared to touch him. However, the Heavenly Hound had already run away. Who knew what the others would think? In his mind, the old cat screamed for a while and said pitifully, Then leave 400 catties for me. He was no longer arrogant. No, 100 Jean is the most I can carry. Meow, this cat will stab you to death. The ash cat exploded in anger. It was suffocating. Doggy gave it to me, you actually want to take away more than half of it? Cough, cough, 300 pounds, don't mess around. Fang Ping said hurriedly, I can use it to mend my brain nucleus. Woo woo, the old cat was close to tears. It had lost 100 catties in an instant. Fortunately, Fang Ping did not take all of it away. He left more than half of it for it, so it was barely acceptable. All right. The old cat drooped its head, feeling a little sad. Then give me the remaining 1/10 of the origin fruit, no. The cat's fur bristled again. I've never eaten it before either. It'll be a waste if you eat it, no, this cat can also expand the cat world. I'll repair my brain, the brain nucleus doesn't need an origin fruit to repair. Fang Ping was speechless. Whenever this cat talked about food, its IQ would increase by leaps and bounds. We'll talk about it when we get back. Fang Ping patted the cat's head. Then, under the cat's inconsolable expression, Fang Ping kicked the cat's butt, making it disappear without a trace. The cat had the intention of watching him until he went back. Fang Ping did not have the time to waste on it. Shanghai. Sung Mao really had nothing to live for. The big dog left, and the cat-protecting captain was taken away before he could recover. Now that he thought about the bold words he had said in the source world, he felt like a cat. The swindler knew that it had no one to rely on, so he kicked its butt. Woo woo, the cat wanted to cry. Its dream of being the strongest cat in the 3 realms had been shattered. If it wasn't for the fact that it was waiting for the liar to bring food back, it would have run away from home. Glancing at Fang Yuan, who was still brushing its fur, the azure cat's eyes widened. Liars are bullying cats, so I'll bully people. Little fatty face. The fat cat's face was serious. I've thought it through. I've decided to teach you an earth-shattering technique. Feng Yuan's eyes widened. Was the cat finally being generous? Big cat, pass it to me, the cat said solemnly, this set of lost techniques is extremely important. Back then, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors discussed it, and Sovereign Ling made a record of it. After that, he came up with an ultimate technique himself. It is the crystallization of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, the strongest technique in the 3 realms. After that, the Spirit Emperor studied it alone for thousands of years and finally came up with this ultimate technique. The old cat's words made Feng Yuan's face flush red. 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, she wasn't completely clueless. This was the strongest group of people in the 3 realms. They actually joined hands to create a cultivation technique. This cultivation technique was too powerful. What cultivation technique? The cat paused for a moment. What cultivation technique? After thinking for a while, the cat said seriously, the 13 Taoist incantation, a Taoist incantation created by 13 invincible powerhouses. The 13 Taoist incantation? Feng Yuan repeated, her face flushing red. It sounded very powerful, the cat heaved a sigh of relief. Who knew what it was called? It was just saying. This cultivation technique was not created by the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Of course, it wasn't bad. The cat thought to itself. It was just a little self-torture. How tragic. It was considered a type of beginner martial arts cultivation technique. Beginner martial artists could create cultivation techniques as they pleased, as long as it could make them stronger. It was also considered a way to cultivate the physique. Although the cat was illiterate, it only needed to memorize it. Using mentality to teach it, it didn't have to be literate. If the swindler dares to kick me, then I'll bully little fatty face. The cat was elated and started teaching the cultivation technique. Little fatty face, just you wait to cry. From now on, I can watch you cry every day. How pitiful. At this moment, Fong Ping started repairing his brain. He didn't expect the cat to have thoughts of revenge. It was revenge on Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was really miserable. Of course, Fong Ping might not care even if he knew. It was cultivation, after all. It was normal to suffer a little. The 200 caddies of saint-level life essence was considered a gift from the cat to Fong Ping. According to rank 9 calculations, it could increase Fong Ping's wealth by 50 million points, worth 500 billion. However, after the cat tacitly agreed to give Fong Ping 200 caddies, Fong Ping's wealth increased by 5 billion points, a hundredfold difference. It was the same life essence. Saint level was actually 100 times that of a rank 9. It was equivalent to 20,000 caddies of a rank 9, 10 tons, Fong Ping sighed in his heart. In the past, he used to calculate life essence in grams and drops. Now, he started to calculate it in tons. Life was unpredictable. Inside the gate of life. When Fong Ping transferred the life essence inside, he felt the difference instantly. The life aura of Heavenly Wood's life essence was really too rich. At this moment, the 4 fat babies were also extremely excited. As soon as Fong Ping poured his life essence into it, the few plump babies pounced into the life essence with a flop. Each of them squeaked and squeaked in excitement. This was the first time a saint-level life essence had appeared. The few babies flopped in the life essence, waving their arms and legs. Fong Ping could not be bothered with them. These few little things could exist because the immortal ancient spring's life aura was rich enough. Now that they saw this, it was natural for them to be excited. Fong Ping moved the brain nucleus and soaked it in the life essence. The brain nucleus seemed to have received a good rain after a long drought. In an instant, it began to absorb crazily. The cracks on the surface also began to repair rapidly. 200 caddies of life essence might not be as valuable as some natural treasures, but there were specializations. Life essence was mainly used for healing. Moreover, it was of a high level, so the effect was naturally extraordinary. 1 crack disappeared, 2 disappeared, gradually, the life essence decreased, but the brain nucleus became more and more radiant. Many cracks disappeared. There are only about 300 left. Fong Ping's face lit up. The life essence had not been used up, but it seemed like the effect was not very good now. However, being able to repair so much had already exceeded Fong Ping's expectations. According to Fong Ping's calculations, the many cracks that appeared in his brain nucleus before was very likely due to the number of times he self-destructed. Perhaps he had self-destructed 360 times, in an instant, that would be healing the injuries from his self-destructions dozens of times. The effect was indeed extraordinary. One had to know that his brain nucleus was at the absolute peak level. I hope the effect of the spiritual consciousness crystal is better. Fong Ping did not care about the 4 slightly dissatisfied fat kids. A crystal appeared in his hand. At this moment, Fong Ping, with some apprehension, gently moved the crystal above the brain nucleus. The brain nucleus seemed to have smelled something and transmitted a sense of urgent need. Then, instantly, it stuck to the spiritual consciousness crystal. The crystal began to melt and began to wrap around the brain nucleus. Fong Ping only felt that his brain was incomparably cool. His entire being was completely energized, outside. On the big tree, Heavenly Wood's face appeared on the tree trunk. Looking at Fong Ping, who was not far away and had completely concealed his aura, a look of deep thought appeared on his aged face. Could Fong Ping really connect to the 9 heavens? His brain nucleus was shattered, but he could still unleash true God combat strength. If it was repaired, his spiritual consciousness would be much stronger. Was it his spiritual consciousness that was restricting Fong Ping? If his spiritual consciousness was restricted, then after the repair, Fong Ping's combat strength would probably be even stronger. 3 years of cultivation, Heavenly Wood murmured in his heart. Scary. He did not know that actually, 3 years was still a few days away. Fang Ping only started to come into contact with martial arts in late April of year 08. It was only April of year 11 now. 3 years, true god combat strength. This was much more terrifying than some of the powerhouses in ancient legends. Even if it was a grand era now, it was still ridiculously fast. Are you related to Heaven Reverse Emperor or not? Heavenly Wood asked himself again. Heaven Reverse Emperor had done a great favor for him to be able to live until now. He did not know what the relationship between Fang Ping and Heaven Reverse Emperor was. But he was sure that he had sensed some of Heaven Reverse Emperor's aura. 290, 280, at this moment, Fang Ping felt the changes in his brain nucleus. Rapid changes. Even if the number of Heavenly King level brain nuclei was not enough, the quality was Heavenly King level. Repairing a brain nucleus that was at the end of his rope was really extravagant. The cracks in his brain nucleus were decreasing. Fang Ping's mentality was actually beginning to increase. Previously, it had just reached 11,000 Hz. Now, following the repair of his brain nucleus, his mentality began to increase rapidly. 11,500 Hz, 11,600 Hz, Fang Ping was also extremely surprised. After repairing his brain nucleus, there was not much growth before. Now, it actually began to increase. While his mentality was increasing, in the source world, the shadows suddenly began to change direction. They no longer developed the origin path vertically, but they began to develop horizontally. Fang Ping felt the consumption of his origin qi. After observing for a while, he was a little speechless. Is this my territory or yours? Who allowed you to develop horizontally? I'm already 3,300 meters horizontally. Even Heavenly Kings might not be wider than me. You still want to develop? Don't you know that this is not cost-effective? The horizontal effect is only 1/10 of the vertical effect. Okay, Fang Ping cursed in his heart. These shadows actually took the initiative to develop. There was no justice in this world, especially old Zhang in the crowd. He was full of enthusiasm. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. He appeared in the source world instantly and sent old Zhang flying with a kick. Who asked you to be arrogant in my territory? Meanwhile, Spirit Emperor Dojo. Zhang Tao's expression changed slightly. I keep feeling that I've been beaten up. Who did this? The one who did this was most likely that son of AB** TCH, Fang Ping. In the next moment, old Zhang also entered his own source world and gave the guy who occupied the origin path a good beating. Ever since Fang Ping walked the Emperor path, he had taken root in his own origin path, seized his territory, and even floated in the middle of his own Dao. Now, every time old Zhang thought about it, he felt depressed. Whenever he was depressed, he would come in and beat him up. I've given you face, how dare you come in my Dao? Not only did you come in, you even snatched my territory. Who else should I beat up if not you? This kid. I'm afraid his strength has improved. At this moment, Zhang Tao looked at the shadow in the Dao that was gradually becoming clearer. He frowned slightly and then smiled. Things were getting interesting. It seemed like this guy really wanted to compete with him for the leading role of this era. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. I wonder if you can hold it up. Old Zhang sighed. Then, he no longer cared about these things. After integrating the 6 realms, he was only one step away from Heavenly King. The current him had not really become a Heavenly King powerhouse yet, but he was close. Almost. This is too troublesome to cultivate. Killing a saint will probably automatically make it. Old Zhang's eyes flickered. There were many saints here. Other than the 3 saints of the evil sect, there were a few more saints that he wanted to kill the most. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu of the 4 Brahmas was also a saint. Venerable Emperor Qingjing of Mount Luofu of the 10 major grotto heavens was also a saint. The masters of the 4 Brahmas and the 10 major grotto heavens might not have been saints in the past. But over the years, unless they were too seriously injured, almost all of them had entered this realm. Venerable Emperor Qingjing. Zhang Tao thought of this person, kill him. The 3 saints of the evil sect were all gathered together now. If he encountered them, he might not be a match. These 3 were real ancient saints, not far from Heavenly Kings. If the three of them joined forces, even Moon Spirit could not do anything to them. Not to mention Zhang Tao, a quasi-heavenly king who had not yet advanced. After killing the Green Spirit, it should be enough. The reason he could advance so quickly to this point was related to the master of the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heavens. Previously, he merged the 6 realms and forcefully killed that guy. As a result, the harvest was not small, allowing him to advance from peak saint to quasi-heavenly king. In old Zhang's opinion, if a neo-martial artist wanted to become stronger, the best way was to killing these old guys, he would be full of energy and spirit and would naturally advance. With a decision, old Zhang opened his eyes and did not beat up Fang Ping anymore. He looked at Warlord who was on guard and said, "Don't just stand there. Go find Venerable Emperor Qingjing and kill him." Warlord was stunned. "You want to kill a saint? What's wrong? I even killed Changrong. It shouldn't be a problem to kill another one, right?" Warlord was speechless. Changrong was killed because dragon transformation was there. He attacked with all his strength and underestimated you. "Do you really think you can kill a saint alone?" Thinking of dragon transformation, Warlord suddenly said, "Kid, dragon transformation didn't die, right?" "I'm not sure." Zhang Tao said in a low voice, "This place is too big. I didn't meet those people. But if dragon transformation died, it would cause quite a commotion." "It probably didn't die. They went their separate ways when they came in." The top humans were now fighting on their own. They did not dare to gather together in case they were wiped out. This place not only had Celestial Realm fragments and Spirit Emperor Dojo, but also a huge origin space. It was difficult to meet each other here. Forget about dragon transformation for now. Go find Qingjing. Zhang Tao stood up and said, "You haven't mastered your strength yet? You haven't become a real emperor level yet? Old man, let me remind you. Fang Ping seems to be causing quite a commotion outside. I think he might surpass you soon. If you don't become an emperor soon, you'll really fall behind." "Old man," Warlord muttered, cursing in his heart. "I'll kill you sooner or later, kid. Arrogant when you succeed. Isn't he going to become a heavenly king? So what if he was a heavenly king? It's not like he had never seen a heavenly king before. That kid Fang Ping was only rank 9 when I left. It's only been a month is enough. That kid is very scary. Don't doubt me. If you don't become an emperor soon, you'll really be left behind." Warlord gritted his teeth. "I don't believe it." He gritted his teeth for a while, then felt a little disappointed. It was hard to say. "All right then, continue to go out and do big things. I think I'll be able to master this Tao soon and become a real venerable emperor." Warlord said, then added, "It's a pity. After all, it's not my own Tao. Even if I become a venerable emperor, my future path will be much more difficult. The human race is in power. It doesn't matter. If you have a heart for the human race, you'll have a chance." Zhang Tao did not care much about this. The Tao was just a carrier. It did not matter whether the Tao was his or not. As long as you had a heart for martial arts, the Tao was yours. "Let's go. We can't let that kid surpass us." Both of them stopped talking. Zhang Tao flew up and was about to pounce on Warlord. Warlord's face was livid. "I'll admit it when you're injured. You're almost a heavenly king now, and you still want me to carry you? Get lost." Warlord cursed and flew away. If he stayed with Zhang Tao, he would die of anger sooner or later. What a shameless fighter. He considered himself shameless, but he had to admit defeat when he met Zhang Tao. Rumble, the Tao was being opened. At this time, Fang Ping looked pleasantly surprised. Opening horizontally was really related to mentality. Perhaps he had not reached the peak yet, so the speed of opening vertically was very slow, but the speed of opening horizontally was very fast. It was just that the origin chi consumed was a little ridiculous. Fortunately, he had condensed 10 billion points of origin chi previously, but he had not used it yet. At this time, Fang Ping had also put in a lot of effort. Opening horizontally seemed to have nothing to do with the understanding of the Tao. If that was the case, it would be good if he could open it wider. The one thing he did not lack was origin chi, now he still had 85 billion points of savings. Even if these 10 billion points of origin chi were all used up, it did not matter. 10 billion points was only 100,000 clouds. It was actually not a lot. The Tao was opened up with a rumble. Fang Ping made up his mind. Forget about opening up the Tao. He also opened up the origin world. Previously, the Saint Order helped to stabilize it. He felt that he could still continue to expand. Not only that, Fang Ping's real body swallowed the Divine Emperor Nature pill. In the next moment, the initially dark and gloomy origin world suddenly lit up. At this moment, in the dark void, a sun rose, the origin world lit up. At this moment, this was like a real world. It was bright. Even though the origin world was not big, it still looked much more comfortable. Fang Ping took a look at his origin world. There were many things. The Saint Order was here, and the Tao that was like a long dragon was also here. At the thought of this, Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. Very soon, a jade box appeared in his real body's hand. Origin Earth, he wanted to forge a real piece of land in the origin world. This time, his gains in the evil sect exceeded Fang Ping's imagination. There were many things that were of great help to him. Most of the treasures could be used by Fang Ping. This was also his biggest gain this time. It was not just pure wealth. If it were really a large number of energy stones and the like, it would not be of much help to Fang Ping. The Tao was opening up, the brain nucleus was mending, the origin world was expanding, and his mentality was becoming stronger. Fang Ping could clearly feel that he was becoming stronger, his vitality was also becoming stronger. At the thought of this, without another word, Fang Ping began to consume a large amount of imperishable substance to forge a golden body. 9 refinement was not the limit. 9 refinement and 9 refinement were also very different. He wanted to become the strongest rank 9 since the beginning of time. Spending money was not a problem at all. Fang Ping was becoming stronger. There were others who were becoming stronger too. The moment he became stronger, many people on Earth suddenly felt as if they had understood something. At this moment, even without Fang Ping's feedback, many people felt that they could cultivate to become stronger. Old Manly quickly entered closed-door cultivation. Many people in MCMAU chose to do so too. As for Sun City, a group of people also felt that their cultivation speed seemed to be faster. Humans were beginning to become stronger, stronger and stronger. The powerhouses of the 3 realms were still discussing the revival of the Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian, but not many people thought that the biggest winner this time was actually Fang Ping. They were paying attention to the revived powerhouses, to the Heavenly Hound and the rest. As for the evil sect, at this moment, because the Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian had just left, no one dared to enter the evil sect at this time. Time passed bit by bit. 1 hour, 2 hours. The sky turned dark. Fang Ping's second day in the evil sect had ended. At this moment, Fang Ping opened his eyes abruptly. Golden light exploded in his eyes, illuminating the darkness. I've used up the spiritual crystal. Fang Ping noticed the brain nucleus immediately. The brain nucleus was crystal clear, the cracks had disappeared. It was not completely healed, there were still some cracks in the depths of the brain nucleus, but Fang Ping did not pay much attention to them. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Fang Ping was in high spirits. After he repaired the 360 cracks a few times, today, there were actually less than 20 deep cracks left. The effect of the Kuan King spiritual crystal was beyond imagination. Bang, Fang Ping threw a punch, and the void shattered. Fourth heaven. Fourth heaven shatter. Fang Ping himself was shocked. He had broken through fourth heaven shatter, explosive force of 1.2 million calories. He had actually broken through fourth heaven in such a short time, and he had not even reached the peak yet. Fang Ping gulped. I'm way too powerful. At this moment, Fang Ping quickly looked at his system. He could actually sense his rough strength. As a powerhouse, he must have a certain understanding of himself. But at this moment, Fang Ping only wanted to see how powerful he was. Wealth, 84 billion points vitality, 550,000 calories, 550,000 calories, mentality, 14,000 hertz, 14,000 hertz, can be cut, origin, vertical 700 meters, increase by 70%, horizontal 7,000 meters, increase by 70%, combat techniques, God-slaying sword techniques, plus 7%, combat techniques combination deduction, 1 million points / time strength control, 80% extreme outburst, 108,6800 cal / 1358500 cal explosive force exceeded 1 million cal. Soon, Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. He had actually broken through fourth heaven when he was close to 1 million cal. Looking at his fist, Fang Ping's gaze moved slightly. His golden body seemed to have become stronger, but it was not reflected in the data. It combined the strength of his flesh, vitality, and mentality. After that, he possessed such combat strength. This is not the point. The point is, I feel that I can continue to improve. I still have divine weapons and saint orders that I haven't used yet. At this moment, Fang Ping was overjoyed. He felt that he was really not far from emperor-level combat strength. Maybe in a few days, he would possess true emperor-level combat strength. I'm so looking forward to it. Fang Ping grinned from ear to ear. At this moment, not far away, Heavenly Wood's face appeared again, a look of shock on his face. He had broken through 4, this was not the point. In that instant just now, Fang Ping did not conceal his aura and revealed some of his aura. That was, a non-true god, breaking through 4. One had to know that powerhouses who could break through 4 usually had the strength of true gods above stage 5 or 6. This is too scary. At this moment, the saint-level powerhouse actually said something like this. Scary, yes. Heavenly would seem to have seen the rise of the strongest powerhouse of this era. He saw carnage and bloodshed, he saw a great war. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to the ancient times, the era when the stars shone brightly. Was this the rise of a true supreme powerhouse? It was now June. The book had been published on June 4 last year, and in a few more days, it would be a full year. Let me first boast that in this year, Old Eagle had done quite well in updating. He had written more than 6 million words. And in this year, Gao Wu's brothers and sisters had given Old Eagle far too much glory. On July 13 last year, the book had been on sale for half a month, and it had taken the top 3 of the monthly ticket rankings. In August, Gao Wu had broken through 10,000 subscriptions. In September, Gao Wu had obtained the first crowdfunded Silver Alliance Lord. In October, Gao Wu had completed the 100 Alliance struggle and reached the top of the best-selling list, where it had remained until now. Unless a large donation appeared, it had never fallen. In November, it had taken first place in the monthly tickets and obtained our first Gold Alliance Lord. In December, it had been 5 months since the book was published, and it had taken 7th place on the annual monthly ticket rankings. In the year 19, Old Eagle had become dispirited, but his brothers and sisters had allowed Gao Wu to maintain its glory. The first place of the best-selling list was still ours. In February, it had once again taken first place. Today, the 1-year anniversary of the book's publication, our Alliance Lord had reached 448, an unbelievable result. As for the subscriptions, with over 6 million words, it would be difficult to increase the average number of subscriptions. However, the average number of subscriptions for the main novel was over 40,000, and the average number of subscriptions for the entire platform had long since surpassed 50,000, perhaps even more. Gao Wu's results on the reading side were also not bad, and it had been in the top 10 for a long time. Old Eagle was not saying all this to boast, but to truly thank his brothers and sisters for their support. Without them, how could Old Eagle have the capital to boast? Now that Gao Wu had entered the later stages, Old Eagle wanted to finish well from beginning to end so that no one would scold Old Eagle for having a lousy tale and for being a eunuch. Old Eagle felt that he had succeeded in writing a book of over 6 million words without any large-scale bloodshed. Don't rush me, don't rush me. There will always be people who say that I have too many things to do recently. But if I don't explain things clearly, there will definitely be gaps, a lousy tale, or even a situation where I won't be able to continue writing. Perhaps I've been a little long-winded, but I, Old Eagle, am still writing very seriously. I want to finish well and not be scolded afterwards. That's all I have to say. Once again, I thank everyone for their support. Don't ask when I'll be done. I'll be done before the end of the year. Yep, that's it. As for which month, I don't even know. Once again, I thank you, thank you. Fang Ping walked out of the hut. At this moment, he concealed his aura again. He had gained a lot from this trip to the evil sect. Not only did his combat strength skyrocket, but his source world was also perfected. The Emperor Creation Pill and the Origin Soil did not seem to be very useful, but Fang Ping was extremely satisfied. He vaguely felt that his source world was changing toward the real world. There was the sun, the land, the city, there was also the Saint Order. The Saint Order strengthened his source world, and it was very compatible with Fang Ping. In this way, Fang Ping did not need to use the god-slaying saber alone to fight the enemy. In addition, he was relieved that his archenemy, the evil sect, had been eradicated. Young friend, Heavenly Wood's incarnation appeared again. He gave Fang Ping a deep look, hesitating to speak. Not a true god, broken 4, Fang Ping saw that it was looking at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. He quickly smiled and said, Elder Mu, just say it. Heavenly Wood was silent for a while, then smiled and said, nothing. I just want to say that my body is too big. Now that a powerhouse has awakened, as the first ancient tree, once I appear in the outside world, I will definitely cause some waves. I wonder if I can stay in the human world for now. It might bring some trouble to you, young friend. It was the first ancient tree. Its body was the main material for forging divine weapons. In addition, the powerhouses in the outside world might covet some of its things, such as its fruits and the like. It was very likely to cause some trouble. Fang Ping's gaze moved slightly. A saint powerhouse wanted to stay in the human world, this was the first time. No, there was a cat who also chose to stay in the human world. Were these fellows trying to get close to him, or did they have other motives? Despite thinking a lot, Fang Ping still smiled warmly and said, of course. If Elder Mu is willing to stay in the human world, it will be a blessing for humanity. I think everyone will be wary of a saint staying in the human world. This is humanity's blessing. No matter what Heavenly Wood thought, Fang Ping felt that at least for now, he would not go back on his word. If that was the case, with a saint, even if he would not attack like the cat, he could still intimidate the enemy at the crucial moment. Now, as some powerhouses awakened one after another, Fang Ping was also worried that there would be problems on Earth. He was still not Emperor-level combat strength. Currently, the strongest among humans was only him and Wu Quishan. The old cat was not very reliable. Since the Heavenly Wood was stationed in the human world, it had to contribute at the critical moment, right? He didn't expect Heavenly Wood to fight for the humans. He just wanted it to be a deterrent. Thank you, young friend. Tianmu was also full of smiles. Then, he said, little friend, do you want to leave now, or, I'm going to Dao Comprehension Cliff. As Fang Ping spoke, he suddenly thought of something and asked, what about that head? At this moment, a head was buried in the ground beneath the tree. It struggled for a moment before popping out of the ground, its face filled with despair. He remembered, Xianxia was very sad. He thought that after so many things had happened, Fang Ping might have forgotten about him. Who would have thought that she would still remember him? This time, it was really over. Fang Ping saw him hiding in the soil and sneered. Do you think you can hide? He had almost forgotten about this fellow. Furthermore, this fellow was only left with his head. His presence was not strong and his aura was weak. He had almost forgotten about him. Fortunately, when he thought of the enlightened cliff, he remembered this guy. Fang Ping reached out and grabbed. Xianxia's head fell into his hand. Fang Ping said playfully, why aren't you running? Xianxia did not want to speak. Tianmu, a saint, was here. If he ran, where could he run to? Tianmu was polite to Fang Ping, but to him, he was not so polite. He was a big tree that was used to seeing powerhouses. He was also a saint. If Fang Ping only had the strength of a broken 4, Tianmu might not care too much. The key was still Fang Ping's identity, background, and future. Human king, 3 years of cultivation, not a true god. These 3 were the reasons why Tianmu was so easy to talk to. Tianmu did not care about them. He said, then I'll accompany you to Dao Comprehension Cliff. This place is ruined. Tianmu sighed. This small world was ruined. The energy dissipated. The energy of the treasures had also dissipated and decayed. In such a huge small world, Other than some treasures that were left behind and not absorbed, the other treasures were almost all gone. Under such circumstances, even he had to leave. If he did not leave and continued to stay here, he might not be able to advance anymore. Divine Palace, Small World. Fang Ping stood on one of Skywood's branches, looking down. Tian Mu's body was huge. However, at this moment, no one could see the Saint Powerhouse. Below, wailing was everywhere. This time, there were too many deaths and injuries. Even if the Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian did not purposely create a massacre, it was possible that the moment the energy was absorbed, the earth would collapse, the sky would shatter, martial artists would go crazy, and countless people would die. The civilians below, unlike powerhouses, could still escape. They could only stay where they were, waiting for the unknown future. Wailing, choking sounds rang through this piece of land. Despair filled the world with pessimism. Below, there were powerhouses who were lucky enough to survive. At this moment, they were like ants on a walk, flying everywhere. Some wanted to find some treasures, some wanted to go to the entrance and leave this despairing world. However, Fang Ping knew that it was impossible. Before coming, Fang Ping went to take a look. Without the energy support, the entrance passageway could not hold up and was broken. Unless one reached true God and had the ability to break through space, otherwise, even a rank 9 might not be able to break through the collapsed space and leave this place. This was a cage. From now on, unless it was a powerhouse above the desperate realm, others might not be able to enter this small world anymore. Fang Ping looked at it silently. He seemed to see the future here. The future of humanity. Where would the human race go from here? The enemies of the three realms, the great enemy of the past, the catacombs, had now been destroyed by them, but it did not mean that humanity had won. There were still many powerhouses in the catacombs. In the fake sky grave, there were still 2 emperor-level powerhouses and close to 100 true gods. This was still an incomparably powerful force. Moreover, were there really no more hidden powerhouses in the catacombs? Also, did Second Wang and the others really give up on the catacombs? Second Wang was the leader of the catacombs 2,000 years ago. There was also Li Zhu. Fang Ping did not believe that Li Zhu would give up on the catacombs' power. In reality, the catacombs was still humanity's greatest enemy. Li Zhu had hidden too deeply. Second Wang could fight a heavenly king. There were also emperor-level powerhouses. There were hundreds of true gods. Fang Ping did not know if these people would continue to fight with humanity when they returned. Or even, join forces with some people. What I can do is to strengthen humanity and weaken them before they appear, so that even if humanity faces a siege, they still have the strength to fight. It was easy to say, but it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to do it. Fang Ping took a look at heavenly wood. This tree, if used well, might be very useful. If he let it take root in the human world, it might give birth to a real cultivation holy land. Fang Ping did not lack energy stones now. He did not lack energy. If he supplied it to heavenly wood for absorption and conversion, a pure cultivation holy land would be born on earth. As he thought about these things, he arrived at the God City. No, he arrived at the ruins. The God City was gone. The Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian had fought here. Within 1,000 miles, almost everything had turned into nothingness. There was no God City left. However, in this land of nothingness, there were some conspicuous places. An ancient well, a broken cliff. Heavenly wood was also full of emotions, saying, the longevity ancient spring, enlightenment cliff. These were all important places in the heavenly realm back then. Now, they are also completely ruined. In the Gate of Life, the 4 fat babies were a little restless. Compared to when they first arrived, these 4 fat babies were a little fatter and more agile. At this moment, Fang Ping opened the Gate of Life. The 4 fat babies looked at the ancient well that was suspended in the air. Suddenly, they began to squeak, squeak. Fang Ping did not care about them. He asked curiously, the longevity ancient spring is a well? Although he went to the longevity ancient spring previously, he did not enter it. At that time, his mentality scanned the appearance of a well, but he thought that the evil sect deliberately built it to protect the ancient spring. Now it seemed that the longevity ancient spring was really just a well. Yes. Heavenly Wood said slowly, the longevity ancient spring is a well. However, this ancient well is no longer as magical as it used to be. Who dug the well? Fang Ping was not interested in those things. He was curious. Who dug this well? Who dug it? Maybe it was the one who opened up the origin path back then. Heavenly Wood laughed. In fact, the reason why the heavenly court was built in the heavenly realm was because it was said that the person who opened up the origin path lived in the heavenly realm. The origin path martial artists could be considered his disciples. The entire heavenly realm should be considered his dojo. Therefore, there was the heavenly court and the heavenly court later. Because in the beginner's competition, the origin path won. Fang Ping asked again, then who opened up the origin path? I don't know. Heavenly Wood sighed. Although I can record a lot of things, there is also an age limit. If I was planted by that person back then, how could I record? When he said that, Fang Ping was stunned. Yes, how did Heavenly Wood come about? A tree raised by the heavens and the earth? Not necessarily, trees might be planted by people. Then who planted them? Opened up the origin path. God. Even Fang Ping had to admit that he was a god. Under the circumstances where there were no predecessors, he opened up the origin path by himself. He was the first person in the world. Such a person was a true god. This person did not even leave his name. Was he dead? Fang Ping did not know. Maybe he was dead. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, including all living beings in the 3 realms today, could all be regarded as his successor. This was the ancestor of martial cultivators. Such a person made people yearn for him. He did not ask any more, did not think any more. Fang Ping walked in the air and walked to the front of the ancient well. Without any support, this well just floated in the void. It was very ordinary, but also very unusual. In the situation where the 2 heavenly kings were fighting, a well actually remained. It had to be said that it was very surprising. Fang Ping bent down and touched the mouth of the well. It was full of the aura of time. Fang Ping wanted to move it but realized that the ancient well did not move at all. Fang Ping was not surprised. Even the 2 heavenly kings could not break it or move it. Obviously, he could not do it either. Poking his head into the well, Fang Ping looked at the well water below. It was very clear and very ordinary. He did not see anything unusual. Fang Ping pondered for a moment, then dove straight into the well. The well seemed to be a whole new world. Fang Ping looked at the very small mouth of the well. When he dove in, the bottom was like a vast ocean. Right now, he was floating above this ocean. He scooped up a handful of well water. It was just ordinary water. There was nothing special about it. Fang Ping probed for a while and did not find anything unusual. 4 fat babies were swimming in the water at this moment. The moment they fell into the water, Fang Ping's heart tightened. These babies seemed to have disappeared completely when they fell into the water. Fortunately, in the next moment, these babies floated on the surface of the water, squeaking and squeaking. They did not leave. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to put these little guys into the life gate, his expression changed slightly. He did not do it again. These few babies were still useful to him. His brain nucleus had not been completely repaired. Although the recovery speed of these fat babies was slow, it was still effective. How could he let them go? Squeak, squeak, the 4 fat babies were all bare-bottomed. At this moment, 2 of them flew in front of Fang Ping, squeaking and squeaking. Their fat fingers pointed at Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping stared for a while and seemed to understand something. The life gate appeared and opened the life gate. As soon as it opened, the 2 fat babies below dove into the bottom of the water. Very soon, 2 fat babies struggled to carry a piece of ice and flew up. The remaining 2 went to help too. The 4 fat babies huffed and puffed as they carried the ice, wanting to move it into Fang Ping's life gate. Fang Ping could vaguely feel that these few little guys wanted to move. This ice seemed to be some kind of treasure. These few little guys probably wanted to move it into Fang Ping's life gate. Fang Ping frowned. What was this? The life gate could not put things randomly, he wanted to avoid it. At this moment, Skywood suddenly appeared beside him. He glanced at the ice that the 4 babies were carrying. His gaze flickered slightly and he said softly, this, let me think, origin water. Skywood was not too sure. He murmured, could it be that the longevity ancient spring was born because of this drop of water? A drop of water? Fong Ping looked at the ice, a little dazed. Could you guys not use the units indiscriminately, 4 fat babies? Back then, Earthstar had told him that these were 4 drops of ancient spring. Now, a big ice block, Skywood said it was a drop of origin water. Was a drop of water used like this? Seems like it. Skywood's gaze flickered slightly. Legend has it that the person who opened up the Tao found origin soil and origin water in the source world. You have to know, water and earth are the basic components of the world. Origin soil often appears, but origin water has only been heard of, never seen. This drop of water might really be origin water. Rivers can appear in the source world? That I don't know. As he said that, Skywood laughed. This should be the habitat of these few drops of longevity spring. It is also their birthplace. Now that the god's courtyard has been destroyed, if you don't mind, you can let them temporarily live in the life gate. Fong Ping thought about it and did not say anything. The life gate continued to open. The 4 fat babies laboriously carried the ice block and flew it into Fong Ping's life gate. Under Fong Ping's gaze, the babies moved the ice block into the depths. Then, the babies actually melted into the ice block. Very quickly, they emerged and reappeared, as if there was a world in the ice block. These dolls went in and out. The fattest one among them even turned around to look at Fong Ping, as if he was thinking about something. In the next moment, a few of the plump dolls moved together, moving Fong Ping's brain, which was almost fully repaired, towards the ice block. Fong Ping was about to stop them, but then he suppressed the thought of these guys stealing his brain nucleus and continued to watch. The 4 little guys moved the brain nucleus above the ice block. Then, Fong Ping's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. On the ice block, 2 transparent tube-like things extended out. One was connected to the brain nucleus. The other was held in the hands of a fat baby, pointing at Fong Ping. The baby shook the tube, his face full of anticipation. Fong Ping looked at Skywood. He roughly understood what it meant, but he wanted to prove it. Skywood was watching too. At this moment, seeing the situation, he also found it funny. I think I understand. You input some things they need, and they will repair your brain nucleus. It's a mutual benefit. Fong Ping was speechless. These few little guys wanted him to input good things from a tube, and then they would help repair Fong Ping's brain nucleus. Could it be that these few little guys had intelligence? Elder Mu, have they developed intelligence? It's understandable for trees and monsters to become monsters, but can a few drops of water also become monsters? Fong Ping did not understand. Fong Ping did not understand. Could water become a demon? Everything has a spirit. Skywood laughed. Does water not have a spirit? Moreover, this is not ordinary water. It should be the origin of birth. The creatures in the water might not be unable to become monsters. Of course, it's not yet. Right now, it should still be some instinctive reaction. Having said that, Skywood's eyes were deep. Little friend, your brain nucleus has not been completely repaired yet? The Kuan King's avatar's spiritual crystal can't be repaired completely. I think, the rest might need the Heavenly King's spiritual crystal. Even ordinary Heavenly Kings might not be able to do it. Maybe it needs the spiritual crystal of a powerful Heavenly King like the Kuan King to be able to repair it completely. Fong Ping nodded slightly. At this moment, the water world under him suddenly collapsed. Seeing this, Skywood frowned slightly. Let's go, the immortal ancient spring is about to collapse. As expected, the immortal ancient spring was born because of this drop of water. Now, the few fat babies were ready to move. After moving this drop of water, this place would be considered as useless. Fong Ping hurriedly left the bottom of the well. As soon as he flew out, the immortal ancient spring that had not been destroyed by the 2 Heavenly King powerhouses suddenly collapsed at this moment. The ancient well exploded. The immortal ancient spring had completely disappeared. Fong Ping was surprised. He said in a low voice, since this drop of water is here, why hasn't anyone come to take it? Skywood laughed. Others might not be able to find it. Those few little fellows were born in this drop of water, so naturally, they can find it. But others can't. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said no more. As for these few fat babies, he would observe them slowly. If they did not work, he would just eat them one day. Fang Ping did not look at the collapsed ancient spring anymore. He looked at the cliff suspended in the distance. He did not expect enlightened cliff to become like this. It was a very ordinary stone cliff. Did this place really have a magical effect? Fang Ping walked in the air and walked over there. After a while, Fang Ping stepped onto the cliff. Skyward was about to follow when his expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, Skyward's body erupted with a brilliant light, and his avatar collapsed immediately. In the distance, on top of his real body, an old face appeared on the tree trunk, his face full of horror. What was going on? Fang Ping was also surprised. He turned his head to look. Little friend, Skyward did not expect this either. In the next moment, both of them suddenly stopped talking. At this moment, there was suddenly another person on the cliff, a person whose face could not be seen clearly. This person stood behind Fang Ping with his hands behind his back, motionless. Even if he could not see clearly, he could feel that this person was looking up at the sky. He wore a pure white robe, the material of which was indistinguishable. At this moment, he did not say a word. He did not make a sound. Fang Ping's expression was ugly. This person, when did he come, who was he? Fang Ping moved his feet slowly. At this moment, Skyward suddenly said, "Don't go." This person might be the one who opened the path back then. Perhaps enlightened cliff appeared because of this person. Huh? A projection? Fang Ping was surprised. This was a projection. He had actually seen Powerhouse's projections before. Back then in Combat Heavenly Palace, he saw Heavenly Emperor Zhan's projection. These powerhouses seemed to like to look up at the sky. Heavenly Emperor Zhan was like that, Heavenly Dog was like that, and this person in front of him was also like that. Did they not find it tiring? Dao, at this moment, a faint wave of mentality fluctuated. Fang Ping was not sure if it was mentality. He sensed that the voice came from the person whose face could not be seen clearly. Was it a voice? Was it this person who was speaking? Fang Ping did not know. He did not sense anything out of the ordinary. Fang Ping suppressed the throbbing in his heart and did not move. Was this a projection, or a real person? Cultivate the body, cultivate the mind, cultivate the Tao. What is the Tao? Where is the Tao? Sigh. A sigh resounded from the bottom of his heart. Fang Ping's eyes were dazed. Strengthening the body and the self, there will always be a limit. Is the path for beginners broken? The voice asked itself again. Fang Ping was also dazed. He seemed to have sensed something. Was this person, searching for the Tao? The path of beginners had come to an end, they had cultivated themselves and could no longer move forward. The person in front of him seemed to have come to an end too. He could no longer move forward. The path is broken, who will open the path? Beginners have no path. Then today, this old man will open another path. Rumble, Fang Ping's vision went black. He could not see anything. However, in the next moment, Fang Ping seemed to see it again. At this moment, Fang Ping's eyes were closed, but a scene appeared in his mind. A powerhouse, breaking through the sky, appeared in the endless darkness. It was like a desolate universe with only endless darkness. New Tao? Pseudo Tao? This Tao, is it right? The murmur sounded. At this moment, Fang Ping was sure that this was the powerhouse who had opened the origin Tao. This person seemed to have opened the origin Tao at Enlightenment Cliff back then. In Fang Ping's days, in the dark universe, time seemed to fly. Almost in the blink of an eye, in the dark universe, a star suddenly appeared. The powerhouse in white appeared on the star. It's an external force after all. How to combine? How to trace back to the origin? The murmur sounded again. This Tao has a flaw. In the next moment, the voice sounded in Fang Ping's ears again. Trace back to the origin, the Tao of borrowing strength. This Tao is supplementary. Strengthen yourself, then break through the Tao. Rumble, Fang Ping seemed to see the star explode. In the next moment, Fang Ping opened his eyes. He was still in a daze, but there was nothing. Enlightenment Cliff. It was quiet. The person behind had disappeared. Skywood's incarnation appeared again. This time, it appeared on Enlightenment Cliff. There was nothing in the way, but he did not see anything. Skywood looked at Fong Ping, his eyes flashing. He said softly, "What did you see, little friend?" Fong Ping shook his head slightly, exhaled and said, "Darkness, endless darkness." Skywood saw this and did not say anything else. He walked around Enlightenment Cliff, shook his head and said, "Opportunities on Enlightenment Cliff depend on luck. Sometimes there is, sometimes not. It's hard to be sure what you'll see. Some people see their own path ahead of them. Some people obtain the legacy of their predecessors. These are all unknown." Fong Ping exhaled again. "It's probably some projections of powerhouses. Elder Mu, let's not try our luck here. Let's go." Fong Ping leaped into the air and looked back at Enlightenment Cliff. This small cliff was like an ordinary rock, but it let him see something he had never seen before. Perhaps he could come back to this place again in the future. Fong Ping actually wanted to move away, but when he used his mentality to shift it, it did not move at all. He did not waste any more energy. "It's time to leave." Fong Ping chuckled. His harvest this time was big enough. It was time to go back. As for himself, it was time to cultivate for a few days and prepare to prove his Tao. Forbidden Sea. Tengu and the Spring Guardian had been gone for some time. The sky also began to brighten. The third day, April 3rd, outside the cult's headquarters. Some experts also rushed over one after another. Perfected Lord Ming Ting and the others returned to this place once more. Everyone looked at the void in front of them with gleaming eyes, unwilling to leave. This was the divine sect, a divine sect that had been established for 8,000 years. The celestial the Arch had awakened and King Kuan had left. Would there still be any treasures left here? Didn't the divine sect have any treasures in the last 8,000 years? Would the celestial the Arch and the guardian of the spring take everything away? No matter what, they were not willing to miss this opportunity. After the celestial the Arch left yesterday, everyone waited for an entire night, and they were somewhat impatient. "Ming Ting, the celestial the Arch has already left. Aren't you going in?" At that moment, the Kuan King's incarnation bellowed. Continue waiting. Who knew what was going on inside? If he didn't take the good stuff, who knew who would take it? But it didn't dare to go in alone, for fear that the divine sect might have powerful masters guarding it. The crazy Taoist frowned slightly and didn't know what to do. At this moment, Xiaoqian looked at Wu Kuxian again and asked, "Snake Sovereign, where is the sovereign personage?" King Kuan said impatiently, "Is there a need to ask? Such a big thing happened yesterday, but the human king didn't show up. I'm afraid that he really entered the divine sect. If he's not dead, then he's fighting for treasures inside. Fong Ping did not show up the previous day." Actually, everyone already had some guesses. Hearing this, many people's eyes flickered. Was Fong Ping dead, or was he still inside? The probability of him dying was actually not high. Fong Ping was on good terms with the cat, and that fellow had a glib tongue. It was unlikely that he was killed by the Celestial Emperor. If that was the case, at this time, King Huai said lightly, "Fong Ping must be inside the divine church. Perhaps they were still collecting treasures. The divine sect has been established for 8,000 years and has countless treasures. The Celestial Emperor may not be interested in them, but to us, they are all precious treasures. This time, it's all Fong Ping's." King Huai also had a knack for drawing hatred to others. Everyone's eyes flickered when they heard this. Was Fong Ping really inside? Is he fighting for the treasure? How many treasures had the divine sect left behind? And Fong Ping had taken them all for himself. Wu Kuxian's expression didn't change, but he was worried in his heart. This was a bit troublesome. Heavenly Hound had left. If Fong Ping was still inside, once he came out, it would be really troublesome. It did not matter if the evil sect had left behind any treasures. If Fong Ping had them, then he had them. Other things aside, many people were coveting Fong Ping's divine weapon. Moreover, the evil sect had suffered a heavy blow this time. Fong Ping's previous talk of seizing Heavenly Emperor's Tao together had become an illusion. At this moment, humans had once again become everyone's target. killing Fang Ping would probably become the main goal of many people. Who asked Fang Ping to be domineering and kill many true gods? Who would not fear him now? For various reasons, Fang Ping was everyone's target, regardless of whether he had seized the treasure or not. Wu Quishan was worried. This was going to be troublesome. They were in big trouble. There were quite a number of Desperation Realm cultivators present. In the Forbidden Sea, Ming Ting, Kuan King, Crab King; in the Catacombs, King Huai, the Right Divine General, the son of the Thousand Demon King, Long Qi, the son of the Heavenly Demon King, Ping Yu. True gods from the realm beyond the sky and the world beyond the sky had arrived. Would these people just stand by and watch Fang Ping leave the cult headquarters safely? No way. In a short month, Fang Ping had killed so many paragons. They would not let Fang Ping continue unscrupulously. Previously, everyone had common interests. Now, when the blood clouds condensed, who did not know that many evil sect powerhouses had died, Wu Quishan was worried. At this moment, in the void, there was a sudden surge of energy. Someone shouted in a low voice, "Void passageway. Someone is coming out." The evil sect's passageway had collapsed, but the main passageway was still there. It was just that the average person could not break the collapsed passageway. The person who was coming out now was definitely a true god. Who was coming out? Just as they were on high alert, a familiar figure stepped out from the void. Fang Ping had long returned to his original appearance. At this moment, Fang Ping was wearing military boots and a military uniform. He had shaved his hair short and had one hand in his pocket. He did not seem to fit in with these people. When Fang Ping's martial arts cultivation had reached this point, his figure was really good. His temperament was also extraordinary. The Fang Ping who stepped out, if he did not speak, looked a little similar to Li Jin back then. But very soon, this image of a cold powerhouse was shattered. As soon as he came out and saw the powerhouses around him, Fang Ping was stunned at first, then he grinned and said, "Everyone is here. Want to go for a drink?" Everyone looked at him coldly. King Huai sneered. "I knew it. This person must have stirred up trouble within the divine sect and caused chaos. If nothing goes wrong, the divine sect's 8,000 years of savings will all be in his hands." Fang Ping chuckled. "Oh, you know this too? King Huai, you really know everything. It's not easy. If I had known, I would have dragged you out earlier." King Huai's expression was ugly. He had a deep understanding of human culture. Naturally, he understood the meaning of these words. Some of the ancient powerhouses, even if they did not understand, could actually hear that Fang Ping was insulting King Huai. But at this time, no one said anything. At this moment, Taoist Ming Ting also said coldly, "Human King, didn't you say to enter the divine sect together? Why did you come here alone, Human King?" "To scout the way. I killed Earth Wisdom. Without anyone to scout the way, of course I had to come earlier." Fang Ping smiled. "Why? Perfected Lord Ming Ting thinks it's inappropriate?" Having said that, Fang Ping smiled again. "Everyone should disperse. Why are you all crowding around? Among the 3 emperors and 9 gods of the evil sect, only Overlord Feng Yun and Perfected Lord Earthly Xing are still alive. Last night, they ran away with their belongings. If anyone wants to cause trouble, go find them." Fang Ping. The next moment, a giant dragon hovered in the air. This was the Myriad Demon King's son. He was also the current lord of the Myriad Demon Royal Court, Long Qi. "Hand over the divine sect's treasures. You entered the divine sect alone. The divine sect's powerhouses are all dead or injured. The divine sect's 8,000 years of savings are all in your hands. Do you want to take it all for yourself?" Fang Ping was depressed. Looking at the dragon, he smiled. "You are the son of that big long worm? Why do you care if I take it all for myself? Is it yours? Does it have anything to do with you?" Even King Kuan didn't say anything. "Who are you to be arrogant in front of me?" As he said that, Fang Ping sneered. He looked around and said disdainfully, "Don't look at me like that. Whether I took the treasures or not, how much I took, does it have anything to do with you? All of you, if you have the ability, then go and destroy the evil sect and seize the treasures. If you don't, then do a sneak attack and kill a few of your peers. Why are you all staring at me? Am I easy to bully? Am my saber not sharp enough? Fang Ping snorted softly and sneered. The number of emperor ranks and paragons I've killed is more than all of you here combined. Why, are you threatening me? Threatening me? Want to kill me? Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Fang Ping was so arrogant that he did not know why. There were more than 10 paragons present. There was also a powerhouse like Ming Ting who was close to an emperor. However, Fang Ping was still arrogant. He did not take these people seriously at all. At this moment, behind the crowd, Ling Xiao and Qing Hua were also there. Seeing Fang Ping's insolence, Ling Xiao could not help but send a voice transmission. Masters Jr., be careful. Huh? Although this guy is a bastard, he will never seek his own death. He's so arrogant, he must have some confidence. Could it be? Heavenly Emperor hasn't left yet? At the thought of this, even Ling Xiao, who was also a domineering and fearless person, felt a little nervous. Heavenly Emperor was a true legend. Even her grandmaster, Venerable Moon Spirit, an ancient powerhouse, the daughter of an emperor, the master of the royal house, the combat strength of a heavenly king, compared to Heavenly Emperor who was known as the strongest powerhouse in the 3 realms, she was still inferior. In these 8,000 years, Heavenly Hound was invincible. Even if Heavenly Hound had fallen for 3,000 years, in these 3,000 years, there was no second person who was known as an invincible powerhouse. Speaking of Heavenly Hound, Qing Hua's expression changed slightly. Yesterday, after she left this place, she did look for Saint Wei, but unfortunately, she could not find her. With the ancient saint around, she more or less had some confidence. However, Saint Wei went to chase after the cat tree. If Heavenly Emperor appeared at this time, she would really have no confidence. On the other side, Jiang Kui's current aura was also extremely powerful. Although he had not achieved Dao, he was also a step away from being a paragon. He was really about to step into it. They were already top-notch rank 9s in the past. After a few battles, even if they did not achieve a breakthrough, they were almost there. Looking at Fang Ping, Jiang Kui looked at his uncle beside him and sent a voice transmission. Uncle, Fang Ping has a glib tongue. If he really can't win, I'm afraid he would have roped in all parties and formed alliances. Now, he is deliberately provoking all parties. Uncle, be careful. Jiang Su's expression was solemn. He dared not underestimate Fang Ping. This was an existence who had killed many true gods before. At this point, whoever still underestimated Fang Ping would really be courting death. But the divine sect's 8,000 years of accumulation, who knew what treasures Fang Ping had obtained? Even he was a little tempted. Right now, there were powerhouses everywhere. Some were paragon, some were not. However, even if they were not paragon, they were still top-notch rank 9s. These people also participated in this to break through the realm. At this point, if they did not directly participate in the battles between some true gods, they would not die so easily. On the contrary, maybe when the opportunity came, they would directly achieve Dao. East. A cow and a dog, 2 demonic beasts gathered together. Li Wuji looked at the Jiao who had changed a lot. Until now, he was still a little dazed. Where's your golden horn? That was your most powerful weapon. Is it gone just like that? Your golden armor, that's for defense. How did it become fur? Where are the leopard patterns on your body? Why are they also gone? What's the point of pretending to be Tengu? The Jiao did not care about its eyes. Right now, it stared at Fang Ping and said carefully, "Stupid cow, do you think Chef Human King will get something good? The people from the evil sect must have been killed by my ancestor. Shouldn't that treasure belong to me?" Li Wuji looked at it like it was an idiot. Are you crazy? You want to snatch Fang Ping's things? Everyone in the 3 realms knows that Fang Ping will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Previously, they even suspected that he was the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. He is more like the Celestial Emperor than you are. Aren't you afraid that he will kill you? The Jiao was a little unhappy with its stare. It said angrily, that is something left by my ancestor. Is it wrong for me, a descendant, to take it? What's the use of saying all this to me? Just do it. The Jiao was speechless. Do I dare? After Chef became stronger, he felt more sinister and cunning than before. Many true gods had died in his hands. How would it dare to find trouble? But that was its ancestor. The ancestor only left a set of cultivation methods for it. There was nothing else. The Jiao was also jealous. Fang Ping must have gained a lot. Otherwise, he would not have stayed until now. Yesterday, when the ancestor had just left, he ran away. It knew Fang Ping too well. If Fang Ping did not gain anything, there was no need to. He would have taken the opportunity to run away yesterday. Everyone was discussing. Some Fang Ping knew, some he did not. Some people from the overseas immortal islands came too. Luo Yu was beside a powerhouse with a dazzling body. He seemed to be talking telepathically. Yu Wuhua was beside a middle-aged woman, talking too. There were many powerhouses. No matter how strong Fang Ping was, he would not be a match for so many true gods. But now, everyone was a little afraid. Fang Ping looked around. After a while, he smiled. What's wrong? You're not talking, and you're not doing anything. Are you trying to stare me to death? Fang Ping, the Hui King wanted to speak, but Fang Ping said lazily, True Lord Earth Dog, Hui King, you have so many identities, so many aliases. Don't deny it. I don't have time to listen to your excuses. The weakest 72 Lord Gods are not worthy of my attention. It's your identity as a slave of the 4 families that I really admire. The Hui King's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, Fang Ping, death is at hand, and you still dare to, shut up. Fang Ping shouted coldly, his eyes cold. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll be the first to be killed today. Do you really think you can live forever because you're strong? It's just that other than being a little disgusting, you're not much of a threat. The Hui King's expression changed. He was a little angry, but when he saw Fang Ping's cold eyes, he was a little frightened. This guy seemed to have become stronger. Damn it, how did this guy cultivate? They had not seen each other for a few days. Why did he feel that he was stronger than when he killed Di Hui last time? Fang Ping sneered. The other's eyes also changed. True Lord Earth Dog, they all admired the Hui King's identity. This guy really knew how to mix around. At this moment, in the crowd, someone chuckled and said, Why are you angry, King? We are just anxious to know some of the situation in the divine sect. Yesterday, His Excellency Celestial Emperor appeared. At this moment, the 3 realms are in turmoil. Since King came from the divine sect, you must know some of the situation. Why don't you tell us a thing or two? Fang Ping said lightly, What do you want to know? Didn't I say it already? The evil sect is almost dead. Feng Yun and Dixing have run away. Celestial Emperor and the Spring Guardian have also left. They're preparing to go to the Celestial Cemetery. Don't worry, I don't have any backers. Fang Ping, don't rely on others. I can rely on myself. Those powerhouses in the Celestial Cemetery have come out and are qualified to threaten me. You guys, forget it, I take my benefits with my own ability. Not to mention that I don't have the real good stuff. Even if I do, what can you do? If you want to be my enemy, come forward. If you don't mean to be my enemy, step aside now. Otherwise, when we fight later, if you accidentally hurt or kill someone, there'll be no one to reason with. I'm a person who takes action, I don't care about the consequences. As soon as these words came out, someone's expression changed. Was he ready to fight? Fang Ping remained cold. He was indeed not afraid. There was no one behind me, but there was a tree. Heavenly Wood's body was too big. He was now expanding the passageway. He wanted to come out but had not come out yet. This was a saint-level powerhouse. He came out. Since these people surrounded him, then they would surround and kill Heavenly Wood. It would be fine if he killed them all. He was worried that Heavenly Wood would not work. But a group of people surrounded and killed Heavenly Wood. Was this Saint Heavenly Wood a vegetarian? No, this blockhead seemed to be a vegetarian. No, he did not even eat vegetables. That was good. He would take the opportunity to get rid of those guys. Next, he was going into closed-door cultivation. He did not have the mood to continue entangling with these guys. His main battlefield was not here. It was the fake Celestial Cemetery now. It was those awakened powerhouses. It was the real celestial cemetery, even the future 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Fang Ping was not too afraid of these people one-on-one, even if he were to face Ming Ting. Ming Ting was a near emperor. However, that meant that his vitality limit was less than 2 million calories. An outburst would be slightly lower. How strong could this guy's outburst be? 1,500,000 cal. Perhaps it was a fatal threat to Fang Ping. However, if they really fought, Fang Ping still had the saint token. Did this guy have a holy weapon? Fang Ping had the god-slaying saber. Could he? Fang Ping had a 9th level golden body. His defense was actually stronger than his own limit. Could he really find an opportunity to kill Fang Ping? That was hard to say. If they were entangled, Fang Ping might not be able to do anything to him. However, it would be difficult for Ming Ting to kill Fang Ping. At this moment, Fang Ping was really full of himself. He even had the intention to try fighting with powerhouses. He, who had broken 4, should be considered the top among these people. He was not afraid of these people. The scene was quiet again. Some people looked at Fang Ping. Some looked at the true gods around them. Some did not say a word. No one knew what they were thinking. After a long time, King Kuan said, "Fang Ping, hand over the treasures you got from the divine sect." The divine sect is in misery. Misery is the Sea Guardian's territory. So it's yours? Fang Ping sneered. Don't give me that. I almost ate your fish head. Do you want me to kill you completely this time and eat an all-fish feast? King Kuan's expression changed slightly. Cat, it was quite fearful of that cat, now it remembered. For a moment, its expression was ugly, but it dared not say another word. It had almost forgotten that Fang Ping still had Cat behind him. The others thought that Cat had left, but it knew that Cat was still around. I'm going back. A good dog doesn't block the way. I'll say it one last time. Those who don't want to get involved, those who are willing to maintain temporary peace with humans, get out of the way now. Otherwise, I'll treat you like an enemy later. Some people's expressions changed. Some were furious. Fang Ping was very insolent, however, some people pondered for a moment and chose to give up. The next moment, Ling Xiao said coldly, "Fang Ping, don't be so stinky. No one owes you anything. If it was back then." What about back then? Fang Ping laughed. You could kill me back then? Ling Xiao, cut the crap. Those heads that Mount Wanwu owes me, are you going to admit it or not? If you admit it, then we'll do something big together this time. Those who deserve to be killed will be killed. Those who deserve to be killed will be killed. Don't play dumb with me all the time. Fang Ping laughed. His expression turned cold. I hate fence-sitters. I can't stand sand in my eyes. When I meet an opponent on the battlefield, I'll get rid of those fence-sitters first before I kill the enemy. I've always thought that these people are more hateful than the enemy. If you don't want to take part, then leave. If not, just say that you want to kill me and take my treasure. Be straightforward. You've lived for so long. Can't you see through this? Ling Xiao was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, Fang Ping, with this attitude of yours, the 3 realms will become the enemy of humans sooner or later. Isn't it now? Fang Ping said indifferently, if that's the case, then it's even better. Otherwise, I still have to judge whether you're an enemy or not, whether I should kill you or not, or whether I should be careful of you stabbing me in the back. As he said that, Fang Ping became impatient. He shouted coldly, if you don't want to fight, then leave. If you want to make a move, then do it now. What are you talking about? In the distance, Wu Kushan looked gloomy. What are you doing? Do you have to offend everyone? Why do you care about these fence-sitters? At least at this time, it was still necessary to rope these people in. Now it's great. Maybe these people will join forces. Arrogant. In the sky, a golden rock snorted coldly. This was the son of the heavenly demon king. Arrogant, did Fang Ping really think that he was invincible in the 3 realms? Arrogant? Even if your father came, he wouldn't dare to say that. At this moment, Fang Ping struck first. With one step, he broke through space and appeared in the sky above him in the blink of an eye. He held a big golden seal in his hand and smashed it down. Pingyu let out a cold roar. His sharp claws gleamed coldly as he clawed at Fang Ping. He was also a true god and a demon. His strength was not weak. If Fang Ping wanted to use him to establish his might in front of so many people, he was underestimating him too much. The others were tempted but did not make a move. They also wanted to measure Fang Ping's capabilities. They also wanted to see the current strength of this king of the heavenly demon king court. You think you're worthy of competing with me in terms of physique? At this moment, Fang Ping held the seal in his left hand. His right hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed Pingyu's sharp claws. Under everyone's somewhat shocked gazes, Fang Ping grabbed the sharp claws. The moment the claws collided, sparks flew everywhere. Pingyu's claws were very big. Fang Ping's palm was very small. At this moment, Fang Ping only grabbed the tip of one of the claws. On the tip of the finger, the claws glimmered coldly. This was also Pingyu's weapon. However, at this moment, Fang Ping grabbed it. With a sneer and a low roar, he broke it backward. Bang, an explosive sound was heard. Under Pingyu's horrified gaze, Fang Ping directly used his own palm to break the other party's sharp claws. At the same time, the big golden seal slammed down. Crack, the void was shattered. Piercing through the void, the big seal hit Pingyu's head instantly. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, this seal smashed down. Pingyu's powerful golden body exploded immediately. The giant bird head disappeared in the blink of an eye. Level 4. Be careful. Everyone exclaimed, broken level 4. Not only that, someone recognized the Saint Token and exclaimed, Saint Token, holy weapon. A broken level 4 powerhouse wielding a holy weapon with a high degree of compatibility might not lose to an emperor. Of course, there were strong and weak broken levels. 1. 2 million calories to 2. 4 million calories belong to the broken level 4 range. Fang Ping should have just entered, but at this moment, it was still shocking. Amidst everyone's exclamations, Pingyu was also extremely decisive. In the next moment, most of his golden body self-destructed, leaving only a pair of wings, breaking through the air and escaping. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 meters away, Pingyu returned to his golden body. A hint of fear flashed in his giant bird eyes. Broken level 4, holy weapon. If not for the fact that there were many people here, Fang Ping would not dare to rush to kill it. If it encountered Fang Ping alone, it might really be killed. Trash. Fang Ping snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Once again, he looked at the crowd, full of provocation. Dare to come, dare to fight. Broken level 4 was not invincible, but he was that arrogant. First determine the enemy and friend. When Heavenly Wood came out later, he would kill as many as he could. Broken level 4. At this moment, the others were also shocked. Even now, they had not recovered. Broken level 4 had strong and weak broken level 4, but as long as they could break level 4, they were powerhouses. 1. 2 million calories outburst. Under normal circumstances, the limit of powerhouses who could erupt with such lethality was around 1. 4 million. Weak paragons, walking up to 6,000 meters, under normal circumstances, the basic vitality was only 250,000 calories, 1. 5 times increase, vitality 625,000 calories, plus combat techniques increase, weapon increase, calculating, they might not even reach 700,000 calories, which was 1. 4 million calories for rank 9. Although there were not many weak paragons, it did not mean that there were none. Those who were slightly stronger would also need to walk up to 4 to 5,000 meters before they had the ability to break level 4. Among these paragons present, how many could break level 4? Everyone's eyes flickered, amazed. Fang Ping was so powerful, this was too fast, especially Luo Yu, Yu Wuhua, and the others. They even participated in the rank 9 battle with Fang Ping a month ago. Yu Wuhua and the others even witnessed Fang Ping breaking rank 9 with their own eyes, but now, Fang Ping had become a powerhouse among true gods, and they had not even become true gods. Comparing oneself to others could really anger one to death. In the air. Fang Ping laughed. His laugh was arrogant, his laugh was playful. A bunch of old antiques, do you really think that you have the final say in this 3 realms? The humans are the general trend. Until now, You still can't see the situation clearly and insist on being enemies with the humans. Do you really think you can win? Fang Ping shouted coldly, that's just a pipe dream. Powerhouses like Celestial Emperor, the Spring Guardian, all know that humans are the main characters and are on good terms with humans. Even an ancient creature like the old cat knows to be on the side of humans. What about you guys? You've lived in a dog's stomach at this age. On the evil sex side, Feng Yun and Dixing have also forsaken darkness for light, choosing to be on good terms with humans, beheading Thunder and Flaming Ji as proof of allegiance. What about you guys? Can't see the situation clearly, can't see the general trend. People like you don't need to wait for the general trend to come, you might die the next moment. Fang Ping was domineering and also insolent. Humans were the general trend, this was what he wanted to say. The moment Heavenly Wood appeared, he believed that many people would be swayed. Was it really right to be enemies with humans? There was some commotion in the crowd. General trend. Main character, humans, was it really the right choice to exterminate the human powerhouses, far away? Li Wuqi and Jiao looked at each other and sighed. It started again. It was the same trick every time. First establish power, then bluff. In the end, those who were tricked were either killed or became his hired thugs. This fellow never changed his routine, and the two demons suffered greatly from it. P.S. 7,000 chapters, no more. There are only 2 chapters today, sorry. Fang Ping is cunning. Everyone, don't trust him. Just as Fang Ping was guiding everyone, Peng Yu, who had just recovered, let out an angry roar, his voice sharp. You are courting death. Fang Ping tore through the void again, appearing instantly. This time, Peng Yu didn't dare to clash head-on. His wings tore through the void and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The catacombs powerhouses are not part of the scope of cooperation. Fang Ping added suddenly, saying coldly, the catacombs and us humans will fight to the death. There was no room for cooperation. The same goes for King Hua and the others. King Wu might be willing to cooperate, but that doesn't mean I, Fang Ping, am willing. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. What did he mean by that? Before they could say anything, Peng Yu suddenly let out a miserable shriek. At this moment, large amounts of Genesis Chi scattered from his body, and miserable shrieks rang out endlessly. Fang Ping's speed was extremely fast. At this moment, he tore through the void and appeared behind it. He grabbed one of its wings and tore it apart with a snap. Peng Yu let out a shrill, angry roar. Fang Ping was just about to continue when a gigantic dragon tail whipped through the air. On the other side, King Huai, the right divine general, several catacombs powerhouses also attacked one after another. However, it was only to stop Fang Ping. Once Peng Yu was out of danger, the blood on his back surged wildly as he retreated to the side of the crowd. These people all had dignified expressions, but they no longer attacked. They all gathered together. Peng Yu's wings did not have time to recover in time. Its huge bird eyes glared at Fang Ping venomously. While it hated him, it was also extremely fearful. Fang Ping had slashed at its Dao. At this moment, if no one came to help, it would be dead for sure. There were many who had broken through to the 4th rank, but to say that those who had broken through to the 4th rank could kill it would be underestimating it. However, Fang Ping was different from others. This guy had too many tricks up his sleeve. Everyone was shocked to see him use a broken divine artifact to such an extent. Fang Ping did not attack anymore. He kept the gigantic golden wing in his storage space and smiled faintly. Cut off the remaining half of the wing and send it to me yourself. Otherwise, I promise, I'll find a chance to assassinate you in the near future. You. Peng Yu was about to explode from anger. There was actually someone who was so arrogant to this extent. What was Fang Ping saying? He told it to cut off its wings and give it to him, or else it would assassinate him. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth curled up slightly, his smile unbridled. What do you think? At this moment, Fang Ping had completely restrained his aura. The space fluctuated slightly. Fang Ping was faintly discernible in the space rift. What's wrong with assassinating you? You're not convinced? You don't believe me? I can give it a try. As long as I'm not killed, anyone who dares to speak rudely to me or make a move on me can forget about living. If you have the ability, kill me now. If you don't, I'll make you live in fear every day. Everyone's faces were livid. Assassination, at their level, assassination was almost a joke. Unless someone was much stronger than them. If he really wanted to completely hide from their senses, then he had to be at least 2 levels higher than them. To hide it from a true god, one had to at least be a saint. If he wanted to hide it from an overlord, he would have to be a heavenly king. If he really had that kind of strength, why would he need to assassinate them? But Fang Ping, this guy was really dangerous. At this moment, not far away, Wu Kui's head exploded. What was Fang Ping doing? Wasn't he deliberately luring people to attack him? If it wasn't a bait, then there must be something wrong with his head. Wu Kuei-shan felt that Fang Ping would not be stupid enough to provoke everyone at this time. If that was the case, he had the confidence, he wanted to catch all those who were hostile to him in one fell swoop. Heavenly Dog didn't leave? This thought emerged in Wu Kuei-shan's mind. The others' eyes were also flickering at this moment. If Fang Ping was not so arrogant, everyone might really attack him. But the more arrogant he was, the more afraid they were. Fang Ping's every word and action was provoking them, forcing them to attack him. Fang Ping did not care what they thought. He called out again, "Big Bird, I want that wing of yours." That long worm said dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Give me your liver yourself, King Kuan, you've got guts. Aren't you afraid of being killed by King True Kuan? I also want one of your fish heads, Crab King, take off your 2 big pincers. That guy, is his original form an octopus? Cut a few tentacles for me. I want to have a taste. At this moment, Fang Ping was really arrogant. Those who did not know would think that he had become a heavenly king. Under the gaze of many true gods, Fang Ping pointed one by one. There were demons from the catacombs and demons from the sea. When he pointed at one, he asked the other party to cut something and send it over. Finally, Fang Ping looked at the right god general and said calmly, "Ask that old thing Tianyu to send me a few fruits. Don't force me to take them myself." The right god general's expression was gloomy. He said coldly, "Fang Ping, take them yourself if you can. I don't want to make another trip. I'm afraid of trouble." Fang Ping said scornfully, "I just entered rank 8 and went there once. Your so-called imperial city was almost completely destroyed. Now that I'm emperor level, are you sure you want me to take them myself? Furchuan, aren't you afraid that Li Zhu will come back and see a second evil sect?" The right god general's expression changed slightly. There was really some change. Those who spoke harshly to Fang Ping usually did not have a good ending. When he was rank 8, he went to the imperial city. That time, in the end, he almost asked the true king to come back and kill everyone in the imperial city. Now, Fang Ping had broken 4. If he went again, hee. Fang Ping laughed mockingly. Although he was not the strongest here, he was so arrogant that even Ming Ting was not as good as him. Just a bunch of shrimps. Headquarters target is not you guys. It's that group of old fellows who are older than you guys. Don't force me. If you push me too far, it won't end well for you guys. Fang Ping said lightly, "Back then, when suppressing Heavenly King and the others were here, we agreed that the paragons would not come out. Now, I don't have too much time to mess around with you guys. Those who want to die, tell me your name. Those who don't want to die, know your place. From today onwards, it's the same old rule. The paragons will not come out. Those who want to break the rule, ask me first if I agree. If you're not afraid of death, you can try. I'm thinking of a few human paragons now. After some time, we'll kill our way into the sky cemetery and kill the people behind you. You're not even worthy of my attention. At this point, I have nothing else to say. I'll ask one last time, do you want to attack the headquarters now?" The scene was still silent. Fang Ping looked impatient. At this moment, true Lord Ming Ting, who had been silent all this while, said coldly, "If that's the case, the so-called joining forces to eradicate the divine sect and snatch their treasures was all a lie." Fang Ping laughed. "Did I lie? Doesn't the evil sect have the Celestial Emperor golden body? Isn't the Celestial Emperor still alive? The evil sect has 3 emperors and 10 lord gods. I also seized the saint token from the evil sect, did I lie? I killed the Earth Wisdom. You guys asked me to find a way to find the evil sect's headquarters. Didn't I find it? But who knew that the evil sect is so weak? I easily overturned it. Don't tell me you want me to share the spoils with you now? Ming Ting, you're also a veteran paragon. Do you need to be so childish? King Huai, who was not far away, twitched a little. The evil sect is so weak. Easily overturned it. These words were really harsh. True Lord Ming Ting exhaled softly. He was not that childish. He did not expect the divine sect to be overturned just like that. Of course, in his opinion, this matter must be related to the revival of the Celestial Emperor. But the divine sect was too useless, there were so many powerhouses. How long had it been since Fang Ping had snuck in? He had actually revived the Celestial Emperor. Needless to say, everyone guessed that the revival of the Celestial Emperor was definitely related to Fang Ping. Otherwise, they would be underestimating King Kuan too much. King Human, you're right. Ming Ting regained his composure and was no longer as crazy as before. However, his eyes were a little red. But my time is coming. I can't care so much now. King Human can threaten others, but he can't threaten me. Be it assassination or killing openly, I don't care. I'll die sooner or later. Weapons, even divine weapons, I don't care. I just want to know if the divine sect has any treasures that can extend one's lifespan or items that can help one achieve great emperor. He did not care about Fang Ping's threat. At his level, he had long disregarded everything in order to survive. Divine court had existed for 8,000 years. He did not believe that there were no treasures that could extend one's lifespan. Did Fang Ping have them? True Lord Ming Ting's aura was revealed. Clearly, he had made up his mind. No matter what Fang Ping said, he did not care anymore. Right now, Fang Ping was very likely to be his only hope. As he moved, the other true gods also became restless. With someone taking the lead, things would be easier. Are you sure you can extend your lifespan and prove your Tao by attacking me? Fang Ping pondered. Snatching treasures is not a good choice. I'll give you a chance. Help me kill a few people and I might be able to help you prove your Tao. Are you serious? True Lord Ming Ting's eyes shone brightly. Killing someone to snatch their treasures was not a 100% success rate. After killing a powerhouse, the other party would destroy everything before his death. That was what a normal martial powerhouse would do. Unless they were ambushed, it was difficult for any treasures to be left behind. However, if Fang Ping could really do it, don't believe him. King Huai and the others hollered. Ming Ting was the strongest powerhouse here. If even he fell into the trap, they would be in deep trouble, Fang Ping sneered. These guys want to stop you. Ming Ting, are you going to listen to them or me? Shut up. True Lord Ming Ting's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at them, looking as though he would attack immediately if they dared to speak again. This caused their expressions to change. Fang Ping laughed. You're also a veteran paragon who has lived for almost 10,000 years. Have you heard of the Origin Realm? The moment he said that, someone exclaimed. It was none other than Qing Hua. True Lord Ming Ting furrowed his brows slightly. He seemed to have heard of the Origin Realm. However, someone could not understand. The Origin Realm. Wasn't that the meaning of rank 9? Qing Hua looked at Fang Ping and understood very quickly. Since the Spring Guardian had come out, it was not surprising that his Origin Realm had appeared. King Huai's expression changed. Very quickly, he bellowed, the Origin Realm will cause endless trouble. Boom, True Lord Ming Ting broke through the void instantly. He threw a punch with an incomparably powerful aura. King Huai could not dodge in time and also struck out with his palm. However, his palm was shattered by the punch. The right divine general and the others attacked one after another. However, True Lord Ming Ting had already stopped. He looked at them coldly. I don't need you to remind me. At this moment, he looked at Fang Ping with a burning gaze. I know the Origin Realm. In the past, the Spring Guardian in the 3 realms had also sent people to the Origin Realm to try. However, most of them were fake. Fang Ping smiled. That was in the past. Didn't I say it before? King Kuan killed many powerhouses. Not all of them were shattered. Buzz, the void trembled. True Lord Ming Ting's eyes pierced through the void and looked at Fang Ping with a burning gaze. Trouble? That was nothing, he was about to die. Why would he care about trouble in the future? He had heard of the Origin Realm. Back then, when the Spring Guardian made it like this, he even wanted to trick people into replacing the fake Tao. Of course, no one was that stupid. However, listening to what Fang Ping said now, King Kuan had helped the Spring Guardian improve a little and could be replaced. He could become an emperor. If he became an emperor, then he could live for a while longer. 1 or 2,000 years, that would be good too. In order to survive, Ming Ting did not care so much. Almost without any consideration, he laughed somewhat crazily. All right. Tell me, who do you want to kill? As long as I can live, so what if I become your saber? How satisfying. Fang Ping also laughed heartily. This was the performance of a person who was about to die. In order to live, there was nothing he would not dare to do. Fang Ping smiled brightly. His smile was sinister. This was a true near-emperor powerhouse. He was also the current number one. I'm not in a hurry to kill anyone. I'll take it slow. Fang Ping laughed. He looked at King Huai, at Furchuan, and at the catacombs and grandmasters true gods. After a while, he said slowly, I said earlier that the absolute peak will not participate. Does anyone have any objections? As he spoke, Fang Ping secretly transmitted his voice to Ming Ting. That Chang Rongtian true god, find a chance to kill him later. I said to attack, then go all out and kill him together. That Ping Yu Heaven true god, second target. Ming Ting did not speak. His mentality could not be concealed. Once he transmitted his voice, it would be discovered very quickly. However, he did not speak, which meant that he listened. It was just a little strange. Why did Fang Ping not choose the people from the catacombs? Of course, Fang Ping had his own plans. In the catacombs, the threat was actually on the surface. He was actually not afraid of the obvious threat. Instead, he was worried about those grandmasters who had a passageway connected to Earth. Once these people went crazy and broke into Earth, that would be the real threat. 3 great domains had been wiped out. Purple Cap Mountain and Kuokang Mountain were also destroyed. Wangwu Mountain, Weiyu Mountain, and Mystic Virtue Realm were now working with humans. Although Fang Ping was not at ease, he would not attack them at this time. They were considered half an ally. On the other hand, he had yet to destroy the realm beyond heavens. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu, Chang Rongtian, these fellows had attacked human powerhouses before. Their own strength was also strong. If he did not destroy them, who else would he destroy? Among the 4 Brahmas, Yulong Tian and Dragon Transformation Sky. Dragon Transformation Sky was on good terms with humans. Yulong Tian had always been low-key. After killing the other 2 grandmasters, even if the other grandmasters mourned, they dared not come out at this time. There are more and more resurrected powerhouses. It's time for me to clean up these small fries. Lest they cause trouble for me at the crucial moment. Fang Ping thought in his heart, still wearing a smile on his face. Old Wu. At this time, Fang Ping also transmitted his voice to Wu Quishan. Wu Quishan was also calm and collected, but he felt a little emotional. Fang Ping's actions now were getting bigger and bigger. He wanted to destroy a few major forces at the drop of a hat. Zhang Tao and the rest had not left for long, and the forces in the 3 realms had already decreased a lot. The 3 major realms were gone, the evil sects were gone, and now he had destroyed 2 grandmasters. Among the 33 immortal islands overseas, there were now a few immortal islands missing. Everyone, I'm talking to you now. If you don't take a stand and block the way, then don't blame me, Fang Ping. Fang Ping had not finished speaking. Everyone was still waiting for him to continue. In the next moment, King Huai and the rest retreated one after another. King Huai almost scolded him for being shameless. This guy was too hateful, sneaking up on him again, unexpectedly. Before he could scold him, there was a roar from the other side. This true god Chang Rong, who was so low-key that it almost seemed like he did not exist, came this time only to see if there was a chance. He did not even plan to make a move. Usually, he hid in Chang Rong's sky and did not come out. Unexpectedly, Fang Ping was still hostile to King Huai and the rest, as well as the overseas demon clan. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he actually attacked him. Not only Fang Ping, at this moment, true Lord Ming Ting's speed was even faster. Ming Ting was a near emperor. Fang Ping was a broken 4. As for this person, although he had lived for a long time, he had been asleep for countless years. It had not been long since he had awakened. Right now, his vitality had only just broken through 1,000,000 cal. Many of the old-timers had lived for a very long time, but the injuries they had sustained in the Great War were something that they had never fully recovered from. Some people lived for a long time, but their true age wasn't that great, always sleeping. Now that he had been ambushed by 2 people, and Wu Kuxian was still charging at him from behind, how could he have the ability to resist? Save me! The man roared angrily. The faces of King Huai and the others also changed. Now that things had come to this, there were not many who dared to go against Fan Ping and the others. If they still did not make a move and a few more died, the 3 realms would really be dominated by the human world. But it was too late. Fan Ping slashed his great Dao first. The Saint Order came crashing down at the same time. When his great Dao was slashed, even if the other party was somewhat prepared, his chi stagnated at this moment. True Lord Ming Ting was also extremely ruthless. In an instant, he got close to the other party. At the moment when the other party was stagnated, he smashed the other party's head with a punch, his fist broke through the void, and at the same time, he kicked out, crushing half of his opponent's body. At this time, Fan Ping's Saint Order smashed down. Rumble. A true god powerhouse's golden body was almost smashed into pieces in the blink of an eye. At this time, the attacks of King Huai and the others arrived. Fan Ping put away the Saint Order, sneered, and smashed it with a seal. Bang, the void exploded. On the other side, True Lord Ming Ting was almost wearing a hideous smile. He grabbed the void with one hand, grabbing an illusion in his hand, pulling with both hands. With a roar, the illusion was torn apart directly. At the same time, Wu Kuxian arrived, sweeping his sword in all directions. Sky-crushing sword. Before he came, he was afraid that something would happen, so he borrowed the sky-crushing sword from Old Manly, divine weapon. With this sword sweeping down, true god Chang Rong had no chance of survival. One by one, his mentality fragments were completely crushed. When 3 true gods fought against true gods of the same rank, they had a 100% chance of winning. The probability of killing the opponent was very high. Moreover, this person was far inferior to Fan Ping and Ming Ting. Being ambushed, how could he not die? Rumble. In the sky, a great path collapsed, and blood clouds appeared. Dead, another true god had fallen. Everyone, are we really going to wait for them to defeat us one by one? Furchuan roared. Were they still going to watch the show? Were they still going to wait? If they waited any longer, Fan Ping and the rest might defeat them one by one and kill them one by one. Fan Ping, enough. At this moment, many true gods were at daggers drawn. Everyone was in danger. It was really enough. How many true gods had died? If they continued killing like this, who would not be afraid? The true gods of beyond heaven stood up. The true gods of the overseas immortal islands stood up. The overseas demons stood up. They would never allow Fan Ping and the rest to kill any more. Fan Ping laughed heartily, taking a few steps back. He laughed and said, "Everyone, don't be rash. I have no intention of becoming your enemy." Be *starred. Long Chi's true form appeared. A giant dragon hovered in the void. He said angrily, "You're the real devil, the devil. You're even more savage than the demons." "Thank you for the compliment." Fan Ping smiled. Looking at the powerhouses surrounding him, he said with a smile, "Everyone, are you going to make your stand?" Fan Ping, you killed true gods. Chang Rongtian has already withdrawn from the Battle of Great Path. True Lord Changming is only here to watch. You killed people at every turn, someone berated, his eyes cold. It was Ping Yu Tian's true god. At this moment, he was also on tenterhooks, terrified and uneasy. He did not expect that Fan Ping would actually attack someone from Chang Rongtian. He was too unscrupulous. So what if I killed him? So what? At this moment, Fan Ping suddenly laughed heartily and shouted, "The headquarters wants to kill you today. Let's see who dares to stop us." Arrogant. Kill him. His arrogant words angered everyone. They did not hesitate to kill him. Ming Ting frowned slightly. You still want to kill him at this time? This is even crazier than me. However, Fan Ping did not care. He attacked as soon as he said he would, charging toward true god Ping Yu instantly. He did not care about the attacks coming from all directions. His gaze was extremely cold. If I want to kill you, you can't escape. Attack together. Fang Ping roared again. True Lord Ming Ting and Wu Kuishan gritted their teeth and charged toward each other instantly. Just as the others were about to attack Fang Ping, a soft sigh resounded through the void. Everyone, please calm down. The void seemed to have frozen. At this moment, in the void, crystal-clear branches emerged from the darkness. King Huai, Gu Chuan, Long Qi, these people attacked at the same time. Even an emperor level would have to avoid their attacks. Close to 10 true gods, but their opponent was a saint-level expert. In the void, an incomparably huge tree appeared almost out of thin air. Heavenly wood! Qing Hua exclaimed. Heavenly wood! Ming Ting was also stunned. Some of the old antiques who had survived from the Heavenly Realm era exclaimed. That was heavenly wood, the first ancient tree. It had become a demon. Saint. At the same time, there seemed to be someone in the dark far away. Someone exclaimed softly. A saint had appeared. Fang Ping did not care how shocked they were. As true god Ping Yu was scared out of his wits and fleeing, Fang Ping laughed loudly. His consciousness entered the source world and broke through the other party's great Tao of origin instantly. The god-slaying saber's strongest point was not to kill enemies head-on but to break through his great Tao system ability. It was a perfect match. If the god-slaying saber was given to others, even if it could break through great Tao, under normal circumstances, it would not be able to break through the other party's great Tao unless they were same-rank powerhouses fighting in the source world. But that also needed time. Unlike Fang Ping, breaking through these people's great Tao only cost him some wealth. With the god-slaying saber in his hand, it was an absolute treasure to kill the other party. In the source world, Fang Ping's saber slashed down, the great Tao roared, the other party's escape speed slowed down. At this moment, the other party was not far away from Qing Hua and Ling Xiao. This ancient true god looked at the two of them, revealing a pleading gaze. Save him. He did not expect a saint to appear. Qing Hua's expression changed slightly. Ling Xiao looked at Fang Ping, who was chasing behind, with a ferocious expression. Her expression changed slightly, and she quickly took a few steps back. Qing Hua saw this and could only retreat. She wanted to say something but hesitated. She knew this person, they had met in the past, and their relationship was not bad. But now, the other party was being attacked in front of them. Seeing that he was in danger of dying, they did not dare to rescue him. Qing Hua's emotions were complicated. She quickly sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao. Heavenly wood has become a demon. I'll contact Saint Yue immediately. Otherwise, the three realms will really be ruled by humans. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. Cooperation was cooperation, but no one wanted to become someone else's vassal. Not only did Fang Ping rope in Ming Ting, who had strength close to that of an emperor, but he was also hiding a saint-level powerhouse. This was too terrifying, they could not help but think too much. At this moment, Ming Ting was also glad. Besides rejoicing, he was also extremely ruthless. Wu Kuishan was so excited that he was almost trembling. Fang Ping, he actually had a backer, this brat. How could he dig out powerhouses wherever he went? The three of them gathered again and joined forces. It was almost the same as true god Chang Rong. Under the situation where the others were blocked by heavenly wood, who could come to his rescue? Ling Xiao and the others were all feeling complicated now. They would not come to his rescue. No. Don't kill me. Ping Yutian, this true god, screamed shrilly. At this moment, in the distance, someone shouted in the void, stop. His aura was very strong, but Fang Ping did not care. His expression was cold and stern. With a seal, he smashed the other party into pieces. Ming Ting and Wu Kuishan followed up, instantly smashing the other party's mentality into pieces. Rumble, the great Tao collapsed again. Fang Ping saw that the blood clouds were thick and heavy. Only then did he stop. His expression was indifferent as he looked into the distance. Who was stopping him? He had killed 2 true gods to intimidate everyone. Someone actually interfered at this time. P.S. This chapter and the book reviews will only resume on the 6th. Without the chapter, it will be hard to write later. Who can provide me with the follow-up plot? End of chapter 1132. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.